This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 26, One Night Guides. Soon enough, Sonny found himself hiding in the shadows of a spacious chamber on one of the upper floors of the mainmast pagoda, not far below Jet's private garden. Jet herself was leaning back on a chair, looking out the window with a relaxed expression on her pale, radiant face. There was a knock on the door, and a few moments later it opened, revealing a few familiar faces. Nephis, Bloodwave, and Ether, the last saints of the fallen House of Knights. Sonny did not know the last one personally, but he had heard a lot of good things about the outstanding young man who used to be the most promising scion of a great clan once. Well, technically speaking, Saint Ether wasn't that young anymore. If he was considered young, then so was Sonny, and Sonny did not feel like a young man at all. If anything, he felt ancient. He felt way too old to be dealing with all this crap. I suddenly feel for the captain of the Homicide Division, back in Mirage City. His questionable relationship with age was probably the consequence of living 7 lives at the same time and containing a legion of dead shadows in his soul. That and the countless forgotten years he had spent in the tomb of Ariel. In any case, the House of Night had been absorbed into the government and was now a part of its forces. So these 3 proud legacy saints were Jet's subordinates, which was a good thing, considering that they were the best candidates to solve the riddle that Weaver had left in the night sky. There were other surviving members of the House of Night bearing the title of Nightwalkers, but none were as powerful and knowledgeable as these 3. Jet smiled. "Gentlemen, please have a seat." They must have witnessed the celestial conflagration that had happened earlier, so there was little point in postponing the discussion. Sonny barely suppressed his curiosity, but before Jet could broach the topic, Bloodwave asked in a grim tone, "Is it true, Soul Reaper?" She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you talking about?" The 3 saints looked at each other. Eventually, it was Nephis who spoke, his voice just as concerned as his uncle's. "That monster, Mordred of Nowhere. Are the rumors true? He is a supreme now, and Lady Nephis strike a deal with him." The rumors seemed to have reached the night garden already. Hidden in the shadows, Sonny sighed. He himself was uncomfortable with the uneasy alliance between the human domain and Mordred. Few people trusted the King of Nothing, but no one had suffered from his wicked ways like the surviving members of the House of Night had. So it was only natural that they would be unhappy with the news of his ascension to the throne of supremacy, let alone of the deal between him and Changing Star. Jet studied the Saints of Night with a neutral expression, then shrugged. "It's true." They were dismayed. Even Ether, who usually maintained nearly flawless decorum, allowed emotion to show on his face. "How can this be?" The air in the room had turned noticeably chilly and heavy with tension. Jet let out a long sigh, then looked at them with a dark expression. "Content originally comes from Novel Fire. Net. Why, what did you want her to do?" She leaned back and crossed her legs. "Did you want her to start a new war, perhaps? It has not even been 2 years since the mess in Godgrave, but I guess another war between Supremes is just what we need." Nephis frowned. "That's a very callous way of looking at things, Jet. You know what that man has done to us and to all of humanity as well. Lady Nephis cannot trust him. He must be eradicated." Jet smiled darkly. "I know Nephis, but I also know that he is immortal, supreme, wields a divine aspect, and inhabits millions of vessels. Who is going to eradicate him? You, me? Or do you want Nephis to kill him somehow while we cheer her on from the sidelines?" Nephis gritted his teeth, unable to find an answer. In that silence, Bloodwave murmured in his deep voice, "Is that such a big deal, though? She killed 2 Supremes before, and seemingly without much trouble." It was obvious he was simply venting, so no one took his words seriously. Sonny was a bit hurt, though. "Hey." Sure, from the sidelines, it must have looked like Nephis finished him off easily. But even if the whole thing had been an act, he still had his pride. "Should I have resisted a bit more before being cut down?" Sonny shook his head, then assumed a tangible form. "Actually, she only killed 1 Supreme." Walking out from the shadows, he offered the Saints of Night a smile and sat down near Jet. Noticing their confusion, he then realized that they probably had no idea who he was. Oh, awkward. After all, very few people had known Master Sunless, and most of them had only seen him from afar on a calamitous battlefield. Well, apart from the regulars of the Eye Candy Cafe. The Radiant Emporium, I mean the Radiant Emporium Cafe. In any case, for most, the Lord of Shadows was associated with his fearsome mask. The Saints of Night had not participated in the Godgrave military campaign, so they would have met either of his incarnations. So Sunny smiled and offered helpfully, "Oh, I am the Lord of Shadows. You can call me Lord Shadow or simply Shadow. I also respond to the Dark Lord, or Sunny." The three saints stared at him with wide eyes. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. He cleared his throat. "As you can see, the news of my death was grossly exaggerated. Well, actually, I did die for a bit, but being dead grew old pretty quickly, so now I'm back." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added in a light tone, "So as far as killing Supremes goes, Nephis and I are tied for first place. For now, we are." Chapter 26:02 Lost Among the Waves. Despite Sunny's friendly tone, the Saints of Night did not seem inclined to respond in kind. They stared at him with expressions of concerned apprehension, not saying anything. The silence was a little heavy. Eventually, they turned to Jet. Bloodwave was the one to speak first, his tone wary. "Soul Reaper, what is the meaning of this?" She met his gaze, held it for a few moments, then chuckled. "Oh, relax, he's on our side." It probably looked like she was conspiring against Nephis with an old enemy who had mysteriously risen from the grave. The two of them shared that last part in common, strangely enough. And if Jet was conspiring against the immortal Flame clan, then it was safe to say that the government had secretly switched sides. As well, she was its de facto leader after all. Obviously, Saints of Night would feel a great amount of apprehension, considering that they, their families, and all the survivors of the fallen great clan were part of the government now. It seemed that they did not wish to become traitors to the human domain, which warmed Sunny's heart a little. He shrugged. For reasons that I am not too keen on explaining, the Lord of Shadows had to be considered dead. So Nephis and I pulled a little prank and convinced everyone that I died. In truth, however, we've been working side by side, very closely, I might add, ever since. One sovereign guides humanity in the sunlight, the other helps it from the shadows. Something like that, granted, I am somewhat limited in what I can do. Looking at the grim faces of the three saints, he shook his head. "Needless to say, you will need to keep my existence to yourself. I would not have revealed myself in front of you if I didn't believe that you could keep a secret, but still, it is worth saying aloud. Do not mention the fact that I am not entirely dead to anyone, please, including those you implicitly trust. Everyone will be safer that way." He lingered for a moment, studying their faces, then chuckled. "No, but why do you look so glum? These are not at all the expressions of people who have just learned that humanity is actually twice as strong as they had believed." Neve shook his head slowly. "I am sorry, Lord Shadow. Sunny, it's just a lot to take in." Sunny smiled, hiding his bitterness at not being recognized by his old war buddy. He forced himself to think about something else. Now that's a reaction. The daughters of Kai Song had been so nonchalant about his stunning resurrection, except for Deathsinger, who immediately proposed. "I should probably be happy that none of these three is confessing, I guess." He sighed. "Regarding that bastard Mordred, believe me, I'd love to see him gone as well. However, what we want and what reality dictates do not always coincide. I understand your desire to exact revenge, but at the moment, attempting to dispose of him would only invite disaster. You lost family members to his machinations, but you also have family members left to protect. Considering that the world is literally coming undone as we watch, I suggest you concentrate on that." An uneasy silence settled in the meeting chamber. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha wore somber expressions, but his words seemed to have reminded them what was at stake. Eventually, Etha spoke up, his voice quiet and reserved. "Welcome back to the world of the living, Lord Shadow. To what do we owe the honor of hosting you aboard the Night Garden?" The youngest of the three saints, at least, seemed to be ready to face reality. Sunny knew that Neve would follow suit. As well, he had his daughter to protect, after all. And if the two of them made peace with the current situation, Bloodwave would follow suit. He smiled faintly. "Lamb, glad that you asked. In fact, I am searching for something that I believe will help us weather the storms ahead better. I thought that it would be hidden on the Night Garden, but as it turned out, there was only a clue to where I must go. Or rather, a map. You've seen what happened to the sky, right?" Neve nodded slowly. Of course, everyone saw. Is that why we were called? He paused for a second, and then smiled bitterly. I guess it makes sense, W. Who else but us? Jet looked at him with a hint of compassion, and said in a neutral tone, Indeed, we think that the stars are showing a path to somewhere. So I need your help to read the constellations, to determine if it is indeed a map, as well as where it leads to. The three saints looked at each other. Strangely enough, they kept silent for a long time. Sunny did not think that they had a reason to refuse to help, and on top of that, they seemed to be quite friendly with Jet. Neve's daughter even treated her like an aunt, so he was surprised at their hesitance. The reason why they had hesitated, however, surprised him even more. After a long while, Neve finally spoke, looking at Jet and Sunny with a complicated expression. It is a star map without a doubt. As for where it leads to, there's no need to guess, we already know. Sunny and Jet looked at each other, surprise apparent on their faces. You know. Neve nodded slowly. The House of Night used to possess a map just like this one, a long time ago. It was one of the most important relics of our clan. Sadly, it disappeared along with our leader, Nightwalker. Bloodwave's face fell at the mention of the founder of the House of Night. Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. So where do the stars point? T small cap HESOURC letter 1D07 of TH small cap IS content, small cap IS Nov I FireNet. Neve inhaled deeply. They point to the Eternal City, a mythical place lost among the waves. That was where the Night Garden was built, and that is where the lineage of Storm God is hidden as well. Chapter 2603, Immortal Abode. Sunny remained silent for a long while, a little confused by Neve's words. There was something strange about them. Eventually, he frowned. Wait, did you say that it is hidden there, not that it was hidden? Neve looked at Ether and Bloodwave, then nodded. Yes, the lineage of Storm God is not like the rest. The rest of them, as far as we know, came from lineage memories that outstanding individuals, or possibly simply lucky ones, earned either in the first nightmare or while exploring the dream realm and conquering the first citadels of humanity. But the source of the lineage of Storm God is not a memory. It is a place. Sunny just stared at him in surprise. A faint smile appeared on Neve's face. After all, the existence of the House of Night is a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? As you might know, initially, it was an alliance of lesser clans populating the Stormsea, created in large part to answer the rising influence of powerful factions like Valor or Immortal Flame. There was no blood relation between the various families forming the House of Night, so how did we all come to share the lineage of Storm God? He coughed. I know that there are a lot of salacious rumors about Nightwalker, but no, he did not conceive children with women from each of the founding families. Although there have been countless internal marriages between the various branches of the House of Night since then, he only had one child of his own. A shadow briefly ran across his face. Neve paused for a few moments, then sighed. However, he did share the lineage of Storm God with the other founding families of the House of Night. To explain how it was possible, I will have to divulge the most guarded secrets of our clan. Would have asked you to keep it, but I guess it does not matter anymore, now that the House of Night is no more. Bloodwave grimaced at his words, but did not say anything. Etha, meanwhile, looked away with a wistful expression. Jet shook her head. The House of Night might not be an independent force anymore, but it still exists. Don't sell yourself short. Neve offered her a brief smile. Thank you for saying that. In any case, the House of Night and the Eternal City are inseparably intertwined, because that was where our clan was born. Back then, Nightwalker was sent to the Eternal City on his first winter solstice. Other sleepers were as well, but he was the only one who survived, and the only reason he survived was because he fled that terrifying place aboard the Night Garden, which had been drifting in the waters nearby. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How dangerous is this Eternal City exactly? Neve hesitated. Nobody knows for sure because Nightwalker rarely spoke about it. He was not a very social person in general. However, the greatest treasures of the House of Night all came from the Eternal City, the Night Garden, the lineage of Storm God, and the map charting the course back to its shores. He paused for a moment, and then looked at the stars beyond the window. As far as we know, the Eternal City used to be an immortal abode, a utopia that death could not reach, where enlightened beings lived in peace and prosperity for many years, reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew frail with age. It was also a place where weary deities came to rest. That was a long time ago, though. Nobody really knows what hides in the depths of the Eternal City today. Even Nightwalker himself only saw a few areas on its outer edges, the piers, the wharf, and the lighthouse. Sunny studied him with a curious expression. What about the lineage of Storm God, then? Where did he find out, and how did he share it with other people? Neve remained silent for a few moments, then looked at Bloodwave. I think my uncle will know better, since he was one of those who received the lineage directly. Bloodwave frowned, then let out a long sigh. Well, as that scoundrel Nightwalker told it, the lighthouse of the Eternal City is also a temple dedicated to Storm God. It does not shine with ordinary light. Instead, a star is trapped within it. That star is the source of the lineage. Anyone who finds their way to the Eternal City and enters the lighthouse will be bathed in its silver light. Then they would be reborn as descendants of Storm God. He paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "Or die, many do." Neve nodded. Yes, Nightwalker entered the lighthouse and survived. He also received the lineage of Storm God, which eventually allowed him to escape the Eternal City. Before escaping, however, he collected a bit of that starlight into a special memory. In the end, the memory made it possible for the founding members of the House of Night to receive the lineage, as well, even if a few of them perished in the process. Sunny inhaled deeply. Neve confirmed something that he suspected all along, that not just anyone was fit to receive the lineage of a god. Sunny had felt it himself, all those years ago, when absorbing Blood Weave. He had just barely survived the process, and that was despite possessing an innate affinity to fate, and therefore sharing some degree of kinship with Weaver. Not to mention wielding a divine aspect. Warden of Valor, Immortal Flame, Nightwalker, Ravenheart, and the Unknown Awakened, who had inherited the lineage of Heart God to later pass it on to Asterion. Each of them had been a special person. It was no coincidence that they had earned lineage memories, so it was no surprise that they survived using them. The founding members of the House of Night were different, though. Unlike those who received a lineage memory after being judged worthy of it by the spell, they, just like the daughters of Kai's song, were exposed to a divine lineage arbitrarily. To some of them, it had become a fatal gift, and those were already people sent to the Stormsea by the Nightmare spell, so they had to have possessed some degree of affinity to the various aspects of Storm God. Small cap R letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07S, letter 1D1B. Letter 1D0 for small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, small cap N, OVELFIRE net. What did that make Sunny, though? The drop of ichor gave me a lineage that eats other lineages. It seemed that, just like in all things, he had been both incredibly lucky and terribly unfortunate when receiving his lineage. Go figure. Chapter 26:04 Mindset of a Sovereign. After remaining silent for a while, Sunny spoke in a contemplative tone. I am guessing that the starlight stolen by Nightwalker was not infinite, though. Neve nodded. Indeed, the light contained within the star lantern was merely a wisp, so it was exhausted eventually. Etha was the last person to have benefited from it directly. He paused for a moment, and then added in a complicated tone. Not every child born in the House of Night inherits the lineage either, and with how often Awakened die, our bloodline has always been at risk of vanishing. There are fewer of us now than ever before, and no one has been able to manifest the lineage as strongly as Nightwalker himself, yet. So, that was one of the reasons why he wanted to return to the Eternal City. He glanced around the spacious cabin they had gathered in, then gestured to its walls. The Night Garden is another. It is no secret to those who know it well that the Night Garden is in a state of disrepair. Some of its functions have deteriorated, while some have broken down entirely. It had been drifting in the Stormsea for thousands of years before being discovered by Nightwalker, after all. He believed that this great ship had been built at the wharf of the Eternal City, and therefore that it could be repaired there, too. Sunny frowned faintly. He knew that the Night Garden had been built by the Demon of Repose. Did the Eternal City have a connection to her as well, then? It was quite possible that it did. A city where living things were reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew decrepit with age, and were therefore unfamiliar with death, sounded very much like something that the demon-wielding powers of restoration and rejuvenation could have created. What the... Had the demon of repose not only sailed the seas on a luxurious ship, but also operated an exclusive resort? Sunny smelled a kindred spirit. Neve sighed. And lastly, Nightwalker only explored the outer fringes of the Eternal City before making his escape. The mystery of what was hidden in its depths, what treasures the immortals had left behind, had always drawn him back, so he always intended to return there one day. Sunny hesitated for a moment. So why didn't he had the map? Bloodwave spoke instead of Neve, his deep voice betraying a hint of unease. Because he only escaped those waters by miracle, the first time around. People tend to think of the Stormsea as just another region of the dream realm, but actually, it is as vast as the rest of the explored area of this cursed world, encompassing waters that are as different from each other as Godgrave is different from the lawn in front of Bastion. He smiled darkly. We humans are able to exist in some parts of the Stormsea, but that does not mean that we can sail it freely and go wherever we want. In fact, those who are not careful to stay in relatively safe waters all die terrible deaths, and among those who do steer clear of the more perilous parts of the Stormsea, only some die. Neve nodded. The Eternal City is hidden in the very heart of the Stormsea, so even with a map, reaching it is a dangerous task. At least it was in the times when Nightwalker lived. You must remember that the most powerful of his contemporaries were only masters back then. Still, he never abandoned the plan of returning to the Eternal City one day. Sunny and Jet looked at each other. Was that where he vanished? Did he leave on a voyage to the Eternal City and never come back? Neve remained silent for a while. Yes, some say that he died while exploring the dream realm, some say that he perished while attempting to conquer the third nightmare, but the truth is that Nightwalker left on a voyage to return to where he had first entered the dream realm. No one has heard anything about him since. Sunny frowned. Neve believed that Nightwalker had vanished without a trace while attempting to reach the Eternal City, and that no one knew what had happened to him. But that was not entirely true. Mordred knew something, it seemed. At least he let slip that Asterion had forcefully taken the lineage of Storm God from Nightwalker, which led Sunny to believe that the Dreamspawn had something to do with the disappearance of the founder of the House of Night, even if the details of their confrontation, as well as its timing, were murky. In any case, Neve had given him a lot to think about. After a long bout of silence, Sunny asked in a reserved tone, "So what you're saying is that there is a wondrous city, no doubt the most monstrous hell imaginable, by now lost somewhere in the Stormsea, full of mystical treasures and divine light. Not only does it hold the key to restoring the bloodline of Storm God, but there's also a wharf there where the Night Garden can be returned to its true glory. And the map to that city has just become visible to everyone in the Stormsea just now. Letter 1D1 B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1D0 4 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap R. Small cap IS. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap Y, novel fire, net. Neve nodded cautiously. Sunny hesitated for a while, then looked at Jet. He stared at her for a moment. So we are going there, right? She did not seem to share his enthusiasm, though. Sunny, are you asking me if I am willing to take my ship, complete with millions of people living aboard it, on an expedition to who knows where, knowing full well that there will definitely be untold horrors waiting for us along the way? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Yes. Jet shook her head slowly. Why would we take that risk? Hearing that, Etha nodded. I agree, it is too perilous, even if the rewards promised by that expedition are great. Neve and Bloodwave remained silent, but they seemed to share his opinions at least to some degree. Sunny looked at them with dark amusement. Why? He shook his head with a wry smile. Well, it's easy, really. Actually, I am quite surprised that I, a sovereign, have to spell it out for you. Leaning forward, he looked at Jet, and the Saints of Night with no hint of humor in his eyes. It is because I am desperate. Nephis does not show it, but she is desperate too. You don't seem to be nearly desperate enough, though, despite being weaker than us while knowing that the world is ending. There is barely any time left before all kinds of cursed and unholy beings descend upon us and consume us all. But you want to pass on a chance to increase the collective strength of humanity, and by a large margin at that. He leaned back and took a deep breath. "Allow me to dispel your illusion, then. Being cautious is great, but caution is a luxury we cannot afford. The time for caution is long gone. It had been squandered entirely before any of us was even born. Our only inheritance is necessity, and necessity dictates that we must take risks, whether we like it or not." Jet stared at him for a long while, her icy blue eyes betraying no emotion. Eventually, she sighed. "Is that the mindset of a sovereign?" Sunny smiled. "Being desperate? Oh, it is. No one becomes supreme by living a good life, believe me. I am the most honest person in the world, after all, 2 worlds even." Chapter 260. 5 Risk and Reward. Sunny meant what he had said to Jet and the Saints of Night. Their situation was indeed desperate. The end of days was swiftly approaching, and the fate of humanity was woefully undecided. Perhaps the rest could ignore that ominous truth, but as one of the Supremes, Sunny was personally responsible for what would happen to the world in the end. So unlike those who wielded less power, he could not allow himself the solace of willful ignorance. "Things would have been easier if I could." He missed the time when all he worried about was making enough credits to fill his belly and live a lavish life. Well, that, and surviving another day in a world where everything seemed both unfathomably powerful and hellbent on killing him somehow. In any case, Sunny could not allow himself excessive caution. That said, he was not suggesting that they had no room for caution at all. He had merely pointed out that their choices were limited, and that erring on the side of caution when calculating risk and reward was a luxury they could not afford. Sunny was not advocating for complete recklessness, though. He had valid reasons to believe that an expedition to the Eternal City would be successful, or, at the very least, not end in disaster. There were several factors mitigating the risk of following the star map. First and foremost, there was the Night Garden itself. The living ship had spent thousands of years drifting in the storm sea, and nothing had managed to sink it yet. So, Sunny believed that it could weather any danger they would face on the voyage to the Eternal City. Even if they did stumble onto something too terrifying, though, there was one thing that the Night Garden was better at than almost any other citadel. It was escaping danger. Not only was the Titanic ship highly mobile in and of itself, but there was also the ability to open the Dream Gate between 2 points in the Dream Realm that it granted Nephis. Should the need arise, the Night Garden would be able to retreat to safer waters almost in an instant. That way, the safety of its passengers could be ensured. Sunny did not want to risk millions of lives, after all. He would not have suggested taking the Night Garden into perilous waters if he was not reasonably certain that they would have a reliable way to protect its passengers. And lastly, there was the fact that Nightwalker had escaped the Eternal City once. Not only that, but he had managed to escape it as a sleeper. Now, an army of seasoned awakened warriors would be heading there, led by 3 saints of the House of Night and Soul Reaper Jet herself. Most importantly of all, there was Sunny. And Sunny alone was the equivalent of having 7 sovereigns, a cohort of supreme shadows, and a vast army of undying shades guarding the Night Garden on its journey. If that was enough to reap the rewards of the Eternal City, then what was? And those rewards promised to be bountiful, indeed, for Sunny, for the Night Garden, and for humanity at large. So he judged that the risk presented by the expedition to the Eternal City was more than worth it. Of course, Sunny was not going to make that decision unilaterally. In truth, he did not really need the Night Garden to follow the map left behind by Weaver. He just needed someone capable of reading it to accompany him. It was just that the Eternal City offered an opportunity to strengthen the living ship as well. If not for that, Sunny would have preferred to venture into the misty waters alone. Regardless, Jet and Sunny needed to consult Nephis and Cassie before deciding whether to take the Night Garden into the depths of the storm sea. Preparations for a lengthy voyage also had to be made, so a few days passed in discussions and strategic meetings. Nephis was busy beyond belief, too. Cassie and she were still dealing with the fallout from Mordred's unexpected rise to the throne of supremacy. There was the public reaction to deal with, but also the King of Nothing himself. He and his countless vessels had to be allowed passage to the Hollow Mountains, and someone had to make sure that things did not go awry in the process. So after many years, Mordred had returned to the Chained Isles. There, the members of the White Feather clan escorted him and Nephis to the northern edges of the region, where the Night Temple had once stood. A new crossing was built to breach the wide divide between the floating islands and the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, which Mordred then used to leave the territory of the human domain behind and claim ownership of his own. At the same time, the eastern quadrant had to be salvaged now that the Skinwalker was gone. Troops had to be transported to other flashpoints, and on top of that, powerful nightmare creatures stirred in the death zones south of Godgrave. So, Nephis and the Fire Keepers were in the process of preparing for a military expedition, as well. In the end, it was decided that the expedite onto the Eternal City had to happen. While the preparations were being made, Sonny pulled the Shadow Legion back from the depths of the burned forest. He wanted to consolidate his position on its southern outskirts and secure his new citadel in case of a potential attack. But more than that, he wanted his army to be free and ready to be deployed on the shores of the Eternal City, if need be. Updates are released by Novel Fire.net. The same went for his other incarnations. After experiencing 2 deadly adventures while not having access to his full power, Sonny was dead set on meeting the dangers of the Eternal City armed to the teeth. About a week after the initial meeting with the Saints of Night, the same people gathered in the private council cabin of the mainmast pagoda once again. This time, they had more practical issues to discuss. How bad will this particular adventure turn out, I wonder? Chapter 26:06 Dreadful Beings. We are self-sufficient in numerous areas, but food production still lags behind the consumption rate, despite the special influence of the night garden on soil and flora. So, the latest shipment of provisions was increased to account for unexpected delays during the journey. Not that we know for sure how long sailing to the Eternal City will take. What about those special seeds from Ravenheart? I thought we were supposed to receive one of the first batches. Those are not ready to be planted yet. Apparently the latest strains are too aggressive, whatever that means. Well, if Bliss says so. I assume we also stocked up on medical supplies, household items, and so on. Yes, but what about the consequences of your absence, Jet? Won't it have a negative effect on the situation in the northern and western quadrants? The old man is still alive and kicking. Effie and Kai can pick up the slack as well. In any case, we received some breathing room because of what had happened in Australia, so I might as well take a vacation. Gods know I need a break. Jet Break original content can be found at novelfira.net. Sonny smiled faintly, listening to their conversation. At that moment, Etha, who had remained similarly quiet, spoke up from his seat. I think we are overlooking an important issue. The rest of them glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What issue is that? Etha considered his words for a few seconds, then gestured to the night sky visible through the open window. The stars. The journey to the Eternal City was hazardous because of where it is located, but only those who possessed a map knew where to go. Now, however, the stars charting a path to the Eternal City are visible to anyone who can look up at the sky, and anything. Sonny frowned faintly. Are you suggesting what I think you are suggesting? The youngest of the Saints of Night nodded. Yes, Lord Shadow, we are willing to risk the dangers of the Stormsea because of the treasures hidden in the Eternal City, as well as the great secrets that mystical place holds. But will we be the only ones lured by its promise? I don't think so. Sonny blinked a couple of times. So we'll have competition. Etha shrugged. That is what I would assume. After all, why would powerful nightmare creatures not want to get their claws on a city that was once populated by immortals? All the things that we want to find there are the things they would want to consume, desecrate, or make their own. Leaning forward a little, the young saint said in a quiet voice, You showed us a way to the Eternal City when you ignited the stars, Lord Shadow. But I am afraid that you also began a race among those who can interpret the celestial map. And the participants of that race would not hesitate to tear each other to shreds to make sure that they get to the prize first. So, this expedition is going to be even more hazardous than it was supposed to be, since we will have to contend against alarming beings making the same journey. Sonny remained silent for a while, then leaned back with a concerned expression. Eventually, he sighed. Ah, but you are forgetting something, Saint Etha. A pale smile split his face apart. I am a terrifying being myself. I just have better manners. Sonny was not boasting, simply stating a fact. If he considered his powers separately from his personality, they painted the picture of quite an eldritch horror. Nephis was largely the same, if not more frightening. Wait, come to think of it. Sonny's personality was not that great either. He remained silent for a few seconds, staring into the distance with a strange expression. Anyway, moving on. In any case, Sonny was not too worried, which was not to say that he was not taking Etha's theory seriously. Looking around, he lingered a little, then asked in a neutral tone, "Does the Night Garden carry some kind of armaments, like cannons or enchanted siege engines?" Jet smiled lazily. "The ship itself is a living armament, but no, it does not. Theory, we are its armaments, Neve, Etha, Bloodwave, and I, as well as awakened and ascended warriors stationed aboard." Sonny hummed in contemplation. So it is more of a carrier than a battleship. It made sense. A Saint was far more capable and could deliver far more damage than any siege engine ever could, enchanted or not. So, if there was something that the hull of the living ship could not handle itself, its transcendent passengers were there to solve the problem. With a Supreme aboard, the firepower that the passengers of the Night Garden could unleash would increase tenfold. The problem was that Sonny could not reveal himself openly. He considered his options for a short while, then shook his head. "That is good and all, but having a few powerful cannons never hurts. You were in Falcon Scott, weren't you? I hear the railguns on its walls were quite something." Jet's relaxed smile turned a few hues darker. "Yes, I was, and yes, mundane armaments were of great help, not that it mattered in the end. The Saints of Night had guided plenty of naval convoys in the waking world, so they were well acquainted with the benefits of having powerful armaments, as well." Neve gave Sonny a confused look. "Where would we find enchanted siege engines, though? Ones worthy of the Night Garden, no less. I don't think those are just laying around, unused." Sonny shrugged with a smile. "There's no need to search for them. I'll just forge them." He was currently developing vast defensive spells to reinforce the citadels of humanity, aided by Cassie. Arming the Night Garden was not entirely the same, but it would serve the same purpose. Plus, the idea of making a huge, destructive magical cannon made Sonny excited. His smile widened. "Yeah, let me scrounge something up." Chapter 26:07 Naval Engagement. Several weeks later, the battered Night Garden flew across the waves as the sea foamed and boiled around it. Space was unpredictable in the storm sea, and time was unpredictable as well. Day was sometimes so short that it could be missed in the blink of an eye, while night often overstated its welcome. Most of the time, however, the vast expanse of undulating water was shrouded in twilight, with pale stars shimmering in the distant sky. At the moment, though, the storm sea was bathed in sunlight with not a cloud in sight. There was no wind. No storm was coming to unleash its fury on the Night Garden. Despite that, the sea was turbulent and eerie, the water foaming as it seethed and roiled all around the living ship, as far as the eye could see. There were harrowing scars marring the hull of the Night Garden, slow to heal despite the ancient vessel's startling ability to mend itself. The civilians were safely sheltered below the main deck, and remained in the sprawling vertical city hidden there while martial law was in effect. So only awakened soldiers and ascended officers were in sight. That had become the norm over the last few weeks, as the Night Garden had engaged in countless battles and clashes with the nightmare creatures rushing to reach the Eternal City. All of Stormsea seemed to have gone mad once the celestial map was revealed. But now that they were getting closer to the goal, only the most dreadful contenders remained in the race. "Captain, it's surfacing." In the runic hall of the main pagoda, Jet gave one of her subordinates an amused look. "Captain, if memory serves, I was a lieutenant general last time somebody bothered to formally promote me. Shouldn't you fools call me an admiral at least?" The man blushed, embarrassed by her calm tone. Sorry, ma'am, but that thing it's..." He did not get to finish the sentence, though, because at that moment the foaming sea seemed to move. At first, it seemed as if two towering waves swelled on both sides of the ship. Then, however, the water continued to rise, as if the sea was pregnant with two towering mountains. A few heartbeats later, the surface tension broke, and two gargantuan tentacles burst from the depths into the vast expanse of the sky. Each was at least half a dozen kilometers long, and that was only what was visible of them above the surface. Who knew how deep they stretched into the abyssal depths of the bottomless sea? And who would want to know what was hidden there in the depths? The colossal tentacles rose from the sea like two black cliffs, casting their shadows on the Night Garden, port and starboard fire. Jet did not raise her voice, but somehow it could be clearly heard despite the roaring of water and the howling of the wind. A signal was given, and a few seconds later, the cannons stationed along the sides of the Titanic ship thundered. There were 24 of these cannons in total, 12 per side, and each of them was a colossal beast. The cannons were 12 meters in length and more than 2 meters in diameter, firing iron balls that were almost as tall as a person and weighed so much that only ascended could owed them into the barrels. The cannons were not cast from metal, but rather carved from seemingly indestructible black stone, their surface engraved with intricate carvings. When Jet asked where that material came from, Sunny simply said that he borrowed some obsidian from the Shadow Realm. She was still not sure whether he was joking or not. And when she asked what function the engravings served, he gave her a strange look and told her that they were there to make the cannons look pretty. That he seemed to have been deadly serious about. That man, the most update N0vels are published on Novel Fire.net. In any case, the cannons were enchanted with simple but ingenious magic. They were able to absorb soul essence and then convert it into kinetic energy to propel the cannonballs with devastating force. The projectiles themselves were charged with essence. As well, that way, they were able to wound even nightmare creatures of high ranks. Of course, while only the quantity of essence mattered when charging the cannons, which meant that they could be operated by crews of awakened, it was the quality of essence that mattered when infusing the cannonballs. So, if the Night Garden faced abominations of the corrupted rank or higher, a master had to be in charge of the artillery crew to make the shots count. Or better yet, a saint. Sadly, the transcendent defenders of the Night Garden had better things to do than run around fueling cannons with their essence, and the abominations they faced on this particular expedition were often of the great rank instead. However, the Lord of Shadows had thought of a solution for that as well. To solve the problem, he designed the cannons in a way that allowed them to consume essence not only from awakened, but also from soul shards. And luckily enough, he seemed to possess literal thousands of transcendent soul shards, at the moment the spoils from the conquest of the burdened forest, no doubt. These soul shards had been distributed among the government soldiers aboard the Night Garden, resulting in a significant increase in their overall POW. These days, there was hardly any awakened or ascended here without a fully saturated core. The remaining shards were assigned to the cannon crews and were being used to feed powerful essence into the cannonballs. As the cannons thundered, massive orbs of shining metal streaked through the air and tore into the colossal tentacles. Enormous chunks of flesh and torrents of oily black liquid filled the air, and one of the tentacles folded under its own weight, falling back into the waves. The aim of the starboard cannoneers fell short of the mark, though, and the second tentacle continued to rise above the Night Garden. When its massive shadow fell upon the living ship, Jet looked up with a somber expression. Brace! As the enormous tentacle fell, wrapping itself around the Night Garden, 4 more rose from the foaming. See Chapter 26083 Serpents and a Whale. The Night Garden shook as the colossal tentacle fell from the sky, wrapping itself around it. The invisible shield protecting the deck of the living ship from the fury of storms prevented it from wreaking havoc across the superstructures, and it avoided skewering itself on the tall masts. As well, however, the vessel still ended up captured in a dreadful embrace, the hull groaning as unimaginable pressure descended upon it. The tentacle constricted, trying to crush the Night Garden into splinters and pull it under the waves. Jet did not seem too concerned, however. Looking at the southern horizon, where a strange haze was gathering above the sea, she frowned slightly. Reload the cannons. Divination team, I need a weather forecast as soon as possible. The chain of nightmares had been a disaster to awakened wielding powers of divination, who became far less capable in its wake. However, they still had their uses, and some seemed to have been affected less than others. Nightfall is imminent. Jet's frown deepened a little. How imminent? Her question was met with silence. But even those who were affected less were far from precise. The sea boiled as 4 gargantuan tentacles rose from it, and the hull of the Night Garden groaned as the 5th one constricted around it. Letter 1D1C, Letter 1D18, Letter 1D05, Letter 1D00, Letter 1D1B, Letter 1D07, Small Kappa, Letter Winda Zeraf, Letter Winda Zerada, Novel Fire.net. Jet pursed her lips. I think I am starting to hate water, too. At that moment, two human figures plummeted from the great height of the living ship's main deck, flying toward the water. The fall would have undoubtedly killed anyone below the transcendent rank on impact, but these two simply dove into the waves. A heartbeat later, two massive shadows moved under the water, rushing toward the gargantuan tentacles. They were Neve and Bloodwave, the saints of the fallen House of Night, who had assumed their transcendent forms. Jet looked at her shadow. She was sure that a subtle presence was hiding in it before, but now the shadow felt empty. The Sovereign of Death seemed to have departed to join the battle as well. There below the waves, he could unleash his power without being seen. So, Jet shuddered to imagine the horror of what would happen in the depths before too long. She glanced south. There, far away, the mist was gathering. Far below the night garden in the murky depths, Sunny was hidden in Neve's shadow. The water was boiling around them, and the gargantuan shapes of the black tentacles rose from the vast darkness below like long stalks of some abyssal flower, twisting and swaying as they stretched toward the surface. Bloodwave had assumed the shape of a grotesque killer whale, his giant body moving through the water with chilling ferocity. The enormous blue eyes of the great predator suddenly ignited with an ominous red glow. In the next moment, the sea around them was painted in hues of crimson, and the frightening presence of the oldest surviving saint of night became even more daunting. As much as the shape of Bloodwave was enormous, however, Neve almost dwarfed him. Having turned into a colossal sea serpent, he rushed toward a different tentacle with terrifying speed. It was not just that the serpent was swift. Rather, water itself parted to let him pass and flowed in the direction he chose, supporting his feral charge. Due to his transcendent form and the nature of his aspect, Neve reminded Sunny of the Serpent King sometimes. There were a lot of similarities between their transformations, but there were subtle differences as well. Sunny had not noticed it before, but now that he had observed Neve closer, he realized that the gorgeous scales of his transcendent form were actually formed from glacial ice. In fact, he suspected that Neve's entire transcendent form was made not from flesh, but from various shapes of altered and finely controlled water. So, in a sense, the gorgeous sea serpent was not a ferocious beast. Instead, it was a hydraulic death machine in the form of a mystical aquatic monster. It did not make Neve any less fearsome, though. Just as his maw opened, glistening with a palisade of razor-sharp icy fangs, Sunny judged that they were deep enough for his arrival to remain unnoticed. He allowed himself to slide off Neve's azure scales, and then summoned a torrent of shadows from the shadow lantern. In the next moment, a gargantuan serpent forged from onyx and darkness roared under the vast mass of restless water, making the sea ripple and boil. His tenebrous form far surpassed that of both Neve and Bloodwave in size, casting a shadow so deep that it felt darker than the lightless expanse of the abyssal depths. And in that shape stirred. As Sunny tore through the mass of water in the shell of the onyx serpent, Soul Serpent separated from him and rushed the other way, moving with chilling grace in the crimson darkness of the storm sea. Snakes everywhere. Sunny felt a hint of vicious glee as he, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave each tore into one of the gargantuan tentacles. The distressing violence of it all was simply beyond comprehension. The water boiled. Rivers of oily black blood spilled into its depths. Grotesque pieces of shredded flesh slowly sank into the darkness, and annihilating shockwaves rolled through the water, causing towering waves somewhere far above. Well, naturally, the violence was harrowing. There were two transcendent descendants of Storm God and two supreme titans assaulting the unknown horror of the depths. After all, it was difficult to imagine a calamity on a larger scale than that. The twisting tentacles were too gargantuan and tough to be torn apart, though. Even Sunny, with the prodigious size of his shell, could not bite one in two, far from it. So instead, he tore into his target, shredding it and ripping huge chunks of flesh out. As black blood clouded the water around him, slowly melting the impregnable barrier of the jade mantle, he felt the tentacle weaken. The goal was to deal enough damage to make it collapse under its own weight. If enough muscle tissue was torn and shredded, the horror of the depths would not be able to control the tentacle anymore, and would therefore be forced to pull it back into the abyssal depths. The problem with that, however, was that it wasn't easy to continuously attack the same spot on the swaying, twisting tentacle, and if they were not careful, they would be caught and crushed by the thing they were meant to hurt. Sunny, Serpent, and the Saints of Night were managing fine, though. After all, it was not the first time the night garden was attacked by this particular horror. They had battled it several times before, and each time they managed to drive it back. The soldiers aboard the living ship had even given the terrifying depth dweller a nickname, calling it Old Tom. Sonny was not sure about the naming sense. Personally, he could have undoubtedly come up with something far superior, but it did not really matter what the terrifying dweller of the depths was called. Today, Sonny wanted to accomplish something more than simply repelling Old Tom back into the depths from which it had come from. As each of the 4 shredded tentacles retreated into the dark depths, he let out a low growl, and then followed them down into the abyss. Neve, Bloodwave, and Serpent did as well. Soon, all light disappeared from the vast expanse of cold water around them, and they found themselves in utter darkness. Chapter 26:09 Deadly Racers. Back on the surface, the 4 tentacles plummeted into the water and disappeared from view. The 5th, meanwhile, was still straining to crush the night garden in its awful embrace. The living ship refused to shatter, though. Instead, at the points where the gigantic tentacle was wrapped around its hull, Old Tom's flesh seemed to boil, and torrents of oily blood flowed down the surface of the weathered wood, painting it black. But soon enough, the coating of black blood was absorbed into the night garden as well, and it regained its original color. The titanic struggle continued for some time, and then the dark tentacle shuddered. It tried to extricate itself from the living ship, but the hull of the night garden would not let it go. In an eerie change of pace, the previous situation seemed to have been reversed. Instead of trying to crush the ancient vessel, the immense tentacle was now straining in an attempt to escape. Slowly, the revolting flesh of the mysterious horror ripped, and finally, the tentacle tore itself free of the wooden hull, not without leaving enormous chunks of flesh behind, though. With all its underside skinned and stripped of a layer of flesh, the tentacle whipped into the air, raining black blood upon the sea. Convulsing, it then retreated into the surging waves and disappeared from view. A new scar was added to the hull of the night garden, with pieces of the gigantic tentacle slowly sinking into the surface of the living wood. The ancient vessel was going to consume Old Tom's flesh like it had that of countless nightmare creatures before, and use these nutrients to mend whatever damage the horror of the depths dealt it. Granted, the previous scars left on the hull of the night garden by Old Tom were slow to heal, still marring its surface. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS, letter 1D04 small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07 small cap R, small cap IS, letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap Y, novel, fire, net. Another tentacle was already rising from the foaming water, but despite that, Jet let out a relieved sigh. Old Tom was one of the most persistent contenders in the race to the Eternal City. Countless of the abominations they had clashed with during this dangerous voyage had already perished, either slain by humans or torn apart by fellow nightmare creatures. But this harrowing creature continued to follow the night garden like a curse, attacking it from the depths from time to time. Hopefully, the Lord of Shadows and the Saints of Night would destroy it today, or, if not, then at least gather information about what Old Tom actually was. No one had seen the source of the terrifying tentacles, since it was hidden too deep. The horror of the depths was not what Jet was worried about, though. The mist is coming. Cursing quietly, she looked south. There, the eerie haze had already turned into a rolling wall of ghostly mist. Cold winds suddenly assaulted the night garden, and the wall of mist moved across the surface of the water, slowly devouring the world. Jet studied it with a tense expression, and so did everyone else in the runic hall. Far below on the main deck, the soldiers charging the cannons stopped, as well, watching the approaching mist with pale faces. Will it come? As if to answer Jet's question, a massive shadow moved in the mist. A dead silence enveloped the night garden as everyone looked south with wary expressions. Then the silhouette of an eerie ship slowly revealed itself in the fog. Although not quite as titanic as the night garden, it was still enormous, towering above the sea like a fortress built of rotten wood. Its tattered sails swayed slowly in the ghostly winds, and an eerie glow emanated from its broken, deserted deck. The ship looked almost translucent, as if it was there and not there at the same time. It moved at the edge of the rolling wall of mist, looking like it was guiding it. "Dutchman, it's the Dutchman." Just then, the ghostly shapes of smaller vessels revealed themselves from the veil of fog, being drawn by the same ethereal winds that carried the Dutchman. That was what the soldiers had named the flagship of the ghostly fleet. Jet wasn't sure what an old tale from before the dark times had to do with abominable nightmare creatures of the storm sea, but the nickname stuck. Diviners. Nightfall within half an hour, ma'am. Jet closed her eyes for a moment. Half an hour, huh? Half an hour was a long, long time. Move the starboard cannons to port. Pull the awakened soldiers below deck. Send all ascended officers to the battlements. Summon every echo we have. Etha, the bridge is yours, you. Know what to do. Etha gave her a guardedly worried look, then bowed slightly. Yes, Lady Jet. Jet blinked a few times. Right, I'm a lady now. Smiling crookedly, she raised her arms above her head and stretched like a cat, then let out a long sigh and summoned the mist blade. Commanding it into the shape of a war scythe, Jet then took a step forward and turned into a torrent of mist herself. Descending from the height of the mainmast pagoda, she rushed across the great span of the night garden's main deck and reached its edge. There, the awakened soldiers were already retreating hastily, while the ascended cursed as they pushed the heavy cannons into place. Flowing upward, Jet returned to her corporeal form on top of one of the great cannons, standing at the very edge of its long obsidian barrel. The water foamed and surged far below her. Placing the scythe on her shoulder, Jet looked south at the eerie shape of the Dutchman. A few moments later, she felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that someone, or something, was looking back at her. She raised a hand with a faint smile and beckoned the captain of the Dutchman with her finger, inviting him to come. In the next moment, the sails of the ghostly flotilla swelled, and dozens of rotting ships tore free of the wall of mist, flying across the waves toward the night garden. Come, come, you bastards, I was hungry anyway. Chapter 26, 10 Wraith Armada. Jet could have sensed the advance of the ghostly armada even with her eyes closed. That was because the moment the captain of the Dutchman commanded his spectral fleet to sail forth, the winds vanished, plunging the world into a dead calm. All around the night garden, the water was restless because of the harrowing battle happening in the depths, but further away, it turned still and glass-like, reflecting the boundless sky like a vast mirror. There was no wind, and yet the wall of mist continued to roll forward from the south, slowly devouring the world. The sails of the ghostly ships were swelling, and the ethereal vessels flew forward across the still surface of the motionless sea. The tentacles of the old Tom rose from the water on one side of the night garden, while from the other, the Wraith Armada swiftly shortened the distance, ghostly fires igniting on the dimly glowing decks. Jet grimaced. They just had to attack at the same time, damn it. But then again, maybe they did. The race to the Eternal City was coming to an end, after all. They were no more than a day or two away from reaching the finish line. Countless contenders had perished along the way, and only the strongest ones remained. Old Tom, the Dutchman, and the Night Garden were among those. Today was their last chance to dispose of the competition, so it was no wonder that the horror of the depths and the nebulous wraith commanding the Dutchman chose to attack. Honestly, if Jet had a reliable way of tracking either of these foes, she would have been tempted to hunt them down herself. She and the Lord of Shadows had already eradicated more than a few rival contenders that way, leaving the waters of the storm sea red with blood. Fire! Etha's command was relayed to the cannon crews, and the Ascended activated the enchantments of the great siege weapons. Jet took a step back and braced herself as the obsidian barrel beneath her shuddered and roared, sending an enormous ball of luminous iron flying forward with harrowing speed. The force unleashed by the sorcery of the Lord of Shadows was so terrible that the enormous cannon, weighing hundreds of tons, rolled a few meters back. It would have rolled further, too, if not for black chains that kept it in place. Jet easily maintained her balance on top of it, watching the radiant cannonballs streak across the sky. The thunderous roar of 24 of these cannons firing in quick succession was both deafening and violent, but she endured the palpable sonic shock of it as well. It was like music to her ears. A powerful gale of wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and her icy eyes glowed with chilling blue light through the chaos of the devastating salvo. A few moments later, the cannonballs struck the ethereal ships. Some missed their marks, plunging into the sea and sending towering plumes of foaming water into the air, but the rest had been aimed true. A dark smile illuminated Jet's pale face. At least a dozen of the ghostly vessels were severely damaged, a few of them even dissolving into halos of ghastly, ephemeral light, as if dispelled by the violent force of the sorcerous bombardment. Sadly, the Wraith Armada was an insidious enemy. Both the ships and the bloodthirsty ghosts populating them were spectral in nature, so only those attacks that targeted the intangible could harm them. The annihilating physical force carried by the radiant cannonballs was wasted on the ghastly fleet of restless souls. However, the soul essence that the cannonballs had been charged with could still wreak havoc among the spectral ships, even if the damage was not as destructive as it could have been. Several ships were dispelled, and several more slowed down, damaged by the bombardment. Reload the cannons. Jet evaluated the speed of the Wraith Armada and the remaining distance between the fastest ship and the Night Garden. The cannons were powerful, but it took time to saturate them with essence, not to mention the laborious process of loading new cannonballs into the enormous barrels. There was no time for the second salvo. The eerie form of the Dutchman loomed in the mist behind the Armada, towering above the advancing ships like a lumbering beast, drawing closer. Jet did not even know if the vessels the bombardment dispelled were truly gone, or simply returned to their source and would be summoned again later. The Night Garden had seen the Wraith Armada from a distance a few times and clashed with it once, but back then, the Dutchman had not seemed inclined to commit its forces to a full-scale battle. Perhaps its owner had been wary of the dead captain of the Night Garden and the ghostly monarch she was hosting aboard her ship, seeing a perverse kinship between them. Or maybe he simply saw no reason to bother. But now, the Wraith Armada was descending upon the living ship in full force. "Want aboard my ship, huh?" Jet exhaled slowly, then changed the grip on her war scythe. A moment later, she leaned forward and sent it flying with a throw as powerful as what the great cannon beneath her was capable of. At the same time, she turned into a torrent of mist and wrapped herself around the ice-cold blade, riding it across the sky toward the advancing Armada. Her aim was true. The war scythe bit into the spectral deck of the leading vessel, causing the glow of the entire ship to dim. Jet assumed her human form and stepped onto the rotten wood, placing her hand on the trembling shaft of the mist blade. "How about I board yours instead?" All around her, ethereal figures rose from the ephemeral glow, the ghastly shapes of dead sailors still bound to their sunken ship, knowing no peace or solace. Looking at them with a chilling hunger, Jet grinned. The Dutchman commanded a fleet of restless souls. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on NovelFire.net. And now he had delivered them to Soul Reaper. Chapter 26, 11 More Dreadful Wraith. The ghostly crewmates of the spectral ship all wielded power similar to that of corrupted abominations. Most were akin to beasts, while the captain was akin to a monster. At least that had been the case during the brief skirmish between the vanguard of the Wraith Armada and the Night Garden in the past. Jet could feel that this particular crew was more powerful than the scouts who had attempted to board the living ship before, and had no doubt that there were far more harrowing, terrifying beings among the ghosts the Dutchman commanded, demons, devils, and even nightmare creatures of the great rank. But it did not matter. The ghastly Armada was vast, and there seemed to be an endless number of lost souls populating the ethereal, rotting ships. They were wraiths, which meant that most awakened would be in great peril in a battle against the Dutchman's otherworldly army. But for that very reason, Jet was their natural adversary. Her aspect allowed her to directly destroy the souls of her enemies, after all. Not only that, but she grew stronger with each enemy she killed. Her essence was replenished, and the cold, shattered star of her soul core grew both in size and volume, one dark, jagged shard at a time. After 2 relentless decades of chaos and slaughter, her jigsaw soul core had become vast and expansive, looming above her soul's sea like a broken sun. And that, in turn, allowed her to augment her undying body with essence far past the limits of what any other awakened was capable of, both granting her fierce power and allowing her to sustain that ferocity for a longer time, almost indefinitely, as long as there were living beings for her to kill, or undead beings. It mattered not to Jet. As the crew of the spectral ship rose from ghostly light and rushed at her, she saw them clearly. Their ancient armor was shredded and torn, their phantasmal bodies underneath were covered in terrible wounds, and their cold, empty eyes burned with ethereal green flames. There was no frenzied hunger or demented fury in their gazes, though like in those of most nightmare creatures, just torment. Lunging forward to meet the flood of murderous wraiths, Jet spun her war scythe and easily sliced the nearest of specters in half. A mundane blade, or even an enchanted one, would have simply passed through his ephemeral body as if it were passing through mist, but her scythe severed the soul of the spectral abomination just as easily as it would have severed flesh. The silhouette of the ancient wraith rippled and dissolved into a dying flash of pale light, disappearing forever. Those who had managed to slay these peculiar beings before reported that the nightmare spell did not announce their deaths, and there were no soul shards left behind them either. For more chapters, visit Nov1Fire.net. But Jet could clearly feel the end of the ghostly sailor's existence. A stream of essence entered her soul, and a new shard was added to the jagged orb of her broken soul core, making it a fraction bigger. The spell whispered into her ear as well, "You have slain, you have slain, you have." However, its voice suddenly faltered and grew indistinct, as if it could not process or express the truth of what had happened, like a machine encountering an error. How curious. It seemed that even the nightmare spell did not quite know what the Dutchman and his wraith armada were, or at least could not speak it. Jet ignored that information for now. Continuing the motion, she took a step forward while reversing the grip on her weapon and thrust it forward to pierce the chest of the next wraith. Since their ethereal bodies offered the mist blade no resistance, she then fluidly transitioned from a downward thrust into a spin, beheading the one rushing at her from the back. "You have slain..." Jet exploded into a hurricane of ice-cold steel, moving across the deck of the ghostly ship like the Grim Reaper. She was a transcendent being, while the spectral sailors were all corrupted. So, in theory, each of them wielded power equal to hers, or at least power that existed in the same realm. Nevertheless, they all fell under her scythe like stalks of wheat, vanishing forever. And whatever essence she burned, while harvesting these lost souls, was immediately replenished by the streams of essence she received from the kills. The captain of the ship was far more powerful than his subordinates, but he dissolved into ghostly green light in mere seconds as well. In an astonishingly short amount of time, the deck of the rotting ship became empty, with only Jet standing there, bathed in an eerie glow, and the echoes of the brutal violence that had just been perpetrated here. Still, she felt like her job here was not finished yet. So Jet plunged the blade of her scythe into the deck itself, aiming to destroy the soul of the ship. That, she felt, was the real monster. It took several blows, and just as she suspected, a torrent of essence more potent than all the previous ones flowed into her soul as the shape of the ship dimmed, slowly disappearing into the bright daylight. At the same time, an explosion of radiance escaped from somewhere deep within its hold, accompanied by a litany of otherworldly groans. As if a swarm of tortured souls was suddenly set free. Jet smiled darkly, thinking that she was starting to unravel the secret nature of the sinister Wraith Armada, or at least the nature of its lesser ships. Just before the spectral ship disappeared completely, she pushed herself off its broken deck and soared high into the air, flying across the sky. Breaching hundreds of meters with that single jump, Jet landed on the next ship in a maelstrom of cold steel, wreaking havoc among its crew and harvesting their souls to empower her own. Behind her, the night garden towered like a fortress of weathered wood, and her soldiers were feverishly rushing to reload its mighty cannons. Chapter 26, 12 Horror of the Abyss. While Jet butchered the specters aboard the leading ships of the Wraith Armada, and the towering walls of mist slowly approached the night garden, another immense tentacle descended on the living ship, aiming to swipe the ascended cannoneers off its deck and destroy the mighty armaments. The invisible aegis protecting them held, but it seemed to be straining in the crushing grasp of Old Tom. Just then, a black arrow fell from the secluded garden on the roof of the mainmast pagoda, followed by an enormous javelin that seemed to be forged from pure darkness. The violence of their impact was so horrific that the immense tentacle was torn open and maimed, releasing its hold on the night garden in a flood of oily blood. That was Slayer and Saint entering the battle from the privacy of Soul Reaper's garden. Sunny had not left the great citadel unguarded before diving into the dark depths, of course. And there, in those dark depths, Sunny, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave continued to descend into the crushing cold abyss as they pursued the wounded tentacles of the ancient horror. No light penetrated the mass of water far enough to illuminate their surroundings, so they found themselves in utter, absolute darkness. Of course, Sunny could sense the movement of shadows and pierce the veil of darkness with his gaze. The Saints of Night, meanwhile, navigated the lightless abyss with their own powers. If anything, they were more at home in the depths than he was. Still, Sunny was certain that even the descendants of the House of Night didn't dive that deep often. The wounded tentacles retreated downward with spectacular speed, leaving billowing trails of oily blood in their wake. As he pursued them, the water grew colder and colder. Much more palpable, however, was the mounting pressure of its great mass. They had long passed the point where mundane humans, or even machines they created, would have been crushed by the pressure of the dark abyss. Then, they passed the point where awakened would have been killed as well. By the time they reached the point where Ascended could have survived, even Sunny could feel the terrible pressure constricting his movements. The intricately shaped plates of the jade mantle groaned as they scraped against each other, and the onyx serpent shell was sustaining minor, but continuous damage, forcing him to mend it as they continued the descent. The water had turned eerie here, acting in odd ways, and yet the tentacles continued to flee into the darkness, and Sunny still could not sense their source. Just how deep does that horror dwell? The irreverent nickname made one forget what Old Tom truly was, at times, as well as the fact that nobody truly knew the shape and nature of that eldritch horror. All they had ever seen of it were the immense tentacles that reached toward the surface from far below. And now, Sunny finally sensed something. It was not the body of Old Tom, though. Instead of it, a swarm of immense tentacles suddenly shot from the dark abyss, rising toward them like a terrifying forest of slithering, gigantic vines. The rightful source is novel fire, net. Sunny was taken aback for a short moment. During the previous attacks, the terrifying dweller of the depths had never attacked the night garden with more than 7 of its long limbs. Now, however, there were dozens of them reaching toward Sunny and his companions, each comparable in size to the immense tentacles that could wrap themselves around the titanic vastness of the night garden. It was as if the abyss itself had come alive to destroy them. Now, where the hell has good old Tom been hiding all these? Sunny shook off his bewilderment and pushed his enormous body forward to meet the dark forest of colossal tentacles. It seemed that they had underestimated old Tom, a tad. There was no time to regret this failure of imagination, though, because soon the tentacles were upon them. Sunny was the vanguard of their group, and the most powerful among them as well, so it was his duty to break the momentum of the harrowing tide of dark flesh. Just before the tentacles reached him, he gritted his teeth and released the defensive barrier of the onyx serpent shell, allowing it to dissolve into the darkness. He released the constraints, giving his own shadow a shape, as well, and let it spread to its true, unfathomable vastness. In the next moment, Sunny turned into a vast cloud of formless darkness. And from that darkness, dozens of long tendrils stretched forward, clashing with those of old Tom. Of course, Sunny was not quite as immense as the horror of the depths, but his will was infused with the essence of death, so his touch was far more lethal. The grotesque clash tore apart the abyss, forcing the mass of water crushed by the unbearable pressure to flow like a current. Somewhere far above, grotesque waves rose, scattering the ghostly armada and making the night garden sway. Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave swam through the carnage of intertwined tentacles and tendrils of darkness, sinking their fangs into old Tom's flesh. The frightening chaos of the deep-water battle continued unabated, and at some point, seething from murderous rage and pain permeating his wounded shadow, Sunny realized that the sea around them was changing. It seemed that old Tom was pushing them toward the surface. At the same time, he sensed that the number of tentacles the terrifying depth dweller unleashed upon them was gradually reducing, as if not all of them were long enough to reach that far up. It's trying to retreat. Old Tom might not have been wary of Sunny and the night garden, but it seemed reluctant to let them close to its hidden body. So, it wanted to retreat back into the depths. They had dealt it enough damage to make the horror of the depths take them seriously, at least. Or perhaps it simply judged that the night garden itself had sustained enough damage to stall its arrival in the Eternal City. The question was, would Sunny let the eerie horror escape once more? Damn it all. Sunny forced himself to coalesce back into a human shadow and covered it by the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, using the feather of truth to make it just buoyant enough to stay in place. Casting a dark gaze at the battered tentacles of old Tom, he gritted his teeth. The sea had turned black from the blood of the horrid creature of the depths. But he wasn't unscathed either. There was a decision to be made. Chapter 26, 13-2 Captains. Far above, the night garden swayed as gigantic waves crashed into its hull. The Wraith Armada was scattered, but remained unscathed, continuing its swift advance as the towering wall of mist devoured the world behind it. The forward ships of the ghostly fleet were gone, though their spectral crews eviscerated by the ruthless blade of the Reaper. Jet had sustained some wounds, but the chilling slaughter she had perpetrated effortlessly overshadowed their severity. And unlike how any other awakened would, she was not growing tired. If anything, the more enemies she slayed, the more alive she looked, as if the dark splendor of the unending slaughter filled her with vitality. There were two problems, though. The first one was that the deeper into the Wraith Armada she went, the more powerful her enemies became. The last captain she had killed was definitely strong enough to have been a great nightmare abomination, and the ship itself refused to be destroyed in just a few strikes. In the end, she had nearly taken it apart with her scythe before the spectral vessel finally succumbed. The closer a spectral vessel was to the Dutchman in the formation of the ghostly fleet, the more sinister it seemed to be. On top of that, deeper into the Armada, the ships had not been damaged by the initial bombardment of the Night Garden's mighty cannons, so their crews were entirely unscathed when she attacked them. The bigger problem, however, was that Jet was just one woman. No matter how powerful she was, there were too many ships in the Wraith Armada for her to take on alone. Already, countless vessels were overtaking the area where she rampaged, sailing toward the Night Garden outside her reach. And the Dutchman itself was drawing closer and closer. TH letter 1D07 linked to the ORIG small cap I N of this information R letter 1D07 SDS small cap I N novel. IR, net. Severing the mast of a ghostly ship and shattering its deck with a devastating strike of the flat side of the scythe, Jet paused for a moment and looked back. How much longer? She seemed to have bought her soldiers enough time. With Jet destroying the forward ships and the tall waves slowing down the advance of the Eerie fleet, they managed to reload the cannons in time. Looking up, she saw the dark chasms of 24 enormous barrels staring at her from the living ship's deck. It was only then that Jet realized how unpleasant it was to be on the receiving end of these dark, terrifying siege weapons. Damnation. In the next moment, the cannons thundered, sending 24 radiant orbs of essence-infused metal flying at the ghostly fleet with terrible speed. It was really like a swarm of meteors was plummeting from the sky. The impact was not that different from a celestial calamity either. The spectral ships that had overtaken Jet's area of control were erased from existence, exploding into pale flashes of eerie light. The Night Garden had received a bit more breathing room. But it was still not enough. Jet knew that there would be no third salvo. The ghost ships would reach her citadel, and the ancient wraiths would board it soon, with her most powerful warriors lured away by old Tom. The defenders of the Night Garden would inevitably sustain casualties while trying to repel the attack. And then the mist would swallow the world, heralding the arrival of the Dutchman. What would happen next, Jet did not know. Pursing her lips, she delivered the finishing attack to the mangled ghost ship and leaped to the next one. Landing on its deck, she slaughtered her way to its stern and climbed the steps there, gazing at the vast Wraith Armada over the vanishing phantom of the slain captain. By then, there were already wisps of mist floating over the restless water around her. She could see the Dutchman far better than ever before, too. Its tall sides, the countless scars marring the battered expanse of its hull, the gaping wounds where it had been breached by untold attacks. Its tattered sails, its skeletal masts, the eerie desolation of its vast deck, and the ethereal figure standing at its bridge, shrouded in a torn cloak. Jet looked at the captain of the Dutchman and felt him looking back. From that distance, she couldn't discern much about him. The man, if it was indeed a man, was tall, with broad shoulders and an imposing posture. His figure was elusive and ghostly, as if he were there and not at the same time. She couldn't see his face, but she thought she glimpsed his eerie eyes. Two piercing, sea-colored flames were burning in the pale shadow of his ghastly face, regarding her with a chilling calmness. Sensing a subtle change in the motion of the sea, Jet smiled slightly as she met his gaze. Finally. Just then, the world underwent a strange transformation. The sun plummeted into the waves, leaving a trail of light behind it. Darkness enveloped the world, and radiant silver streaks crossed out the sky. Then, the sun shot from behind the eastern horizon, chasing away the darkness, only to drown in the west a few moments later. The breathtaking spectacle repeated itself several times, as if someone had hit the fast-forward button and sent time flowing at an astonishing pace. But it all ended swiftly, and the storm sea was suddenly enveloped by the darkness of the night. Countless stars ignited in the vast black sky, which meant. Jet's smile widened a little. In the next moment, the radiance of the distant stars grew brighter, and the starlight was woven into a vast silver net. It fell upon the Wraith Armada, slicing dozens of ships apart and destroying them in mere moments. A cold wind blew across the sea, sending Jet's hair flying. That was Ether unleashing his aspect. Now that the night had fallen, he could finally call upon the stars to destroy their enemies, and the starlight he summoned seemed like the nemesis of the ghostly fleet. The first time the Night Garden had clashed with the wraiths commanded by the Dutchman, it was the young Saint of Night who had turned the tide. Jet remained still, looking at the captain of the Dutchman with a cold smile. He looked at her too as the starlight poured on the spectral vessels of the ghostly armada, piercing them like a rain of silver spears. Well, what will it be? Would he press the attack or call a retreat? Was she imagining things? Or did she see an echo of a faint, terrifying smile on the face of the mysterious wraith as well? A few moments later, the captain of the Dutchman looked away. The mist swelled, and the fearsome silhouette of the ghastly flagship was swallowed by it, vanishing without a trace. The vessels of the Wraith Armada disappeared as well, gone like the vestiges of an eerie nightmare. The wall of mist was torn apart by the wind. Soon enough, the surface of the sea calmed down, and nothing hinted that there had been a fleet of phantoms on its surface just a few moments ago. The battle in the depths seemed to have concluded as well, since no tentacles rose from the depths to attack the Night Garden anymore. Jet lingered for a few moments, then let out a relieved sigh. It seemed that they had survived another day. Chapter 26, 14 late to the party. The battle was over. The mist dissipated and the foaming water calmed down. The Wraith Armada was gone, having vanished like a fleeting apparition. Old Tom had retreated back into the abyssal depths. The Night Garden had earned several new scars, its living hull slowly repairing itself in the pale starlight. The awakened soldiers emerged from under the deck, and the ascended officers who had manned the cannons were catching their breath while leaning on the railings, a cold breeze caressing their pale faces. Soul Reaper Jet had already returned aboard her ship, somewhat battered, but mostly unscathed. Her armor was in need of some mending, so she dismissed it in favor of a set of comfortable, mundane clothes. Not long after, the Saints of Night climbed onto the deck of the Night Garden as well. They were met with loud cheers. Facing Old Tom in the dark depths of the storm sea was an admirable act, after all, not to mention the awesome feat of driving the dreadful creature away. On top of that, everyone was under the impression that they had fought the fiend alone. While Neve and Bloodwave were being celebrated by the awakened soldiers, Sunny crawled out of the shadows in the quiet seclusion of Jet's private garden and sprawled on the grass with a groan. He felt absolutely miserable. All that for nothing. In the end, he had let Old Tom go. It was unclear whether he could have defeated it otherwise, out there in the abyssal depths, but Sunny still felt disappointed that he had not even received a chance to try. He would have probably pursued the eerie horror if he had been alone, but at the moment, he also had to consider the Night Garden and its passengers. So, Sunny had chosen the less unhinged strategy and swallowed his desire to tear Old Tom limb from limb, returning to the surface instead. Now, he was enduring the torment of his wounds with nothing to show for it. At the end there, he had been forced to face the horror of the depths without the defensive barrier of a shell, in his true form, that of a vast, formless shadow. That had helped him salvage the battle, but also left him vulnerable to receiving soul damage. That was fine, though, because Soul Weave was already mending his tattered soul. And somewhere in the depths, old Tom was suffering as well, having been poisoned by his death will. Thinking about that last part made Sonny feel much better, filling him with vindictive joy. Saint stood silently to his left, guarding his sprawled form. Slayer, meanwhile, was leaning against a tree some distance away, almost indistinguishable from the deep shadows around her. Soon enough, Jet joined him in the garden as well. Sitting down nearby, she let out a long sigh and said in a wistful tone, "It's strange, isn't it? We did not lose the battle, and yet it doesn't feel like we've won it either." Sonny spared her a brief look and shrugged. "Doesn't seem odd at all." He lingered for a few moments, and Dee then asked, "That creepy feeling I got while fighting old Tom, the Dutchman made an appearance, didn't it?" Jet nodded. "Yes, just as expected. It vanished once the night fell, though." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Did Etha chase it away?" Jet remained silent for a while, then sighed again. It was not so much that it was scared away by Etha as that it chose to leave once the stars, and the map hidden in them, revealed themselves once again. We, old Tom and the Dutchman, are not the only candidates left in the race, after all. So I think it simply decided not to waste time, especially considering that the Night Garden had already sustained some damage by then. She paused. "In truth, I managed to vanquish a few ships, but the ones destroyed by Etha and your cannons are not really gone. They were simply dispelled, so they'll return after a while. So the damage we dealt to the Ghost Fleet was negligible." Jet gave him a dark look. "If I am correct, then the Ghost sailors are merely emanations of the ship, lost souls bound to their sinister vessels and imprisoned by them forever. Every time the sailors are destroyed, they return into the holds and then get summoned to man the ships again later, in a never-ending cycle." She exhaled slowly. "Well, unless someone like me ends it. The ships themselves are merely emanations of the Dutchman, though. When they are destroyed, the wells of souls contained within them are drawn back into its great hold, in turn, so the Ghost Armada can never really be vanquished unless the Dutchman itself is destroyed. It's like one big cursed nesting doll. That is what I concluded after sinking a few of those creepy ships, at least." Jet sighed and looked at the stars. "The only thing I am not clear on is the captain of the Dutchman. Is he just another prisoner of that cursed ship, or are the ship and its curse manifestations of his power? I do not know." Sonny smiled faintly. "I have no idea either." Jet remained silent for a while. "The Dutchman and its ghost fleet remind me of something, though. I've met a similar being before, I think. Small cap R letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07S, letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. NOV, Cyrillic letter 454, LF, Cyrillic letter 456, RE net." Sonny chuckled. "Well, of course you have. I am right here." Indeed, what Jet described was eerily similar to Sonny's own Shadow Legion. His shadows shared a kind of kinship with wraiths, and they too could never truly be destroyed, only vanquished for a while, banished back to the dark expanse of his soul, where they were mended and repaired by its tenebrous flames. Unless someone like Jet got involved, that was. She shook her head slowly. "No, I don't mean you." After considering something for a second or two, she added, "A while back I killed a great devil, the Heart of Kanakhet. It commanded a swarm of imprisoned souls as well." Sonny blinked a few times, thinking about the implications. Eventually, he shrugged. "Well, we will inevitably learn more about the Dutchman soon, whether we want to or not." The Night Garden was resting now, drifting among the waves, but it would continue the journey to the Eternal City soon. Whatever dangers they had faced along the way would most likely pale in comparison to what was waiting for them there. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "So what are we going to do? Chase after old Tom and the Dutchman in hopes of getting to the Eternal City first?" Jet shook her head slowly. "The Night Garden is damaged, and you don't look too good either. It is better to wait a couple of days and arrive at the party in top form. There's no telling what will meet us at the end of the road, after all, but there's definitely going to be a slaughterhouse just shy of it. So we should give the other contenders a chance to properly greet each other before joining the fun." Sonny smiled lazily. "Fun, you say? Aren't you afraid that they will get to the prize before us?" Jet chuckled and shook her head. Not at all. He gave her a surprised look. What, why? Standing up, she looked at him with pity and shook her head. I mean, the road to the eternal city is already that bad. Whatever is hidden there is bound to be 10 times worse, though. And that's not something even the likes of old Tom or the Dutchman can deal with in a day or two. Laughing quietly, Jet nodded at Saint and walked away. Left alone, Sonny turned to the stars and spent some time enjoying the quiet rustle of the leaves in peace. After a while, he murmured, "That makes me wonder. Maybe I need to get myself a garden, too." Chapter 26:15 No Regrets. Several days later, the night garden had largely repaired itself. There were still marks left on the weathered surface of its hull, but they did not affect its overall durability. Sonny was feeling better as well, and the soldiers had received a much-needed reprieve from the draining intensity of the perilous voyage. Guided by the stars, the living ship resumed its journey. Sonny and Jet had both turned somber and taciturn, knowing that the eternal city and the unknown Dan. Arrests waiting for them there were drawing close now. Jet had entrusted the helm of the night garden to Etha and walked to the bow of the Titanic ship, looking at the distant horizon with a contemplative expression. Starlight infused the darkness with a pale silver radiance, and the cold breeze was blowing from the west, ruffling her raven-black hair. Her icy blue eyes seemed to glow with a chilling shine in the dark expanse of the quiet night. After a while, a black crow landed on her shoulder, waited for a few moments, and then pecked her on the cheek, as if to see if she was alive. Jet pushed the echo off with an irritated scowl. "This again, in your dreams, idiot." Pushed off her shoulder, Crow scrambled to take flight and flew up to land on a piece of the ship's rigging a few meters away. There, it opened its wings and stared at her with righteous indignation. Corpse. It jumped up and down a couple of times, as if wanting to express a complaint. Food. Jet gave it an unamused glance. Not this corpse. Then, looking at it darkly, she added in a husky voice, "Bird soup." Crow stared at her silently for a few moments, then folded its wings and took a few hurried hops away, just to be safe. A pale smile appeared on Jet's lips. Not long after that, Sonny emerged from her shadow and leaned on the railing, giving Crow a curious glance. "I've always meant to ask, that echo of yours, it's unusually animated, isn't it?" Jet remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. "I guess." She called Crow over and ruffled its feathers. It was a gift from the old man, so Crow is a bit special. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "The old man, wake of ruin." Jet nodded absent-mindedly, then glanced at him with a wry smile. "Why is that so surprising?" Sonny scratched the back of his head, not sure how to answer. Wake of Ruin was a cantankerous old man, and his personality left a lot to be desired. It was hard to imagine him giving gifts to his subordinates, even if there seemed to be a complicated relationship between him and Jet. "No, it's just, he doesn't strike me as a generous man." Jet grinned. "You're an astute judge of character, Sonny." Sonny remained silent for a while, remembering the bits and pieces of what he knew about Jet's past. The kind of advice she gave him in his youth spoke volumes about what her own experiences had been, but Jet never mentioned the details directly. Eventually, he asked with a hint of caution in her voice, "Your work for the government? It has not always been entirely voluntary, has it?" Jet lingered for a few moments, then offered him a noncommittal shrug. "Well, as far as relationships go, that one used to be a bit toxic at times." She sighed and glanced at the dark expanse of undulating water in front of them. "But you are wrong if you think that it was not voluntary. It is true that after discovering my flaw, they put a leash around my neck and exploited me. But I chose to be exploited myself. I needed to kill in order to survive, and I knew that the government would provide me with plenty of prey. So I was using them as well. It was a mutual relationship, no matter how toxic." Jet fell silent for a bit, and then shuddered faintly. "Gods know it was way better than what would have happened to me in a legacy clan. That, I don't even want to think about." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What about going independent?" Jet glanced at him with a faint smile. "You must have always been strong, Lord of Shadows. Most awakened can't survive in the dream realm alone. I certainly couldn't, especially considering the demands of my flaw. I haven't always been the sole reaper, after all. I was quite weak and unremarkable out there in the beginning. She looked away and let out a sigh. But even if I could have, I am glad that I didn't. Left to my own devices, I would have rapidly gone feral. And then I would have truly become a walking corpse, slowly rotting away while not caring about anything except satisfying my base desires, until there was nothing left of me except for an unfeeling, murderous husk. Jet shook her head. People like us tend to value independence, Sonny, but there has to be something in our lives larger than us. It is fine to live an unremarkable life, but it all falls apart when power is added to the equation. We did not choose to wield power, but it was thrust upon us nonetheless, not that we would have refused it if we could. No one who had tasted true weakness would ever refuse power, after all. She turned and looked at him, her usual laid-back smile long gone. But power corrupts, Sonny. Its corruption is no less insidious than the corruption of the void, so one needs something greater than themselves to stave it off, just like Neph and her domain stave off corruption from the millions of mundane humans living in the dream realm. It can be principles, conviction, duty, devotion, or faith. Anything that keeps you going even when all you wah. NT to do is fall down, and reminds you where you were heading in the first place. Jet studied him somberly, then suddenly gave him an easy smile and looked away. Personally, I sort of stumbled on what keeps me going by accident. I joined the government out of necessity, developed a misguided sense of professional pride, and only then found meaning in what I do. So, despite all the ugly things that happened along the way, I consider myself lucky. Oh, and it wasn't all bad. There were nice moments, too. Really, if you think about it, I am nothing short of blessed. Sonny remained silent for a long while, looking at her with a subdued expression. Then, inhaling deeply, he asked, "So no regrets?" Jet chuckled. "Life is too short for regret, plus look at me." She smiled faintly. Wielding fearsome power, ruling a gorgeous city, enjoying the respect and adoration of many people, and living in a fancy palace with a private garden. Who would have thought that a dull, timid girl from the outskirts whom no one cared about would end up that way? For a dead woman, I did pretty well for myself, don't you think? Sonny smiled. Yes, pretty well, I'd say. Latest content published on NovelFire.net. He lingered for a bit, the smile slowly draining from his face. So let me ask you a question. Jet gave him a curious look. Sure, go ahead. Sonny considered his words for a while. He wanted to ask Jet the same thing he had asked Effie and Kai, whether she would discard personal freedom in pursuit of something that demanded complete submission, whether she would surrender herself completely to something that left her no choice but utter devotion. But now he realized that there was no point in answering, because Jet had already answered. Her answer remained the same as it had been all those years ago, remaining as firm as her quiet, unassuming determination. Sonny sighed. Well, that place where you are heading to, what does it look like? Jet laughed. Oh, that old thing. She paused for a few moments. Why, it's a world where people can live in peace and prosperity. A world where everyone is afforded the dignity they deserve and doesn't have to suffer bloodshed and strife. A gentle world. A place where kindness trumps cruelty. Saying that, Jet looked away and smiled wistfully. Funnily enough, it is also a place where someone like me can never exist. Isn't that ironic? There is no space for me in the world I am building, so in a way, that makes me the architect of my own destruction. Sonny remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Perhaps there was no need to answer, to begin with. They stayed quiet side by side as the night garden sailed across the waves, drawing closer and closer to the mysterious places the path to which was written in the stars, where untold horrors and terrifying creatures were waiting for them, ready to tear them apart. The stars shone softly, illuminating their thorny path. Chapter 26, 16 finish line. Carried by invisible winds, the night garden could reach truly astonishing speed. Still, it took the living ship 2 more days to reach the area pointed out by the stars, a measure of time largely meaningless in the storm sea, where the movement of celestial bodies was odd and unpredictable, but was still used by humans both out of habit and out of necessity. Most of that time had been spent battling a calamitous storm, but at the end of the 2nd day, the winds died down, and the unbridled fury of the storm sea was replaced by an eerie calm. Instead of the blinding radiance of cascading bolts of lightning and an unceasing torrent of rain, wisps of fog drifted above the endless expanse of rolling waves. The stars revealed themselves from behind the cloud just long enough to give the Saints of Night an opportunity to confirm that the night garden had reached its destination, and were then quickly swallowed by a veil of mist. The world brightened, leaving the cold embrace of darkness in favor of the pale ambivalence of twilight. Not needing the star map anymore, Sunny deactivated the enchantment that had revealed it to the world. The night garden might not have been the first to reach the destination, but that way it would be the last. The living ship slowed down, drifting cautiously through the mist. Nobody knew what to expect from this place, so both the soldiers and their commanders were tense, staring into the gray vastness of the misty sea with apprehension. Sounds traveled far in the fog, so the measured murmur of waves splashing against the hull of the night garden could be heard even from the great height of its deck. Well, this has gone better than I expected. Jet and Sunny were at the observation deck at the bow of the Titanic ship. No different from the soldiers, they stared into the mist, trying to determine what was awaiting them ahead. The Eternal City was supposed to be here somewhere, but the map was not exactly rich with detail about what it looked like and what obstacles approaching it posed. Of course, they were not merely looking. Sunny had cast his shadow sense far and wide, enveloping a vast swath of the storm sea in a net of his perception. Jet, meanwhile, had sent Crow to scout ahead and report its findings to her. Feeling a little disturbed by what he sensed, Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Better than expected, how do you mean?" She shrugged with an easy smile. "I mean that we reached the destination without suffering catastrophic damage or grievous casualties. The worst that has happened is being beset by a dozen or so of chillingly powerful abominations and an unimaginable horror or two. Smooth sailing, really." Sunny gave her a dubious look, then said in a slightly offended tone, "You had really low expectations for the feasibility of this expedition, it seems." Jet grinned. Having low expectations is the secret of living life free of disappointment, after all. She lingered for a few moments, then inhaled deeply and furrowed her brow. "What is that smell?" The water was far below them, but underestimating the senses of a saint was never a good idea. Sunny still gave Jet a surprised look. "You can smell it." He looked down somberly. "It's blood." Jet could not see it because of the mist, but actually this entire area of the storm sea had turned a vivid shade of red, having been contaminated by an unimaginable amount of blood. Sunny could not discern its color either, but he could sense other things. The night garden drifted forward, sailing on a sea of blood. It wasn't simply moving through the red waves, though the hull of the living ship was absorbing the blood, subtly clearing the water around it. From time to time, a mangled chunk of flesh would brush against its bow and be consumed as well. It was quite an eerie scene, to say the least. Sunny sighed. "This whole area is drowned in blood and littered with Tom corpses. Pieces of Tom corpses, at least. I think your decision to arrive late was wise. It seems like a terrible battle concluded here just recently. The nightmare creatures who were still in the race must have clashed for the chance to reach the Eternal City. There was old Tom and the Dutchman, but there must have been many more abominations whom the night garden had never encountered. The storm sea was vast, after all, and not every contender had been following the stars from its eastern reaches. The weaker of the dreadful fiends would have perished on the way, but the strongest and truly harrowing ones would have all made it here. And then they would have eradicated each other, with the most awful one emerging as victor. Sunny hummed, "Maybe we should find mysterious star maps more often. Then the nightmare creatures would do us a favor and all kill each other." It wasn't half bad to have some of the greatest threats in the storm sea reduce their own population so thoroughly. That said, the being who had slaughtered all these ancient horrors and came out on top was still out here, somewhere, already approaching the Eternal City. Sunny would have to face it there, so his satisfaction was overshadowed by dark anticipation. As if to illustrate his description, a dark shape suddenly revealed itself from the mist. It was as wide as a small island, protruding a few hundred meters above the waves, so it seemed small and insignificant in front of the towering wall of the night garden's hull. It was a chunk of flesh Tom from the body of some enormous monstrosity. Google SE a small capar letter 1D04H small capen OVELFIRE net. As the living ship drew closer, It dwarfed the hideous island of mangled flesh even more, then effortlessly pushed it aside. Sunny sighed. All this meat going to waste? Jet gave him a strange look, then rolled her eyes. Nothing is stopping you from diving down to salvage it, you know. Sunny shivered. No thanks, why would I? I don't even need to eat, actually. She looked away with a faint smile. For a while, there was nothing but silence between them. Tendrils of mist moved slowly across the deck of the night garden, and countless lanterns illuminating it shone like islands of warm light in the cold expanse of twilight vastness. Some time later, Sunny frowned. Noticing his somber expression, Jet raised her scythe a little. What is it? He lingered for a few moments, then grimaced. Nothing, that's the thing, I sense nothing. There is no sign of the Eternal City anywhere around us, for at least 100 kilometers in every direction. There were no signs of anything that could lead them to it, either like a stele with runes carved into it or ancient gates that opened a portal to some unknown location. Considering that the Eternal City could not be reached by usual means, Sunny would not be surprised to encounter something like that. But there was nothing except for the vast expanse of the bloody sea, the mist, and the morbid remnants of the terrible battle that had happened here. Not long after, Crow returned from its patrol and landed on Jet's shoulder, cawing loudly. Crow, back. She winced and tilted her head, moving her ear away from the small bird's black beak. Yes, good job. Did you find something in the mist, yes or no? Crow stared at her for a few moments, then fluttered its wings proudly. No. Jet let out an exasperated sigh. After remaining silent for a short while, she asked in an uncertain tone. That map wouldn't have led us to nothing at all, would it? Sunny shook his head. Definitely not. Everything Weaver did had a reason. Plus, whoever won the battle is nowhere to be seen. They would have hung around if there had been no path to the Eternal City here searching. The fact that they are not here suggests that there is a path after all, I think. Jet sighed. Well, let's continue exploring. The night garden continued to drift through the fog, but even after several hours, Sunny could not sense anything in the vast area around them. In situations like this one, it was usually best not to hurry. They could slowly explore this region of the storm sea in search of clues, spending days or even weeks to accomplish the task. However, Sunny was pressed for time. Time was not standing still in the rest of the world, after all, and things that demanded his attention were slowly accumulating. Plus, they had competition. The monster who had triumphed in the dreadful battle was already ahead of them in the race, nearing the finish line or already there. So, Sunny could not wait that long. Luckily, or unfortunately, he had a way to save them quite a bit of time. Grimacing, Sunny summoned Weaver's mask and said as it settled on his face, "Oh, I am looking forward to this so much." Chapter 26, 17 Black Skies. The last time Sunny had used Where Is My Eye? Enchantment of Weaver's mask, his own eyes were burned, rendering him blind. In fact, his vision recovered fully only just recently, so, naturally, he did not want to lose it again on the eve of a perilous battle. However, there was a learning curve to everything. The fact that he had been seriously harmed the first time around did not mean that he would suffer just as badly now. Back then, Sunny had not known what touching the strings of fate implied, so he treated them carelessly. He believed that things would be different now. If he held himself back, the damage he sustained would probably be significantly reduced. Granted, he would learn much less as a result as well, catching maybe only a glimpse or two. And even if his expectation was proven wrong, he would still be able to fight quite well by relying on shadow sense. The danger of witnessing something he was not supposed to see still remained, though. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. With a sigh, Sunny gave Jet a poignant stare. Would he end up on the floor again? No, but seriously, what is it with Jet and slapping me back to my senses? That was how their relationship started, and even all these years later, things were still the same. Knowing that there was no point in stalling, Sunny activated Where Is My Eye? Once again, the inconceivable vastness of the Tom tapestry of fate revealed itself to him, and once again he was completely overwhelmed by it. This time, however, his experience helped him shut most of it out faster. Following the steps he had taken before, Sunny limited the scope of his perception to only one tiny fraction of the unfathomable infinity of endless threads, concentrating only on those of them that had to do with this area of the storm sea. He had an easier time searching for a thread having to do with the Eternal City, because he knew that the night garden was connected to it, had been built there, even. So, the string of fate he was searching for would pass through the living ship as well. It did not take him long to discover a worthy candidate. Not too far from him, a strange thread extended from the sky into the sea, piercing the deck of the night garden. There was an odd duality to it, with the upper reaches of it being woven out of silver starlight, while the lower were woven out of impenetrable darkness. Reaching for the unusual string of fate, Sonny brushed his fingers against it. This time he was careful to only touch for a brief moment and instantly pull away that way. He hoped the truth revealed to him would be modest in scope, and therefore his eyes and his mind would be spared most of the damage. His hope turned out not to be unfounded. But before Sonny confirmed it, he was assaulted by an astonishing vision. What the hell is this? He was horrified for a moment because what met him was a boundless dark void. However, thankfully enough, it was not the void, it was merely a void. An infinite, silent, empty expanse of vacuous darkness where nothing existed, no life, no warmth, not even air. Only deadly rays of cosmic radiation and invisible blossoms of gravity fields. And in that darkness, countless stars burned with beautiful silver light. Sonny was stunned. Holy hell, I'm in space. Indeed, this was the great vacuum of space, but at that moment he realized something else as well. That this was also the black skies, the true realm of the goddess of night. And there, among the stars, a beautiful city with tall silver spires bathed in the starlight. Sonny pulled his hand away, and the vision of the eternal city vanished from his straining mind. So it's in space? Sonny remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, but only lasted a brief moment. No, that did not make sense, as much as everything never made sense in the dream realm. Nightwalker had managed to board the night garden and sail away from the eternal city, and at the moment, the night garden could not fly, let alone travel between stars. Sonny hesitated for a while, then tentatively touched the string of fate once more. He saw the eternal city once again, only this time it was in a state of chaos. It was under attack. A vast presence moved in the darkness beyond the city. Its form and shape were impossible to discern, since it was indistinguishable from the darkness of space. Perhaps it was the darkness itself, and the only way to perceive its existence was by watching the vast swathes of stars be obscured by its passing. The presence was horrifying, unfathomable, and full of cold, indifferent, obliterating intent. Wherever her pale gaze fell, the immortal denizens of the eternal city were unmade. The silver spires melted and fell, and the very fabric of the celestial abode was consumed by entropy. But then the city rose from the dust. Its fabric was mended, the spires coalesced from incandescent pools of liquid matter, and the living beings were restored to their pristine youthfulness, only to be destroyed again. A million cycles of death and restoration passed in the blink of an eye. It was an eternity of devastation. The immortals screamed in terror as they died, and wept in horror as they were mercilessly brought back to life. Moments flowed into seconds, and seconds flowed into minutes. Minutes turned into hours, and hours turned into days. Days. Sonny pulled his hand away and staggered, horrified. What did I just see? Trembling, he imagined the dreadful scene once more. Slowly, hesitantly, he realized what he had witnessed. It was a battle. It had been a battle between Storm God and the demon of repose. Then, there was only one thing he needed to learn. Drawing in a shaky breath, Sonny extended his hand toward the string of fate once more. He saw how the eternal city fell. Chapter 26, 18 Fallen City. Sonny dismissed Weave's mask and stared into the mist with a hollow look on his face. Jet, who was standing nearby with a raised hand, lowered it slowly. Your eyes are not cooked. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to her, the golden glow slowly disappearing from the deep darkness of his dilated pupils. Eventually, he grimaced. Still hurts like hell, though. His eyes had not turned into embers this time, but the last image he had seen did end up burned into them, so his vision was a bit blurry. It was going to pass swiftly, though, so he did not mind that much. Jet studied him, then asked in a neutral tone, "Well, did you divine any clues?" Sunny could not understand what she meant, then realized that she considered his mysterious ability a form of divination, which it was, in a sense. He nodded slowly. "Yes, it fell into the sea." Jet blinked a few times. "What fell into the sea?" Sunny just stared at her. "The Eternal City, it fell into the sea." Turning around, he raised a hand and pointed at the sky. Well, he pointed into the mist, but his intention was to point at the sky. It entered the atmosphere, burning like a falling sun, glided majestically down to the horizon, and hit the water like an enormous asteroid. That thing was the size of NQSC, too, so the explosion its impact caused. Well, I guess it was in the same weight category as when Nephis detonated 6 of her cores in Godgrave. Catastrophic on a global scale. That latter happened below ground, however, while the former had happened in the middle of a damn sea. He inhaled deeply. Needless to say, the entire city was vaporized. But the demon of repose did not care, I guess, because it still restored itself to flawless condition, complete with all the immortals populating it. And then it drowned. Sunny looked down at the wooden deck beneath them. So the map is pointing to the right spot. It's just that it doesn't have a vertical axis. We are in the right place, but way above our destination. Jet scratched the tip of his nose. How did Nightwalker manage to sail away on the Night Garden then? Sunny smiled darkly. "I have no idea. Why are you asking me? Go ask Nightwalker." He remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Perhaps the Night Garden was at the bottom of the sea as well. Actually, it is good news for us." Jet raised an eyebrow. "It is." Sunny nodded. "It is a fact that the Eternal City is at the bottom of TH. Stormsea, and it is also a fact that Nightwalker used the Night Garden to escape the Eternal City and sail to the safer waters near the coast, which proves my theory that this ship is not just a ship. It can also be a submarine." He lingered for a moment and then smiled in bewilderment. "It can also be a spaceship, actually. We're on a spaceship, Jet." She gave him a suspicious look. "That's cool, however, don't think I don't know why you're saying that." Sunny looked at her with an oblivious look. Whatever do you mean?" She smiled dangerously. "You said it to distract me from the fact that you want to sink my ship, didn't you? You want to try submerging the Night Garden and diving to the bottom of the sea." Sunny let out a chuckle, as if amazed by the preposterous nature of that remark. Then he added in a small tone, "Yes." Jet let out a long sigh. "I'll give you that we can probably submerge the Night Garden by flooding the freshwater reservoir. However, your theory about the Aegis holding the water at bay is questionable at best, and completely unfounded at worst. And since we can hardly test it without causing severe damage to the surface infrastructure of the city, it's a no." Sunny, who was secretly reeling from catching a small glimpse of the dreadful battle between a god and a demon, smiled weakly. "Who says that we can't test it?" He commanded the shadows to rise, manifesting them into a miniature model of the Night Garden. Then he built a translucent dome above its deck, and another one, a little smaller and completely black below it. I don't think I ever tried manifesting shadows on that scale, but I am certain that I can cover all of the Night Garden with an airtight dome. We will submerge the ship until its masts are underwater and see if the Aegis prevents the water from reaching that dome. It does, we can descend further. If it doesn't, we simply surface again, send the Night Garden back to the coast, and venture to the bottom of the Stormsea by our lonesome. You and I. Jet still had a dubious expression on her face. "Why are you so keen on taking the Night Garden to the Eternal City?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. "Because the dream spawn is on the moon." Jet raised an eyebrow. "So WHO?" She fell silent for a moment, then gave him a calculating look. "You're hoping that if we restore the Night Garden to its former glory, we will be able to attack that man before he attacks us." Sunny lingered for a while. "It is one of the reasons, yes, I might not seem like it, but I am actually quite nervous about that guy. Don't get me wrong, I am not worried that he'll be able to defeat me and Nephis. However, I am almost entirely certain that if he brings the fight to either the waking world or the dream realm, there will be a lot of collateral damage. A lot of it. If we take the fight to him, though, there are no civilians on the moon." Jet studied him for a bit. Eventually, she grimaced and looked away. We can try flooding the reservoir. However, we will only continue the descent after making sure that the citizens of the Night Garden are completely safe, and that we can summon Neph's Dream Gate underwater to retreat at the first sign of overwhelming danger. Sunny simply gave her a nod. Naturally. Then, glancing into the mist, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked what's on the bottom of the storm sea anyway. Jet turned around and started walking away, a troubled expression on her face. Her answer did not make him any less apprehensive. Nobody knows, because nobody has ever reached the bottom of the storm sea. If we do, we will be the first humans to learn. Chapter 26:19 Immersion. The Night Garden slowly sank into a sea of blood. The deck had been cleared by then, with all the soldiers joining the civilians in the city below. The runic hall was cleared of all non-essential personnel, with only the Saints of Night keeping Jet and Sunny company. The enchanted circle shimmered faintly as Jet deepened her connection to the living ship, drawing more and more water into the vast reservoir at the lowest layer of its vertical structure. The trees growing in the parks and groves on the main deck of the Night Garden swayed, and the water in the lakes rippled. Far below, the waves foamed as the titanic ship slowly began to submerge. Sunny observed the process from the great height of the runic hall for a while, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As the ship submerged, the deep shadows populating its main deck stirred, growing deeper and darker. Then they started to flow upward all across its outer perimeter, climbing higher and higher into the air. Jet and the Saints of Night observed the process with guarded expressions, their eyes widening slightly. It was an incredible sight indeed. The Night Garden was more than a dozen kilometers in length, and at the moment, darkness rose all across its vast expanse like streams of ink flowing up the surface of an invisible glass D. Sunny frowned, concentrating. Soon enough, the streams of darkness fused and climbed higher than the roof of the towering pagoda where the runic hall, the bridge of the Night Garden, was located. The dome of shadows closed, obscuring the twilight of the outside world. It was as if the living ship was hidden in a great cavern, the warm glow of its lanterns illuminating the echoing darkness. The shadows hardened, turning into black obsidian. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1D04 small cap H. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap R. Small cap IS. Letter 1D1C. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D05. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap B. Small cap Y. Nav 3LF small cap IRE. Small cap N ET. I wonders. Sunny found himself wondering if, maybe, the Shadow Realm itself had been created in a similar fashion, only on a much, much greater scale. Jet let out a quiet sigh. Damn, no matter how many times I witness a sovereign unleashing their power, it never gets any less humbling. Sunny looked at her, suddenly curious about what Jet's own supreme power would be. He remained silent for a few moments, then turned away. We are not called demigods without a reason. Attaining supremacy means crossing the threshold between what is mundane and what is divine. So while we are not deities yet, we have a foot in the door. He lingered a little before adding in a more grim tone. It is the next step that is truly vexing, because to take it, one has to discard what little mundane and therefore human is left of them. As his words echoed in the darkness, the Night Garden continued to sink. Soon enough, half of its immense mass was already underwater, and the main deck grew much closer to the surface of the sea. Jet glanced at the Saints of Night, then addressed Neve in a calm tone. Neve, please check how things are going below deck. The citizens of the Night Garden knew what was happening. Some had been apprehensive, but most seemed excited about the thrilling new development. Diving into a bottomless ocean full of eldritch abominations. Wasn't that an exciting change of scenery? Perhaps spending time on the indestructible living ship had made them feel too safe. But the denizens of the wandering city were quite a carefree bunch. As far as Sunny was concerned, they rarely showed the level of fear and anxiety one would expect from people living in the perilous waters of the storm sea. But then again, Sunny could somewhat understand the strangeness of their mentality. After all, most humans were tied to their homes, and therefore to their cities. If danger arrived, they ultimately had no choice but to face it or succumb to it, since escaping was usually not an option. What would a citizen of NQSC do if some unholy abomination descended upon the city? Escaping into the wilderness was hardly an option, since it would mean dying of starvation, contaminated water, poisonous air, or simply the elements. Similarly, nothing but death awaited those who would want to flee Bastion or Ravenheart. But what if their city itself could come around and flee from danger, taking them with it? That, Sonny thought, was a fundamentally less stressful way of life. So he mentally patted himself on the shoulder for procuring himself a wonderful moving castle. Good job. Come to think of it, once Sonny became sacred, Mimic would probably be able to tum into something of a similar size to Night Garden. And while it did not possess many of the wondrous abilities that the living ship did, it had its own marvelous qualities. I should feed it well. In any case, many of the passengers of the Night Garden gathered in the sorceress observation halls below the deck to watch the ship submerge, instead of hiding in their homes and praying to the dead gods. They could not see what was happening on the main deck, and the mist obscured most of the world, but still. Once the surface of the sea drew close, they saw red waves breaking against the weathered hull of the living ship. And then they were below the water. Moment of truth. The Night Garden finally submerged enough for the waves to wash over its main deck. Of course, the Dome of Shadows was protecting it at the moment, but depending on how the situation developed, Sonny would either ride the Night Garden comfortably into the depths or would be forced to dive into the abyssal darkness himself, protected by nothing except the onyx serpent shell. It's a pity I didn't kill Old Tom. Summoning its shade would have been quite useful, considering the circumstances. While Sonny shivered at the memory of the gargantuan horror of the depths, the Night Garden fell deeper into the water. Finally, the waves closed above the Shadow Dome, and the tip of the main mast disappeared below the surface of the sea. For a while, tense silence reigned in the runic hall. Eventually, Jet asked in a hushed tone. Well, Sonny smiled. Bone dry. The Shadow Dome had been built to be just a little bit smaller than the invisible aegis protecting the main deck of the Night Garden. So, if that mysterious barrier was not capable of holding water at bay, the water would have washed over the manifested shadows. However, not even a single. A drop touched the surface of the dome, which meant that Sonny had been right. The aegis was indeed capable of allowing the Night Garden to dive into the sea. Jet let out a quiet sigh. She remained silent for a while, and then said in a neutral tone, I guess that means that we are diving into the abyss. Chapter 26, 20C Quest. The Night Garden continued to descend into the cold waters of the storm sea. Sonny had allowed the Dome of Shadows to collapse into a torrent of flowing darkness and vanish, thus allowing Jet and the Saints of Night to see what was happening around the Titanic ship. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N novel fire net. It was a wondrous sight. There did not seem to be anything standing in the way of water, and yet it failed to wash over the decks of the Night Garden, as if pushed away by an invisible barrier. Strangely enough, that made Sonny feel like he was a colossal aquarium. Of course, an aquarium was supposed to keep aquatic shapes of life alive on dry land, not the other way around. What is the opposite of an aquarium, though? A terrarium? It was probably a terrarium. His odd thoughts were interrupted by Jet, who glanced around with a wary expression on her face and said, We will proceed slowly. Be ready to summon that dome back if the aegis begins leaking. Their initial success did not guarantee safety. After all, there could be a limit to what the invisible barrier isolating the surface decks of the Night Garden from hostile environments could do. Beyond that, they did not only have water to worry about. There was also pressure, oxygen, and a dozen other things that had to be accounted for in order to ensure the safety of all passengers. Personally, Sonny was sure that the Demon of Repose would have built and enchanted her ship properly, but he was all for taking all the necessary precautions. After all, demons were different from people. Who knew if they had even needed to breathe or cared about not the weight of an entire ocean resting on their shoulders? So there was no harm in keeping a close eye on things. Soon, Etha and Bloodwave departed to perform various checks, leaving Sonny and Jet alone on the bridge. They watched the water flow upward past the Night Garden in silence, both secretly haunted by the memories of the tomb of Ariel. The sea around them was red, but the deeper the night garden descended, the paler its morbid hue became. Less and less light could penetrate the great mass of water as well, so their surroundings were growing dimmer. The grotesque remains of slain nightmare creatures drifted past them from time to time, sinking at their own speed. After a while, the living ship was surrounded by utter darkness, shining with myriad lights in its embrace. The lanterns illuminating the night garden were the only source of light in the cold abyss, so, surrounded by their vibrant glow, it fell into the dark depths like a radiant nebula. The only sounds in the dead silence of the deep sea were the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of wind that blew between the masts of the Titanic ship. Jet sighed lightly. At least there's wind. That is a good sign. The presence of wind indicated that the night garden was producing its own oxygen, probably absorbing it from the surrounding water. The carbon dioxide generated by millions of people breathing in its depths was probably being absorbed by the trees growing on the main deck, which didn't really make sense, considering that there was no sun here. However, the living ship was known to have a mystical effect on all flora growing aboard it, so Sonny would not be surprised to learn that the groves on the surface decks of the night garden could thrive even in these conditions. He himself had a tree that thrived in the darkness of the forgotten shore, after all, out there in the courtyard of the nameless temple. In any case, checking to see if the air was not growing stale was one of the tasks Ether and Bloodwave were going to perform. Neve, meanwhile, was busy monitoring the situation on the lower decks and in the cavernous holds of the living ship where the passengers were hidden. Everything seemed to be going fine, at least for now. So Sonny allowed himself to relax, but only a little. Both he and Jet were still tense, keeping themselves in a state of battle readiness. After all, they did not know what problems the night garden could experience while descending into the dark depths of the storm sea after decades of only sailing on its surface. On top of that, there were external threats they could encounter as well, and the nature of their environment dictated an entirely different approach to battle, one that was inherently disadvantageous for land predators like them. Even if the descent proceeded without any accidents, though, what awaited them in the abyssal depths was the Eternal City, all the horrors populating it, and the unknown calamity that had slaughtered all the other nightmare creatures. In the waters above them. How exciting! Time passed slowly, but even after a long while, nothing seemed to happen. The darkness of the surrounding waters had grown even more absolute. Then, it grew eerie and frightening. Jet glanced around with a total lack of amusement on her pale face and leaned on her scythe, seemingly seeking comfort in the cold steel of its ghostly blade. I don't like this at all." Sonny, however, was not inclined to agree. "I am quite happy, though." She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He nodded to the eerie darkness outside the shimmering sphere of light produced by the night garden. "I think we have more or less reached the depth where I gave up on pursuing old Tom. The pressure was giving trouble to Neve and Bloodwave back then, but do you feel anything now?" "No. The hull may be creaking a little, but it seems like the night garden is protecting its passengers from the weight of the sea, too." Jet smiled faintly. "That's true." Sonny lingered for a few seconds. "Have you been to the Chained Isles before the war?" Jet tilted her head a little. "Not really, why?" He shrugged. "It's just that diving this deep felt like experiencing the crushing all over again. Not the most pleasant experience. Of course, on the Chained Isles, enormous chains prevented islands from rising too high, so he had only ever suffered the most harmless extent of the crushing. Its full wrath was far more devastating, capable of obliterating even the most powerful abominations. The master of the Ivory Island wielded the crushing as a component now. If used as a weapon, it could decimate entire regions. If used as a shield, it could prevent even a god from reaching the heavenly island unscathed. Sonny wanted to comment on how the pressure of the abyssal depths was similar to that, but then fell silent abruptly. Out there, in the darkness beyond the light of the night garden, a colossal tentacle slowly drifted in the cold void, moving past the descending ship in the distance. It was oddly limp and still. Noticing his expression, Jet frowned. "What's the matter?" Sonny peered into the darkness for a while, silent. Eventually, he responded in a quiet tone. I think it's old Tom. It seems to be dead. Chapter 26:21 Good old dead, Tom. Out there in the vast, cold abyss beyond the fleeting radiance of the night garden, a grotesque form drifted slowly on the powerful underwater currents. Its eerie shape was so vast and inconceivable that Sonny failed to fathom what he was looking at for the longest time. I moved forward slowly. The night garden was not pushed by the wind or by oars, relying on unknown magic to sail instead. So it did not matter whether it was gliding across the waves or moving beneath them. Jet could control its speed and direction all the same. She did as Sonny told, changing the angle of their descent. Before, the night garden had been simply plummeting down through the dark abyss, but now it pushed forward through the crushing mass of water. Jet drew a deep breath as her gaze grew distant. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What? She remained silent for a moment, then shook her head. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter winda zeruf, letter winda zerida, novi letter FF46, IRE net. No, nothing. It just feels different when we move underwater. The night garden has to push through its mass, after all. So there is a different relation between the effort I need to exert and the speed it can reach. There's a learning curve. Jet sighed. It feels nice and liberating to glide across the sea. But here it's a bit of a chore, like running with weights tied to your ankles. Sonny gave her an odd look. Did you often run with weights tied to your ankles? Jet stared back. You didn't. Sonny scratched the back of his head. When I ran, it was usually from something trying to eat me. Why would I go around weighing myself down? A corner of her mouth curved upward. You make a good point. They fell silent as the night garden slowly drew closer to old Tom's remains. Sonny had to admit that he had misjudged the distance between them and the grotesque corpse. There was no curvature to the depths of the storm sea, so there was no horizon, and there were no landscape features to serve as reference points either. Only the boundless darkness. Old Tom turned out to be much larger than Sonny had thought after beholding it for the first time. What does that thing look like? By then, Jet could see one of the tentacles trailing behind the sinking corpse, but the main body of the horror of the depths was still hidden in the darkness. Sonny did not hurry with the answer, though, trying to understand what old Tom had been, himself. It took him until the pain of his flaw became almost unbearable to finally make sense of the horrid visage. It's an oyster, I guess. Sonny said that, but he was not sure that he was correct. There was indeed a hard shell akin to that of a bivalve mollusk somewhere in the terrible mess of formless flesh and tentacles that spilled from its ope. In frame, the shell itself was the size of an island, covered by a forest of eerie black growths beneath them. However, it glistened with dull gold, as if cast entirely from precious metal. The gargantuan shell was dwarfed by the lifeless mass of flesh and colossal tentacles spilling out of its mouth, though. It was impossible to imagine that all that revolting flesh could have fit inside the vast confines of the golden shell. And there were other things drifting in the water beside it, as well, things that must have escaped from within old Tom after its violent death. There were titanic bones that must have belonged to abominable leviathans, empty shells of indestructible chitin that had once sheltered horrid monsters, rotten carcasses of countless ancient ships, mangled masses of rusted metal, vast shards of something that looked like diamond glass. Old Tom must have gorged itself on all kinds of things over the eons. All of it trailed behind the slowly sinking corpse like the tail of an horrid comet, dwarfing it in size. It was obvious that all these remains had been expelled from within the hideous shell, and yet Sonny could not quite understand how. Their volume was far greater than the gargantuan shell. Eventually, he narrowed his eyes. I think that good old Tom wielded dimensional powers. There must have been a pocket dimension hidden inside its shell, a dark and harrowing hell that nothing could escape after being swallowed by it. Only it was destroyed when old Tom died, so now its body, as well as everything it had failed to digest over thousands of years, is spilling out. If old Tom had been able to fold space, Sonny could better understand how its tentacles were so impossibly long as well. The night garden was close enough to the colossal shell, and the vile mass of formless flesh protruding from within it for Jet to catch a glimpse of the trail of debris left in its wake, too. She moved the ship to the side, deftly avoiding a gargantuan tentacle, and then asked in a somber tone what killed it, though. Sonny studied the unimaginable mess of old Tom's flesh for a while, and then said quietly, "Both halves of its shell are shattered, with jagged holes at the center. Judging by the positioning and the size of the holes, as well as the pattern of cracks spreading from them." He fell silent for a moment, and then added with a hint of unease in his voice, "Old Tom was killed in a single strike. Something unimaginably powerful pierced its shell through and destroyed whatever it was that had kept it alive." Jet shivered. What the hell could have killed that thing in one blow? Sonny did not answer immediately. Eventually, however, he was forced to. "I don't know. I don't think I could have, though." They both remained quiet after that, as the night garden slowly sailed past the corpse of the eerie horror of the depths and moved deeper into the abyssal darkness of the storm sea. Just as they were passing the terrible mass of flesh, Jet suddenly asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking about?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "No." She hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I was thinking, if old Tom is a sort of oyster, do you think there's a pearl somewhere inside its shell? What would that pearl be?" Sonny stared at her for a while, then shook his head energetically and looked away. "I don't know, and I am sure as hell not climbing inside to find out." Laughing quietly, Jet led the night garden deeper into the abyss. Her laughter, however, did not mask a somber wariness that she felt. Sonny was wary as well. Chapter 26, 22 gaze into thee. Although Sonny did not want to admit it, old Tom's death had disturbed him quite a bit. It was not only because of the fact how vast and terrifying the remains of the ancient horror of the depths looked, and it wasn't even because of the fact that it had been killed. What disturbed him the most was the manner of old Tom's death. Sonny was not entirely sure that he could have killed the immense creature. What he was sure about, however, was that he would not have been able to finish it off in one blow. But it had been. Old Tom had been crushed like an annoying pest. Knowing that there was something out there capable of doing something like that made him feel uneasy. That creature, whatever it was ahead of them in the race toward the eternal city, so they would inevitably clash with it in the end. Sonny could not help but wonder if he could withstand a similar blow. The answer he came up with was not very reassuring. The night garden continued its descent. It plummeted into the dark depths, and then deeper, deeper, and deeper still. The water had long started to behave strangely, and so did the world itself. At times, it felt like the very space was starting to bend and crack, crushed by the terrible pressure exerted by the vast expanse of the storm sea. But mostly, everything around the living ship seemed terribly still. Sonny was not sure that even his supreme body would survive at this abyssal depth anymore. They did not encounter any nightmare creatures after sailing past the grotesque, enormous corpse of the old-time dead or alive. Perhaps even among the abominable horrors of the depths, very few dwelled in these unfathomable depths. Perhaps there was simply something special about the area where the eternal city had drowned, repelling the abominations. In any case, the descent of the night garden was eerily quiet. At some point, Sonny and Jet found themselves talking simply to hear the sound of human voices. He shared his knowledge of obscure facts about the dream realm, while she told stories and anecdotes about her days of serving as a government enforcer. Eventually, however, even their voices failed to keep the suffocating silence at bay. Hours passed, slowly flowing into days. It seemed impossible that any body of water could be this deep, and yet the night garden continued to descend at great speed with no sign of the seabed in sight. The soldiers and the civilians were safely hidden below deck, so the only ones who had to face the absolute silence of the black abyss were Sonny, Jet, and the Saints of Night. If not for the rustle of leaves and the glow of the lanterns illuminating the night garden, they would have probably long begun to struggle mentally because of the unnatural lack of anything out there around them in the darkness. It was easy to imagine people going mad from the mere, eerie absence of everything. Thankfully, they were too busy to lose their minds. Despite the draining monotony of the endless descent, Sonny and his companions had a lot to do. There were countless checks to be performed to ascertain the condition of the ship, as well as other measures to ensure that everything was going according to plan. Taught by the bitter experience of his previous 2 expeditions, Sonny was regularly testing the connection between himself and his other incarnations. He also kept sending mental messages to Cassie at set intervals to make sure that nothing interfered with their link. As the night garden descended into the unfathomable depths, Cassie's voice slowly began to sound distant in his mind. However, it never disappeared altogether. One of the most complicated tasks they had to perform was to make sure that Nephis could still open her dream gate near the night garden despite the great mass of water separating her from it. Everything seemed to be fine in that regard, too, even if coordinating the tests was growing progressively more difficult because Nephis herself was in the middle of a dangerous expedition. The most persistent threat to Sunny so far was boredom. Leaning on one of the arches of the runic hall, he exhaled slowly and asked in a thoughtful tone, "What do you think will happen if Nephis opens a dream gate between the Stormsea and somewhere like the Nightmare Desert, then pools water in?" Etha was controlling the living ship at the moment, while Jet was sitting on the floor and leaning her back against a pillar. She gave him an amused look. "Wow, that's a great idea. Actually, that can be used as a weapon of mass destruction. Well, mass irrigation, at least." She fell silent for a few moments, then shrugged. I guess she would quickly run out of essence despite being supreme, considering the great volume of water that would be passing through her gate. A new sea might still appear in the area she decides to flood, though. Sunny whistled, already imagining where he would put a new sea. Jet, meanwhile, sighed. It has little practical use, however, because it would all be seawater. Otherwise, we might have been able to boost agriculture in several desolate regions of the dream realm by now. Etha, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. Or she could pour it into a volcano. Both Jet and Sunny looked at him in surprise. "What, why?" Etha coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, it's just, the explosion would be quite spectacular. I read that that was how the Minoan civilization had disappeared." Sunny blinked a few times. He did not know what the Minoan civilization was, and why its supreme had decided to pour a sea into a volcano. But more importantly, "You really think that Nephis needs new ways of producing spectacular explosions?" Etha blushed. "Oh, I did not think about that." He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Sunny's expression changed. "Stop the ship, slow it down quickly." Jet tensed, while Etha looked at him in surprise. Then the runic circle shimmered slightly, and the rate of the night garden's descent slowly started to decline. Torrents of water were expelled from the reservoir, and for a few brief moments, the living ship was surrounded by small, fleeting flashes of light. Those were bubbles of air bursting from the obliterating pressure. Jet jumped to her feet. Official source is Novel Fire Net. "Did you sense something?" Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. "Yes, I think I sensed the bow. Tom of the sea." Indeed, his shadow sense had perceived something solid far below the night garden. A vast, never-ending plain of solid ground, in fact. It seemed that the Stormsea did have a bottom, after all. And they were about to reach it. Soon enough, the night garden came to a stop, hovering just a few hundred meters above the ground. Neve and Bloodwave had joined them at the bridge by then, and all of them stared down with stunned expressions. Eventually, it was Neve who spoke first. It's flat." Sunny nodded slowly, confirming that it indeed was. Below them, a perfectly flat surface stretched in all directions, with nothing at all rising above it even by a centimeter. There was no seaweed or coral, no dirt, no anything. Just an endless expanse of flawlessly smooth, glistening glass, or at least of something that looked like glass. It was as if they were somehow pulled into a video game where a level failed to render, or maybe had fallen through the map. The bottom of the Stormsea looked like a placeholder excuse of proper geometry, a glaring error in the usual messiness of the natural world. Sunny looked closer and realized that the floor of the vast sea was not actually black. Instead, it was simply perfectly transparent, but this odd glass-like material stretched so far down that there was nothing beneath it except the lack of light. "What is this?" His voice was full of bewilderment. After a long stretch of silence, Etha answered in a calm tone. "It's water." They all looked at him, failing to understand what he meant. Etha hesitated for a moment, then explained. "Under extreme pressure, water changes from a liquid to a solid state, and the solid state of water is ice. Only it can't become ordinary ice here since it can't expand to form its molecular structure due to the pressure. So it can only become a solid with a denser crystal lattice, a kind of crystal comparable to diamond in hardness. That is what we're looking at. He smiled faintly. So the storm sea doesn't really have a bottom. It's just that its waters turned solid under their own weight here. Sunny stared at Etha for a few moments, then looked back at the flawlessly flat plane of glass-like surface below them. Eventually, he shook his head. That's creepy. I can't help but feel like something is going to stare at us from below this endlessly vast, infinitely thick, perfectly transparent crystal seal. At that moment, Jet's hand firmly blocked his mouth. Looking at him with desperation, she whispered loudly, "Sunny, please stop saying these things aloud." He stared at her for a moment, then nodded slowly. When Jet removed his hand, he smiled. "Why, if the abyss gazes at us for too long, I might just gaze back." Then Sunny shrugged. "Don't worry, though. I'm completely sure that there's nothing there." Instead of answering, Jet simply groaned. Chapter 26-23, Light in the Abyss. The night garden glided above the vast expanse of dark glass, pushing through the cold, crushing abyss of unfathomable depths. The light of its lanterns glistened in the smooth black surface, and a faint reflection of the living ship traveled below it as if the night garden was being pursued by its ghost. After the first hour or so, the novelty of the flawlessly flat plane of smooth glass had grown old. From time to time, eerie shapes appeared from the darkness and slowly drifted past the living ship. Those were the remains of beings and things that had sunk to the bottom of the storm sea throughout the eons, and were too durable to be destroyed even by its impossible pressure. There were gargantuan bones, broken frames of ancient ships, and unrecognizable ruins. At some point, the hands of a gargantuan statue revealed themselves from the lightless void, outstretched toward the distant surface. They were followed by an immense face, its features long erased by the passage of time and the broken lines of a shattered crown. Sunny and his companions observed the titanic statue in silence. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. What was it with the people of the dream realm and enormous statues? It's almost impossible to go anywhere here without stumbling on at least one or two, or seven. Neve, who had returned to the bridge, shrugged. Maybe it's because many of those people were giants themselves. Jet, who had been resting by a pillar, opened her eyes and gave them a quiet look. Because they had not been born in a... It is simply because they could. They could afford to spend time and resources on creating majestic statues, so they did. They did not need a reason other than that dying world being consumed by an apocalyptic war, like we were. Her calm words ushered in a somber silence, and soon the gargantuan statue disappeared into the darkness behind them. The night garden moved aimlessly, searching for the eternal city. Sunny had cast his shadow sense as far as he could, trying to find its ruins. Jet and the Saints of Night, meanwhile, were preparing for battle. "Where are you?" Sunny hated to admit it, but the long period of tense anticipation was starting to negatively affect his mental state. Entire days spent in a state of battle readiness, surrounded by utter darkness and suffocating silence, had tired him. The fact that nothing had happened was only making him more frustrated, and if he felt that way, then Jet and the Saints of Night were probably worse off. Well, maybe not Jet. After all, she had always seemed relaxed and comfortable in any environment, no matter the circumstances. Now, too, it looked like she was taking a nap without a care in the world. One of her eyes opened as soon as Sunny suddenly rose to his feet, though. Looking ahead, he remained silent for a moment and then smiled darkly. Found it. Out there, countless kilometers away, he felt a vast mass of shadows being cast on the bottom of the storm sea. His perception of them was muddled and unclear, but he perceived at least several towering structures resting on the black glass. Sunny looked at his companions. "We found the Eternal City." The Eternal City had let itself be known long before they could see it. At first, Sunny thought that his eyes were playing a trick on him, but then he had to admit that what he saw was true. Out there, far away in front of them, the absolute darkness of the abyssal depths was chased away by pale light. The distant radiance illuminated the great mass of water, resembling the auroras he had seen in Antarctica. That was the great lighthouse of the Eternal City shining from the bottom of a boundless sea, still intact even thousands of years after the Demon of Repose. Its supposed creator had perished. That radiance had served as a beacon for those traveling through the cold darkness of the black skies now. It was a guiding light for those traversing the crushing black abyss of the lightless depths. "It's a bit crazy, isn't it?" Jet gave him a brief look. "What is?" Sonny shook his head in bewilderment. "That place, the Eternal City. It survived the wrath of Storm God, fell from space, crashed into the ocean, and spent thousands of years enduring the crushing pressure on the bottom of the sea. And yet it still seems to be intact." He let out a chuckle. "That's one hell of a building standard." She smiled, then sent the night garden forward. Gradually, the distant radiance drew closer. The living ship moved toward its source, slowly coming into view of the drowned city soon enough. Sonny saw the vast ruin laying on the endless smooth expanse of black glass, illuminated by the light of its silver spires. Only he wasn't sure that the Eternal City could be called a ruin. It seemed to be completely intact and in pristine condition after all. Beautiful silver spires rose above the endless expanse of black glass, emanating radiant light. Smaller buildings made from stone stood between them, with streets, squares, and vast parks. The Eternal City seemed to be protected by an aegis of its own, similar to the night garden. A gargantuan dome surrounded it, preventing the water from drowning the streets. The entire city seemed to be separated into dozens of large islands, with roaring rivers flowing between them at great speed. At the heart of it, a magnificent palace, or maybe a temple towered above the landscape. The Eternal City was vast, easily competing in size with Bastion, Ravenheart, and NQSC, so Sonny could not discern the details of the palace. And that was not what he was paying attention to anyway. "Crazy? It's absolutely crazy." His expression turned somber. Because out there, on the streets of the Eternal City, he sensed something else. Countless shadows were moving their shadows that belonged to living beings. It seemed that just like the buildings, the immortal citizens of the fallen city had been restored to pristine condition as well. Chapter 26-24 Eternal City. Jet's icy blue eyes turned even colder as she regarded the distant forest of silver spires. She inhaled deeply and then said in a dark tone, "I smell nightmare creatures." Sonny looked at her silently. His shadow sense could not reach deep into the dome surrounding the Eternal City, but he could still perceive some things. After lingering for a few moments, he smiled. "Well, I have a bit of news. There's bad news and worse news. Which do you want to hear first?" She looked at him with no amusement in her eyes. I'll have the bad news first, please." Sonny nodded. "The city is full of powerful beings. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of them crawling all over its streets." The Saints of Night looked at each other with unease. Jet, however, remained unperturbed. "What's the worst news, then?" Sonny sighed and looked at the silver lights of the distant city. Was he imagining it, or were they painted ghostly green in a particular area? He grimaced. "It seems like the Dutchman has already made landfall. I think some of those countless living beings are currently engaged in a battle against its wraiths, out there on the outskirts of the city." It was nice to imagine that the civilization of the Eternal City had survived, and was currently repelling the invasion of horrid specters. However, Sonny had little hope of finding a city full of ancient, enlightened immortals. Things never went that way in the dream realm, after all, and Nightwalker had described the Eternal City as nightmarish on top of that. So it was most likely a situation where one horde of abominable horrors was fighting a different, even more horrifying one. They were going to find out the truth soon enough. There was another anomalous zone on the other side of the city, too. That one, however, was different. If the battle between the Wraith fleet and the denizens of the Eternal City was expressed through a cacophony of motion, even if ghosts did not cast shadows, the beings fighting them did. That area stood out because of the total lack of movement. As if every living being there had already been obliterated. Sonny could only sense the very outer reaches of the Eternal City, so he could not say more. However, that alone was enough to make a few conclusions. The Dutchman had arrived earlier than they, and its forces had already established a foothold within the dome. Currently, they controlled one of the outer islands and were staging a fierce attack to push deeper into the city. Jet frowned. "So what do you suggest we do? Join the fray?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. Facing the Dutchman is already bad enough, but facing it, and a legion of unknown nightmare creatures at the same time is even worse. And why should we? This is a large city. We can just as easily land on the other side of it and see who can conquer it faster. Then we will have far more information and a chance to earn a territorial advantage before clashing with the Dutchman's forces. Ideally, the Wraith Legion would have been wiped out by then, and they would only have to deal with the other eerie horde of horrifying abominations. That and the unknown being that Sonny suspected of being somewhere out there, inside the dome. The third contender, whatever that thing, was Old Tom's killer, unless it was the captain of the Dutchman who had finished the malevolent oyster off. Sonny looked at the vast expanse of the night garden, then added, "Plus, our primary goal right now is to find the wharf that can repair the night garden. It should be somewhere on the outer rim of the Eternal City, so let's sail around it and see. We can make further plans after securing a safe stronghold for our ship." Suppressing a feeling of urgency, they slowly sent the night garden circling the Eternal City from a distance. As the living ship moved through the abyssal depths, Sonny managed to explore the fallen city a bit better. It was strange. His shadow sense could easily pass through the aegis of the night garden, and it seemed to be able to penetrate the dome of the Eternal City as well. But not too far beyond the invisible barrier, his senses betrayed him, as if something else was stopping them. Those things inside the city, what do they look like? Sonny turned his head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered Jet with a hint of uncertainty. "I can't actually see them. I can only sense their shadows. And their shadows, well, outwardly they seem like human shadows. They had 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head at least. However, there was something profoundly disturbing about the shadows of the immortal denizens of the Eternal City. Sonny could not describe what exactly alarmed him, but he sensed a subtle, unnerving wrongness about them. "I think I see the wharf." Eventually, Neve's voice distracted him from his unease. Looking forward, Sonny saw a massive structure protruding from the dome of the Eternal City. Before it, however, a massive steel was forcefully thrust into the black glass just outside the invisible barrier, with a net of jagged cracks marring the smooth surface around it. Sonny did not know what strength one had to possess to actually shatter the bottom of the storm sea, but the sigh of it made him shiver. "What is this?" As the night garden drew closer and its light fell onto the surface of the towering steel, he could vaguely discern runes carved into its surface. They were written on the outward side of the steel, facing the boundless expanse of the storm sea. The script was strange, but he could still somewhat translate it. Sonny exhaled slowly as he read the words written on the stone steel. As he did, his eyes quaked slightly. The runes read, "I am Daron, the Serpent King. Heed my warning, wanderer, come back. There is no salvation from eternity and no respite from its bond. Beyond this line lies hell." Chapter 26-25, Titanic Wharf. Jet and the Saints of Night studied the runes, their expressions turning somber. The spell must have provided them with a better translation than Sonny's own, but he was sunnably confident in his interpretation. Hell-huh, Bloodwave's voice did not sound enthused. Sonny smiled. "Well, you know how it goes for us awakened. We always get sent into the depths of hell, only to find another, even more dreadful hell at the bottom of that one. I've been to a place or two that are way worse than the worst depiction of hell humans could come up with. You must have, too." Bloodwave grunted in solidarity. "Still sounds quite ominous." Sonny had no retort to that. He remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "So Daron visited the Eternal City as well." Neve was looking at the towering steel with an expression that betrayed a hint of reverence. Hearing Sonny speak of Daron, he tuned to him. The Serpent King was the lone supreme of the Stormsea civilization before it was consumed by the Dream Realm. We knew very little about him until recently, actually. It was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel that shone a light on his eventual end. "Maybe you've heard about it?" Sonny glanced at him and smiled. "Yeah, I've heard a thing or two." Neve nodded, but even if we knew very little, we did discover traces of him all across the Stormsea. Most of the citadels the House of Night used to inhabit are ruins of Daron's fallen kingdom, after all. Even if most of it had been swallowed by the depths, he is a mythical figure. Neve paused for a moment and added in a quiet tone, "So, it feels strange to stand where he once stood, looking at the runes he personally carved into stone. Sunny remained silent for a while. He felt strange as well, but for a different reason. To him, finding a message left by Daron of the Twilight Sea felt like meeting an old friend. "Do you think he came to the Eternal City once to claim the lineage of Storm God?" Neve hesitated. "I am not sure if he did. It did not help him and his people in the end." Sunny sighed. He studied the Great Steel some more, then said suddenly, "I met Daron once, you know." Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha turned to him in shock. Jet raised an eyebrow too. Sunny smiled. He was a tough bastard. One of the toughest Sunny had ever met, in fact. His soul still quaked in the throes of phantom pain at the memory of the Serpent King's sharp fangs. Sunny had met the nightmare version of Daron of the Twilight Sea and killed him. Then he received a blossom from Wind Flower, Daron's daughter, her farewell gift. If Daron felt it necessary to leave a warning here, this place must be really bad, which meant that Sunny needed to change his plans a little. As the Saints of Night stared at him silently, he turned to Jet. "The wharf is empty, so it is safe to dock the Night Garden there. I will scout ahead." With that, he stepped into the shadows and vanished from the runic hall. A second later, ignoring Daron's warning, Sunny appeared inside the dome protecting the Eternal City. He respected the Serpent King a great deal, but knew that the hint of Daron's name invoked in him was a vestige of the past. In the past, Sunny had been a mere master, while Daron had been a supreme. He had been an obstacle of such imposing height that even the thought of overcoming it seemed impossible. Even if Sunny did kill him, in the end, it was only because Daron had been a pale shadow of his former self, and half-dead from battling other ancient horrors on top of that. But that was the past. Now Sunny was a sovereign himself. In fact, he accomplished more than Daron had managed. He made it further. He and his cohort conquered the Great River, at least, and while Daron had seen no hope for his realm except to lead his people into the tomb of Ariel as one last desperate gamble, Sunny and Nephis were steadily preparing to face the looming calamities on the battlefield. They had a good chance of making it to the very end, as well. They were stronger, and their people, the Children of War, were stronger than the Children of Storm had been, as well. So Daron had not necessarily known better than Sunny, and his advice was not necessarily implacable. Maybe he was right, though. As soon as Sunny appeared within the dome of the Eternal City, he was overwhelmed by an ominous feeling, as well as a far more mundane feeling of discomfort, caused by the fact that the air here was thin and cold, making him feel like he was suffocating. Grimacing, Sunny glanced around. "Something is telling me that dying in the Eternal City is a very, very bad idea." There had to be a reason why Daron had warned those trying to enter the drowned city to fear eternity. The wharf worthy of accepting the Night Garden was similarly titanic, spanning more than a dozen kilometers in length and half as much in width, with walls that were as tall as mountains. Literally. At first glance, Sunny judged that they were at least 3 kilometers high, partially submerged in water. The water surprised him, actually. He would have thought that the dome would prevent it from flowing into the Eternal City entirely, but strangely enough, while the invisible barrier prevented the unfathomable mass of the sea from plummeting at the city from above, some of it did cover the black glass. The water seethed and swirled, flowing as it glistened in the silver light of the magnificent spires. The main structure of the wharf surrounded a horseshoe-shaped berth, with huge gates facing the vast expanse of the storm sea. The gates were currently open, and the berth was partially filled with water. The walls of the wharf were built from stone, but inside it was constructed out of wood. Everything around him was spotless and in pristine condition, with not a sign of wear in sight. In fact, that was one of the reasons why Sunny felt so unnerved. He had not realized it before, but the world was supposed to show signs of the ruthless passage of time and display subtle imperfections. Even in the most well-maintained places, there were small flaws, scuffs, scratches, faded colors. But everything in the Eternal City seemed brand new and absolutely spotless. That alone was enough to make his skin crawl, as if the world around him was not real. The dissonance was eerie. Not paying attention to the bridge connecting the wharf to the city just yet, Sunny concentrated on the interior of the gigantic structure itself. Just as he had perceived before, it was entirely empty, with no movement and no living shadows anywhere in sight or hidden from view. That's good, I guess. As Sunny turned to face the brilliant lights of the eternal city, the bow of the night garden pierced the veil of the invisible barrier behind him. This text is hosted at Novel Fire, net. After thousands of years, the living ship returned to the place where it had been born. Chapter 26, 26 Shop's Cradle. As the night garden passed through the invisible barrier, it continued to glide across the turbulent waters that covered the infinite expanse of black glass. Great waves rose as its immense mass displaced myriad tons of water, crashing into the towering walls of the wharf and escaping into the wide canals of the eternal city. Standing at the edge of the titanic structure's open gate, Sunny observed the wrath of the elements in silence. The living ship slowly drew closer. As it did, the wharf, which had seemed improbably enormous before, suddenly did not feel so big anymore. Sunny saw the branches of the trees that grew on the surface decks of the night garden sway as it passed him, slowly entering the awaiting berth. He could not help but feel amazed at the precision with which Jet had steered the wide breadth of the titanic ship into the gate of the great wharf. There was barely a few dozen meters between the tall sides of the night garden and the walls of the berth, and that gap seemed minuscule in comparison to its gargantuan size. The ship continued to sail past him for a long while as it entered the wharf, seemingly endless. Eventually, however, Sunny saw the stern of the night garden, which meant that countless kilometers away, its bow had reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped berth, resting against its barrier. Finally, the living ship came to a halt, swaying gently on the tumultuous currents of water. What now? They had intended to find a way to repair the night garden here, but the great citadel did not exactly come with an instruction manual, let alone the wharf where the demon of repose had built her ship once, thousands of years ago. Sunny did not have to worry, though. Soon after the night garden came to a rest inside the colossal berth, the wharf came alive. The rest might have just felt a strange, almost palpable energy permeate the air, but Sunny could sense far more. In his eyes, which could peer into the nature of things, the titanic structure lit up like a radiant star. That was because an impossible amount of soul essence was flowing through it, the raging currents infusing every centimeter of the stone walls and the wooden scaffolds with a daunting, exuberant vitality. Various areas of the wharf slowly awakened from their long slumber, igniting with shimmering light. Well, Sunny sensed the ground beneath him tremble. Then, the vast vertical plane of the huge gate he was standing on began to move with a powerful shiver. At the same time, the other side of the gate moved as well. Seemingly slowly because of its prodigious size, but breathtakingly rapid in reality, the gates of the wharf closed. Sunny, who had unwittingly caught a ride on one of its wings, barely managed to keep his balance when the two sides shut with a deafening thunderclap, cutting out the night garden's path of retreat. Of course, if there was a need to make an escape, the titanic ship could simply ram the gates with the indestructible immensity of its stern, causing mayhem and devastation on an unimaginable scale. But Sunny hoped that it would not come to that. Nothing happened for a minute or two, outwardly at least. Then Sunny heard the roaring rustle of flowing water echoing between the sides of the living ship and the walls of its berth. That was the turbulent water inside the wharf draining away through invisible channels. Its level slowly dropped, and the night garden lowered with it. Sunny had expected some mechanism to catch and secure it in place, and there was indeed a mechanism, of sorts. As he watched in wonder, the wooden interior of the colossal wharf blossomed with myriad flowers and leaves. Then, enormous branches stretched outward, gently catching the night garden and fusing with its hull. Soon enough, the water was entirely gone, revealing the floor of the berth. The night garden was resting on it, supported by the colossal branches that prevented it from tilting to the side, like a tree that returned to the forest. The branches, however, were not there simply for support. As Sunny watched, his eyes widening a little, the powerful currents of soul essence he had observed before flowed through them into the living ship, nourishing it. There seemed to be some kind of sorcery at work, guiding them in fleeting patterns and dictating what effect they had on the weathered expanse of the night garden. The wharf was not merely replenishing its reserves of essence. Under its nurturing influence, the scars marring the hull of the living ship began to close, and countless damaged parts hidden in its cavernous interior began to be mended. Although Sunny could not perceive it, He was sure that the process of restoration and rejuvenation was happening to the mystical part of the night garden, too, the very sorcery that made it function. So in the end, he and his companions did not have to learn how to operate the wharf of the Eternal City or what to do to repair the living ship. Just like the night garden, the wharf itself was a living thing, and so it could mend the titanic vessel all by itself. The process would probably take quite a while to complete, but it was having an effect already. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. That's one thing I don't need to worry about anymore. In fact, the restoration of the night garden alone was enough to make this expedition worth it. It was one of the few great citadels of humanity, after all, and one that offered the human domain a unique and vital advantage, not to mention serving as home for millions of people. But of course, Sunny was not going to be satisfied with just that. As the process of restoration began, his gaze left the vast expanse of the night garden and traveled to the far side of the wharf, where a bridge connecting it to the rest of the Eternal City was hidden. Somewhere out there, the Dutchman was already leading its army of wraiths to conquer the sunken city. The mysterious third contender was on the move as well. The lineage of Storm God waited to be claimed. The fragment of Weaver's forbidden lineage did as well. And myriad treasures of the immortal abode on top of that. Exhaling slowly, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and smiled. Let's conquer hell then. He paused for a few seconds, then added in a less solemn tone, this update is available on Novel Fire, net. One more hell, I mean. Chapter 26-27 Runica. By the time Sunny reached the other side of the blossoming berth, Jet was already there, clad in her fitting black armor and leaning on her scythe. Her icy cold eyes peered at the long bridge connecting the wharf to the Eternal City, radiating a sense of deadly cold. Sunny appeared out of the shadows next to her, looking in the same direction. Where are Neve, Etha, and Bloodwave? She glanced at him briefly. Guarding the ship, we stationed all available Awakened throughout the interior, with masters spread out to defend the key areas. The Saints are protecting the surface decks. Etha is on the bridge, Neve is at the bow, while Bloodwave is on the stern. The three of them should be able to contend against anything that might get past us, or at least stall it long enough for you to arrive. Sunny nodded, burning a bit of his essence to substitute the lacking oxygen with it. How is their breathing? Jet smiled faintly. They are fine while aboard the night garden. Beyond its aegis, they'll probably suffocate. However, these are Saints of Night we are talking about. They have memories to deal with the lack of breathing air in spades, so you don't have to worry about them. Sunny studied her for a moment. What about you two? Jet gave him a stare. I am dead. What do I need air for? Sunny coughed. Jet usually breathed like any normal human, when she was not low on essence, at least, and her body metabolized oxygen like any other body would. However, it seemed that her special constitution gave her an alternative, just like Sunny's supreme rank did. There was enough oxygen in the air around them to speak normally, at least. That was a pleasant surprise. She raised an eyebrow. So what's the plan? Sunny studied the bridge for a while, then pointed to a barely Roman 6. Sibyl area of rippling air on the other side of it. Do you see that? Let's take a look first, then decide what our next steps will be. Summoning the jade mantle, he reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi out of it. Then, placing its blade on his shoulder, Sunny walked toward the Eternal City with confident steps. Jet followed. As they walked across the long bridge, black water reeled and raged below them, glistening with the reflections of the silver light. It was still eerily quiet and peaceful around them, though, with no movement whatsoever. Sunny had expected to be carving a path through a sea of abominations by now, but surprisingly enough, nothing had attacked them yet. His shadow sense also had no trouble enveloping everything around him, up to the end of the bridge, that was. There his perception grew vague and mudded, as if something was suppressing it. Strange. Sunny frowned. What is that? At some point, the smooth stone surface beneath their feet became uneven. Crouching, he wiped away droplets of water and studied it closely. Thin lines were carved into the bridge, following a strange pattern. After inspecting them for a while, Sunny raised an eyebrow. A runic array. Indeed, there were countless runes carved into the stone bridge, forming a complicated enchantment. Sunny was not as knowledgeable about runic sorcery as Cassie was, but he did know the basics. There was no need to test his modest mastery, though, since he could simply ask the master. Cassie. They continued on their way, observing the endless weave of mysterious runes. Eventually, Cassie saw enough to offer her opinion. This is an auxiliary enchantment, way beyond what I could accomplish, but still only a small part of a larger array. Sunny tilted his head a little. What does it do? There was a long pause, and then Cassie's voice resounded in his mind. It was quiet and distorted, as if reaching him from a great distance but still discernible. It maintains the existence of these runes, as well as of the main enchantment that is situated somewhere else. Well, rather, it prevents the innate sorcery of the Eternal City from erasing the runes by restoring the surfaces they are carved into to a pristine condition. Sunny narrowed his eyes. What does the main enchantment do, then? Cassie's quiet, melodious laughter resounded in his head. That I do not know. I would have to read it first, wouldn't I? Sunny sighed. By then they had almost reached the end of the bridge. Stopping, he remained motionless for a bit, and then raised his head to study the anomaly they had noticed from the walls of the wharf. Jet let out a whistle. I'll be damned. Sunny tended to agree. There, in front of them, a subtle rippling of the air betrayed the existence of an invisible barrier. There was another dome inside the Aegis protecting the Eternal City, covering most of the city. It was very much like the shadow dome he had created to see if the night garden could submerge into the water, almost as vast as the primary one, but not quite, acting as a second layer of protection. Here the foundation of the Eternal City was exposed, towering above the restless waters as dark cliffs. And on those cliffs, enormous runes were carved into the stone, extending in both directions as far as the eye could see, almost as if they encircled the entire city. There was something quite familiar about how those runes were carved into the base of the Eternal City, as well. The way they looked was almost exactly the same as Daron's message on the Great Steel looked, only on a much larger scale. This is the main enchantment. I think I know what its purpose is. Sunny remained silent for a long while, looking at the rippling barrier of the secondary dome. He smiled darkly. I think I know as well. Jet gave him a questioning look. Looking up at the endless mass of water looming over their heads, Sunny said the first barrier is created by innate sorcery of the Eternal City, divine sorcery of the Demon of Repose. Its purpose is to keep things out. Then he looked down at the great runes carved into the ancient stone. The second barrier is a complicated runic array, much like the runic array that protected Twilight. It was created by the Serpent King. His expression darkened. Small cap R letter 1D07, letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07S, letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap RS. Letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, novel F fire. Net. And its purpose is to keep things in. Chapter 26-28, A Warm Welcome. Jet studied the wall of subtly rippling air in front of them and the pristine streets beyond it, then rested her scythe on her shoulders in a relaxed pose. Well, that explains why nothing has attacked us yet. She approached the barrier created by the Serpent King, stopping only a few centimeters away from it, then took a few steps along its nearly invisible surface. Seems like he was really wary of what hides inside this city, huh? Sunny shrugged. I guess. Jet remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a calm tone. More importantly, if this barrier prevents things escaping the Eternal City, wouldn't we get trapped if we passed through it as well? That was what Sunny was thinking about, too. He frowned. Nightwalker escaped it before, so there must be a way. Or maybe a condition sorting those who can leave and those who can't. He sighed and shook his head. It does not matter anyway. Anything that Daron created, I can destroy. It might take some time, though, if we do need to destroy this barrier in order to escape. Not to mention that I would not feel right getting rid of it before whatever he was wary of is dealt with, or at least contained in some way. Jet looked at him with dark amusement. Oh, what makes you so confident in your ability? Sunny simply shrugged. The fact that destroying something is always easier than creating it. Both Daron and Sunny were supreme, and both were powerful sorcerers. So, with all other things being equal, he was confident in his ability to dismantle the runic array Daron had created, given time. Jet looked back at the invisible barrier. "Guess we're going inside, then." Sunny grimaced. "Well, yes, but first we might want to. Wait, what are you doing?" Before he could even finish the sentence, Jet took a step forward and passed through the barrier. Then she turned around and looked at him with a smile. "What?" Sunny stared at her aghast. "What do you mean, what? How could you just go and enter a mysterious magic barrier designed to trap living beings for all eternity?" She shrugged. "Didn't you say that you can easily destroy it?" Sunny suppressed the impulse to grab his head. "I say a lot of things." She laughed. "That you do." She fell silent, studied the surrounding buildings for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Sunny tensed, but Jet seemed to pass through the barrier and return to the bridge with no issue. Still resting her arms on the shaft of the scythe, she rolled her shoulders and shook her head. "My guess would be that the Serpent King was unwilling to let the immortals who had populated the Eternal City escape into the Twilight Sea. After all, there is no worse combination than immortality and corruption. So this barrier probably prevents anything that died and was restored by the city from leaving its boundary." Sunny took a few deep breaths. What if your theory turned out to be wrong?" Jet shrugged. "Then I would have asked you to get me out. Better yet, I'd ask Neve to aim those scary cannons you so graciously crafted for me at the runes carved into the foundation of this place, and blast a few dozen of them off the face of the earth. I am pretty sure that would have dealt with this runic array, too." Sunny sighed. "I guess that works." With that, he walked past Jet and entered the barrier, too. As he passed it, an unpleasant feeling momentarily overwhelmed his senses. It was as if something cold and unfeeling was inspecting the depths of his being, searching for an unknown sign. Then it brushed against Weaver's lineage and recoiled, retreating in fright. Sunny found himself standing near the mouth of a wide street. On both sides of him, ornate buildings rose into the darkness, with black water glistening with reflections of silver light as it rolled above him where the sky was supposed to be. The street was clean and empty, with beautiful sculptures lining the facades of the nearest buildings. Jet crossed the barrier for the second time and looked around. "It doesn't seem so bad, actually." Sunny took a few steps forward, then frowned and looked at the entrance of one of the buildings. His shadow sense was still somewhat suppressed, but he could feel a presence there. "Come out." There were a few seconds of silence, and then he heard the sound of light steps. A young man walked out of the buildings, walking toward them unhurriedly. At first glance, he was just barely past the age when one would become a sleeper, wearing a free tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric. His features were soft and harmonious, beautiful enough to mistake him for a saint, and his glistening hair was held in place by an exquisitely decorated band of silver. He did not seem armed, and a faint smile was playing on his lips. Walking to the middle of the street, the beautiful youth stopped and turned, looking at them with a strange, curious expression. Jet quietly removed her scythe from her shoulders, grasping it tightly. "Oh, hells!" Sunny almost took a step back. Because when he peered into the soul of the striking young man, what met him was a vast ocean of vile, boundless darkness. The youth opened his mouth, as if wishing to welcome them to the Eternal City. What escaped his mouth, however, were no words. Instead, it was an avalanche of grotesque, pulsating, hungry flesh. A dozen long tendrils ending with sharp spikes shot toward Sunny with such speed that he barely had time to react. Still, he managed to put his Odachi in the path, only to feel it shatter from the impact, not offering the fleshy tendrils any receipts. Tance. A split second later, the spikes were about to pierce his head. Sunny dissolved into shadows, leaving them whipping furiously through the air. The stone plates of the wide street exploded into a hurricane of sharp shards, and the nearest facade collapsed into a cloud of dust when one of the tendrils brushed against it in passing. Jet's scythe flashed, severing another. She moved with graceful ease, dodging the lethal attack by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, Sunny stepped from the shadows behind the monstrous youth and calmly beheaded him with the reformed blade of his Odachi. Red blood spluttered on the stone rubble, and the corpse of the young man fell to his knees while his head rolled a few steps, dragging the limp tentacles behind it. Curses. Sunny watched as the headless corpse slowly toppled to the ground. Jet did not relax, glancing at him briefly. "What's with that expression?" He hesitated for a moment. "It's because..." There was no new shade in his soul sea. "I don't think that thing is dead." Just as he said those words, the headless body stirred and floated into an upright position. The grotesque tendrils protruding from the mouth of the severed head, meanwhile, twitched and moved, raising it a dozen meters above the ground like long, horrid legs. Follow current novels on novel FIRTEP.net. The youth's eyes peered at Sunny with the same innocent, mild curiosity. He shivered. Damnation. Chapter 26-29, Corrupted Immortal. There were deadly beings out there in the dreadful reaches of the ruthless and broken world. And then there was the Lord of Shadows, Sunless, the Sovereign of Death. Among those who were just one step behind him, Soul Reaper Jet was perhaps the most lethal. She was definitely the most feared, and for a good reason. Few could survive her insidious aspect and deathly resolve. So it was no exaggeration to say that when the two of them decided to fight side by side, there was hardly a more deadly duo than the Lord of Shadows and Soul Reaper. And yet, they failed to kill the eerie abomination that had welcomed them to the Eternal City. The battle was swift but furious. Several blocks of the sunken city had been reduced to rubble as Sunny and Jet fought the monstrous youth, or, rather, the grotesque abomination that wore the exquisite face of a human youth. The ancient buildings toppled, and the stone canvas of the roads exploded into an avalanche of jagged shards. The silence of the empty streets was vanquished by the roaring clamor of a terrifying battle, and the beautiful landscape of the ancient city was replaced by a scene of total devastation. "Cursed!" Sunny dashed back, barely evading another fleshy tentacle. The breathtaking statue he had hidden behind was split in two, severed by the spike at the end of the tendril so cleanly that the cut seemed like no more than a thin crack for a few moments. "This is a bit tough." Jet had spun her ghostly scythe, slicing several tendrils, then allowed the mist blade to assume the form of a graceful lucerne, and used its long spike to pin the nearest severed tentacle to the cobblestones. It was just in time despite being separated from the main body of the abomination. The fleshy tentacles continued to move, trying to slither across the rubble toward her. "What the hell do we do?" Sunny cursed again. The eldritch horror was strong, about as strong as a great beast would be, making it a walking calamity. Even a supreme like him had to stay alert in a battle with this thing, so it was understandable that Jet was struggling. However, that was no reason for them to be having so much trouble dealing with the grotesque abomination. Sunny could slay a great beast in a heartbeat, and Jet was more than formidable enough to bridge the gap between the ranks. By all accounts, the eerie creature should have been dead by now. And in fact, they had already killed it many times. It was just that the grotesque abomination refused to stay dead. Sunny and Jet had cut, pierced, and crushed its body. They dealt fatal damage to its soul and poisoned it with the death will. The creature was burned to death and shattered after being frozen solid. But no matter what they did, the beautiful youth was restored to his original appearance before too long. Its crushed, severed, burned, shattered body returned to a flawless state, and then turned hideous and horrid once again as it swelled with malformed flesh and burst into a slithering forest of deadly tendrils. Google SE a small capar letter 1D04HNOVEL net. It did not take a wise man to realize what was happening. Damn that damn demon. The fiend they were fighting was powerful, but in and of itself it was not too terrifying. As evidence, Sunny and Jet were still unscathed despite battling it for several minutes already. The problem, however, was that it was immortal, or rather, that the Eternal City made it immortal. The distinction was subtle, but important. The incredible, inexhaustible vitality that monstrous youth possessed was not his own power. Rather, it was the manifestation of the sorcery that governed this cursed place, and so, killing him was not a matter of overpowering a great beast. It was a matter of overcoming the sorcery of a demon, and while Sunny had a high opinion of his prowess, that was not a feat that he could accomplish just yet. How did one fight an immortal abomination, then? Dodging another explosion of hungry flesh, Sunny could not help but smile darkly. "No, but it's quite ironic, isn't it?" Two dead warriors were trying to kill an undying monster. Brandishing his black odachi, he called out to Jet. "We can't kill it." His gaze landed on the shambling, appalling figure of the corrupted immortal. "So let's subdue it instead." He lunged forward, turning into a torrent of shadows to evade the whipping tendrils, and manifested into a corporeal form right in front of the abomination. His odachi flashed, severing the creature's arms the same time. A current of mist coalesced into a lithe figure behind the immortal, and Jet used her scythe to cut his legs. As the fiend fell to the ground, dozens of black chains burst from it and wrapped themselves around him. Individually, none of them were strong enough to bind him, but all together, they held long enough for more chains to descend on the struggling form and bury it under the mass of inkiblak metal. Soon, there was nothing but a small hill of black links towering where the horrid youth once stood, trembling slightly like a macabre cocoon. Sunny stared at it somberly. A large swath of the eternal city around them was entirely decimated. But the ornate buildings were already restoring themselves, too. Shattered statues coalesced into their original, elegant forms. Toppled pillars rose from the rubble and assembled themselves. The rubble floated into the air and returned to its previous shape. The buildings grew from the devastated ruin like flowers, and the paving of the streets smoothed itself out. Before too long, Sunny and Jet found themselves standing on a beautiful plaza. Their surroundings were spotless and undamaged, with only the cocoon of black chains and their heavy breathing proving that the battle had happened. Jet stared at the small hill of chains, and then looked at Sunny with a somber expression. "Hey." He raised an eyebrow. "What?" She pointed to the black cocoon with the blade of her war scythe. "That was just one of them, right?" Sunny nodded slowly, prompting her to give him a dark smile. "And you said that there were thousands, or maybe even millions of these things within the city." He hesitated for a few moments, suppressing a shiver. What could he say? Sunny sighed. "Sounds about right." As the person who had invited Jet to this nightmarish place, he was starting to feel a tiny bit guilty. Chapter 26:30 this much. Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was troubled. The battle had been intense and the enemy was powerful, but that was not the reason for his unease. The fact that the nightmare creature had turned out to be immortal wasn't, either. Even the knowledge that there was a vast horde of these undying fiends populating the eternal city was not the reason why he felt so somber. No, the real reason why Sunny was troubled was that he could not make sense of the monstrous youth. There was something quite strange about this nightmare creature, to the point that he was not even sure if he was correct to call it one. First, Sunny did not see what he usually saw when peering into the souls of abominations. There was the vile darkness of corruption, true, but it did not possess the usual nodes that served as sources of the spreading, tumorous infection. So he could not even guess the class of the creature, only tell that it was roughly of the great rank. Second, even Cassie could not tell what the monstrous fiend was. All she could say after peering at its essence was a few cryptic words. "It is like a part of a greater whole hiding inside an usurped vessel." Then, after falling silent for a while, she added in a hesitant tone, "But the greater whole it is a part of is itself incomplete, longing to be mended." The fact that Cassie's dormant ability could not draw knowledge about the eldritch horror was already a cause for concern. Her words describing what little she did glimpse were even more worrisome. A part of a greater whole, usurped vessel, incomplete. What the hell did it mean? And what the hell was the corrupted immortal, really? Sunny sighed. The cocoon of black chains continued to stir subtly, since the horrid fiend was still struggling to break free. Sunny could keep it bound without too much trouble, but he could only do so by maintaining the manifested shadows personally. Making the chains permanent would weaken them, which would allow the monstrous youth to escape. Which meant that while he could contain this particular abomination, or maybe even 1,000 of them, he could not contain T. He could not even contain most of them, which was a problem. He grimaced and looked at the black underside of the rolling sea above them, with silver light reflecting from its restless surface. Suddenly, it occurred to him that this was a kind of black sky, as well. "Ah, this is going to be quite a spectacle." Jet wore a somber expression, her icy gaze hiding a hint of some dark emotion. She lingered for a while, looked at her scythe briefly, and then said in a neutral tone, "We can still retreat, you know." Sonny slowly shook his head. "No, there's nowhere to retreat." He looked away from the pile of black chains and turned to her. "It might seem like we can escape to safer waters, but that is an illusion. There is nowhere safe in this world. In two worlds even. Anywhere and everywhere can and will tum into a worse hell. All of existence is a war zone, so if we can't deal even with this much, then what's the point of seeking safety somewhere else?" Jet let out a hollow chuckle. "This much is a city full of immortal great ones, though, with an army of wraiths added as a free bonus. So what are we going to do?" Sonny studied her for a while, then smiled darkly. "For now, I suggest you take a few steps back." Jet frowned. "Why, what are you going to do?" Sonny looked around, noting that he could not see the wharf from behind the tall buildings. "Let me show you. This should be far enough, I think. Fresh chapters posted on NovelFire.net." Saying that, he reached into his soul and summoned something. Not long before that, Aiko made her way to the throne room of the Dark Castle, carrying the latest report. Her boss was lounging on his throne, as usual, looking into the distance with an amused expression. She yawned, then belatedly covered her mouth with her dainty hand. At the moment, Aiko really missed her opulent bedroom on the highest floor of the castle. "Hey, boss, about our investigation into the strange trends on the black market." He waved his hand lazily, interrupting her, and then looked at her with a sly smile. "You-ho." Suddenly, Aiko had a very, very bad feeling. Sonny seemed inordinately happy. Why was he so happy? "Hey, Aiko, let me ask you a question. How would you go about conquering a city full of immortal nightmare creatures?" She frowned. I'd tum around and run away. No, actually, I would never end up anywhere near such a terrifying place to begin with. Only a complete, irremediable idiot would. No, really." Her boss blinked a few times with an offended expression on his pale face. "Hey, that's harsh." Aiko suppressed the desire to palm her face. "Wait, that was not a hypothetical question. What the? Where the hell did you find a city full of immortal abominations? And why? Why would you do something like that?" Sonny raised his chin. "No, it wasn't under the sea. And why? Because there's treasure involved." Aiko was about to say more but froze instead. A moment later, her eyes glistened. Her expression changed subtly. "Treasure, huh? What kind of?" But her boss shook his head. "Nope, since you're apparently full of prejudice against immortal abominations, I am not taking you with me. Not a chance, don't even ask." She just stared at him for a moment. "I wasn't going to, though." Her boss nodded. "Great, then. If you really don't want to go, I suggest you vacate the premises, fast." Aiko stared at him in confusion. At that moment, something eerie happened. 3 more versions of Sonny appeared from the shadows behind her, walking toward the throne. And I mean really fast. Immediately would be best. You can set up a temporary office in the nameless temple. There's a cot in the inner sanctum, I think. Oh, and don't forget to water my tree. This is bad. The various incarnations of her boss very rarely gathered in one place. And every time they did, something terrible happened. Oh no. Not wasting any time, Aiko dashed forward, sprinted past the throne, and jumped out of the window. As she hovered in the lightless sky of the forgotten shore, looking down at the magnificent edifice of the Dark Castle, the castle suddenly vanished without a trace. "Oh no, my bedroom." And just a few moments later, it appeared again somewhere else. To be precise, it appeared on an empty, pristine plaza in the Eternal City. Jet had barely managed to take a few steps back before the black spires of the Dark Castle suddenly rose from the shadows enveloping the square. Soon enough, a magnificent black fortress appeared out of nowhere between the ornate buildings, casting a deep shadow upon them. Then its gates opened with a chilling groan. And out of the darkness inside, a vast legion of silent shades marched onto the ancient streets. Chapter 26, 31 Invading Force. Sonny pulled Jet into the shadows, bringing them both to stand on the tall walls of the Dark Castle. Below them, an endless river of darkness was flowing out of its gates, slowly consuming the wide open expanse of the magnificent plaza. That was his Shadow Legion, every shade he had collected over the years, except for a few left to guard his citadel in the burned forest, and the sacred shades he could not summon on a whim. Men and nightmare creatures united in the tranquil embrace of his deathly authority. Those who came from the forgotten shore, the chained isles from the cold reaches of Antarctica, the endless tides of the great river, the sweltering heat of Godgrave, the ash and cinders of the burned forest, and many places beyond those. All of them had come to the Eternal City now, assembling into a vast battle formation in utter silence. Hundreds of thousands of dead warriors, all ready to wage war on the immortal swarm. Some flooded the plaza below, some manned the walls of the dark castle. The castle itself trembled as it stirred, casting a hungry gaze at the beautiful streets beyond. But that was not all. From the shadows to Sunny's left, Saint rose in the fearsome glory of her black armor. From the shadows to his right, Slayer appeared like a ghost. Far below, a towering figure forged from blackened steel and infernal flames stepped from the castle gates, the silver light of the distant spires reflecting dimly from the numerous jagged blades that littered its impenetrable carapace. A gargantuan serpent with onyx scales wrapped itself around one of the towers of the dark castle, letting out a chilling hiss that washed over the world as the war horn of death. A tenebrous steed with flames burning in its crimson eyes ascended the wall to stand beside its master, the ringing of its adamantine hooves echoing across the vast plaza. And finally, the shadows stirred and rose, coalescing into 4 dark figures. When they appeared, the light of the silver spires seemed to dim, and the abyssal darkness pressing down on the Eternal City seemed to grow even darker. A cold wind blew across the plaza, bringing with it the promise of murder and death. Those 4 had the same face as Sunny, each wielding the power of a supreme being. That was the Lord of Shadows and his legion, an insidious and indestructible force capable of washing over entire realms and reducing them to rubble. Now that force had invaded the sunken city of the Demon of Repose. Standing by his side, Jet sighed quietly. Content originally comes from Novel FireNet. Well, she remained motionless for a few moments, observing the plaza. Where there had been only emptiness minutes ago now stood a fearsome castle. Beyond its walls, a vast army of silent shadows was ready for battle. The very atmosphere of the Eternal City had changed, announcing the arrival of a new, terrifying invader. Jet studied Sunny carefully, then shook her head. So this is the power of a sovereign. She had witnessed Nephis descend into battle, but not the sovereign of death. Beholding his supreme power felt different, though perhaps because the visible manifestation of changing stars' power, despite its unimaginable destructiveness, was personal in nature. This, however, illustrated the essence of what a sovereign was far more demonstrably. A being who wielded authority as a weapon, whose influence spread over the world and subjugated multitudes. A ruler's. It was strange to think that she was acquainted with a creature like that. Sunny gave her a confused look. Oh, right, you haven't really seen me get serious, have you? In Jet's defense, no one had really seen the Lord of Shadow wield his supreme power. The Shadow Legion had mostly been confined to the burned forest ever since Sunny became a sovereign, and he was the only human there. Cassie must have witnessed how tyrannical his domain was, but mostly, people had only glimpsed it during that last, fateful battle in Godgrave. Sunny had just barely attained supremacy back then, though, so it hardly counted as a conscious expression of his true strength. Jet shook her head again. No, and how do I put it? Strangely enough, you don't give an impression of someone who wields this kind of terrifying power. To be honest, it is hard to remember that you are a sovereign when you're around. Sunny grinned. Really, why thank you, that is by design. Jet raised an eyebrow, prompting him to shrug. Nobody said that a sovereign has to emanate a solemn and unapproachable aura of suffocating dominance, you know, all that zeal and worship Nephis is subjected to. I find it weird. No, thank you. There's a more practical reason why I prefer to act as a fun and easygoing demigod as well. It was because he could not allow anyone to worship him, since doing so would bring the forgotten god closer to awakening. Sunny sighed. Oh, and by the way, there is a reason why I summoned my castle and my army now, and it's not just to make an awesome entrance. Jet smiled faintly. Let me guess, it's because thousands of these corrupted immortals are already rushing at us. Sunny was surprised. How did you know? She looked at the Shadow Legion. Because that is a defensive form. Aishin and the shadows on the walls of the castle are all taking positions, as if expecting a siege. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced. You are right. I can't sense our surroundings very well, but I do feel them approaching more or less every abomination that has been dwelling on this particular island of the Eternal City. The first ones will arrive in under a minute, I'd say. He glanced down at the cocoon of black chains, which was contained in the courtyard of the dark castle now. So we have around a minute to decide how to win a battle against these things. Chapter 26, 32 Attrition. Surveying the sprawling legion of muted shades assembled across the plaza beneath them, Sunny drew in a long breath. Time was scarce for careful appraisal or preparation. Yet this initial clash was little more than the opening act to the terrifying war soon to engulf the Eternal City. Read full story at NovelFire.net. He let out a slow breath. Honestly, I'm not overly worried about this opening engagement. I think you'll understand why. Jet, after all, was a seasoned commander. In fact, her experience far exceeded his. She had already held senior officer rank during the Southern Campaign, leading diverse government units through a long and distinguished career. Commanding the entire 1st Irregular Company was simply the next step in her ascent. Since then, Sunny had largely faced the dangers of the Dream Realm alone, while Jet's duties multiplied dramatically. He had commanded a segment of the Sword Army at Godgrave, but that fell short next to her extensive leadership background in both civil and military affairs. In the Age of Nightmares, the lines between those realms were blurred. He couldn't have asked for a more capable counselor. She inclined her head slightly. The Eternal City is immense, split into islands by potent currents. We've just landed, so the nightmare beings we face now are only those trapped on this specific island at our arrival. Her gaze grew grave. The other denizens will have sensed us by now. If not, the noise of battle will betray our presence soon enough. Before long, countless foes will descend upon us from all sides, threatening to encircle our troops or cut off their route to the Night Garden. A faint smile crossed Sunny's lips. What's your recommendation, then? Jet paused briefly, weighing her words, before answering in a measured tone. This is no ordinary fight. Besides the ruling entity, 2 separate invaders contest the city. The terrain complicates matters, too. Normally, I'd advise fortifying our position and letting the enemy grind themselves down against our defenses, but that's off the table now. Her eyes scanned the horizon, calculating. We must push forward, seize ground, and engage these unsettling immortals in a tactical game of pursuit and evasion. Above all, our advance must be steady and swift. We need a quick victory. There are 2 likely disasters if we fail, neither offering a hopeful outcome. Sunny's smile darkened. He gave a solemn nod. Right, should the Dutchman fall, the immortals currently pinned by the Wraith forces will flood down upon us, doubling the overwhelming enemy numbers. But if the Wraiths take control, who can predict the horrors awaiting us? At minimum, they'll claim the treasures we seek first. I have a feeling they'll only grow more powerful from there. His gaze drifted toward a distant lighthouse casting a radiant beam, and he exhaled. This perilous race is far from over. We're still fighting against the clock. In more ways than one. Although they had only briefly reviewed their situation, the window for planning was nearly closed. These are strategic questions, Jet said, sizing him up with a keen look. But first, we need to address tactics. How do you fight something that simply cannot die? That was indeed the crux. Sunny lowered his eyes to the shadow chains cocooned below. After a moment's quiet, his voice was calm. My shades can't be killed either, not through normal methods. Even if destroyed, they eventually regenerate, though they require time to recover. The Eternal City's immortals revive faster, it seems. A shadow crossed his features. Between their destruction and revival, they are vulnerable. That's the moment we must seize to contain them. Provided we find a reliable way to trap them, it all boils down to arithmetic. We must incapacitate them faster than they obliterate my shades. Movement near the plaza entrances drew his attention. He sighed. This means no swift victory or crushing defeat. It will be a war of attrition. We have to exploit every advantage and implement tactics that inflict maximal enemy losses while keeping our own low. Only then can we claim the Eternal City instead of becoming its prey. Jet stretched her shoulders with a smirk. Jet stretched her shoulders with a smirk. That's precisely where I landed, too. As for the finer points, she glanced across the plaza to where a broad avenue and numerous narrow alleys funneled into the open space. Well, I suppose we'll have to sort those out as events unfold. Her tone shifted, somber and tense, because at that moment a faint figure emerged at the mouth of a shadowed alley. Then another and another. Soon, a small gathering formed on the plaza's edge, as if the city's youth had come to browse a street market. All were young and stunningly beautiful, clad in light, flowing garments. Their flawless faces and sparkling eyes revealed no trace of the corruption lurking beneath. None carried weapons, yet their serene, inquisitive gazes sent a chill down Sonny's spine. He inhaled deeply, then locked eyes on the distant immortals with cold resolve. Chapter 26, 33 Rules of Engagement. How paradoxical. The immortals lingered at the edge of the expansive square, their flawless, youthful visages swallowed by the oppressive shadows cast by the towering spires of the Eternal City. Only their eyes shimmered, frigid silver stars, mirroring the glow of the magnificent towers. They appeared to watch the Shadow Legion with amused curiosity, yet that was a deceptive facade. Sonny now recognized that their grins were but elaborate disguises, masks these abominations donned to mimic humanity. But there was not a trace of humanity within them. With a clearer gaze, Sonny observed details that had escaped him amid the chaotic battle against the demon who had greeted them upon entering the city. From time to time, something writhed beneath their supple skin as if desperate to break free, and their stunning faces briefly contorted into grotesque snarls. Previously, Sonny had believed these entities cloaked their dreadful natures beneath human guise. Now, he understood it was the other way around. They appeared human involuntarily. In truth, these radiant immortals strove endlessly to transform into monsters. Yet every time their bodies started to warp into loathsome aberrations, the very enchantment that granted them eternal life forced their flesh back to its former beauty. Thus, they were not fiends masquerading as humans rather. They were creatures eternally imprisoned within human shells against their own will. An eternal torment. This unsettling contradiction sent a chill down Sonny's spine, and given that the skin of these fallen immortals literally writhed and twitched, he felt only greater unease. Though these ethereal youths seemed fascinated by the Shadow Legion, they were in fact biding their time, awaiting reinforcements. What began as a handful of figures swelled into a throng, and that throng blossomed into a vast horde. The mass surged across the plaza like an unstoppable tide. Sonny drew a steadying breath. Here we go. His mind raced in a whirl. How should he confront these abominations? What strategy could secure victory while maximizing advantage for both himself and the Shadow Legion? After a moment's contemplation, the answer surfaced swiftly. Ironically, it was almost insultingly straightforward. In the early days of his awakening, Sonny had depended primarily on his combat skill and tactical intuition to survive. His technique, physical capability, and mental focus dictated the course of his fights. But as time passed and both he and his foes grew stronger, his triumphs increasingly stemmed from cleverness and the power of his soul's arsenal. Skill and martial prowess retained their foundational importance, but many victories came from manipulating obscure enchantments tied to seemingly inconsequential memories in surprising ways. Lately, the outcomes hinged even more on arcane forces. Who wielded greater strength? Whose magic was more adaptable? Whose understanding was keener? In battles between godlike entities, the very essence of their nature often determined the fight. Facing the wave of corrupted immortals, however, Sonny realized he had come full circle. Since claiming the Eternal City would boil down to a grueling war of endurance, he had to limit casualties. To do that, he must return to fundamentals. There was no mystery in passing this trial, only conventional warfare. His greatest edge lay in the Shadow Legion's discipline, a coordinated fighting force, unlike the dreadful but disorganized mob of fallen immortals. Therefore, each shade had to fight with the precision and artistry of exalted warriors, moving seamlessly as a single unit. Beyond that, classical military principles were paramount. He would have to guard against flanking maneuvers, exploit terrain advantages, seize or improvise fortifications to reduce losses, and master even the simplest battlefield tactics like formations. It was a far cry from the conceptual clashes of rival aspects, yet it was a familiar battlefield. Sonny adjusted his mindset with remarkable speed. Only moments remained before the corrupted immortals struck the Shadow Legion's formation. And in that brief time, Sonny resolved his course. Given how critical fine control of each shade was, and despite his prior success with Mind Weave, he needed even greater command. So inhaling deeply, he summoned one final shade. The Rat King rested deep within the shadowed recesses of his soul, freeing Sonny to call forth another sacred shadow. As the fell immortals lunged forward, their bodies undulating and exploding into streams of shredding flesh, a colossal silhouette materialized above the square. A gigantic ebony moth unfurled its immense wings, resting atop the principal tower of the dark castle, dominating the ramparts beneath. Sonny had conjured the shadow of Puppeteer Moth, the spirit of doubt. Gazing over the plaza with its vast obsidian eyes, countless delicate strands of spectral black silk radiated outward like a spider's web, so fine as to be nearly invisible. Each filament embedded itself in the back of a shade, tethering them all to the puppeteer. Simultaneously, one of Sonny's avatars dissolved into shadow and entwined itself with the sacred shade, sharing its senses. Hola. A shudder coursed through Sonny as the overwhelming sensation of merging with a sacred shadow flooded him. It was alien, immense, beyond full comprehension, yet he grasped the link between the puppeteer and his army. In this way, Sonny secured nearly perfect mastery over his immortal legion. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS. Letter 1D04 small cap H. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07 small cap par. Small cap IS. Letter 1D1C. Letter 1D18. Letter 1D05. Letter 1D00. Letter 1D1B. Letter 1D07. Small cap B. Small cap Y. Nov. I fire. Small cap N. ET. Chapter 26. 34. Gathering data. A writhing mass of ravenous, serpentine flesh crashed headlong into the forefront of the Shadow Legion. The sprawling, once-pristine plaza erupted into a torrent of flying stone fragments, only to be instantaneously knit back together, then smashed apart anew in endless, violent cycles. Each fallen immortal wielded the might of a great one, warping reality itself at whim through their blasphemous resolve. Yet their adversaries were no less formidable. At the vanguard of this titanic clash, the spectral ranks of the Black Millipedes and the Ember Queen surged like an obsidian wave, unleashing a relentless onslaught against the monstrous invaders. Bound to the puppeteer by strands of ethereal black silk, and through the puppeteer to Sonny himself, the Millipedes moved with uncanny unity. In an instant, Sonny sensed and directed countless segmented abominations. Armed with myriad razor-sharp limbs and a desperate frenzy of jagged mandibles, he tore savagely at the flesh of the immortal horde. Prisoners of the Eternal City were undone and reformed in rapid succession. Endless shades fell, absorbed once more into the shadowy depths of Sonny's soul. Then, the tide of millipedes shifted tactically. No longer did they surge forth as a wild tempest. Instead, they formed an impenetrable bulwark of gleaming black chitin. Those among them imbued by higher-tier entities rose above this stout rampart, hurling streams of corrosive jet at the advancing immortals. For a brief span, acrid smoke swallowed the plaza whole. Then jagged gaps appeared in the chitin barrier as it was shattered, and chaos resumed its brutal rhythm. Sonny surveyed the conflict through myriad eyes, including his 4 pairs of piercing ones. "I'm noticing something unusual," Jet spoke evenly, her voice oddly serene despite the carnage unfolding. Sonny arched an eyebrow. "Go on." Her gaze swept over Saint, Slayer, Nightmare. The colossal serpent coiled about a dark castle turret, and the hulking fiend below. "You're holding back." A wry grin surfaced on Sonny's face. "I'm gauging a baseline to measure how quickly these shades fall before such foes. Once I know, future battles will be better strategized." She frowned, concern shadowing her features. "Are your casualties justified?" He winced. "That's yet to be determined." Though hungry for vital data, Sunny was cautious. Sacrificing too many shades was unacceptable, especially the Ember Queen and her elite warriors. So, as the chitin wall neared collapse, he shifted to the next phase. 3 of his manifestations emerged from the shadows, merging with him, amplifying his strength. This feels right. The peak of his power since the climactic showdown at Godgrave surged within him, and for a fleeting moment, Sunny felt whole again. Reveling in this fierce vitality coursing through his veins, he redirected his focus. With the reuniting of his 4 embodiments, 4 of the curse's chains fused in tandem. The surge in power was immediate and overwhelming. He paused, stunned. Now I understand. The absence of light enchantment was activating. Designed to empower him amid the deepest shadows, its effect was maximized here, in darkness denser than any sunlight had ever touched, at the Stormsea's abyssal depths. Perhaps nowhere was shadow more profound than the shadow realm itself. Briefly absorbing the enormity of his resinous might, Sunny inhaled deliberately and unleashed 2 of the curse's core enchantments, Shadow Flame and Mercy of Shadow. Immediately, the boon he enjoyed flowed into the champion shades of the Black Millipede tribe. Simultaneously, his lethal resolve radiated Eve. And more fiercely through their ranks. The tempo of battle shifted accordingly. Far below, the pace at which his shades fell escalated sharply, but so too did the rate at which the fallen immortals were annihilated. The source of th content is novel fire. Net. Though not a critical setback as they revived swiftly, Sunny's brow furrowed. The effect was potent, but only because relatively few nightmare immortals surrounded the city's fringes. Deeper within the Eternal City's labyrinthine streets, clashes would swell, dulling the curse's relative impact. Still, this insight held value. It clarified which conflicts to avoid and which to force. Jet exhaled softly. Done gathering intel. Sunny lingered a heartbeat, then sighed. For now. It seemed Slayer had awaited those words almost instantly. She knocked an arrow, its tip glowing with a fierce, blinding light. At once, Saint transformed into a shadow torrent, rushing into the fray. Nightmare bounded skyward, while Serpent slithered down like a flowing river of obsidian scales. Fiend vanished into the shadows beneath them, stepping through the gloom to reappear just beyond the swarming legion of shadow millipedes. Before he could fully disappear, Sunny's voice rang out, edged with urgency. Don't devour them. His initial plan to contain the fallen immortals had included feeding them to either fiend or mimic. Yet the dread evoked by the Eternal City's denizens made him hesitate. Swallowing one might taint his shadows irreparably. Watching the Shadow Legion ready themselves, Jet's tone was steady. So, shall we join the fray too? Sunny met her gaze with a smile. Of course, missing a moment like this, unthinkable. Chapter 26, 35 Hard Work. The silent ranks of the Shadow Legion stirred under the walls of the dark castle. The cadence of the battle changed as the black flood moved forward, flowing across the shattered ground. The titanic figures of Goliath and the defiled Seeker lumbered above the black tide of dead soldiers, making the plaza shake with each step. The myriad threads of ethereal black silk trembled, forming a vast spiderweb. The fallen immortals were still engaged in a battle against the Ember Queen and her millipede swarm. Individually, each of them was more powerful than an average shade under Sunny's command. However, in this battle at least, the numerical advantage was on his side. So the rulers of the Eternal City rapidly found themselves flanked. Bestial shades of Godgrave had flanked them from the left, while the Shadow Wolves and the Obsidian Wasps had flanked them from the right. At the same time, the Shadow of Daron led the shades of human saints into a frontal assault to support the Ember Queen. Clad in the armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, the shadow of the King of Twilight descended upon the immortals of the Eternal City like a storm. His polearm carved a bloody path through the mass of slivering flesh, causing the thunderous roars of destructive impacts to roll across the battlefield. Th chapter is updated by Novel Fire, Net. It was somewhat ironic, but in this battle between great and supreme beings, those who were only a step away from becoming deities, the mundane laws of strategy were just as important as mystical matters. The inhabitants of the Eternal City might have been immortals, but they still could not overcome the dire disadvantage of being attacked from the flank. Attacked from several directions at the same time, they began to falter. A few seconds later, a blinding explosion bloomed among the fallen immortals, turning hundreds of them to dust. That was Slayer's arrow finding its mark. Fiend emerged from the shadows of the battlefield, towering above it like a steel colossus forged in the depths of hell. A plume of red flame escaped from his maw, turning a vast area in front of him into a blazing inferno, and his razor-sharp claws severed countless bodies in half. Saint rose from a vast torrent of darkness. Despite towering more than 10 meters above ground, she moved with her usual grace. The weight of her firm steps, however, was crushing enough to send cracks running through the stone plates covering the plaza. Serpent plunged into the grotesque mass of fallen immortals, rampaging among them like a formless, ever-changing spirit of death. It took whatever shape was most suitable for destroying the adversary, and remained in its own serpentine form. When there was no better choice, Nightmare tore their monstrous flesh with his horns, hooves, and fangs. Jet observed the awesome spectacle of the distressing battle with a calm gaze. She sighed quietly and then jumped onto the parapet of the dark castle's rampart. The wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and wisps of chilling mist surrounded her lithe figure. "Have you come up with a way to actually contain these fiends yet?" Sunny gave her a neutral look. "I'm working on it." She grinned and raised a fist into the air. "Work hard." With that, she turned into me, sent and disappeared from view, as if dispelled by the wind. Soon enough, a frightening wraith of icy mist appeared among the fallen immortals, severing their repulsive bodies with a ghostly scythe. Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. "Well then, it's time for me to go too." He took a few steps back, lowered his body, and then dashed forward. Racing the parapet of the battlements, he jumped and soared into the sky. Half a dozen moments later, Sunny plummeted to the ground like a dark comet, falling into the very middle of the immortal swarm. His impact made the entire island quake, and a violent explosion tore everything around him to shreds. A devastating shockwave rolled outward, breaking the bodies of undying abominations and sending them to the ground. Those who were near the explosion were simply reduced to ash. When the dust settled, there was a vast crater in the spot where Sunny had landed, surrounded by a wide, empty area. Standing in the middle of that chaos and watching calmly as the swirling flakes of ash slowly coalesced into human bodies, he smiled. "See, I am working on it hard." The helmet of the jade mantle hid his face, and a black shield wove itself out of shadows on his arm. "Serpent!" The colossal shadow slithered his way and rippled, then turned into a black sword that fell into his hand. Having suffered from how rapid and lethal the flesh tendrils of a fallen immortal were, Sunny had abandoned his usual odachi in favor of a one-handed sword and a shield. He was proficient in this form of combat as well. Naturally, he just did not use it often. Now that he did, however, Sunny felt a strong and unexplainable impulse to strike the rim of his shield twice. "I think I am starting to understand why Saint does it." He was surrounded by the immortal fiends by then. Before, one of them had been enough to make Sunny sweat. Now there were dozens of them around him, and behind them hundreds more. But Sunny was not the same as he had been then. At the moment, he was enhanced by 3 of his shadows and wielded 4 links of the curse on top of that. The jade mantle and its underworld armament enchantment strengthened the shadowbound charm, as the absence of light enchantment of the charm empowered Sunny. The sword he wielded, meanwhile, was the manifestation of a supreme titan, Serpent, his slaying blade. So his strength had become more unfathomably ferocious, making it feel like the world was straining to contain him. Sunny smiled. "Come, today I will make you regret being immortal." Brandishing his sword, he lunged forward. Chapter 26, 36 Containment Issue. Sunny had dismissed the marvelous mimic from the Forgotten Shore, while 4 of his incarnations were inside, and then summoned it to the Eternal City. That was how 5 of his avatars ended up at the bottom of the storm sea at the same time. He called upon the Shadow Legion and summoned the puppeteer to gain a flawless measure of control over his shades. Mindweave allowed him to issue countless commands at the same time, so he could control all of his shades individually. But at the end of the day, he was still issuing orders. With the Great Moth controlling the shades like marionettes, though, Sunny could do more. Instead of giving endless commands to make his shades do what he wanted there to, he only needed to command one. And as long as an incarnation of his was Rapek around the puppeteer, the entire Shadow Legion became no different from an extension of his body. That meant that he was not limited to giving orders anymore. He could control his shades like he did his body. The cohesion of the Shadow Legion was therefore nearly flawless now, and more than that, every shade, even those of mindless beasts, could fight with the same skill and technique Sunny possessed. Needless to say, his mastery of shadow dance was instrumental in controlling thousands of varied bodies skillfully. Armed with these advantages, Sunny engaged the fallen immortals of the Eternal City in battle. Their crushing collective will washed over him, and was repelled by his own with the help of the curse. But that was merely the boring part, the necessary part. Now, however, was his time to have fun. No, really, what is wrong with me? Is this my idea of fun? Encased in the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, wielding the soul serpent, and empowered by the curse, Sunny plunged into the swarm of monstrous, immortal abominations. His shield was broken under the avalanche of fleshy tendrils, but instantly restored itself as Sunny manifested more shadows into its form. His slaying blade cut the fallen immortals down one after another, but failed to kill them. His armor remained unscathed, for now, both protecting his body and empowering it through the curse. Sunny struggled a little with not getting drunk on his fierce strength. In that moment, he truly felt like a demigod. His power had transcended the mundane, forcing the world to bend and change shape around his moe. Vehemence. Naturally, there was a wall standing in his way. That wall was the will of his enemies. But while Sunny could not demolish it completely, he could overcome it enough to not feel too restrained. The will technique he had been developing for a long while now helped him to achieve that. So yes, he was having fun. The battle was a little exhilarating. It had been a long time since he used that much of his power, and even more since he had been matched this well against an adversary. His legion was battling the mob of detestable immortals all around him, and he was barely staying alive while cutting down his foes. It was in that narrow gap between triumph and the cold defeat of death that the thrill of a battle lay. Best of all, his enemies were immortal, so he could kill them as many times as he wanted. Naturally, the fact that they were immortal was also infinitely troubling. What exactly must I do here? Deflecting a lightning-quick tendril of repugnant flesh with his shield, Sunny pierced the body of a fallen immortal and sliced it apart. A split second later, he was already moving to avoid the next lethal strike while raising his sword to deliver a rapid downward slash. He was doing well in the battle against the fallen immortals, and the Shadow Legion was confidently overcoming them as well. But these were eternal beings, after all. No matter how many times they were destroyed, they would endlessly rise from the dead. If nothing changed, the scales of battle would begin to favor them soon, and eventually they would swallow both him and his shades. He needed to find a way to contain them. The first idea Sunny had was to feed the undying fiends to either fiend or mimic. However, he was wary of that method since it could poison and destroy his shadows. With how indestructible these nightmare creatures were, there was no telling what would happen if one of them was consumed. Luckily, there were other potential solutions as well. The simplest one was to toss the fallen immortals into the Shadow Realm. After all, immortality was not an inherent trait of these fiends. It was the Eternal City that kept reviving them. So, moving them to somewhere else was supposed to solve the problem, especially if that place was the realm of death. However, there were two problems with this idea. First, Sunny would have to drag every nightmare creature into the Shadow Lantern personally, by pulling them into the shadows. Second, he was not sure that it was even possible. Something told Sunny that the barrier created by Daron would prevent the fallen immortals from leaving the Eternal City, even in that unconventional way. What else then? He could potentially use the puppeteer to take the immortals under control. And yet, that was not guaranteed to work either. After all, the Great Moth was merely a shadow of the Spirit of Doubt. It did not possess a will of its own, so subjugating creatures of the great rank was unlikely to work. Apart from that, the Eternal City could simply return the immortals to a state prior to subjugation. The rightful source is N0V3L FIRTAP-E-net. Well then, Sunny continued to fight, dividing his mind between countless shades and his own body. There was one way that could work, even if it demanded more effort to implement. Yes, that should do the trick. He smiled darkly. Before Sunny could subdue the fallen immortals in that way, though they had to be thoroughly defeated. The Shadow Legion had its work cut out for it. Chapter 26, 37 Immortal Creatures. A world-shaking roar thundered above the battlefield, and Sunny felt cold terror shackle his limbs like a vice. His movements slowed, and the foundation of his will seemed to crumble. Instantly, tendrils of flesh moved faster than lightning and shot past his defenses to pierce his limbs, jerking him in 4 different directions to pull his body apart. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his mind and shook off the mental attack that had weakened him. Was it even a mental attack if it affected his very spirit and strained his muscles? Instead of being pulled apart, he overpowered the 4 immortals who were trying to quarter him into the dark embrace of shadows. There, his vast and shapeless form tore their abominable shadows apart, scattering them across the boundless darkness. A moment later, he assumed a physical shape once more, rising from the bloodied rubble with a cold expression on his hidden face. The breached surface of the jade mantle was already repairing itself, and drops of crimson blood were falling from his sword. What was that roar? Casting his senses into the depths of the Eternal City, he felt a massive shadow barreling toward the plaza. Then, a second roar crashed into the Shadow Legion, and an enormous tiger with glistening silver fur and golden stripes leaped into the mass of fallen immortals, its bestial eyes shining with a beautiful glow. In the next moment, the flesh on the back of the giant tiger rippled and bulged with repugnant growths, which then exploded into a forest of deadly tendrils. The tendrils shot forward, piercing numerous shades and tearing them apart. Sunny's gaze turned somber. So the Eternal City was not populated by immortal humans alone. It seemed like there had been immortal creatures here as well, and all of them were now twisted by corruption. The abominable beast plunged into the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, shattering it. With every leap, the graceful figure of the silver tiger grew more monstrous and misshapen, slowly transforming it into a nightmarish mass of slithering flesh. Before the abominations could deal too much damage, however, an enormous hand forged of blackened metal rose from the darkness and grabbed its neck, slicing it open. As a waterfall of blood poured to the ground, Fiend emerged from the shadows, raising the giant tiger into the air. The obliterating tendrils scraped against his mental carapace without being able to pierce it, and as infernal flames ignited in his eyes, wisps of smoke escaped through the tears in the abomination's fur. Sunny focused on repairing the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, feeling a little disappointed that he could not deal with the abominable tiger himself. Well, he could, in theory. After all, the damn thing was just as immortal as its human kin, so all he had to do was command Fiend to retreat. But that would be a bit too unhinged a decision, even for him. Raising his shield, Sunny moved forward. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the Shadow Legion gained an upper hand over the disorganized mob of fallen immortals. Despite all their great power, the denizens of the Eternal City seemed more like mindless beasts than people. So, they failed to overcome the flawless cohesion and discipline of the Silent Shades. Of course, their inferior numbers played the decisive role. Eventually, Sunny gained complete control of the battlefield. The grotesque creatures were still refusing to die, but at some point, he managed to divide and isolate them from each other. Once that happened, the losses of the Shadow Legion almost ceased. When the fallen immortals were imprisoned in a ruthless loop of being killed, reviving, and immediately being slain again, he proceeded to the next step. The actions of the Shades changed. Instead of cutting the fallen immortals down, the Shadow Legion attempted to restrain them. At first, Sunny failed to contain many of the abominations, causing more shades to be destroyed. Containing a nightmare creature was much harder than killing it, after all. But eventually, he succeeded. Using the puppeteer and his legion of shades, Sunny slowly managed to restrain each of the corrupted immortals. That was how the first battle he fought in the Eternal City ended. Chapters first released on NOV letter FF45LFIRE net. Sunny stood among the rubble, breathing heavily. The plaza around him was completely destroyed, and all the ornate buildings around it had turned to ruins. The dark castle towered behind him, casting a deep shadow on the scene of utter devastation. Soon enough, though, the plaza returned to its spotless beauty, and the ornate buildings assembled themselves from the rubble. The black waters of the storm sea rolled far above his head, glistening with reflected light. Dismissing his helmet, Sonny inhaled deeply and wiped the sweat off his brow. Jet appeared in a gust of cold wind, making him shiver. She seemed unscathed, if a little tired. I am worried." Fighting an immortal opponent was already bad enough, but it was woefully worse for Jet. After all, she needed a constant influx of soul essence to stay alive. Since they could not really kill these abominations, she could not receive any essence either. All she could do was waste it without getting anything back. Would Jet even survive a prolonged confrontation for the Eternal City? Sonny sighed. Looking around at the silent figures of shades who were struggling to hold the abominable immortals down, Jet asked in a grim tone, "What now?" Sonny hesitated for a short while, then answered evenly, "Now we show these hellspawn creatures a different, far more cruel hell." With that, his shadows flowed off his body to the ground, and then assumed their corporeal forms. The fifth incarnation stepped out of the shadows as well, having left the puppeteer. There was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on the stone, and Nightmare approached them, blood dripping from its steel fangs. Sonny inhaled deeply, and then looked at his steed. "Sing them a lullaby, Nightmare." With that, all 5 of Sonny's avatars turned into shadows and wrapped themselves around the black stallion. Nightmare's crimson eyes ignited with terrifying flames. Chapter 26, 38 A Maze of Dreadful Dreams. The fallen immortals of the Eternal City could not be destroyed, but they had to be contained. So of all the measures available to Sonny, Nightmare and his dream curse seemed like best choice. Dream curse ability description: this shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. It was an insidious and terrifying power, made only more eerie by how closely it resembled some traits of the nightmare spell. It was also what made Nightmare a terror. No 2 terrors were alike, but there were similarities between all of them. Just like tyrants were usually distinguished by their ability to rule lesser creatures and control territories, terrors were distinguished by their ability to influence the world and spread. They were more akin to frightening phenomena than singular beings, and it was that escalating nature of their influence that made them so perilous. Curiously enough, most titans did not seem to possess a similar kind of spreading influence, and while some were followed by swarms of nightmare creatures, they did not really rule or care to rule them. The abominations were simply drawn to them like crows that followed slaughtering armies, while titans usually regarded them with indifferent disinterest. They were aloof and solitary creatures that seemed to exist in a world of their own. Strangely, that seemed like a downgrade compared to the vast swarms of detestable minions that served tyrants or the exponentially expanding influence of terrors. And yet, nobody who had ever faced a titan on a battlefield would think them weaker than beings of a lesser class. The process of terrors evolving to Tians was shrouded in mystery and largely unknown, but there was a reason why becoming a titan was the final and most difficult step that a creature could take on the path of evolution. There was also a reason why another, less frequently used word to describe titans was calamities. That said, titans were exceedingly rare, and while terrors were rare as well, Sonny had suffered far more while encountering the few he did meet. Some of the most harrowing foes he had ever clashed with were terrors: the Soul Devourer, the terror of the Crimson Spire, the terror of Low 49, Skinwalker, that odious thieving bird, and Nightmare. The dream curse could spread like a plague, both consuming his prey and making the tenebrous steed stronger. It was insidiously effective, as well, capable of subduing even creatures that were far stronger than its source. That was how Sonny had collected an army of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave and dropped a cursed devil on Mordred's head. Dreadfully of all, the dream curse was subtle. Its victims did not even know that they were under attack until they were lulled to sleep and locked in an inescapable labyrinth of nightmares. And by then, it was already too late. That was the reason why Nightmare could prey on abominations of higher ranks than him. Even if the dream curse failed to lull a creature to sleep at first, he could continue to subtly influence them until their defenses were weakened, and they could not resist anymore. However, there was a limit even to that insidious power, naturally. Nightmare was merely a transcendent terror, after all. It had taken Sunny and him close to 2 years to gradually assemble the swarm of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave, and it had not been an easy feat either. The fallen immortals from this district of the Eternal City alone were greater in number than those abominations, and each of them was furiously powerful. There would be numerous more before the expedition was over, and Sunny did not have years to slowly subdue them all. So, he was not entirely confident that Nightmare would be able to lull them all to sleep. Even if he could, there was no guarantee that his steed would be able to contain these monsters in the maze of nightmares indefinitely. Sunny himself had escaped that maze once, after all, shattering its walls during his battle against Nightmare. Those walls were made from the nightmares that served the Black Stallion. Nightmare planted their seeds into the hearts of living beings and then harvested them, turning them into his minions. The fallen immortals would endure quite a few, no doubt, but they would dream their own nightmares as well, follow current novels on NovelFire.net. In the end, Nightmare would have to subjugate the dreams of ancient immortals faster than his minions were destroyed, building his own legion of nightmares terrifying enough to contain them. Subduing the grotesque abominations and keeping them subdued, these were the two problems facing Sunny, and he was not sure that a transcendent terror could manage both, at least not in a timely manner. But while Nightmare had not evolved to a new rank since Godgrave, Sunny had. He had grown stronger in numerous aspects apart from rank as well, and 5 of his incarnations were here. With I've Supreme Shadows augmenting Nightmare, he had a good chance of solving at least the first problem, infecting the restrained immortals with the dream curse. From that point onward, though, Nightmare would be on his own. No one but the Dark Destrier himself could keep his victims lost in the labyrinth of harrowing dreams. Come on, Nightmare. While many shades struggled to restrain the fallen immortals, Nightmare lowered his head and cast his terrifying, crimson gaze at them. Sunny could not see the dream curse spreading, and he could not even sense it. But the world around them suddenly felt dark and terrifying, and an eerie chill seemed to permeate the air. Far above, perched atop the dark castle, the puppeteer moved its antennae, as if wary of something. Jet glanced around with a slight frown, her gorgeous face growing a little paler. Time seemed to stretch, flowing slowly. But then, eventually, there was a subtle change to the strange and eerie scene in front of them. Just a few meters away from Nightmare, a gorgeous youth was sprawled on the ground, held firmly in place by black chains and the mandibles of several obsidian wasps. Despite his calm and benevolent expression, the immortal was straining to free himself forcefully, the stone around him cracking and mending itself without stop. Gradually, though, his struggles seemed to grow less intense. His gaze grew dimmer, and his eyelids grew heavy. The young man blinked a few times, his eyes remaining closer for a bit longer each time. And then they did not open. His struggles ceased. He was asleep. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It seems to be working. After that fist success, numerous more followed as well. Soon enough, an eerie silence enveloped the plaza. The shades were standing without movement, and on the ground between them, the distressing immortals of the Eternal City were sleeping peacefully, the black currents of the storm sea glistening with silver light in the sky above them. Or possibly not so peacefully at all. Chapter 26, 39, Deep Sleep. Sunny and Jet stood side by side, observing the magnificent plaza with incredulous expressions. The shades had retreated to form a defensive formation around the dark castle, and the vast open expanse around them was littered with gorgeous men and women who lay on the cold stone, quick asleep. There was no sign of the recent devastation left anywhere in sight, and none of the sleeping youths bore even a single wound. It seemed as if they were fairies who had simply fallen asleep after making merry throughout the night. Sunny had deactivated the 5 links of the curse, for now, so that its passive enchantment could do its work. These enhanced the rate with which his shades were mended by his soul, and since quite a number of them had been vanquished in the battle, he needed to get them back as soon as possible. Jet remained silent for a while, then cast a sideways glance at Nightmare, who stood nearby. Her expression was neutral. "El rode atop that thing, huh?" Sunny shrugged. "Sure, he's a horse, though, so why not?" Nightmare snorted in response and raised his head a little. Jet stared at Sunny for a moment. "A horse, I see he's a horse. How did you get this kind of horse, anyway? He scratched the tip of his nose. Well, funnily enough, made a deal with the insane immortal to spend a night in a creepy castle, to fix my broken heart. That's how Nightmare and I first met. Jet blinked a couple of times, prompting him to smile faintly. One thing led to another, and I killed him, and now he's my horse. She inhaled deeply, then shook her head and glanced away. Elle already thought so after Godgrave, but your horse is terrifying. I guess it makes sense, though. Who else would use a transcendent terror as a steed if not the Lord of Shadows? Sonny chuckled. Says the dead woman who sails around on a living ship made by a demon from a heart god's branch. And I'd imagine that countless people would. It's just that few people can. In truth, he was not in the mood for jokes. Sonny was not particularly tired, but defeating these immortal abominations had not lessened his apprehension one bit. This battle was merely a prelude to the true hardship. Now that they had established a foothold in the Eternal City, the actual conquest would soon begin. Jet studied the sleeping immortals. So, what do we do with them now? I don't suppose we can just leave them to nap here. Sonny was asking himself the same question as well. He hesitated for a few moments, then commanded Mimic to open its gates. As the colossal gates began to move, the shades did as well. Picking up the motionless bodies of the immortals, they turned back and carried them into the great dark maw of the marvelous Mimic. Jet observed them with a dubious expression. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Sonny hesitated. He was not trying to feed the immortals to Mimic, merely store them in its spacious halls. Still, it could prove perilous. If Nightmare failed to keep the abominations asleep, they would wake up inside the dark castle, giving it the worst case of indigestion in history. Not to mention opening Sonny to a deadly attack from the rear. It also prevented him from dismissing Mimic, since doing so would carry the sleeping immortals straight to the lightless depths of his souls. Sonny did not know what would happen then, and wasn't particularly interested in finding out. He sighed. "Lamb not sure, however. This is the best terrible idea I've got. It is safer than leaving them in the open, at least." Jet contemplated for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, if you say so." While the shades carried the grotesque creatures inside, Sonny and Jet spent some time examining their sleeping enemies. He attempted to carry one into the Shadow Realm, and just as expected, felt a powerful sorcery preventing the immortal from leaving the boundary of the Eternal City. Daron would not have left any loopholes, I bet. Jet had been studying the immortals as well, in the meantime. After a while she frowned. Noticing her troubled expression, Sonny asked, "Did you discover something?" She remained silent for a few moments. "They don't have soul cores." He tilted his head a little. "Indeed." 2639 Deep Sleep. Sonny himself had noted that the vile darkness hiding in the souls of the corrupted immortals did not have the usual nodes. However, he had no idea what that meant, or rather, too many ideas to consider anyone seriously. "What do you think that means?" Perhaps Jet could come up with a good theory. She did not answer immediately, looking at the sleeping immortal with a concerned expression. Then she asked him an unexpected question. "Sonny, do you know when a mushroom dies?" He blinked a few times. What? What kind of question is that? The question seemed preposterous, but of course his flaw forced him to give an honest answer. And that in turn forced him to consider the question seriously. When he did, he realized that he did not really know. No idea, actually, when it's harvested. No, when it's cooked, when it's eaten. Jet glanced back at the immortal. Those are all good answers, but actually mushrooms never really die because they're never really alive to begin with, not in our understanding, at least, because mushrooms are not organisms. They're merely organs. The real organism is the mycelium that is hidden underground, so when we're picking mushrooms, we're just taking its fruit. You can say that a tree died, but you wouldn't say that an apple did, would you? Sonny stared at her with a peculiar expression. "I guess not, but Jet, are you all right? Is the lack of oxygen getting to your brain, perhaps? Why the hell are you telling me this?" Actually, he already had an idea of what she was trying to say. He did not like the implications, though. Jet sighed. "This is the impression I get from these abominations, that they're not really abominations, just little parts of a far larger one. That would explain why they don't have soul cores, because there are no souls in their bodies, just fragments of a soul. Sunny remained silent for a long while before answering. First of all, can we move on from the mushroom metaphor, please? It's giving me the creeps. He grimaced and then added reluctantly so anyway. If these are merely mushroom fruit, then where's the mushroom tree? Instead of answering, Jet simply turned to the center of the Eternal City. There, a colossal structure towered above the radiant spires. Chapter 26, 40 Battle Plan. The structure at the heart of the Eternal City resembled a soaring, monolithic palace with sharp spires piercing the darkness of the underwater chasm. These spires, however, did not emanate radiant silver light. Instead, they were black and lifeless, making the palace seem like a jagged mass of darkness. There were several structures in the Eternal City that stood out among the rest: the wharf, the lighthouse, the clock tower. But the palace was the largest of them all, sprawled across an entire island and set under the highest point of the invisible dome protecting the city from the crushing weight of water. Jet glanced at the dark spires looming in the distance, then shrugged. Lamb willing to bet that the most important thing in this city is hidden there. The Dutchman is probably moving in that direction as well. She lingered for a moment. So what is the plan? Sunny contemplated for a while. Well, now that the night garden is being repaired, we have two main goals left. Secure the source of the storm god's lineage and find what I am looking for. The former is located in the lighthouse, while the latter, the palace, is a good bet. There's also the building that looks like an armory, as well as several other interesting landmarks. The problem is that they are situated in different directions. He smiled darkly. Another problem is that this city is populated by a vast horde of immortal great ones. The city is what makes them immortal. Ideally, we should conquer this entire place, but that does not seem like a realistic goal at the moment. Unless we find a way to destroy the sorcery making the city eternal, that is. Granted, the same sorcery seems to be preventing the Stormsea from crushing it into dust, so there's that. Sunny shook his head. We should go for the lighthouse and the palace. If an opportunity to conquer the city presents itself in the process, we might consider it then. These are long-term goals, though, as for right now. Jet glanced at him and asked in a relaxed tone. Survive? He nodded. Yes, at the moment, far more immortals than the ones we dealt with are moving toward us. And when they arrive, we might not be able to defeat them all. Jet smiled. We can't allow them to corner us on this island, right? If several swarms descend upon us here, even your shadow wraiths won't be able to withstand the assault. We'll be buried under an avalanche of flesh. Sunny hated to admit it, but Jet was right. They had suffered numerous casualties while enjoying a great numerical advantage. Without it, even the Shadow Legion would struggle to win. Worse still, even if they repelled the second wave of immortals, there would be a third one, and the fourth, each more overwhelming than the previous one. The Shades would not be truly destroyed, but if Sunny was not careful, all of them would be vanquished one after another, leaving him to face a city full of indestructible great nightmare creatures alone. So what do you suggest? He had his own considerations, but not using Jet and her rich experience would be foolish. She lingered for a few seconds, then said in an even tone, If we can't allow ourselves to be cornered, we must attack. Advance to the neighboring islands, stretch out the line of combat contact, and let our superior numbers shine. Sunny smiled. That was my thinking as well. We should cross to the 3 islands connected to this one by bridges, find easily reinforced positions, and repel the second wave of immortals. He fell silent and closed his eyes for a moment. Things will get difficult from there, because we'll be nearing the inner ring of the city. Those 3 islands are connected to numerous more, and from different directions as well, so we will be flanked while repelling frontal assaults. It is hard to predict what will happen exactly, though, because we don't know enough about the Eternal City yet. Jet nodded. Advance, conquer territory, establish reinforced positions, rinse and repeat. The lighthouse is similar to the wharf, though both are situated on the outskirts of the city while the palace is standing dead in the center. Which one are we going to go for first? Sunny grimaced. The lighthouse was easier to reach, since they could simply move along the outer perimeter of the Eternal City to get there. The palace, however, if the Dutchman was indeed carving a path to it, then they needed to arrive before the Wraith army. He remained silent for a while, then asked, "How long do you think the night garden will need to stay at the wharf to be repaired?" Jet hesitated. "I am not sure. We can set sail at any moment, though, either to escape or to circle the city and make landfall at a different point. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter Winda Zeraf, letter Winda Zerada, novel fire. Net." Sonny contemplated silently, feeling the pain of his flaw growing more and more intense. He still had not answered Jet's question, after all. Eventually, he said, "Then let's go after the lighthouse and the palace at the same time." He glanced at the distant spires of the palace somberly. The Shadow Legion will launch an invasion into the depths of the Eternal City, slowly making its way to the central island. The Night Garden, meanwhile, will sail along the edges of the dome and bring us directly to the lighthouse. Sonny glanced at Jet with a concerned determination. "If everything goes well, or rather, if we'll make it go well, we will launch a second offensive toward the palace, this time from the lighthouse. Then we will see who gets to it first." Jet sighed. "Sounds like a plan. I have just one question, though." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What?" She grinned. "Are you sure that we don't want to just get the hell out of here?" Sonny stared at her with an incredulous expression for a while. "Of course we want to. Do you think that fighting immortal nightmare creatures on the bottom of the sea is how I want to spend my days? Did I not mention that I hate water?" He grimaced. "However, reality does not always cater to our wishes, so let's wage a war on this cursed city and conquer it." Jet smiled lazily. "Oh, and by the way, yes." She patted Sonny on the shoulder. "I do think that, deep down, that is how you want to spend your days." Sonny scoffed. "Joke's on her, I'm not that deep." Chapter 26, 41 Marathon Battle. The gears of war were turning. In the northern reaches of the Eternal City, the Dutchman and its Wraith army were engaged in a fierce battle against the corrupted immortals, slowly pushing their way toward the palace. In the southernmost part of the city, the Shadow Legion had conquered a foothold and was now preparing to advance. Far in the east, the gargantuan clock tower oversaw the silent streets in the west. The lighthouse shone with brilliant silver light. Sonny felt a sense of urgency as he commanded his shades to march north. This is not at all like the burned forest. His campaign to conquer the outskirts of the burned forest had been a slow affair. Fierce skirmishes had been followed by swift retreats, and prolonged periods of relative peace. Sonny would dismiss the remaining shades and evade the pursuing black millipedes alone, waiting for his growing legion to restore itself and wage another battle. It had been like a dreadful game of cat and mouse. The battle for the Eternal City was going to be different. Soon enough, the Shadow Legion was going to clash with the fallen immortals once again, and once it did, there would be no pause and no reprieve from the daunting violence of war until it was all over, one way or another. That marathon battle was going to be far more strategic and involve far more moving parts, as well, so he expected to suffer unimaginable mental strain and truly put mind-weave to the test, exploring its very limits. Sonny did not feel wary or apprehensive, though. He did not feel particularly excited or on edge either. Instead, he was calm and collected, full of focus and grounded determination. After all, war was nothing new to him after all these years. Time is running out. At the moment, his 5 incarnations had split up, and so did the Shadow Legion. There were 3 islands bordering the one connected to the wharf. Therefore, one of his incarnations was retreating back to the Night Garden. With Jet, they were going to sail along the edges of the Eternal City and make landfall directly at the lighthouse. The second incarnation was augmenting the puppeteer atop the Dark Castle, and the remaining 3 were accompanying different contingents of the Shadow Legion, each moving toward one of the island bridges. The first contingent was led by Saint, who was supported by Fiend. The third contingent was led by Slayer, with Serpent keeping her company. The second contingent was a bit special, since that one was the smallest and led directly by Sonny and the puppeteer Moth. This is going to be interesting. Sonny's consciousness split between the countless shades of his legions, spread across 3 advancing forces, with the puppeteer serving as the focal point of the entire army. Intangible strings of black silk spread in the sky above the Eternal City, visible only to Sunny. The Saint army reached the edge of the island first. Out there, the ornate buildings receded, opening to a vast emptiness. Far below, raging currents crashed into the basalt foundation of the city, foaming as they rushed with awful speed. A wide bridge arched as it spanned half a dozen kilometers that separated the two islands, and on the other side, the fallen immortals were already moving between buildings. Sunny observed the vast chasm and the dark water seething at its bottom, wondering if the eternal city had always been separated into islands, or if it had shattered while plummeting from the black skies to the bottom of the sea. In any case, falling down seemed like a bad idea. It was not that creatures of the caliber present in the eternal city would be severely damaged in the fall or had no ways of climbing back up, but rather the fact that the elevation difference would give their enemies a fatal advantage. More than that, he could vaguely sense movement in the water. There had to be some kind of abominable beings dwelling at the bottom of the eternal city, and from the looks of it, they were different from the corrupted immortals. The beautiful youth seemed to be wary of the edges of the islands, at least, which made him feel reluctant to dive into the dark waters himself. How curious. What could these immortal fiends fear? Sunny hoped to never find out. In any case, that did not matter at the moment. The shape of the bridge itself dictated the nature of the battle. Since it was arched, the side that controlled its crest would possess a minor advantage. It would face the enemy from an elevated position, while the enemy would have to fight on an upward slope. So, Saint and her soldiers had to occupy the crest as soon as possible. That could be accomplished easily enough. As the first of the immortals rushed across the bridge, the massive figure of Fiend dove into the shadows. Usually, using Shadow Step was a swift ordeal. All one had to do was enter the shadows and step out of them. However, due to Fiend's prodigious size, the simple act of submerging his towering body into the embrace of shadows took some time. He still rose from the shadows on the crest of the bridge before the immortals, though. The Arnal Colossus of blackened steel met them with a torrent of flames, incinerating their horrid bodies by the time they were revived. Saints and her shades had already caught up to him, building an orderly formation and advancing at a steady march. At the forefront of the Saint army were the shadows of Godgrave and a large number of monstrous millipedes, their long bodies encased in impenetrable black chitin. Once Saint took control of the crest of the wide bridge, the strategy of her army became simple. She built an indestructible bulwark and allowed the enemies to crush themselves against it. Saint stood in front of her soldiers, clad in fearsome jade armor and wielding her usual round shield. Fiend was beside her, as well with his indestructible steel body. Behind them was a wall of black chitin, with the monstrous shadows of Godgrave serving as the fangs of the largely defensive formation. The source of this content, small-cap novel fire. Net. Saints regarded the approaching immortals with her usual air of indifference, and then struck the rim of her shield twice. Fiend let out a thunderous roar, and behind him, countless millipedes clicked their mandibles, causing a loud rumbling to roll across the bridge. In the next moment, an avalanche of abhorrent flesh collided against the formation of Saint's army, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 26, 42 Three Bridges. At the same time as the Saint army entered the battle for the western bridge, the Slayer army reached the eastern span of the chasm. Here, the landscape was rather similar, except for the fact that the great bridge was flat as opposed to arched and not quite as wide. The battle was very different, though. As the torrent of fallen immortals entered the bridge, rushing across its surface like a harrowing tide, a cold wind blew across the chasm. Then something glistened in the air. It was a snowflake, one at first, then one more, then an endless number of them. In a strange tum of events, on that day, snow fell at the bottom of the storm sea. The winds howled, reaching a frightening speed and intensity, and a violent blizzard enveloped the world in its frigid embrace. The temperature plummeted, and the milky white veil of snow obscured everything in sight. The snowstorm, of course, was summoned by the shadow of the winter beast. Somewhat weakened, but largely indifferent to the hurricane winds and the lethal cold, the fallen immortals continued moving forward. One of them had almost reached the middle points of the bridge when a black arrow suddenly fell from above, pinning him to the stone. The fiend struggled to break free, tearing his ghastly flesh in the process. A moment later, another arrow appeared noiselessly from the snow, severing his body in half. And then, as other fallen immortals overtook the bleeding body, massive silhouettes suddenly dove at them from the snow. Those were the shadow wolves, tearing the abhorrent abominations apart with their enormous maws. Drowned by the howling of the wind, a quiet rustle followed them. Soon enough, the figures of the obsidian wasps rushed between the giant wolves, joining the massacre. And then, finally, eerily beautiful ember patterns ignited in the veil of snow, stretching high into the air. They heralded the arrival of the Ember Queen Slayer was standing on her enormous head, already knocking another arrow, and a great tide of the black millipedes flowed past her to join the fight. Among them was another millipede queen, this one seemingly forged from glistening onyx. It was Serpent, who had assumed that form for the moment. The dark surface of the bridge was swiftly covered by snow, and the snow was swiftly painted red by the blood of the hideous immortals. But that was not all. Unseen in the blizzard, two currents of shadows extended on both sides of the bridge, spanning its length. Soon, they solidified into glistening obsidian, becoming bridges of their own. Their smooth surface was immediately hidden by the segmented carapaces of numerous millipedes, who were rushing forward to attack the fallen immortals from the flanks. Saint commanded the forces of the Shadow Legion in the west, while Slayer commanded them in the east. That only left the middle bridge. The scene taking place there was no less stunning, albeit far more bizarre. Out there in front of the bridge, the ornate buildings collapsed, raising a vast cloud of dust. And in that dust, a strange, colossal silhouette revealed itself, moving slowly toward the chasm. Soon, the gargantuan figure reached the bridge, revealing itself to be a towering, imposing dark castle. Letter 1D1B small cap H small cap IS, letter 1D04 small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07 small cap R, small cap IS, letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap Y, novel fire, small cap N, ET. The castle moved across the rubble on 8 towering segmented legs, akin to a gargantuan spider. A titanic moth was perched on its tallest tower, and countless strands of black silk extended from it east and west, bloating out the sky of the eternal city like an ethereal spider web. That was the marvelous mimic, of course, both mimic and the puppeteer were currently augmented by one avatar of Sunny, and every shade of the Shadow Legion capable of ranged attacks was currently manning the castle's walls. The shadows of Daron and the human saints were there, as well, while Goliath, the defiled seeker of truth, and the remnant of the Jade Queen were escorting it. The dark castle stepped onto the great bridge, instantly blocking its entire width, and continued moving forward. Soon enough, the defenders of its walls unleashed a devastating barrage of ranged attacks on the attacking immortals, reducing them to tom shreds of slithering flesh. 3 battles raged at the same time, and on each of the 3 bridges, the forces of the Shadow Legion were slowly advancing. There was a 4th battle happening at the same time, as well, hidden from view. Out there in the throne room of the Dark Castle, a deep shadow rested beneath the obsidian throne. It was Nightmare, having returned to its shapeless form. At the moment, the fallen immortals infected by his dream curse were locked in the maze of nightmares, shattering them one after another. At the same time, the seeds Nightmare had planted in them were growing, giving birth to new terrifying dreams. The tenebrous steed had to not only keep his prey contained within the maze and spread the dream curse to those of the immortals who were still awake, but also battle and subjugate each of the Nubum nightmares, and do so faster than his prior minions were being destroyed as well. The fury of that terrible battle was in no way inferior to what was happening in reality, and maybe even more dreadful. Gods. Sunny and Jet had just reached the wharf by then. Standing on its walls, they looked back at the beautiful vista of the Eternal City. Jet took a deep breath. It was hard to see the details of the 3 battles from where they were standing, but what little they could see was already unimaginable enough. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Why do I feel like I'm missing all the fun? Hearing her own words, Jet shook her head. Damn, we haven't known each other that long, but I already feel as if I've spent too much time with you. Sunny grinned. He opened his mouth, wanting to answer, but at that moment, a distant rumble distracted them both. Looking east, they saw something stunning. Out there, far away, the colossal shape of the clock tower was crumbling. The immense structure was breaking apart and folding in on itself, enormous chunks of stone falling down in clouds of dust and debris. The scale of this destruction was simply daunting. Sonny frowned. His own forces were nowhere near the western reaches of the Eternal City, and the Dutchman was far in the north. That only left the mysterious third contender. That thing, whatever it was, must have caused this scene. His frown deepened. Because fun things are happening. Turning away, Sonny headed toward the night garden. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Chapter 26, 43 Healing Process. The beauty and tranquility of the blooming wharf were in stark contrast with the horrid carnage of the battle taking place on the other side of the island, especially for Sonny, whose consciousness was split between both. Walking to the inner edge of the wall with determined steps, he jumped off, plummeted about 100 meters, and landed softly on the bow of the night garden. Nephis was standing guard there, listening to the distant clamor of the devastating battle with a grim expression. Sonny's arrival seemed to alleviate some of his worry, and when Jet joined them, most of his tension disappeared. Glancing at the walls of the wharf, Nephis exhaled slowly. What the hell is happening there? Sonny gave him a brief look. A dead army is battling an immortal army. It's quite hideous. With that, he looked around and asked, "A better question is what's happening here. This wharf was supposed to repair the night garden. How is that going?" Nephis hesitated for a moment. Etha would be able to answer better, since he is in the runic hall, but in short, Nightwalker was right. The night garden is indeed being mended, although we are not quite sure what it means just yet. Sonny had already been reasonably confident of that fact, but it was good to receive a confirmation. As Jet studied her ship with curiosity, he asked, "So, how long do you think it will take?" Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Probably quite some time, days, maybe weeks." "Why?" Sonny grimaced. "Because we were hoping to take the night garden on a small voyage. The situation in the city is difficult, so having it at our disposal would be of great help." It was truly a blessing that the living ship was safe from the horrid abominations populating the Eternal City already. If not for Daron and his runic array, Sonny shuddered to imagine what would have happened once they drew close to the sunken ruin. There was a good reason why the Serpent King had not only built a barrier around the city, but also left a warning to anyone wishing to explore it. Jet smiled. By difficult, he means that there's a myriad of abominable immortals, the Dutchman and its army of wraiths, and also something else entirely, which might be even more dreadful. The Lord of Shadows has unleashed his legion, and there are 3 battles between great and supreme beings happening at the same time. Oh, and that is just the beginning of the end of this expedition. She sighed. We want to take the night garden directly to the lighthouse, though, where the lineage of the storm god is hidden. So, can it sail? And more importantly, should we interrupt the mending process? Nephis studied them both silently for a short while, then nodded. TT can sail, and it doesn't matter whether we do or not. It was Sonny's turn to be surprised. It doesn't matter. Nephis nodded calmly. Get full chapters from NVelfire.net. You must keep in mind that the Night Garden is not a mundane ship. It is not merely an enchanted ship either. Instead, it is a living ship. So the reality of how it is being repaired is different from how we would usually imagine it. He pointed at the deck beneath their feet. The wharf is not literally repairing its broken parts like one would a mundane vessel. Rather, it is as if the wharf infused the night garden with a great torrent of vitality. That vitality, in turn, fueled the ability of the night garden to mend itself, much like a living being would heal naturally. So although we say that it is being repaired, in truth it is more like it's healing. He shrugged. So it doesn't matter that much if we stay docked or not. The process has already been initiated, so it will continue even if the night garden leaves the wharf. Sonny looked at him for a while, then looked at Jet. Then he smiled. That's what I want to hear. The process of healing would probably reach its conclusion faster if the night garden remained in the blossoming birth. But it could continue unseen even if the living ship dove back into the crushing darkness of the storm sea. This was truly great news not only because it allowed Sonny to use the living ship in the battle for the Eternal City, but also because it gave them an opportunity to retreat without worry. Even if other goals of the expedition ended up not being achieved, the night garden would benefit. So Sonny did not have to feel too worried anymore. "Let us cast off, then." He looked at them with a smile, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a nonchalant tone, "How do we do that, by the way?" As it turned out, leaving the berth was just as easy as entering it. The night garden was currently connected to the wharf by the branches that supported its weight. Its hull and the berth had become a single whole, and therefore, the sorcery of the living ship expanded to contain the sorcery empowering the Titanic wharf as well. So the person controlling the night garden could control the wharf, too. Granted, there was no instruction manual on how to do it. Nevertheless, Etha had been able to learn how to activate the simplest functions after a short period of experimentation. Soon enough, Sunny heard the sound of rushing water and saw great waterfalls spilling into the vast reservoir of the berth. The water level rose slowly, and as it did, the wharf slowly retracted its branches one by one, separating itself from the living ship. Finally, the great gates of the colossal wharf opened, and the dark expanse of water revealed itself once more. The night garden slowly glided out of the berth and reached the edges of the dome protecting the eternal city. Then, turning its bow, it took course toward the lighthouse. Chapter 26, 44, Suffering from Success. The Battle of the Three Bridges had started from a stunning explosion of violence, and as it progressed, the carnage only grew more dreadful. Facing the fallen immortals of the Eternal City, Sunny felt as if he was finally experiencing what it was like to face him and his Shadow Legion, needless to say, that made him quite uncomfortable. It did not matter, really, how powerful his shades were or how finely he controlled their movements. The personal skill and valor of his shadows did not matter either. No matter how well they fought and how many enemies they killed, the fallen immortals inevitably returned to life and dove back into combat, their hideous flesh bulging with lethal tendrils and morphing into terrible maws. The shades themselves could not be destroyed, but it took them much longer to return to the battlefield after being vanquished, so time was not on Sunny's side. With a subtle shudder, he fully realized that his eventual defeat was inevitable. Sooner or later, the citizens of the Eternal City would completely obliterate the Shadow Legion and consume him. There was simply no escape. If he played by the rules, of course, which Sunny had no intention of doing. Why follow the rules and lose when he could cheat and win? It's still a little disturbing, though. His own intent and ability to deal with the immortal prisoners of the Eternal City were a stark reminder that Sunny was not invincible either. His shades were indestructible, true, but only until he met a being disinclined to follow the rules as well. Immortality is really a curse. Or at least it could become one. On each of the three bridges, his shades were trying to achieve the same result through different means. Saints and her soldiers had built an impregnable wall and steadily weathered the flood of hungry flesh. Slayer and her beasts hunted down the enemies in the snow, while the defenders of the Dark Castle unleashed a storm of ranged attacks on the ghastly abominations. But their end goal was the same: minimize their losses and gradually restrain the enemy until the dream curse takes hold. Defense, offense, and a combination of both. T small caph e source of this letter 1D04. ONTENT, small capias novi letter FF46 IRE net. On the western bridge, the black millipedes had flanked the fallen immortals, who were now caught between them and Slayer's main force. The murderous Shadow herself had spent her quiver of powerful enchanted arrows and leaped into battle, assuming the form of a bizarre beast whose colossal body and long tail were covered by impenetrable scales, and who could tum into an armored ball. The scales turned out to be all but indestructible. The tendrils of the fallen immortals, at least, failed to pierce them, while the immortals themselves were easily crushed by the rolling beast or torn apart by its sharp claws after it unfurled its giant body. Serpent moved in their midst as well, shifting between various forms. On the middle bridge, the Dark Castle was steadily moving forward. Mimic was merely a transcendent shadow, but it was currently augmented by one of Sunny's incarnations. So, its walls had tuned durable enough to withstand the glancing attacks of the fallen immortals, even if just barely. Most of the abominations were torn to shreds by the ranged attacks of the defenders before reaching the castle, but in the end, many of them inevitably began to scale the walls. Reaching the battlements, they were met by the shadows of Daron and the human saints, cut down and swallowed by black chains. In front of the marching castle, on the bridge, the defiled seeker of truth expelled clouds of deadly miasma. The remnant of the Jade Queen breathed out torrents of caustic volcanic ash, while Goliath gazed upon the rushing abominations, washing everything it beheld in immolating heat. On the eastern bridge, a wall of black chitin was refusing to buckle under an avalanche of hungry flesh. The Usuras of Condemnation and the bestial horrors of Godrive advanced through the breaches in the phalanx of monstrous millipedes, crushing and severing the bodies of the fallen immortals. Fiend rampaged in front of the defensive formation, serving as its vanguard. Saints herself, meanwhile, had carved a bloody path to advance forward. Surrounded by grotesque horrors of the Eternal City from all sides, she calmly activated the Shield of Nothing and descended upon the abominable creatures, moving under a veil of true darkness. Sunny and the puppeteer controlled all three armies, tensely observing the changing currents of the battle. This is a problem. The fallen immortals were powerful, and there were a lot of them. Not all of these abominations had been humans once. Either there were bestial horrors among them, as well, each like a moving abyss of abhorrent, murderous flesh. However, Sunny had managed to bridge the divide between the Shadow Legion and the dwellers of the Eternal City with skill, strategy, and cohesion of his silent troops. The problem, however, was in the nature of this battle. Killing the enemies only slowed them down a little, and to truly deal with them, they had to be restrained and eventually infected by the Dream Curse. But while temporarily destroying the body of a fallen immortal was a task that an individual shade could accomplish, restraining them required continuous efforts of at least a couple of shades. Which meant that with each adversary Sunny neutralized, the number of his soldiers diminished even if none of them were vanquished. Something had to change. And soon it did. Just as Saint was finally forced to move back on the eastern bridge, a powerful explosion rocked it, and dozens of immortals in front of her were tommed to pieces. A moment later, another explosion bloomed, and a powerful shockwave sent the enemy reeling. That was the Night Garden, sailing at the edge of the invisible barrier that protected the Eternal City while circling it from the east. As they left the wharf and passed the island, a perfect view of the eastern bridge and the battle happening on it opened to the right of the living ship, which meant that its starboard cannons had a direct line of fire and could unleash a devastating bombardment on the attacking immortals. There were no firing crews and ascended officers on deck to foo the cannons with essence and load them, though. So instead, Sunny loaded and aimed the cannons himself, summoning countless black hands from the shadows, then charged the cannon balls with his own supreme essence. As a series of explosions erased swathes of the advancing abominations from the Great Bridge, Saint and her army advanced swiftly. Chapter 26:45 The More You Learn. The bombardment of the Night Garden descended on the northern span of the Great Bridge, carving bloody paths in the tide of hideous flesh. A bloody haze drifted above the vast chasm, and pieces of tom bodies rained down. Saint retreated just in time to avoid being swept away in the lethal barrage, sliding back on the slick stone while plunging her sword into it to arrest her momentum. A split second later, she regained her balance and lunged forward, cutting down one of the fallen immortals who had escaped the first salvo of the Night Garden. Due to her monumental height, she looked like a towering statue from a distance. Fiend was at least 4 times higher. At that moment, however, his fearsome figure suddenly shrank, becoming only a head taller than her. His mass remained the same, though, so when he lunged forward to join Saint, the Great Bridge trembled and trembled. Together, they massacred the vanguard of the immortal swarm. Fire and darkness intertwined like a primal inferno, reminding Sunny of the ancient murals depicting the flames of desire burning in the everlasting void. N letter 1D07W small capen, OVELCH, a PT letter 1D07RS are published on N0 Vel Fire, small capen ET. The Shadow Legion advanced. With the Night Garden bombarding the bridge, it was as if the roots of the immortal swarm had been cut. The grotesque nightmare creatures were still swiftly rising from the dead, but since the massive cannonballs continued to decimate them, fewer managed to reach the line of battle contact intact, and because of that, the balance of power between them and the silent shades shifted. With fewer enemies to deal with, Saint and her army were able to restrain them faster, and once they gained that advantage, their progress snowballed. Standing on the deck of the Night Garden, Neve observed the distant battle with a stunned expression. This was his first time witnessing the Shadow Legion, or any sovereign going all out, For that matter, so he was reasonably taken aback. Eventually, he said in a low voice, "So this is your true power?" Sonny, who had been busy loading and firing 12 massive cannons of his own creation, gave him a sideways glance. "Technically, this is 1/3 of 5/7 of my true power, but it is close enough, I guess." Slowly, Neve's gaze turned subtly bitter. Looking away from the furious battle raging on the distant bridge, he sighed. "In the past, I've often wondered how things would have been different if the House of Night had managed to produce a sovereign. What would have happened if Nightwalker was still here?" Sonny smiled faintly. "I think you got it all wrong. Great clans do not produce sovereigns, it's the opposite. Sovereigns produce great clans. So in a sense, the House of Night was the most impressive of the great clans because you achieved that title without being supported by a supreme." Neve shook his head. "We were still wiped out in the end. Even if we weren't, we were destined to fade into obscurity as valor and song conquered everything." He remained silent for a while, then looked at Sonny and asked, "What does it feel like to wield the power akin to a deity?" Jet, who was leaning against a wooden beam nearby, smiled. "Yes, what does it feel like?" Sonny did not answer immediately, concentrating on his countless shades, the shadows he was manifesting and firing the cannons. Eventually, he said, "I guess it makes you feel small." It was not the answer they expected, so both seemed surprised. "Small," Sonny nodded. "You are both saints, so you should understand. The more powerful you become and the more you learn, the more painfully you understand just how weak and ignorant you are. However, there is solace in anonymity. As a mundane person, you know that there are billions of people who are no different from you. As an awakened, there are hundreds of thousands, at least 100 as a saint. But there are only a few sovereigns, so being weak and ignorant feels much more personal." He paused for a second and then chuckled. "Ah, but don't misunderstand. It's not all bad. In fact, being a demigod feels great. To be honest, my youth was quite miserable every day. I struggled just to survive. Now, though, now I wouldn't even know how to die. Killing me is strictly a theoretical possibility." Having witnessed the state of the immortal dwellers of the Eternal City, however, Sonny was not as comforted by being nearly unkillable as before. On the bridge, Saint and her army were steadily making their way to the new island. With the support of the Night Garden, the pressure on her and her troops reduced by a large margin, so large, in fact, Sonny could shift some of these forces elsewhere. So he sent Fiend and fresh reinforcements to the other 2 bridges. Most importantly, he released Saint from the embrace of his shadow and sent that incarnation to augment the marvelous mimic as well. With 3 of his avatars concentrated on the middle bridge, he could unleash the power of the curse and weaken the fallen immortals there better. These bridges were a perfect battlefield for the weakening curse, in fact, because only a limited number of enemies could attack his forces simultaneously there. That allowed him to concentrate the debilitating sorcery of the Shadowbound charm on the foremost enemies, thus maximizing its effectiveness. With reinforcements arriving from the eastern bridge, the situation on the other 2 had shifted, too. Slowly at first, then exponentially faster, the scales of battle started to tip in Sonny's favor. Once he gained an advantage, it only continued to grow. And before too long, the 3 battles reached their conclusion. Saint Slayer and the marvelous mimic had crossed the bridges and entered the 3 islands, leading the Shadow Legion onto their shores. Of course, the conclusion of the battle for the 3 bridges did not mean that all combat ceased. The islands were teeming with horrid, immortal abominations, so the battle continued, even if its intensity lessened. It had simply entered a new phase. Chapter 26:46 Shadow Commander. The Night Garden had left the wharf, so Sonny saw no need to keep a presence on the island connected to it. Having cleansed it from the abominable immortals, the Shadow Legion abandoned the territory it had previously conquered and advanced northward to 3 neighboring districts of the Eternal City. Each of the 3 islands was larger and more densely developed than the Wharf Island, and populated by more abominations as well. The immortals dwelling there seemed slightly more powerful, with more champions akin to the abhorrent silver tiger hiding in their midst. One of the islands seemed like a residential area. One resembled a leisure district with vibrant shops and theaters scattered among peaceful alleys, while the last one was mostly taken up by an exquisite park. Beautiful trees rustled quietly in the nebulous darkness, their silver leaves glistening in the rays of falling light. Ponds and winding canals rested under the black abyss of the watery sky above, and tall hills rose above the landscape, cascading toward the promenades built along the edges of the island. Saint and her army invaded the leisure district. Slayer led her bestial force into the residential one, while the marvelous Mimic entered the park. Each of the three forces was met with its own set of challenges, dictated both by its composition and the terrain of the three battlefields. The nature of the battle kept changing, and Sunny had to adapt swiftly. His legion was facing a far greater number of enemies now, so its numerical advantage did not play a large role anymore. The dream curse was not spreading among the restrained immortals fast enough, either, and Sunny did not have enough shades to keep restraining them indefinitely. So, he had to keep releasing captured enemies despite knowing that they would attack him again. Additionally, the three islands were not only larger and more populous than the first one, they were also connected to more districts of the Eternal City, which meant that many new abominations were already trickling across the wide chasms dividing them. Worse still, they were not arriving only from the north, but threatening to flank Sunny's forces on the residential and leisure islands. Things did not look too good for the Shadow Legion. However, the most important change in the cadence of the battle was a positive one. Sunny had not noticed it during the battle for the Wharf Island since it was relatively short, and had been fought on a smaller scale than these three terrifying collisions, but even the sorcery of the Eternal City was not omnipotent. The fallen immortals of this sunken hell could not be destroyed, indeed. Even if they were torn apart or burned to ash, the Eternal City would restore their youthful bodies to pristine condition endlessly, no matter how many times they perished. However, the time it took the immortals of the Eternal City to be revived varied. At first, it only took them mere seconds to rise again, but if the same nightmare creature was killed repeatedly, that time slowly increased. Already, some of the immortals whom the Shadow Legion had fought on the bridges spent entire minutes remaining dead. That was still incomparable to the silent shades of the Shadow Legion, since the more powerful of them needed entire days to return to the battlefield. However, it introduced an entirely new dynamic to the battle for the Eternal City, giving Sunny more tools to work with. The fallen immortals seemed to be slowly growing wary of the Shadow Legion as a result. Not because they feared being destroyed by the Shades, but because they feared remaining dead for too long and surrendering their chance to eviscerate the adversary to someone else. So, the intestine of the combat lessened, somewhat, and it would probably keep changing as Sunny killed more nightmare creatures over and over again, slowing down their revival process. In these circumstances, the ruthless economy of battle had become even more important, forcing Sunny to concentrate on a particular aspect of warfare, the use of siege engineering and fortifications. Like a general commanding an army. Well, an actual general commanding an actual army, rather. He had to conquer optimal positions on each of the three islands, entrench his forces, and slowly chip away at the swarm of immortal abominations. That was his priority at the moment. Luckily, Sunny possessed a unique advantage as far as fortifying battle positions went. N1D07W novel chapters are PUBL small capi SHED on Novel Fire. Net. In the leisure district, Saint and her army fought their way to a large structure that made him shudder in secret, because of its similarity to the Colosseum of the Kingdom of Hope. It was a vast theater built in an elliptical shape, with towering walls with open arches and lavish spectator seats descending toward a wide track that circled the arena. A hippodrome, if he was not mistaken. The open nature of its walls made the hippodrome a hardly defensible position, even if its great size and overall shape made it perfect for establishing a stronghold. As Saint and her warriors poured into the ancient theater, the shadows around it stirred and flowed upward. They filled the wide portals cut into the walls of the hippodrome and then solidified, closing them. At the same time, a layer of manifested shadows reinforced the stone walls, making them harder to destroy. Wide battlements with protruding bastions were established on top of the walls, and an inclined palisade of sharp spikes rose from its base, making approach more difficult. Sunny was already straining himself to maintain the countless chains that bound the captured immortals, so he simply manifested these shadows permanently. That made them far less potent and far more brittle, but by overlaying multiple layers of manifested shadows on top of each other, he was able to vastly improve the resilience of the hippodrome. Remembering the many sieges he had ever participated in, Sunny implemented every measure he could realize in a short amount of time to make the ancient theater as difficult to conquer as possible. Soon, a dark fortress towered above the leisure districts, bristling with countless black spikes. Saints stood atop its walls, shrouded in a mantle of darkness. Similar things were happening on the Park Island and the residential island as well. Chapter 26, 47 Learning Curve. On the residential island, the blizzard summoned by the shadow of the winter beast had swallowed the lively streets, the private estates, and the groves surrounding ornate palatial manors. There was no easily defensible position here, so Sunny had to create one himself. Slayer and her bestial army had taken control of the roofs, with aerial bridges made from shadows connecting them like a web. The obsidian wasps were able to fly, even if they were vulnerable when taking to the air, so they were both highly mobile and unpredictable, giving her a vital advantage. Serpent, meanwhile, was supremely adaptable, capable of supporting any strategy. And then there was the Ember Queen, naturally, the shadow of a great tyrant who was not only fearsome in battle, but also capable of commanding the black millipedes and extremely elusive. On the central island, the marvelous Mimic and its defenders had made it to the top of a tall hill, settling there like a natural fortress. Sunny covered his castle in a carapace of manifested shadows, as well as if dressing it in a suit of armor. There were few terrain features to make use of here, but there was hardly a more tried and tested combination than a steep slope and the walls of a fortress. The only thing he was lacking was a deep moat, but even then, the hill bordered a deep lake on one side. Granted, the immortals of the Eternal City were not going to drown even if they fell into its water, but every advantage, no matter how small, mattered. Here they come. The forces entrenched themselves as best they could, preparing to be besieged. There was no trick Sunny could use, none that was worth the effort, at least, so he fully concentrated on his countless bodies, wanting to make the most of his combat skill and intelligence. It was quite fascinating, really. With the mind weave enhancing his mental prowess and the puppeteer serving as the conduit of his will, Sunny had gained nearly flawless control over his shades. That meant that he could not only take full advantage of the rich legacy of tactical warfare accumulated by humanity over the ages, but also RM strategies that mundane generals had never even dreamed of. After all, Sunny had not simply gained the ability to command his dead warriors with the same level of responsiveness as mundane soldiers would have shown. Instead, he could directly control each of his shades. So, in fact, the level of cohesion he could achieve was far beyond anything mundane armies had even been capable of. On the most basic level, that was expressed in how well the shades supported each other in combat. The entire Shadow Legion was fighting like one vast, terrifying creature. It was as if Sunny had indeed become a demon with a myriad heads and a myriad deadly hands, sowing death and destruction anywhere he went. Naturally, that made each of the shades far more lethal, while at the same time drastically reducing the losses of the Shadow Legion. On a more elevated level, the unnatural cohesion between the countless shades allowed Sunny to perform strategic maneuvers that had not even been invented yet, since they were simply impossible for armies bound by the limitations of mundane warfare. The fact that he had been able to carve a bloody path to the advantageous locations and fortify them under constant harassment by the fallen immortals was already proof of that. But really, Sunny had not even begun to explore the new horizon of possibilities open to him now, and understandably so. After all, it was not easy to invent an entirely new framework of military doctrines based on a set of realities that could be applied solely to him. The knowledge of military strategy Sunny possessed was the result of thousands of years of accumulated insights and breakthroughs made by genius tacticians, so he could not be expected to accomplish that much in a single day. He was certainly trying, though, driven by desperation and necessity. I do feel like I'm a little out of my depth, which was ironic considering that he was at the bottom of the deepest ocean in the universe. Sunny had commanded a small group of elite soldiers before, as well as a large contingent of the Sword Army in Godgrave. He had also led the Shadow Legion into battle, but never in such an involved and complicated manner. So he was both struggling and learning a lot with every second of his endless, intensely violent and harrowing battle. 3 tides of dreadful abominations, descended upon the positions of the Shadow Legion. The violence was unimaginable. Sunny had been disturbed by the monstrous, sinister nature of the first immortal they had met in the Eternal City. Now that this one nightmare creature was replaced by a ceaseless flood of hideous, misshapen horrors, he could not even bother to be repulsed. But nevertheless, he was getting better at commanding his silent army with every moment. With every attack his soldiers received or delivered, Sunny was learning how to wield his power better. His vast mind spun frenetically, absorbing new information and coming to new conclusions. And as a result, the position of the Shadow Legion was slowly improving. On the Leisure Island, the tide of immortals was washing over the walls of the Hippodrome. On the Park Island, the defenders of the Dark Castle had established a killing field on the slopes of the hill. On the residential island, Slayer and her beasts were repelling the enemies who leaped or climbed onto the roofs of the few central blocks. And all the while, Nightmare continued to spread the dream curse among the fallen immortals. The Tenebrous Steed was fighting his own battle, as well. The maze of nightmares was being destroyed and rebuilt again, slowly expanding as more and more powerful creatures were imprisoned in it. Sunny just hoped that it would endure until the expedition to the Eternal City was over. Sweet dreams, bastards. The source of smallcapis content is Fire, smallcapnet. Chapter 26, 48 Inherent Inclinations. How are things going there? The Night Garden had moved past the battle on the bridge and was now sailing around an unknown island. The deafening cannonade had ceased, and only the distant echoes of the fierce battle were breaking the tense silence. Sunny was on the bow of the living ship, accompanied by Neve and Jet. Giving the latter a brief look, he sighed. Better than expected, worse than I would have wanted. Despite his best efforts, the Shadow Legion was still suffering casualties. If there was a consolation, though, it was that for every shade that was vanquished, several immortals were infected by the dream curse. The measures Sunny had taken, and the fortifications he had built were doing their job. He could not tell if this was enough, though. It seemed like he would be able to conquer the 3 islands in due time while suffering relatively few losses, but would that rate of attrition be acceptable in the long term? There was no way to tell yet, since the battle for the Eternal City was only starting. Sunny closed his eyes and rubbed his face, feeling as if his mind was on the verge of melting. As I mentioned already, I have established fortified strongholds on each of the 3 islands, for now. Currently, the locals are laying siege to them. Once that chaos subsides a little, I will probably try to accomplish a few secondary goals to gain more advantages. Jet raised an eyebrow. Secondary goals like what? He hesitated for a few seconds. I was thinking of trying to destroy one of the bridges. I'll need to find out what hides in the water as well. The Eternal City used to drift in space, too, so I am sure that there is some kind of underground communications here. I'll need to explore them to see if there are tunnels that can be used to move around the islands rapidly. Oh, but most of all. Sunny turned his head slightly, looking north. When we were approaching the city, I noticed a building that glanced like it might be an armory. It will be great to go on a small excursion and see if I can arm my shades better there. After a short silence, Neve suddenly said in a neutral tone, I don't think that you'll find weapons in that building. Sunny looked at him steadily. Why? Neve lingered for a bit, then shrugged. The locals don't seem like militant people. Sunny blinked a couple of times. He was currently engaged in 3 distressing battles with swarms of rabid locals, so how were they not militant? On the other hand, he somewhat understood what Neve meant. The Saint of Night still explained himself, though. Find the newest release on novel FIRTEP.net. From what I've seen, this place was meant to be a sanctuary, a place of peace and prosperity where even death held no power. In other words, the people living here were not supposed to suffer. Plus, didn't you mention that the Eternal City used to exist in space? An armory suggests the existence of a military force and a need for weapons. Who would the inhabitants of the Eternal City even fight in space? Sunny stared at him silently. Neve was making a lot of sense. To his disappointment, Jet spoke at that moment. Still, that does not mean that there are no weapons in the Eternal City. When Sunny looked at her with a silent question in his eyes, he smiled and shrugged. Well, think about it. If weapons were not used for war, then why would they be used? He tilted his head a little. Was that a trick question? Where did people wield weapons except for the battlefield, training schools, or... His eyes glistened a little. Sports. Jet nodded. Yeah, people might become immortal, but some things never change. Sonny hesitated for a moment. Indeed, all he had to do to come up with this answer was ask himself where he had used weapons most often outside the usual battles. And the answer was simple. It was in the dreamscape. People were wired to enjoy conflict and competition, so sports thrived even in war-torn societies, but especially so in those that experienced long periods of peace. In the waking world, the most popular sport was dueling, and since battles between awakened were too perilous, it mostly took place in the dreamscape. Sonny knew better than most how popular these duels were, since he had suffered a lot of unintentional fame as mongrel. The same could be said about all cultures throughout Earth's history. The dream realm had not been an exception either. The immortals of the Eternal City would have been even more susceptible to the excitement offered by sports competitions, since they could not even kill each other. War had been impossible here, or at least meaningless, but the deeply rooted need to experience strife all people shared would have remained. But how am I supposed to find where sports competitions? Sonny fell silent. Wait a minute. Hadn't he already found one such place? The Hippodrome. Jet nodded. Chariot races were quite popular in ancient times. I would imagine something similar would have been happening here as well, considering your description of the local Hippodrome. Of course, the races themselves would have been different with not only people, but also beasts and monsters participating, and everyone in the arena being immortal. Gods, I would have bought a ticket if I could. Sonny stared at her for a moment. Instead of answering, he simply commanded his incarnation in the Hippodrome to separate itself from Saint, assume a tangible form, and descend to the floor of the arena. Sonny extended his shadow sense into the ground and immediately sensed hollow spaces there. There was a whole network of service spaces under the Hippodrome rooms for the athletes, stables, training halls, lounges, and equipment storages as well. Once Sonny sensed what was hidden inside, his eyes glistened. He lingered for a bit, then looked at Jet with a bright smile. I think I've found the first part of that treasure. Chapter 26, 49 Ancient Equipment. Without wasting any time, Sonny stepped through the shadow and found himself in a spacious corridor under the arena of the Hippodrome. Jet must have been correct in her assumption that mythical beasts had participated in the chariot races held in the Eternal City. The corridor was wide, with high ceilings, and the gates leading to various halls were quite large as well. Sonny could easily imagine a lumbering creature, like the abominable silver tiger he had fought recently, walking on this path on its way to the arena. For a moment, his spirit of exploration flared up, making him space out while imagining the exciting games that had happened in the Hippodrome. But Sonny was too preoccupied by something else to let himself go on a mental tangent, not to mention the fact that he was simultaneously controlling countless shades engaged in a furious battle. Walking over to a particular gate, he pushed it open. Inside was a vast hall that must have served as a storage warehouse. The wares stored here were not of a mundane kind, though. Instead, hundreds of suits of intricate armor were displayed on wooden mannequins. The walls were lined with stands that bristled with all kinds of fearsome weapons: spears, swords, axes, mauls, tridents, bows and arrows, javelins, glaives, halberds, anything he could imagine. What was more, those were not ordinary suits of armor or ordinary weapons. Sonny had forged enough of them to know quality when he saw it. Each was worthy of being worn or wielded by a transcendent being, at least. A few, those that were displayed on ornate pedestals, were even fit for a supreme. Both the armor and the weapons were enchanted, as well. Sonny could see a flowing weave of runes etched into the glistening steel, and although he could not tell what enchantments the runes created, he sensed dire power emanating from the ancient blades. Everything here had been preserved in pristine condition, just like everything else in the Eternal City. At least 1,000 sets of armor and twice as many weapons were stored in this hall alone. It was an arsenal that put the armories of great clans to shame. Sonny was suddenly regretful that there were so few human shades in the Shadow Legion. Should he have killed more people, maybe? No, probably not. But even if he could not bestow these armaments on most of his shades, there were plenty of warriors in the human domain who could benefit greatly from receiving such potent tools. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then walked over to a pedestal that stood in the very center of the armory, illuminated by an enchanted lantern. There, an imposing suit of lamellar armor that seemed to have been forged from beautiful nacre scales was resting on a mannequin, its head crowned by a laurel wreath. A fearsome spear rested nearby. This set especially radiated a feeling of history and dire power. It had probably belonged to an immortal champion of the eternal arena. Sunny could not help but think that it would suit the shadow of Daron quite well, at least during this expedition. It's a pity, though. Most of the shades Sunny commanded belonged to nightmare creatures, so these beautiful weapons and suits of armor were useless to them. He still sent the entire arsenal into his soul sea, though. From there, the best equipment could be summoned to the human shade's slayer, meanwhile, would receive full quivers of deadly enchanted arrows. Sunny could not help but think that there had to be a similar arsenal meant for great beasts somewhere in the hippodrome, too. He searched it with his shadow sense, but did not discover anything that resembled gargantuan suits of armor. There was a different point of interest, though. Stepping through the shadows, Sunny found himself in a different vast hall. There, enormous pools of something that looked like mercury were cut into the stone floor, surrounded by runic circles. Sunny studied the pools for a while, wondering what purpose they served. He looked around the hall, then considered the layout of the underground complex hidden under the arena. Then, he walked over to one of the runic circles and stared at the runes. Form, shape, boundary, hell, I can't make sense of it. He did have an odd suspicion, though, one that he felt had a good chance of reflecting the truth. Eventually, Sunny stepped back and summoned one of the shades that were guarding the battlements into the underground hall. Soon, an enormous leopard appeared in front of him, towering at least a dozen meters above the floor. Unlike some of the shades, this one was not clad in armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, so it was a perfect choice to conduct an experiment. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then commanded the leopard to enter one of the pools. The mercury rippled as the massive beast submerged itself into the pool. Shades did not need to breathe, of course, and the liquid metal did not seem dangerous. Still, Sunny called the leopard back before too long. As the giant shade rose from the mercury, torrents of liquid metal flowed down its black fur. However, not all of that metal returned into the pool. Instead, a layer of it solidified around the body of the leopard. Sunny's eyes trembled a little. By the time the giant beast stepped back onto the cold stones, it was encased in polished armor. The mercury did not just solidify around it. Instead, it was shaped and guided to tum into an actual suit of armor that was perfectly suited for the body of the bestial shade, protecting all its vital spots while leaving enough open areas not to compromise its mobility. It was incredibly resilient, too, capable of withstanding most of transcendent blades, at least, or corrupted claws. Great nightmare creatures would not find it easy to break this armor either. As Sunny looked at the heavily armored black leopard, his eyes glistened. That's what I'm talking about. Chapter 26, 50 Commerce and Culture. While the three strongholds of the Shadow Legion were besieged by the flood of grotesque flesh, the Night Garden continued sailing toward the distant lighthouse. Sunny had already begun arming his shades, but it was going to take some time to exhaust the pools of liquid metal and equip as many of them as he could. He moved the shades that had already received shiny new coats of enchanted armor to the front line, so the rate at which the Shadow Legion was suffering casualties was already reducing. It's amazing, really. At the moment, Sunny and Jet were with the Saints of Night on the bridge of the living ship. He was showing them one of the weapons from the arsenal of the Hippodrome. I knew that there would be something of value in the Eternal City, but I might have underestimated just how much of a treasure trove this place is. It was inhabited by truly powerful beings, after all, and unlike most other places in the Dream Realm, everything here had been perfectly preserved. The Hippodrome alone can increase the overall strength of humanity by a noticeable margin. Bloodwave nodded somberly, then said in his low voice, 1,000 sets of transcendent armor. All of House of Night only possessed 1/10 of that, not to mention supreme relics. There were more powerful memories out there now that the number of saints had increased, but it was still an incredible discovery. Even if the artifacts found in the Eternal City were not memories, and were therefore more cumbersome to use, they were a precious commodity. Not only because of their power, but also because of the fact that they were enchanted, and the fact that these enchantments had come from a previously unknown tradition. Just like Anank's mantle had helped Sunny develop his weaving, the runic enchantments of these ancient relics could help human enchanters learn more about sorcery, and therefore push their craft further. Jet whistled, then asked, "Where else do you think we'll be able to find something valuable?" The Hippodrome was an unexpected find, but there were bound to be other similar places in the Eternal City. Neve contemplated for a while, then said tentatively, "Stores, there had to be stores selling enchanted items. Even immortals would have enjoyed luxury. It would be even better to find workshops where the items were crafted." At that moment, the usually quiet Ether suddenly spoke. "Museums." He glanced at Sunny and Jet, then added quietly, "People who lived in this city were made immortal, but they had all come from somewhere. The wealth of history they had witnessed must have been immeasurable, and they would have brought mementos of that history here. Since they lived lives of opulence and luxury, knowing no need, they would have enjoyed culture more than commerce." He smiled. "Who knows what we will find in their museums? Relic of the age of gods, mythical weapons that decided the fate of entire realms. That is what one imagines when thinking about an immortal abode." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Museums, huh?" Etha's suggestion was quite plausible, not to mention enticing. Just then, an especially powerful nightmare creature clashed with Slayer, and Sunny got distracted for a while. When the nightmarish horror was finally subdued, he shivered. The more time Sunny spent in the Eternal City, the more a particular question gnawed at him. Glancing at the Saints of Night, he exhaled slowly and then asked, "Now that I've enjoyed the sights of this lovely city, I wanted to ask, how the hell did Nightwalker escape from here as a sleeper?" Neve and Etha, in turn, looked at Bloodwave, the oldest of them, as well as the person who seemed to have known the legendary founder of the House of Night personally. Bloodwave remained silent for a while, then sighed. "That is Nightwalker you are talking about, the first of the Night Guides. That bastard could find any path and go anywhere he wanted, and nothing could stop him, let alone bar his way." It sounded like Nightwalker had possessed an aspect that had to do with getting places. It also sounded like Bloodwave had not been very fond of the mysterious founder of their clan, for some ray. Asan, Etha wore a neutral expression, while Neve's emotions could not be read. Sunny sighed. "Well, I'm in no position to judge. Did you know? I once killed a great devil as a sleeper." They chuckled politely, prompting his expression to fall. "Ah, it is just not the same without Kai." Soon enough, he winced and raised a hand to shield his eyes. The closer they got to the lighthouse, the brighter their surroundings became. Most of the Eternal City was shrouded in nebulous darkness, with areas bathed in stark silver light. It was a city of endless night, alien to the concept of sunshine. As they approached the lighthouse, however, it was simple to mistake the deep darkness of the undersea for daylight, and Sunny suspected that it would become even brighter as they got closer still. The lighthouse, just like the wharf, was isolated from the rest of the city, standing some distance away from the nearest island. It was a magnificent tower that loomed above the landscape, almost reaching the sloping edge of the invisible dome. Brilliant light spilled from it, suffusing the clouds of vapor surrounding its base with blinding, soft radiance. Sunny had felt nothing when nearing the wharf, but the sight of the lighthouse filled him with awe and dread in equal proportions. He hesitated. "I am not sure that we should take the night garden close to the tower." Jet gave him a brief look and nodded. "There is no dock anyway. We will stop at a safe distance away." Neve seemed to agree as well. "How will we get to ground, though?" That was indeed a good question. Sunny looked at the turbulent expanse of glistening water and winced. "I guess we're going for a swim." Chapter 26:51 Spirit Attack. The lighthouse was a place unlike any Sunny had ever seen, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The reason for his unease was simple. There were no shadows on the small island surrounding the great tower, and none within. There were clouds of vapor swirling around the lighthouse, and that vapor was suffused by the brilliant silver light. Every tiny droplet of water was reflecting the radiance, making the light omnidirectional. which meant that there was nowhere on the island where light was absent, and therefore no place for shadows to nestle. So Sunny could not use Shadow Step to travel there. This was a new kind of obstacle for him. In fact, Sunny had not even been aware that his powers could be suppressed this way, so he was quite stumped. Luckily, he still possessed the Shadow Lantern, so returning to the Night Garden was not going to be a problem. But they would still have to brave the dark waters washing the shores of the Eternal City to reach the lighthouse. Unlike the wharf, the lighthouse was located inside Daron's barrier. The Night Garden remained at a distance, drifting at the edge of the outer dome. It was decided that Etha would remain on the bridge of the living ship, controlling it, while the rest of them would proceed to the small island. "What do you think is in the water?" Sunny could not help but sound a little apprehensive. Bloodwave shrugged. "Whatever it is, we'll find out soon." A few minutes later, they plunged into the cold water. An onyx serpent, an azure serpent, and a monstrous killer whale dove into the dark depths and rushed toward the radiant light, racing to get to the shore as fast as possible. Jet, meanwhile, had turned into a wraith and hid inside Sunny's maw. Just moments after they plunged into the water, Sunny sensed that something was terribly wrong. Curses! He could feel the indestructible plates of the jade mantle slowly eroding away. Beside him, clouds of blood surrounded the enormous killer whale, and further away, Neve's icy scales were becoming covered by a net of cracks. "I see what is going on." There was no single harrowing abomination hiding in the waters of the Eternal City. Instead, there was an incalculable number of tiny fish, each no larger than a fingernail, hiding beneath the tumultuous surface of the dark water. The fish were small, but armed with numerous razor-sharp teeth, swarming hungrily around any living thing that entered their hunting grounds. Which was far worse. Sunny could handle a terrifying leviathan or two, but a myriad of tiny monsters. Actually, he could handle that too. Activating the curse, he used the shadow flame and the weakening curse to affect a wide area around him, then channeled his death will while augmenting it with the mercy of shadow. He was empowering the shadowbound charm with the underworld armament and using it as a conduit for his will. As a result, Sunny's killing intent became a lethal force. Considering how many tiny abominations he was affecting, each individual one was not weakened that much by the weakening curse. However, they were all exposed to the same death will, and therefore they died. Sunny willed it so, and an unimaginable number of tiny abominations were instantly killed. They sustained no wounds, and neither had they been exposed to an attack they could have resisted. The fragile flames of their lives were simply snuffed out. They simply ceased. Of course, it had only been possible because each individual fish was relatively weak. But still, it was an eerie and indescribable feeling to be able to decimate a myriad of nightmare creatures with a mere thought. I guess this can be called a spirit attack, since it was my will that killed them. For a few moments, Sunny and the Saints of Night received reprieve from being gnawed on by the abominable creatures that populated the waters around the Eternal City. But it was a place foreign to death, after all. Soon enough, the tiny fiends Sunny had destroyed stirred and came back to life, swarming the two great sea serpents and the giant killer whale again. Blood spilled into the cold water once more, and Sunny willed them to die once more. It was quite straining. Sunny, Neve, and Bloodwave fought their way through the infested waters while being eaten alive. Luckily, Sunny could slow down the rate at which they were devoured, and the distance separating them from the small island was not too vast. Soon enough, they were surrounded by brilliant light and could sense solid ground close by. Sunny climbed onto the cold stones and swayed, blinded by the radiance. His shadow sense was useless here, and the light was unbearably bright. Groaning, he shielded his eyes with a hand and jumped away from the water. Jet assumed her corporeal form nearby, unperturbed and entirely dry. Neve and Bloodwave joined them a few seconds later, having already assumed their human forms. The former looked pale, but relatively unscathed, while the latter was riddled with ghastly wounds and bleeding heavily. Looking down at his shredded armor, Bloodwave grimaced and wiped the blood off his face. His wounds were already closing, and he did not seem bothered by the pain. If anything, the flowing blood seemed to only make him more ferocious. No wonder those immortals are reluctant to fall into the water. His tone was flat. Sunny tended to agree. The waters of the Eternal City were teeming with these abominations, and their teeth were chillingly sharp. Usually, falling into infested waters would merely mean a swift and painful death. But things did not die in the Eternal City. Once someone fell into the water here, they were destined to be devoured eternally, endlessly coming to life only to be pierced by tiny teeth and tom apart again, and again and again. Forever. If there was a fate even nightmare creatures would be wary of, that was it. He shuddered. Stay alert. Stripped of shadow sense and surrounded by soft silver radiance, Sonny felt incredibly vulnerable and exposed. His expression darkened. We are inside the barrier, so there can be immortals here. In fact, let's hope that those fiends are the worst thing hiding in this light. Despite how beautiful the diffused expanse of soft silver light was, Sonny got an eerie feeling from this place. Glancing at his companions, he summoned the shadow lantern and sighed. Let's go. Chapter 26:52, Hidden in the Light. The radiant vapor made it hard to see. It was bright enough to be blinding, and without shadows, discerning the shape and size of objects was surprisingly difficult. Jade and the Saints of Night seemed to be doing fine, but Sonny had to summon a small shadow out of the shadow lantern and manifest it into a mesh blindfold. After tying it around his eyes, he finally felt better. Being unable to sense his surroundings still made him uneasy, but at least his vision was not severely impaired. It's better than true darkness, at least. If it had been elemental darkness, he would not have even been able to summon the shadows to help him in a second of need. Sonny, Jet, and the Saints of Night cautiously advanced forward. The island supporting the lighthouse was not very big, but there was still some distance they had to traverse to reach the base of the tower. The ground gently sloped upward, and there was a set of wide steps they followed. Soon enough, however, Sonny gestured for everyone to stop. What's wrong? He remained motionless for a few minutes, then hissed and took a step back. A strand of his wet hair fell to the ground, cut cleanly by something incredibly sharp. There was also a deep cut on his forehead just above his brow. Anybody else would have already been bleeding profusely, but of course, Sonny did not bleed. If he had been a bit taller, though, he would have lost an eye. There's something here. Reaching forward, he felt the air carefully, and then grasped an incredibly thin, razor-sharp wire strewn across the road. The wire was so fine that it would have been hard to notice even in normal circumstances, but in the blinding radiance that surrounded them, it was practically invisible. When Sonny pulled on the wire, it glistened subtly, allowing his companions to see. They tensed a little and looked arrow. Searching for other unseen threats. Proceed with caution. There was another wire there, at the level of Sonny's knee. Bending a little, he stepped over it and continued forward with careful steps. Their progress inevitably slowed. There were more wires awaiting them ahead. The density increased gradually, until there was an entire razor-sharp invisible fence blocking the road. There were also other traps hidden in the blinding radiance, sharp spikes that protruded from the ground, thin blades embedded into the stone, nets that glistened subtly in the air. Sonny and his companions avoided them without much trouble, but anything larger than a human would have had trouble ascending the slopes of the island toward the lighthouse. Not that it mattered much, considering that the horrors of the Eternal City were immortal. The wires and traps forced Sonny to search for alternative paths, though. He could have destroyed them, of course, but there was no telling what that would cause. Traps were often triggered by such actions, after all, not to mention primitive alarm systems. In the end, they had to circle almost the entire island before finding a way up. The lighthouse island was eerily quiet and empty, and they did not meet a single adversary while exploring its mysterious shores, however. Sonny stopped once again only a few hundred meters later. They were still surrounded from all sides by hazy radiance, the vapor feeling refreshingly cool on their faces. He peered into the silver light somberly. Can you hear it? They did. A strange, quiet, eerie sound was resounding from the radiant haze ahead, as if something was scraping against the stone. Sonny and his companions advanced cautiously, preparing themselves for battle. They were not prepared for what they found ahead, though. What the hell? Out there in front of them, a gruesome body was impaled by 6 short, sharp steel spikes. The person had their limbs and head severed, and then arranged on the ground like a macabre display. The torso, the arms, the legs, and the head were each pierced by a spike and held in place by them. The worst part of it all, was that the body was still alive. It moved weakly, trying to free itself of the spikes, and thin tendrils of flesh were reaching toward the severed parts, as if wanting to reunite with them. It was the struggles of the severed body that produced the scraping noise. The face was covered by a bloody cloth, but they could see its lips moving under the fabric. Sonny shuddered in revolution. "What is this?" Neve's voice trembled. Sonny remained silent for a few long moments, then said in a subdued tone, "This is the danger of immortality." Indeed, the grotesque body laying on the ground in front of them belonged to one of the fallen immortals of the Eternal City. Someone had left the nightmare creature here, severed and immobilized, maybe to restrain them, perhaps as a punishment. In any case, Sonny had no desire to free that monstrosity from the spikes. After studying the impaled immortal for a bit, they carefully moved around the ghastly body and continued forward. As Sonny and his companions ascended higher, they witnessed a few more similar scenes. Here and there, the fallen immortals were displayed like trophies, weakly trying to set themselves free. Some were nailed to the ground like the first one, some were impaled on tall spikes, some crucified or suspended in nets of razor-sharp wide. Some still looked like humans, while some were no more than abhorrent masses of slithering flesh. There was even a head of a giant bull that was held in place by thick silver chains, its enormous glassy eyes staring at them with hunger and fury. The tongue of the ghastly creature was moving, but its body was nowhere to be seen. The further Sonny went, the darker his mood became. Just what has happened on this island? After circling the lighthouse a few more times and discovering half a dozen cruelly restrained immortals, they approached the great tower. And there, on its steps, they finally found an immortal who was not restrained. Chapter 2653, Modern History. Stone steps revealed themselves from the blinding radiance, with tall pillars framing their flawless surface. They ascended steeply into the silver haze, disappearing into the brilliant light like the pathway to heaven. There was nothing heavenly about them, though because not 100 meters lower down the slope, a horrid mass of vivisected flesh was slithering and straining as it tried to escape the wires that bound it and the spikes that impaled it. The lighthouse was obscured by the radiance, but it was near, looming in the haze. A young man was sitting on the steps, staring at the ground. As Sonny and his companions approached, he slowly raised his head and peered at them with his strange, nebulous silver eyes. The youth looked barely old enough to be called an adult, with beautiful features and dark, flawless skin. He wore a tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric, and his long hair was tied neatly by a piece of metal wire. As he regarded them with a hollow look, a strange, ominous smile twisted his lips. Hearing the nauseating sounds of rippling flesh behind them, Sonny tensed and readied himself. The youth opened his mouth. What escaped it were not revolting tendrils of flesh, however. They were the familiar sounds of the human language, instead. "Kid, is that you? Gods, you look old." Sonny froze. Jet seemed stunned and confused, too. Neve's expression was hard to read, while Bloodwave remained his usual grim, nonchalant self. Staring at the young man somberly, he pursed his lips, and then said in his low voice, "So you're alive after all, scoundrel." The youth studied Bloodwave for a while, not saying anything, then looked behind him. "Where is Nephis? Where is Typhion?" "Wait a minute." Sonny blinked and then peered into the soul of the young man. To his surprise, there was no darkness inside it, just the pure, radiant light of a transcendent soul core. Bloodwave shrugged. "Dead." The youth fell silent. A few moments passed, and then he chuckled. What kind of nightmare creature managed to do those two in? Neve spoke at that moment, his voice sounding a little hoarse. It wasn't a nightmare creature, it was the Prince of Nothing. The young man frowned slightly. "Who the hell is the Prince of Nothing?" Neve sighed. "Mordred of Nowhere, the banished son of the King of Swords." The young man blinked a couple of times. "Who the hell is, wait, Anvil, Warden's boy?" Neve nodded silently. The youth studied him for a bit, and then raised an eyebrow. "I see, and who might you be?" Neve stared at him somberly, not saying anything. Sonny, who had been listening to their conversation silently, chose that moment to speak. He already suspected who the strange youth was, but wanted to confirm it. So, Glancing between Neve and the young man, he asked in a bewildered tone, "Is someone going to do the introductions?" Neve smiled slightly. "Sure, these are Soul Reaper and the Lord of Shadows." He gestured to the youth. "And this is Nightwalker, the founder of our fallen clan. I'm glad to see you too, father." Sonny was still digesting the fact that Nightwalker, the legendary and mysterious founder of the House of Nye, was not only alive, but also his buddy Neve's absent dad. The fact that Nightwalker looked a couple of decades younger than his son was not helping him come to terms with that information either. "At least I know why Bloodwave doesn't like his clan's founder very much now. The bastard got his older sister pregnant." For all the talk about how the House of Night was not a single family, but an alliance of prominent legacy clans of the Stormsea instead, their familial relationship seemed quite complicated. Sonny sighed. After the brief introduction, Nightwalker rose and invited them to follow him. They walked up the stone steps, heading for the lighthouse or one of the buildings surrounding it, at least. "So, can someone catch me up on what has been happening in the world? I'm quite curious." Sonny gave him a long look, and since no one volunteered to speak, said in a neutral tone, "Let's see. When was it that Nightwalker had gone missing again?" Actually, nobody outside the House of Night really knew. A Category 5 nightmare gate opened in America, so we lost that side of the planet. Immortal Flame and his daughter died there as well. Broken Sword and his cohort conquered the third nightmare. Then they conquered the fourth nightmare and became Supremes. Then Broken Sword was killed by his companions, and they diwied up the world. Nightwalker whistled quietly. "So they are Supremes now, huh? Actually, so there are Supremes now, huh?" Sonny glanced at him. "There are 7 Supremes, although 3 of them are already dead. Well, 4, technically. Anyway, Valor, Song, and the House of Night established themselves as the great clans. Broken Sword's daughter got lost in the Dream Realm for a couple of years, then conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper. Antarctica got swallowed by nightmare gates. That's one less continent again. Your son was there, by the way, risking his life to evacuate the civilians." Jet smiled lazily. "I was there as well." Nightwalker studied her with interest. "No, actually. Why is that bastard leering at Jet?" Nightwalker smiled. "I assume that you are the Soul Reaper. Nice to meet you, young lady." Jet chuckled pleasantly. "Please call me Jet, mister." Sonny stared at them, appalled. He coughed. "As I was saying, millions of mundane people settled in the Dream Realm. A few years later, Valor and Song went to war. The House of Night attempted to maintain neutrality. But in the end, most of its elders were killed by Mordred, and all of its citadels were usurped." Nightwalker's smile dimmed. "One man defeated my entire house." He turned to Neve and Bloodwave with a somber expression. Neve gritted his teeth. "That thing can hardly be called a man." Nightwalker remained silent for a long while, then sighed and looked away. "Ah, I remember now. That boy was given to the Dreamspawn. It makes sense then." His voice sounded neither somber nor cheerful, just distant, as if he was talking about the past he had left behind. Sonny shifted slightly. The Dreamspawn again. So Mordred had not lied. Nightwalker and Asterion really did have a history. Chapter 2654, Family Reunion. Sonny studied the back of the young man who was old enough to be his grandfather, wondering what had happened between Nightwalker and Asterion, and when. He was full of questions, but knew that it was not the time to ask them yet. The questions still struggled to climb onto his tongue, though, which made him feel itchy. Sonny was also controlling the besieged Shadow Legion, repelling the harrowing onslaught of the hideous army of immortals, so there was that as well. He squinted. "Weren't you a master?" Nightwalker looked at him, then smiled wryly. "I found a seed of nightmare here in the Eternal City. Took me a few tries, but I conquered it eventually." "A few tries?" Overwhelmed by the implications of these simple words, Sonny briefly wondered who had done it first, Broken Sword and his cohort or Nightwalker. Perhaps it did not matter in the end. He sighed. Anyway, in the war between Valor and Song, neither Valor nor Song won. Broken Sword's daughter won instead, killing both Anvil and Kai Song with the help of an extremely dashing sellsword, who then betrayed her and was promptly killed as well. They're dating now. Nightwalker slowed down and turned, giving him an incredulous look. Strangely enough, Neve and Bloodwave stared at him with wide eyes, too. Wait, you and Lady Nephis are together. Sunny gave them a dark look. Oh, did I not mention it? There's no need to sound so shocked, you know. Yes, we are. He grinned. We're like two sides of the same coin, she and I. Nightwalker stared at him for a moment, then looked at Jet. Then he smiled. Good for you. Sunny tilted his head, suddenly feeling his smile growing strained. Nephis of the immortal Flame Clan Changing Star attained supremacy and became the ruler of humanity. Earth is being slowly devoured by the Dream Realm, so hundreds of millions of people are being resettled to the Dream Realm ahead of the apocalypse. We almost lost the Eastern Quadrant to a great terror recently, but a new Supreme ascended and took care of it. That pretty much covers everything. Oh, the remains of the House of Night were absorbed into the government. Saint Jet is the de facto leader of the government, as well as the new captain of the Night Garden. Nightwalker looked at Jet once again, then glanced at Neve and Bloodwave. His expression grew distant for a short while, but cleared eventually. Good to know. He studied Sunny silently. Neve and Bloodwave are members of the House of Night, while the stunning young lady is the captain of the Night Garden. But who are you, kid? Did someone find Shadow God's lineage after all? Sunny smiled. Someone did. He paused for a moment. I am Supreme Sunless, the demigod in charge of conquering this city. I am also thousands of years old, so please refrain from calling me kid. Young man. Nightwalker stared at him with no particular expression on his youthful face, then looked away and sighed. The world has changed a lot since I've been gone. He walked forward without saying anything else until a wall built of large stone blocks revealed itself from the radiance. Opening the door, Nightwalker walked inside and invited them in. The space inside might have been a storage area once, but it had been turned into a makeshift living space now. There was a luxurious bed, paintings and statuettes decorating the haphazard collection of furniture, and several braziers with cold coals in them. There were also weapons and various tools littering the floor, with large spools of metal wire and long spikes leaning against the walls. It seemed like Nightwalker both lived and prepared his traps here. If anything, this place resembled Sunny's room in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City more than anything else. Most importantly, though, was that there were shadows here. Bright light spilled through the small window near the roof, but most of the storage space was mercifully dark, soothing Sunny's strained eyes. Walking inside, he let out a relieved sigh and pulled the blindfold off. He felt like a fish thrown back into the water. Curiously enough, Sunny had not sensed these shadows from the outside. It was only when he crossed the threshold that he felt their presence, hinting that this building, and maybe the lighthouse as well, were able to suppress anyone from peering through their walls. Make yourself at home. Nightwalker walked over to one of the braziers and made fire. Then, he looked around with a slightly lost expression. Sorry, I don't think I have any food or beverages to offer you. I don't actually remember the last time I ate something. In the silence that followed, Neve sighed and asked the question that had been on all of their minds from the moment they met the miraculously surviving founder of the House of Night. You are one of those immortals now, aren't you too? Nightwalker regarded him with a neutral expression. Aren't we all immortal here in the Eternal City? He shrugged and then sat down in a decadently opulent chair. But yes, the answer to your question is yes, I died here, and then the Eternal City brought me back, so I am one of its immortals now. Neve drew a shaky breath. But you are not corrupted like the rest of them. Nightwalker shook his head slowly. No, not yet at least. In fact, none of the immortals are corrupted. Sunny frowned. I'll have to disagree. Neve nodded. Indeed, we've seen them. Jet and the Lord of Shadows fought them as well. How can those abominations not be corrupted? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Ah, sorry. I should rather say that the abominations you've faced are not the immortals. He leaned back and sighed. The actual immortals aren't really alive anymore. Their bodies are intact and their souls are intact, but their minds have long crumbled. They are like empty dolls with nothing inside. Well, at least there wasn't anything inside them initially. Nightwalker looked at them darkly. That was before a certain nightmare creature came to the Eternal City, crawled into them, and rooted itself within their immortal bodies. So, the things that you saw and fought is that nightmare creature wearing the bodies of the immortals. It's a parasite. Sunny frowned. I don't suppose you know what that nightmare creature is called. Nightwalker turned to him and smiled. Oh, naturally I do. His smile dimmed and was then erased from his face. It's called the flesh of Kanakid. Chapter 26:55 Cursed King. Hearing Nightwalker's words, Sunny frowned. Kanakid, I've heard that name before. Jet had fought a great devil named the Heart of Kanakid, as well as several lesser nightmare creatures bearing similar names. According to Cassie, he had been a cursed king whose parts were kept apart to prevent him from coming back to life. More importantly, Uris had mentioned an individual called Kanakid once, when talking about those cursed by Shadow God. Considering how many traces of Kanak were left in the dream realm, he must have been quite powerful. And considering the nature of these traces, he must have been quite sinister. Now they were facing a great terror born of the same source, a being of the same caliber as Skinwalker. Who the hell is Kanak, though? Nightwalker smiled wryly. Just an old myth. He hesitated for a short while, then sighed. He was supposedly one of the first humans born at the dawn of the Age of Gods. Gods and deities walked the earth back then, battling void creatures and their spreading corruption. They brushed sides with humans quite often as well to various results. Most of those encounters were benign in nature, but not all of them. Kanak in particular managed to anger Shadow God somehow, so Shadow God took his shadow away. And with it, his ability to die. Sunny scratched his head. Doesn't sound like much of a punishment. In a sense, he was the opposite of Kanak. Sunny had more shadows than he knew what to do with. One was cursed by Shadow God, the other received Shadow God's blessing. The latter could be said about Sunny and Yuri's as well. Nightwalker grinned. A very topical remark, considering where we are. He fell silent for a moment. Gods have their own views on things, I guess. In any case, Kanak did not seem to mind the curse of Shadow God. Eventually, he established a vast kingdom and ruled it for numerous generations, defending his people with his overwhelming power. His power was so great, in fact, that people started calling him a god. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Butte. Nightwalker shrugged. But Kanak didn't just want to be called a god, he wanted to be a god. Sunny leaned against a wall and crossed his arms. Ah, that troublesome thing, apotheosis. Nightwalker stared at him blankly. A what, apotheosis? Oh, I guess the word fits. Sunny had to remind himself that the man had been gone for decades. Even the existence of Supremes was news to him. Naturally, he would not know about the impenetrable barrier that prevented them from climbing higher on the path of ascension. He shook his head. Anyway, so what happened? Nightwalker responded in a neutral tone. No matter what Kanak tried, he could not step over the threshold of divinity, not without a shadow at least. He became obsessed with the idea of godhood, and his kingdom gradually became a dark and nightmarish place. People who used to venerate and worship him were now full of terror and hatred for the undying monster who ruled them, and entire generations disappeared into the ghastly cauldron of his obsession. They could not do anything to free themselves, though. After all, Kanak's power was overwhelming, and he could not be killed. He leaned forward a little. They did manage to topple his throne in the end, still. Kanak's body was severed from his soul and spirit, cut into pieces, and all these parts were sealed separately in various places, never to be reunited. The end. Sunny stared at him incredulously. It's obviously not the end, though. Nightwalker smiled. Well, I assume those seals were guarded by someone. However, the Guardians all perished when the dream realm was consumed by corruption. The seals weakened after a while, and the same corruption took hold of the severed remains of Kanak. Those pieces eventually became monstrous abominations. He fell silent for a while, then added in a somber tone. I only know about this because I had the misfortune of visiting the kingdom of Kanak in one of my nightmares. The interesting part, however, is not what he did to eam the curse of Shadow God, and not what happened to his severed parts. It is not even what will happen if those parts fuse back together one day. Nightwalker leaned back. The interesting part is how Kanak was overthrown, and why. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, Nightwalker lingered for a few moments. The being who helped the enslaved people of Canac's kingdom get rid of him was none other than the demon of repose, who happened to pass nearby. As for why she decided to help them, according to the myth, it was because after countless years of searching, Canac finally found a way to become a god despite being disqualified from achieving divinity the usual way. Sonny's eyes widened a little. He remained silent for a few moments, then leaned forward. He found an alternative way to achieve apotheosis. How? Nightwalker studied him a bit, then shrugged. I am not entirely sure, but apparently he was planning to consume his own kingdom, complete with every person living there. So, not the best role model as far as kingship goes. He gave Sonny a curious glance. If only that poor fool lived in the age where the nightmare spell existed, huh? All that nonsense could have been avoided. Nightwalker fell silent for a while, then asked, You told me that the first Supremes emerged decades ago, right? Sonny nodded. Around 25 years ago, yes. Nightwalker looked away with a pensive expression. How come none of them challenged the fifth nightmare then? Sonny tilted his head a little. I guess it's because one of them is stuck on the moon, while the other two were misguided, afraid, and had too much to lose. Nightwalker looked at him directly. What about you? Are you not misguided and afraid? Do you have nothing to lose? Sonny smiled faintly. Me, no, and I am in a completely different situation than they were. He looked at Nightwalker and said in an even tone, Because of the decades they wasted, I am not afforded the luxury of having a choice. The end of days is not on the horizon anymore, it is already in progress. So it's become sacred or die, or at least watch everything I treasure die. Sonny sighed. That is the reason why I'm here, in the Eternal City. Conquering this place is a part of the process. Chapter 2656, Dubious Conquest. Nightwalker studied him for a long while with the same strangely distant expression he had worn previously, then smiled faintly. Conquering the Eternal City? I am not going to diminish your accomplishments. Getting to the lighthouse unscathed must have already been difficult enough. Well done. However, you should have noticed that this place is populated by a myriad of immortal abominations. Surely your goal is a tad too ambitious. Sonny gave him a nonchalant shrug. Personally, I think it's just ambitious enough. Jet chuckled. You must not have witnessed the power of a Supreme before, mister. It is quite daunting. And that guy is not just any Supreme at that. He's someone who became Supreme by killing the person who sat on the throne before him, which puts him in an entirely different category. She smiled. I wouldn't have brought the Night Garden here if I wasn't reasonably confident in his ability to keep his promises. Despite how he looks, he's quite reliable. Sonny gave her a silent stare. What's wrong with how I look? Not getting an answer, he frowned and glanced back at Nightwalker. She's right, my forces have already secured the wharf and the island it is connected to. Currently, we are engaged in a battle for the 3 islands north of that. I expect the siege to come to a conclusion in a few hours, which would allow us to advance further into the heart of the city. Nightwalker studied him with interest. Really? How are you dealing with the immortals, then? Sonny gave him an even look. Putting them to sleep, although now that I know what hides in the water, I am thinking of just tossing them into the waves. Nightwalker shook his head slowly. That won't work. Sonny was a little disappointed. Why? The lost founder of the House of Night let out a heavy sigh, as if recalling his own disastrous attempt to do just that. As I said, the immortals are merely shells for the parasite that controls them. So you can indeed get rid of them by throwing them into the water. Some would climb out, but most would become an endless source of sustenance for the little critters there. However, his expression darkened. A parasite is a parasite. Once one host becomes useless, it will find another, and with myriad abominations populating the depths, the flesh of Canac would have countless new hosts to infect. Once thousands of those fishes start mutating, sprouting tendrils, and climbing ashore, you'll regret having fed them an immortal or two in the past. Believe me. He shivered. Sonny was quite uneasy as well. He hummed, then mumbled quietly. Wow, I never thought that one day I'd be happy to only be fighting the human vessels of an immortal great terror. His expression twisted a little. Flesh of Canac is a great terror, right? He had assumed so because the fallen immortals wielded power similar to that of great nightmare creatures. Considering that Nightwalker did not mention any kind of source creature or accursed abomination controlling them, the flesh of Kanak did not seem like a tyrant. As for being a titan, it could be one, but Sunny would have expected more trouble when facing a creature like that. As if fighting a city full of immortal great ones is not trouble enough. Nightwalker nodded. I would expect so. He studied Sunny intensely, then shifted slightly. Well, I guess you really do have a chance to conquer this hell. Unbelievable. His expression turned wistful for a brief moment. And there I was, feeling proud of myself for becoming a transcendent. At that moment, Neve, who had been silent before, finally spoke. The flesh of Kanakit is not our only problem. Nightwalker gave him a curious look. Oh? Neve hesitated a little, then nodded. The Dutchman is also here. Nightwalker's eyes widened a little. That thing, it followed you to the Eternal City. The House of Night had never engaged in a serious battle against the Dutchman, but having traveled the misty waters of the Stormsea for decades, they had known about the existence of the Wraith Armada from various chilling encounters and sightings long before this expedition. Nightwalker probably knew more than most. Sunny shrugged. It's more like we followed it here. It doesn't matter who arrived first, though, only who will be the one to leave when all is said and done. Jet here is a specialist in disposing of troublesome wraiths. In fact, she's somewhat of a wraith herself. Jet smiled. When I'm in the mood. Nightwalker chuckled. Then, however, his expression slowly grew serious. A heavy silence settled in the room. Sunny studied Nightwalker and Neve, wondering why their reunion was so reserved. The former seemed too aloof, while the latter was seemingly holding himself back. But neither displayed any noticeable sense of joy. Perhaps they were simply too shocked to feel anything easily defined yet. Maybe they had never had a joyful kind of relationship to begin with. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, If I may ask, how did you end up stuck in this city, Nightwalker? Better yet, how did you manage to get here alone as a mere ascended? The corner of Nightwalker's mouth twitched. Mere ascended, huh? He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Who said that I was alone? Sunny frowned. That was the impression got after learning about your disappearance from Neve and Bloodwave. Nightwalker shook his head. I wasn't alone. I was accompanied by that kid, Asterion, and his followers. Sunny winced. I'd appreciate it if you would not mention his name. Nightwalker grinned. Oh, I would be happy too. I don't particularly like mentioning him either. At that moment, Jet asked in a confused tone, Why would you take him with you instead of forming an expedition from the champions of the House of Night? And why did you leave the Night Garden behind? Nightwalker smiled. That's simple, because I did not want to lose the Night Garden and I did not want my people to die. Plus, you said that you are putting the immortals to sleep. I was planning to do something similar. Fighting them physically is useless, so I needed someone with a powerful aspect that allowed them to perform mental attacks. Such people are rare, and that kid seemed like a good candidate, being the successor of Heart God and all. His expression darkened. Nightwalker remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a cold tone, of course, I did not expect that the bastard would kill me as soon as we reached the city, and he didn't need me anymore. Chapter 2657, Gift of Empathy. Neve paled visibly when he heard Nightwalker's admission. Even Bloodwave, who had maintained a stoic expression, scowled deeply. Jet frowned as well, but Sunny did not show much of a reek. Tion. After all, he already suspected that something of the kind had happened. However, behind his mask of nonchalance, he was a little excited. Maybe it was a bit callous of him to feel thrilled about Asterion's betrayal and subsequent murder of Nightwalker, an act that might have prevented the House of Night from nurturing a sovereign of their own, eventually. But he was simply glad to finally meet someone who knew about the Dreamspawn's powers firsthand and was willing to share that knowledge. Sunny lingered for a moment. Mental attacks, what is his aspect exactly? Nightwalker gave him a look of indignation. That is what you chose to ask about, really? Sunny stared at him with a deadpan expression. Yes. Nightwalker laughed. Are all Supremes this? Never mind, I'm not one to judge. Sunny raised an eyebrow, prompting Bloodwave to speak gruffly. You know how no one knows much about Nightwalker? That is not because of his elusive and mysterious nature. He simply used to avoid everyone, his closest allies included, as much as possible, because he hates people. He has always been a reclusive, antisocial bastard. Nightwalker grinned. True, it's not my fault that people are so hateful though, is it? Shaking his head, he added. And considering how I ended up, I'd say that I had not avoided people enough. Nightwalker fell silent for a few moments, then sighed. Regardless, to answer your question, he's a mind reader. Sonny's eyebrows flew up. A mind reader? What do you mean? Nightwalker brushed his face tiredly. The Dream Spawn, the last survivor of the Path of Ascension cult. He is a mind reader, although he did not start out as one. Sonny and Jet looked at each other. Cassie, are you hearing this? He only had to wait a few moments before the answer came. Yes. Nightwalker, meanwhile, continued. His dormant ability allowed him to sense the emotions of other living beings. He was an empath of sorts. His awakened ability is a bit sinister. It allows him to feed on the powerful emotions of others, consuming them. It was his ascended ability that made me take him to the Eternal City, however. That one allowed him to influence the emotions of others with his own. His expression grew somber. His abilities underwent a bit of an evolution when he ascended, though. The scope of his dormant ability increased to include not only emotions, but also the thoughts of others. And his ascended ability was the same. It allowed him to put his thoughts into other people's heads. Nightwalker grimaced. He had always been a creepy kid, and these three powers made being in his company even creepier. Because even with fearsome mental defenses, you never could be quite sure that your thoughts and emotions were your own. Even if they were, you knew that he could read you like an open book. That made being around him uncomfortable. Or it would have, if he did not know just the right words to say to put people at ease. Nightwalker chuckled bitterly. He was capable, effortlessly charming, devilishly smart, and strong, really strong. But despite all that, you could not help but feel a little uneasy around him from time to time. Because once in a while, for a brief moment, it felt like there was something deeply wrong about him, hiding in the depths of his eyes. But of course, that feeling was easy to explain by the prejudice everyone had about him. Nightwalker shrugged. After all, he was a Strand-Tiger, someone from outside the bounds of the world we were familiar with. Those Path of Ascension zealots had always been a weird bunch, and nobody knew what happened to them in the dream realm, so it was difficult not to feel distrustful of that kid. That's how others felt, at least. Personally, I didn't care too much. His smile turned a little bitter. Perhaps I should have. Sonny, meanwhile, was thinking about Asterian's aspect. Empath, mind reader, mental manipulator. And what does it mean he consumed other people's emotions? Was he like an energy vampire? He remained silent for a while, then could not help but ask a senseless question. What about his transcendent ability? What about his domain? Nightwalker gave him a confused look. How should I know he was a mere ascended the last time I saw him? Sonny grimaced. Right. After pausing for a moment, he asked, so what did he want to find here in the Eternal City, and why did he tum on you? Nightwalker scratched the back of his head. What he wanted to find here, I am not sure, since everything he had told me turned out to be a lie. No matter what it was, though, he must have failed to find it. You see, we were too weak. He and I, all we knew about this place was what I had seen here as a sleeper, so we might have overestimated ourselves and underestimated the Eternal City. What could two masters do here, really? He was already lucky to escape alive. Nightwalker looked at Sonny with a dark expression. As to why he turned on me, maybe that was his main goal all along. NG, I did not think that it was possible, but he wanted to absorb the lineage of Storm God. Divine lineages can't coexist with each other, but when it comes to the Dream Spawn, they somehow can, even if I learned it too late. His silver eyes glistened dangerously. He could have entered the lighthouse and attempted to receive the lineage like Thad done once, a long time ago, but he chose to stab me in the back instead. To his credit, I don't think that he was aiming to kill me, but I was too stubborn to surrender, so in the end, he did. Nightwalker sighed. It was a hollow end, to survive all the horrors of the nightmare spell only to die by a human's hand. Saying that, he looked away and added in a distant tone, and it was a bitter beginning to come back to life in this cursed city, knowing that I am destined to die here thousands of times more. Chapter 26, 58, Tempered Blade. Sonny looked around, noting the spools of razor-sharp wire and steel spikes. Remembering the grotesque scenes hiding in the stunning radiance of the lighthouse island, he felt a chill running down his spine and asked in a neutral tone, "So that is how you spent these decades, escaping the immortals and building traps to keep them away from your hideout?" Nightwalker regarded him silently for a long while, then smiled. "I don't remember." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Yous don't remember." Nightwalker chuckled. "Well, I remember this and that. In the beginning, I was an ascended. Life was hard. Those abominations were simply too overwhelming, so I died a lot. Sometimes I managed to escape. Most times I did not. And eventually I went mad. I don't recall what happened after that clearly." Relaxing in his chair, he shrugged. "But I regained my senses after a while. And then I lost my mind again, and then I found it again. Time lost all meaning. I would not have known that I have been here for decades instead of centuries or thousands of years if you had not told me." His expression grew distant and detached. "At some point, I found a seed of nightmare. There's a few here in the Eternal City, but I could only get close to one. I challenged it and died. The city brought me back to life, so I challenged it again. Eventually, I conquered it and became a transcendent. Things did not get easy after that, but they did become easier. At least I could fight the immortals, finally." Nightwalker smiled, and something dark and perilous glurned in his eyes. "So that was what I've been doing for the last 10 years, I guess, fighting great nightmare creatures all day, every day, to kill time." It was at this point that Sonny realized two chilling facts. The first fact was that the amicable youth in front of him was not just a legendary figure from the early years of the nightmare spell, an outstanding, but antiquated person whose achievements had been swallowed by the passage of time. No, Nightwalker was something else. He was the most dangerous saint in the world, by far. 10 years, he says. If Nightwalker had been battling great nightmare creatures tirelessly for a decade as a mere transcendent, no less than he had accumulated more combat experience than every other saint combined. These 10 years were a harrowing crucible capable of forging a blade so terrifying that no other weapon could ever withstand its sharp edge. Nightwalker had already been one of the most accomplished warriors of the most ill-fated generation in history before returning to the Eternal City and transcending. Now, he would be a monster. And the second fact was that Nightwalker was either the most crazy awakened in the world or the most sane one. Sonny was not sure which statement was true. The young man seemed composed enough, which could mean that he was either completely unhinged and hiding it well, or had somehow managed to preserve his sanity despite experiencing long years of complete isolation and a myriad of gruesome deaths without allowing his mind to shatter completely. In any case, I want to recruit him. Sonny's eyes glistened. He had come to the Eternal City to find treasure, and he felt like he had just found it. The perfectly preserved arsenal of powerful enchanted weapons was a good discovery, but this one man was worth far more. In a world falling into the hungry maw of apocalypse, an exceptional champion like that was a priceless commodity. Nightwalker shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and coughed. If you keep looking at me like that, you'll make me blush." Sonny smiled slowly. "All day, every day, you say? Must have been fun." Nightwalker gave him a surprised look. "Well, I wouldn't call it fun, personally, but actually it wasn't too bad." He smiled. "As Bloodwave mentioned, I am not very fond of people. Why would I spend most of my life wandering the sea otherwise? So, on one hand, spending all these years in a city populated only by nightmare creatures was a bit of a chore. But on the other hand, I enjoyed the peace and quiet." "Son," Ny could not help but let out a scoff. "This guy, I like him." At that moment, Nightwalker turned his smile to Jet and winked. "Of course, there's an exception to every rule. I'm actually fond of some instances of human companionship quite a lot. I should probably kill that guy." Ah, damnation. Nightwalker was immortal here in the Eternal City. Leaning forward a little, Sonny asked in a pleasant tone, "Saint Nightwalker, how would you like to get out of the Eternal City and return to the surface world?" Nightwalker looked at him in confusion. "Saint, that's a bit weird. Believe me, I am no saint." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Oh, right." Nightwalker was probably old enough to be his grandfather. That's what we call transcendence, akin to masters. Nightwalker tilted his head a little. Saints, huh, well, I guess it has a ring to it. Yeah, I like it. Smiling, he inhaled deeply and looked into the distance. Of course, I would love nothing more than to leave this cursed place, but it's not that easy. Sonny shook his head. Actually, it is. I can send you back right now. All he had to do was ask Nephis to open a dream gate in front of the lighthouse. That would involve quite a bit of risk, of course, but it was possible. Nightwalker shook his head. No, you don't understand. I simply can't leave. Once you die in the Eternal City, you become its prisoner for as long as it exists. And it is, you know, eternal. He chuckled quietly. Why do you think Repose created this place? Did you think that she wanted to create a peaceful paradise for virtuous creatures to enjoy for all eternity? He shook his head with a twisted smile. No, the demon of Repose. She was a complete psychopath, that one. What she wanted to create was a place to gather all the creatures that she hated the worst of the worst, so that they would never be able to escape from her. Nightwalker laughed. The Eternal City is a prison. Chapter 26:59, Prison of Eternity. Sonny remained silent for a long while, studying Nightwalker with a distant expression. Eventually, he asked, "A prison?" The youth nodded, his silver eyes glistening with nebulous light. Indeed, maybe she looked at what Shadow God had done to Kanakhet and was inspired. Maybe the idea simply came from her own devious head. In any case, the immortality this hell grants its victims comes at a price, and that price is having to stay here forever. Sonny frowned subtly. Nightwalker knew that those who were made immortal by the Eternal City could never leave their beautiful cage for as long as the Eternal City existed. However, his guess at what had motivated the demon of Repose to build it seemed to be based mostly on his own perception of what this place was. In truth, Sonny suspected that the real reason was not that unambiguous. None of them knew what motivated the mysterious demon, but he did know a few things about her kind. For example, he knew that all other demons had wrestled with the unconditional taboo placed upon them by the gods and the loneliness that resulted from adhering to that prohibition. So had the demon of Repose truly wanted to torment the prisoners of the Eternal City forever? Or had she simply been unwilling to part with those who won her favor? The answer to that question was now lost, erased by the currents of time. Even if she had intended to build a paradise for those who were weary, she would have had to find a way to avoid their gratitude. Because if she had not, the Eternal City would have been destroyed, just like the Kingdom of Hope had been destroyed. Maybe that was why the demon of Repose had wandered the world on her living ship, instead of residing in the paradise of her creation. Maybe being unwilling to part with those who settled in the Eternal City and tormenting them eternally were not two conflicting possibilities, but cause and effect instead. Maybe she had indeed been a twisted, demented psychopath. There was a reason why the demons had been feared so much, after all. In any case, as much as the secrets of the Eternal City tantalized Sonny, satisfying his curiosity was not his main concern. His main concern was benefiting from the expedition to the Eternal City as much as possible. They had already initiated the restoration of the Night Garden and reached the lighthouse. At the very least, the Saints of Night would be able to use the memory Nightwalker had used all those years ago and capture some of the starlight trapped within, thus ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. Sonny still had to find the fragment of Weaver's lineage. But now he had a new goal as well. He looked at Nightwalker. So you can't leave the Eternal City for as long as it exists. Nightwalker nodded. Yes. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then said in a neutral tone, "Let's destroy the Eternal City, then." Nightwalker laughed. Neve and Bloodwave looked at Sonny, and even Jet smiled. However, his expression remained the same. "Oh, that's a good one." Nightwalker shook his head and looked at Sonny with a wry smile. "At least you have a sense of humor, from everything you guys told me about Supremes. I expected them all to be exceedingly serious." Sonny glanced around the room in confusion. "One am not joking, though." Neve and Bloodwave seemed taken aback. Nightwalker's smile faltered for a moment. He stared at Sonny with a strange expression, then said in a dubious tone, "So you, want to destroy the Eternal City? Ah, I see." Sunny shrugged. "We had several main goals to achieve here. Repair the Night Garden, gain access to Storm God's lineage, find a certain thing that I am personally interested in, and maybe get our hands on some valuables. Of course, he hoped to conquer the Eternal City and make it a part of the human domain if possible. But that does not seem very plausible anymore. It seems less beneficial than making you a part of the human domain, at least." He looked at Nightwalker with a wistful expression. "Talent is the most precious resource in the world, after all, and we desperately lack resources for what is about to come. So, yes, if it means adding one more special strategic asset to the forces of humanity, I am willing to tum this entire place to ruin." Nightwalker studied him silently for a moment. "It's called the Eternal City for a reason, though. Are you not familiar with the concept of eternity?" Sunny grinned. "I am painfully familiar with such concepts, actually. I once fought an infinite rat. Another time, I fought an endless worm. Both are dead now, by the way. I bet there is a way to destroy this prison city as well. I have yet to find a prison that I could not escape." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "What makes this city eternal is the divine sorcery of the demon of repose. I'm an accomplished sorcerer myself, so I know better than most that any kind of sorcery can be destroyed, as long as you know how it functions. There has to be some kind of mechanism that allows the Eternal City to continue existing even in the absence of its creator. So if we reveal that mechanism, breaking it should solve the problem." A slight frown creased his brow. "Of course, we will have to deal with the Dutchman first. We will also have to destroy the flesh of Kanaka to prevent it from escaping into the dream realm, and make sure that we don't drown if the dome protecting this sunken city comes down." Nightwalker gave him a deadpan stare. "That's all." Sunny shook his head. "Well, I will have to accomplish my personal goal before we venture to end eternity. But if we do, how about it, old man? Care to pick up your sword again?" He paused for a moment and added awkwardly, "Or whatever your preferred weapon is, I mean." The beautiful youth remained silent for a while, and then smiled faintly. "Sure, why not? If you destroy the Eternal City, I'll pick up whatever you want." His tone suggested that he was not taking Sunny's suggestion seriously. However, Sunny was dead serious. He was both dead and serious, in fact, which added all his promises grave weight. Chapter 2660, Meet Your Heroes. Some time later, Sunny and Jet found themselves standing alone outside Nightwalker's hideout. They had left him alone with Bloodwave and Neve out of tact, to let the Saints of Night have a private conversation. The radiance of the lighthouse surrounded them like an incandescent veil, and a cool wind caressed their faces. Somewhere far away, the Shadow Legion was embroiled in a furious battle, besieged from all sides and slowly gaining the upper hand. Sunny sighed. "Nightwalker, I can't believe he's still alive." Standing by his side, Jet looked at him and nodded. "Yeah, it's like meeting one of your childhood heroes who supposedly died decades ago. Only the hero is perfectly alive and looks younger than you, and you're the one who's dead instead." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "That's one way to put it." He looked at her and frowned. "So what do you think?" Jet hesitated for a while. "I think you are right. Returning from this expedition with Nightwalker will be a great boon. He has become even more outstanding than he used to be, it seems, and he used to be legendary." Her expression darkened a little. "I'm not entirely sure that we can trust him, though." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Jet shrugged. "I've hunted down plenty of Awakened who couldn't handle the weight of the nightmare spell and went crazy, you know. We do not know how damaged that man truly is, considering what he went through. Hopefully, he's fine, or rather, broken in a controllable manner, but we will have to wait and see." Her expression turned a little somber. "There is something odd about his story as well, don't you think? The Dreamspawn supposedly betrayed and killed him. But why would that man go into all the trouble of traveling to the Eternal City just to kill Nightwalker? He could have done that anywhere else and gotten the lineage of Storm God anyway. Additionally, the act of killing Nightwalker Itzy. LF seems strange. Wouldn't the Dreamspawn have known that he would come to life?" Sunny sighed and looked away. "Maybe he wanted Nightwalker to rot in the Eternal City forever. But yes, I share these concerns. I really hope they won't come to pass, though. For what it's worth, he doesn't seem crazy." Or, at least, he seems like the right kind of crazy. And believe me, I know a lot about crazy. He grinned. A few seconds later, his smile dimmed. In any case, for now, the expedition gained another powerful member. One who knows the Eternal City way better than we do, at that. Jet nodded. The two of them remained silent for a while, looking at the wall of the lighthouse. Eventually, Sunny said, I think Neve is going to go inside. Unlike Etha and Bloodwave and Nightwalker himself, he inherited the lineage instead of absorbing it. I am not sure what the difference is, but there seems to be one for the members of the House of Night. Jet smiled faintly. It makes sense, I guess. Storm God is the god of journeys and guidance, so her heirs can't just receive their inheritance. They have to find their way to it. Sunny remained silent for a while, then looked at her and asked in a curious tone, Are you going to try? Entering the lighthouse and receiving Storm God's lineage, I mean. Jet hesitated a little, then shook her head. No, why should I? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Because possessing a divine lineage grants you power. Nightwalker, Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, Kai Song, even the Dreamspawn, all of them had accomplished so much because they possessed one. Jet chuckled. Or maybe they received those lineages, because they were the kind of people to accomplish that much. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. Neve mentioned that not just anyone can assimilate a divine lineage, and that it's a deadly gamble. From what I understand, success does not depend on how powerful or resilient you are, it is more of a question of affinity. And I don't really have any affinity to Storm God and her various aspects, so I'm not keen on taking the risk. Jet looked away and shrugged. And to be honest, I have no interest in inheriting the legacy of dead gods. They failed in the end, after all. So it's a legacy of failure. I don't need it. Instead, I'd rather leave behind a legacy of my own. Sunny smiled. How arrogant. But it was also strangely compelling. He sighed, thinking about his own quest to assemble the fragments of Weaver's lineage. Jet meanwhile asked, What about you? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me, oh, I can't absorb the lineage of Storm God. I might be able to benefit from being exposed to it, though. Bloodweave had swallowed the lineage of Storm God and grown stronger from it. Granted, Sunny had an inherent affinity to shadows, and that lineage had been received from an aspect legacy. In other words, it had been presented to him by the spell. So there was a chance that he would be able to swallow the lineage of Storm God as well. But Sunny was not sure that the risk was worth it. After all, if he was incapacitated even for a short while, the Shadow Legion would be decimated, and their expedition would come to an abrupt end. He sighed. I feel like it's a little irresponsible for me to enter the lighthouse now. Sunny grinned. But who am I kidding? Of course I will enter. Jet clicked her tongue. And I have just boasted about how reliable you are. They both remained silent for a while after that, surrounded by a blinding silver radiance. Eventually, Jet asked, Are you really going to try and destroy the Eternal City? Sunny smiled. Sure, despite all my accomplishments, I have yet to destroy a single city, you know. And something like that will look really good on my resume. Chapter 2661, Shrine of Storm. Sunny walked up the last few steps leading to the gates of the lighthouse while shielding his eyes from the blinding light. He found Neve there. His old buddy was sitting on the cold stones with a distant expression on his face. His indigo eyes reflected the luminous silver radiance, coming to resemble those of his father. Sunny paused for a few moments, then glanced at the gates of the lighthouse and asked in a neutral tone, So how was it? Neve flinched faintly, then turned his head and glanced up. He stared at Sunny for a short while, then shook off his reverie. Oh, it was fine, I guess. I am like the night garden at the moment. Some parts of me that I did not even know were missing are being repaired. I do not think it will change how strong I am that much, though. Neve pointed to a stunning lantern that stood on the stones beside him, shining like a miniature star. This is the greatest treasure of our clan, by the way, the star lantern my father brought with him from the Eternal City once. It was emptied before, but now it is full of starlight once again. That. One am both glad for it and disturbed by that. For someone who had just ensured the uninterrupted continuation of his clan's bloodline, Neve D. not look too happy. Sunny could understand him as well. After all, out of those who had been exposed to the star lantern, not everyone was as lucky as Bloodwave and Etha. Many had perished, paving the way for the rest with their lives. That was how the House of Night had been created. Neve sighed. Does it make me a coward to say that I would not have allowed my own children or siblings to stand in front of this lantern and be judged by it, even knowing how desperately the world needs those who wield great power? Sunny studied him for a while, then looked away. Nothing wrong with being a coward. He paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. You wouldn't believe the lengths I went to make sure that my sister never has to pass the same trials I had. Actually, that is the sane thing to do. As far as one am concerned, it is what legacies do to their children that is macabre. Sunny fell silent, then looked at Neve with interest. How does it feel, by the way, to descend into hell and find your deadbeat father there? Neve chuckled. Oh, that. He shook his head. That was quite a shock, but then again I always felt like he could still be alive out there somewhere. Neve remained silent for a while, then shrugged. To be honest, we were never that close. He would appear once or twice a year, then disappear again. And by the time I was a teenager, he disappeared and never appeared again. I faced the expectations of being his son every day, though. But luckily, I never really cared about that. He shrugged. So finding him here was like finding a stranger. Although, if we do manage to help him escape. His expression suddenly changed, and his eyes widened. Oh, damn. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? Neve seemed genuinely rattled. And no, it's nothing. I just realized that I will have to break the news to my mom. Oh, maybe. Perhaps my uncle can do it. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. When his laughter died down, he looked into the silver radiance with a smile. You know, I don't even really remember what my father looked like, so if I got the chance to meet him again, well, I'd imagine it would have been quite awkward. I think I'd be happy, though. He slapped Neve on the shoulder. Your daughter will also gain a new grandpa. Hell, now that I think about that, we simply must get Nightwalker back to civilization. Neve smiled. Leaving him behind, Sunny walked across the stone plates and entered the lighthouse. Passing through a long corridor, he entered a vast hall. The great tower was drowned in silver radiance and hollow inside, so there was no ceiling in sight. Its ground floor resembled a temple. In a sense, it was the opposite of the somber shrine hidden in the ebony tower. One was submerged in deep darkness, the other was bathed in blinding light. But the statues standing in them were almost identical. Sunny studied the one in front of him. It depicted a stunning young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. She was holding a star in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. He could not help but feel a hint of subtle affection for the statue of Storm God, because she reminded him of Saint. Turning away, Sunny walked to the edge of the vast hall and ascended the steps that spiraled along the wall of the lighthouse, climbing the soaring heights. There were no shadows here, so he could only walk in the end. It took him quite a while to reach the top. There, passing through a mass of radiant stone, he entered a platform on which a fierce, blinding star burned endlessly, emanating waves of radiant light and immolating heat. Strangely enough, he was not instantly incinerated. If anything, the silver light felt cold. It washed over him almost like a physical force, permeating his very being. That light illuminated the dark depths of his soul. Sunny could feel something being etched into it by the light, attempting to change him. But before the starlight could penetrate the silent abyss of shadows, something vast and ominous stirred in the darkness and cast its hungry gaze at it. The lineage of Weaver surged, absorbing the radiant light and obliterating it. Soon enough, there was nothing left of it, only its absence. Sunny felt the invisible strings reinforcing his soul growing a little firmer, and his mind growing a little clearer. And that was it. The change was not too significant, and neither was it too groundbreaker. The Weave had simply vanquished an invader. With a small sight, he shielded his eyes and looked away from the trapped star. Figures, after all, have already been claimed by another star. Chapter 2662, Stellar Winds. The platform containing the trapped star was open to the winds, with 7 mighty pillars supporting its scorched roof. Sunny stood there motionless for a while, bathing in the furious waves of stellar radiance. Then, with a sigh, he walked to the platform's edge, grabbed one of the pill R's and started climbing. Soon enough, he was on its outer side, with nothing but an abyssal drop beneath him. The incandescent light obscured the world, so he could not see the distant ground, but simply knowing how far he would fall if he let go sent a chill running down his spine. Of course, a fall would not kill a sovereign, but despite being supreme, Sonny still had human instincts. What was more, there were all those lethal traps Nightwalker had set across the island. Falling into a tangle of razor-sharp wire was not going to be pleasant even for Sonny, especially considering that there were no shadows here for him to escape into. There are still ways to avoid falling, but it was better not to fall at all. Reminiscing about the perilous task of climbing the great statues of the Forgotten Shore, Sonny slowly scaled the pillar and made his way to the domed roof of the lighthouse. Eventually, he stood at its highest point, enduring the fierce power of the winds. The vapor shrouding the base of the great tower did not reach here, so he could somewhat see through the radiance. The rolling underbelly of the storm sea undulated above him like a dark heaven. Far below, the eternal city sprawled beneath him like a brilliant hell. Sonny studied its vast expanse with a somber expression. The Shadow Legion was still waging war on the 3 islands in the southern outskirts of the city. The fallen immortals were spread evenly between them, assaulting the strongholds of the silent invaders with demented fury. He was more interested in what was happening in the north, though. Out there, the Dutchman and its Wraith army had already advanced into the inner rings of the Eternal City. He could not discern the details of the battle raging there, but could see a ghostly viridian light glowing in the clouds of swirling mist. Grotesque shapes moved in the ethereal fog, and the silver spires were continuously falling and rising from the clouds of dust and debris, flawlessly restored. Sonny wondered briefly how the captain of the cursed ship was dealing with the fallen immortals. He probably did not have a creature like Nightmare at hand. But then again, both the Dutchman and its captain were ancient fiends. Surely they had plenty of profane means to contain the tendrils of the flesh of Kanakat as well. They were far ahead of the Shadow Legion, which meant that he had to hurry. Worse than that, the mysterious creature who had landed in the eastern parts of the Eternal City was even closer to the goal than the other 2 contenders. Sonny still had no idea what it was, but he could see the traces of its passing the toppled buildings, the shattered islands, and torrents of immortal abominations that were flowing into the billowing clouds of black dust, only to vanish without a trace. By the time the Eternal City rebuilt its streets, the creature was already sowing its eerie and unexplainable devastation somewhere else. By now, it was only a few islands away from the towering, beautiful edifice of the palace. I really need to hurry. A pensive frown appeared on his face as he studied the landscape of the Eternal City, as well as the distant carnage raging on the islands where the Shadow Legion was besieged. He studied the wide canals separating the islands and the arching bridges connecting them, as well. Slowly, his expression settled, and he turned away from the daunting sight. Sliding off the roof, he called a bit of darkness from the shadow lantern and manifested it into 2 tenebrous wings before the blinding radiance of the lighthouse could dispel it. Soon enough, he landed on the ground and folded his wings, wrapping them around himself like a cloak. Jet, Neve, Bloodwave, and Nightwalker were standing nearby. They had been discussing something in lively tones, but were not staring at him silently with wide eyes. Ignoring the stares, Sonny said in a neutral tone, I thought that you guys were speaking metaphorically when you told me that there's a star trapped inside the lighthouse. Turns out, it's a real star emanating divine light, no less. Jet blinked a couple of times. What? That doesn't even make any sense, scientifically speaking. First of all, this whole place would have been tuned into a cloud of plasma. No, such a tiny star would create a black hole, so this whole place would have been turned into an infinitely small grain of superdense matter, I think. Sonny smiled, as if an army of immortal nightmare creatures and a city that endlessly rebuilds itself makes any sense, scientifically speaking. As a matter of fact, scientifically speaking, neither you nor I make any sense. Hasn't stopped us yet, has it? Jet cleared her throat. Well, if you put it like that, in any case, what's your point? Sonny looked at the Saints of Night, lingered for a few moments, and then shrugged. If there's an actual star here, drowning everything in its light, doesn't it mean that we have a secret weapon in our hands? Jet frowned. Listen, Sonny, If you are planning to somehow break the sorcery containing that star and create a black hole right in front of our noses, I must object. Vehemently object. He shook his head. No, that's not what I mean. Turning slightly, he looked in the direction where they had left the night garden. What I meant to say is that a particular member of our expedition can weaponize starlight. So, what will happen if we supercharge Ether and set him loose on the immortal abominations of the Eternal City? I'd say, it's at least worth a try. Jet opened her mouth, but could not say anything in the end. Neve and Bloodwave simply stared at Sunny with stunned expressions, their eyes slowly widening. In the silence that followed, it was Nightwalker who spoke first. Looking between with a confused expression, he frowned slightly and asked, who the hell is Ether, though? Chapter 26, 63 Flexible Strategy. As a Supreme, Sunny had been elevated from being a warrior to being a general, and of a vast army at that. He was aspiring to become a cunning and competent strategist, and had spent more than a year staging an invasion of the burned forest to achieve just that. Sadly, he did not consider himself a seasoned commander yet. Granted, there were few stellar examples of military excellence for him to emulate ones he had witnessed, at least. One person who came to mind when he thought about war and warfare was Morgan of Valor, who possessed a shrewd, strategic mind and an eerie ability to both manifest and exploit mayhem and chaos. Morgan always seemed to get the short end of the stick, though. Every time she received an opportunity to showcase her talent, something seemed to get in the way. A sudden descent of multiple devastating nightmare gates, a father who did not really care for winning the war and preferred sending his daughter on a suicide mission, a fratricidal sibling who just happened to be both virtually immortal and in possession of a divine aspect. No, really? That poor woman's luck was worse than Sunny's, and that was a startling feat in and of itself. In any case, Sunny considered himself to be a novice strategist. If there was one thing he knew, though, it was that a strategist's greatest virtue was the ability to swiftly adapt to the shifting conditions of the battlefield. Take the Eternal City, for example. Initially, Sunny had wanted to conquer it, but now he wanted to plunder and destroy it instead. The conditions had changed, so naturally his strategy had to change as well. That was why the Shadow Legion moved. By then, the battle for the 3 islands had reached an apogee. Hundreds of the fallen immortals had been lulled to sleep by the dream curse. Thousands were debilitated and restrained, yet thousands more were crashing into the fortified strongholds of the Silent Shades, flowing like a river of hideous flesh. Considering the scale of powers involved in the battle, its visage was nothing short of apocalyptic. The grotesque nature of the immortal horrors and the dark cruelty of the ghostly shades made it look like a scene from the depths of a horrid hell. The violence was chilling, and the scope of destruction was devastating. The streets of the Eternal City quaked as they were ruined and rebuilt again. But even if it did not seem that way, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Sunny knew that he would win it. He was just not going to win it fast enough. So it was time to adapt. In the beautiful park on the Middle Island, the dark castle repelled wave after wave of abhorrent abominations. The carapace of manifested shadows protecting its walls was being shattered and rebuilt again, just like the Eternal City itself was still. The marvelous mimic had received several deep wounds already, trembling in pain and discomfort each time. Within its halls, numerous youths were sleeping with peaceful expressions on their beautiful faces, lost in a maze of dreadful nightmares. On its walls, the shades of the Serpent King and of the human saints that followed him led the rest of the defenders in repelling the attacks of the fallen immortals, armed and armored by the armaments salvaged in the Hippodrome. On the roofs of the residential district that had been turned into a frigid hell by a furious blizzard, Slayer and her bestial army were fighting a savage battle against the abominable dwellers of the Eternal City. The snowstorm was suffused with the brilliant silver light of the distant spires, turning the world into a dim, gloomy white abyss. Blood flowed like a river, and red waterfalls plummeted down only to freeze into morbid ice sculptures before hitting the ground. Countless buildings were suspended in a state between existence and destruction, stone debris drifting in the air and serving as precarious stages for clashes between the immortals and the murderous shadows. The shadow wolves and the obsidian wasps were now clad in glistening units of metal armor, making each of them far more difficult to vanquish. The battle in the leisure district was perhaps the most dreadful, with countless abominable immortals assaulting the black fortress of the Shadow Legion. Its walls were enveloped by layers upon layers of manifested shadows, but they were still covered by deep cracks. Several sections of the Hippodrome had already collapsed and were restored by the Eternal City, causing heavy casualties among its defenders. From a distance, it seemed as if the black fortress was drowning in a tide of twisting flesh. Red tendrils rose like a forest, and gargantuan shapes moved toward the crumbling walls. Fiend rampaged among them like a dark colossus made of sharp blades at the moment. However, he was having quite a bit of trouble, entangled by colossal tentacles and pulled to his knees. Pillars of black smoke rose from the scorched expanse of sizzling flesh around him, and his claws cut the burning tendrils, straining to free him from their hold. A moment later, an enormous black shield suddenly fell from above, piercing the mountain of slithering flesh that besieged him and causing a devastating shockwave when it impacted the ground. Before the wounded abomination could reel, Saint landed on the cracked cobblestones, causing the ground to quake and the surrounding buildings to collapse. Rising gracefully from one knee, she brandished her tenebrous sword, severing the gargantuan horror and the building behind it in half. It was then that the cadence of the three battles entirely changed. The change did not happen under the walls of the Hippodrome, however. Instead, it happened on the frozen roofs of the residential district. There, raging currents of snow obscured everything in sight. Bestial shadows appeared out of the snow to descend upon the frenzied immortals in a deadly fury of fangs, claws, and mandibles. The next moment, however, the mayhem suddenly ceased. Slayer's soldiers silently retreated into the blizzard, disappearing from view. The abominations surged restlessly, expecting to be ambushed and Tom apart seconds later. However, seconds passed, and the eerie lull in the carnage continued. A dead silence settled upon the residential island, broken only by the howling of the wind. And then, far away, below the walls of the Hippodrome, a terrifying hiss washed over the attacking immortals. Chapter 26:64 Divide and Conquer. Strategy was not an easy discipline, and when it involved armies capable of performing miraculous feats, it was downright hellish. Sometimes, though, the mystical nature of the warriors fighting these mythical battles offered Sunny a great advantage. The Shadow Legion had countless advantages over a mundane army, even if the overall power of its soldiers was not taken into account. The Silent Shades did not need to eat or drink, for example, and neither did they need shelter from the elements. That alone all but eliminated one of the most vital and laborious tasks of military strategy, establishing supply lines and maintaining logistics. The Shades were immune to disease and sickness as well, which eliminated the main cause of deaths and casualties. In the history of war, more soldiers had perished from disease than had been killed by adversary weapons, after all. In fact, Sunny's Shades were downright immortal. Even if they were vanquished in a battle, they would rise from the dark depths of his soul anew before too long. So he did not even need to worry about casualties in the traditional sense. However, there was one particular advantage the Shadow Legion possessed that was easier to overlook, but carried just as much weight. It was how mobile his Shades were. Many battles in history had been decided simply by which of the competing armies was better at maneuvering. Mobility reigned on the battlefield, and it also reigned in war. That was why nomadic horsemen had always been a nearly unstoppable force, for example. Needless to say, the Shadow Legion was far more mobile than ancient horsemen. Before, Sunny had been aiming to conquer the Eternal City, and he had also needed to spread the fallen immortals thin. That was why he had staged the battle across 3 separate islands. Now, however, his goal had changed. The enemy forces were already divided as well. So why did he need to continue ignoring one of his greatest advantages? As the abominable horrors of the Eternal City engaged Slayer's bestial army in the embrace of a calamitous blizzard, he commanded his Shades to disengage and retreat. Then, he called all but one of them back into the dark expanse of his soul and stepped into the shadows, carrying Slayer and Serpent with him. The fallen immortals were left alone in the blinding blizzard summoned by the shade of the winter beast. Sunny brought his shadows to the tangle of streets of the leisure district, behind the mass of fallen immortals besieging the Hippodrome. And there he opened the gates of his soul Ankh, again calling the bestial army back. Serpent flowed forward like a river of onyx scales, letting out a terrifying hiss. Slayer jumped onto his back, knocking an arrow onto the string of her bow. The shadow wolves, the obsidian wasps, the ember queen, and the legion of monstrous millipedes rushed forward like a tide. Just like that, the abominations assaulting the Black Fortress were pincered between its defenders and a new, equal force of deadly shades. Not only were they attacked from the rear, but the strength of the enemy facing them had also doubled, instantly and completely shifting the balance of battle. If that was not enough, one more incarnation of Sunny joined the fight, which meant that the capacity of the curse doubled as well. It was a massacre. The fallen immortals, who had already been slowly losing the battle after breaking themselves against the walls of the hippodrome, suddenly found themselves assaulted from two sides. From the rear, Slayer and her bestial army bit into their abominable flesh with primal fury. The defenders of the Black Fortress suddenly abandoned the battlements and attacked, with Saint and Fiend leading the charge. Freed from having to maintain the fortifications reinforcing the hippodrome, Sunny could manifest numerous chains to hold the disabled abominations down. More of them were restrained and immobilized, taking them out of the fight, and with each immortal who had been taken down, the burden on the remaining ones only increased. It was as if they were buried under an avalanche of losses, which was a good thing. After all, his sudden maneuver could only end up being beneficial if victory was achieved swiftly. If he lingered for too long, the nightmare creatures from the residential district would simply move westward to the Park Island, and his forces located there would find themselves overwhelmed and outflanked, just like these monstrous creatures were. Faster, faster. Before too long, Saint and Fiend met Slayer and Serpent in the middle of the battlefield. The battle was all but finished. By then the Shades finished off the remaining immortals and restrained them. The obliterated buildings restored themselves, and the damaged hippodrome was rebuilt, returning to its previous spotless condition. The dream curse spread among the disabled abominations like a plague, claiming more and more of them. It seemed like Nightmare was doing well in his own battle, as well. Sunny would have liked to celebrate his victory, but there was no time. Instead of resting, he stepped through the shadows once again. Soon the four shadows, Saint, Slayer, Fiend, and Serpent, as well as both armies, appeared among the silver trees of the beautiful park, encircling the forces attacking the dark castle. The immortals who had been left in the dreadful blizzard on the residential island had just started crossing the bridge by then, with most of them still lost in the raging snow. The shadow of the puppet shifted slightly on its perch atop the tallest tower of the dark castle, casting the eerie gaze of its enormous black eyes onto the bloody battlefield below. Now there were 4 of Sunny's incarnations present here. As the reinforcements attacked the immortals from the flanks, the shadow of Daron leaped down from the tall walls of the marvelous mimic. The mighty spear salvaged in the hippodrome fleshed like lightning, causing havoc among the hideous abominations. In the next moment, the mimic itself stirred. "Show them hell." Even though Sunny did not speak his command aloud, his shadows seemed to have heard him. And so they did. Chapter 26, 65 Ingredients of War. As an accomplished cook, Sunny knew that countless dishes could be made from the same ingredients. War was no different. In this battle, for example, 3 contingents of the Shadow Legion had initially faced 3 swarms of corrupted immortals. Their strength was roughly equal, so neither side could crush the other. Once he moved the ingredients around, however, the situation changed completely. Slayer moved to reinforce Saint, vanquishing one of the swarms. Then both of them descended upon the abominations besieging the dark castle. It did not take long to subdue them. The immortals whom Slayer had abandoned in the frigid embrace of the terrifying blizzard had crossed the bridge and entered the park by the time the battle exhausted itself. But by then, the full force of the Shadow Legion and 4 incarnations of its malevolent commander were facing the remaining 1/3 of the enemy swarm. More were crossing from the north, attracted by the bloodshed of battle, but their number was not sufficient to change anything. Wipe them out. Saint, Slayer, Serpent, Fiend, and the Shadow of Daron led the Sea of Silent Shadows into an all-out attack. For a short while, the beautiful park turned into a shattered, broken wasteland, where a furious battle was seething and roiling under the undulating black sky. But soon enough, it was pristine and beautiful again. The battle was over. The fallen immortals were defeated and subdued, slowly succumbing to the dream curse. Their bodies were being carried into the great maw of the dark castle, disappearing from view. Those shades that were not restraining the abominations or moving them assembled into a defensive formation facing north, ready to repel the stragglers wandering into the park from the next island over. The Wharf Island, the Park Island, the Leisure Island, the Residential Island, and the Lighthouse Island as well. All of them belonged to Sunny now. Not that it mattered anymore. Turning into a human atop the walls of the dark castle, Sunny inhaled deeply and looked north at the distant silhouette of the palace. There is only one place that matters now. His expression turned somber. Even if he cut a straight line from his current territory to the heart of the Eternal City, he would have to conquer 3 or 4 more islands. Of course, going in a straight line was impossible. The immortals from the neighboring island would flank and surround the Shadow Legion, swiftly reducing its numbers to 0. So if he wanted to reach the palace in full force, he would have to slowly and methodically lay siege to at least a dozen more islands, taking the entire southern half of the Eternal City under control. Naturally, there was no time for that. Damn it! It seemed like he was not destined to lead a conventional military campaign, after all. He would have to pull off a trick once again, only on a much larger scale than usual this time. His 3 incarnations appeared on the wall near him, each wearing a dark expression. That really is unfortunate. Not having to wage an endless battle against a myriad of eternal abominations is unfortunate. Well, when you put it like that, who has time to fight myriads of eternal abominations when there are myriads of murderous ghosts to fight instead anyway? Right. Right. Does it seem like a good time to have a chat, fools? Sunny looked at the various vessels of himself and grinned. Hurry up and go, try to find a museum or something. 3 of his incarnations grinned as well and dissolved into the shadows. Using Shadow Step to move as swift as possible, they each went to one of the 3 neighboring islands. One jumped between various shops and establishments on the Leisure Island, one searched the most opulent manors on the Residential Island, and the last one searched the warehouses and offices of the Wharf Island. Anything that looked remotely valuable was immediately pulled into his soul sea. Sunny smiled faintly and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, pillaging, it really is the best. Then the smile drained slowly from his face. Looking down, he said, "Move." Far below, the Shadow Legion marched forward. At the same time, the dark castle stirred and abandoned the hill it had been standing on. Following the orderly rows of silent shades, it crawled north as well. As they advanced north, toward the distant edge of the island, more immortals coming from the inner islands attacked them. Of course, there were far too few of them to pose a threat to the Shadow Legion. In fact, most of them were taken down by Sunny's shadows before even reaching the vanguard of his eerily quiet army. The main mass of the corrupted immortals had not left the islands where they dwelled. More importantly, a great number of them had migrated north to fight the Wraith army of the Dutchmen, and east to fight the mysterious nightmare creature because Sunny arrived last. The pressure on him and his forces was lessened. That was why he had not been swarmed and buried under a tidal wave of horrid flesh yet. Still, by the time the Shadow Legion reached the northern edge of the island, the series of brief skirmishes it had been fighting turned into an uninterrupted stream of attacks. There were still too few of the fallen immortals to pose a serious risk to the silent shades, but already enough to make Sunny return to augmenting the puppeteer. And there were even more of them crossing the bridge, which promised nothing but trouble. That was before something collided with the surface bridge at terrible speed, of course, causing a devastating shockwave to roll in all directions. A moment later, the second cannonball impacted against the bridge, turning a dozen abominations into a crimson haze. The puppeteer and Sunny as well cast his gaze west. There, the edges of the Park Island were suddenly illuminated by brilliant starlight. Sunny smiled mentally. Our boat has arrived. Chapter 2666, First Helmsman. The turbulent water far below surged and rose. A massive wave rushed across the canal, carrying an incalculable number of tiny nightmare creatures with it. In the distance, a halo of silver radiance illuminated the shores of both islands. A moment later, the wind brought the sounds of a furious cannonade and of an eerie, echoing cacophony of roars. The night garden was approaching. The canals separating the islands of the Eternal City were truly vast, some spanning several kilometers across, but they were still hardly wide enough to navigate a Titanic ship through them, unless a truly exceptional helmsman steered it. And at the moment, the living ship was being guided by one such man. Nightwalker's face had betrayed a wistful expression when he stepped aboard his former home and stronghold. Looking around, he remained silent for a long while, and then smiled bitterly. "Love what you've done to the place." His gaze stopped at the imposing black edifice of an obsidian cannon, and he tilted his head with a strange expression. "Are those cannons?" Sonny nodded. "Yes, I forged them." Nightwalker's eyes suddenly glistened, the trace of bitterness disappearing from them. "By the dead gods, what a great idea. I always wanted to get myself some cannons." Sonny coughed. "Right. What kind of ship did not have cannons?" "A sad one." Nightwalker marveled at the ferocious cannons for a few more moments, then looked down at the deck of the living ship. His expression slowly turned strange. "Did you say that there are millions of people living aboard the garden now?" Jet nodded. "It's a bit crowded, but because of how vertical the nature of the ship is, everyone has enough space to live." Nightwalker remained silent for a while, then sighed. "I used to live on this enormous ship alone in the beginning, you know. Ah, those were the days." Despite the words he spoke, his voice did not sound too cheerful. "Well, regardless, I assume the bridge is where it used to be, so let's go." It was strange, but despite the astonishing and dreadful events happening around the living ship, the people sheltered on its lower decks and in its cavernous holds had no idea about what was transpiring outside. At most, they felt slight tremors and heard muffled echoes of the firing cannons. The mood among the denizens of the floating city was not festive. In fact, it was somewhat subdued and a little somber. However, they did not seem very tense, and neither did they seem particularly frightened. Maybe it was because of the awakened and ascended warriors patrolling the streets, who instilled a feeling of safety in the mundane citizens, or maybe it was because of Jet. Perhaps it was simply because most of these people either worked for the government, were family members of government workers, or had belonged to the House of Night. In any case, Neve and Bloodwave descended below deck to check on things and inform the officers about what was about to happen, so that they would be better prepared to pacify the civilians. Sonny, Jet, and Nightwalker, meanwhile, proceed to the bridge. Etha's reaction to suddenly meeting the legendary founder of his clan was quite a sight to behold. His reaction to hearing what Sonny wanted him to do, however, was even more intense. He did agree to try, though. When Nightwalker stepped into the runic circle, it flashed and came to life. Perhaps Sonny imagined it, but the intensity of the ethereal glow seemed greater than when Jet or Etha did the same. Nightwalker brushed his hand across the polished wood, then smiled faintly. "It's like riding a bicycle." Sonny stared at him for a bit, then asked in a lively tone, "Oh, you know what a bicycle is? Actually, I own a bicycle workshop. The best, most premier, affordable bicycles in the dream realm. We even have a line of luxury models enchanted by the former spellsmiths of valor. You must have buried tons of treasure somewhere, right? Come find me in Bastion when we get out of here. I'll give you a discount." He was not one to miss a chance to peddle his goods, so he gave Nightwalker a wink. When Sonny first heard the word bicycle, he had assumed that it was some kind of nightmare creature with two sickles instead of hands. But as it turned out, it was one of Aiko's most genius business ideas instead. Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "Bicycles in the dream realm? Why does it surprise me more than a bunch of Supremes running around, killing each other?" Sonny scratched the back of his head, struggling to find an answer. Soon enough, the night garden moved, sailing toward the lighthouse. The abominable fish populating the dark waters rushed to sink their razor-sharp teeth into its hull, only to be swallowed by it instead. They were inexplicably restored outside the living ship in a few moments, though only to attack it in demented frenzy again. The water boiled around the night garden. And now it had reached the park island after navigating the narrow passageways of the twisting canals. The living ship was bathed in blinding starlight, because it was surrounded by a cage of annihilating rays that were like a net that caught the abominations lunging themselves on the ancient vessel. The canals of the Eternal City might have been wide, but when the Titanic ship sailed through them, they seemed narrow. There was not enough space between its sides and the islands to prevent the fallen immortals, at least some of them, from trying to leap across or extend their long tendrils toward it. The deck of the night garden was almost level with the surface of the islands, as well, so those standing on it could clearly see the harrowing visage of two ghastly rivers of abominable flesh flowing on both sides of the living ship, rushing along the edges of the islands it passed. The fallen immortals had been stirred and lured by the passage of the night garden, congregating around it in great numbers. The only thing that protected it from their fury was the obliterating cage of starlight surrounding it, the saints defending its deck, and the 24 cannons that Sunny single-handedly charged with supreme essence, aimed, and fired at the undulating mass of abominations. The Park Island was free of immortals, at least, so he could concentrate his fire on only one terrifying river of flesh. Chapter 2667, Boarding Party. Jet, Neve, and Bloodwave were spread out across the deck of the night garden, ready to defend it if the detestable dwellers of the Eternal City broke through the shield of severing starlight that surrounded the living ship, as well as the fierce barrage of the obsidian cannons. Nightwalker was steering the ship, while Etha was sitting on the floor of the runic hall with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. His skin glowed with a pale silver radiance, and his white hair moved faintly in the wind. He was controlling the radiance of Storm God's lighthouse to slash and sever any nightmare creature that attempted to leap onto the deck of the night garden. His aspect had always been powerful, granted. It was most effective at night, but here in the Eternal City, which was illuminated by the lighthouse and the silver spires reflecting its light, it became especially lethal. Lethal enough to keep most of the abominations at bay, at least. The reason why a mere transcendent could defend the night garden from numerous great ones was the star trapped at the top of the lighthouse. Not only was he far closer to the source of his power than usual, but the star itself was also special, containing a trace of Storm God. It was the divinity of the goddess of the black skies that made its light so deadly to nightmare creatures, and why the night garden could be protected by a shield of sacral starlight, for as long as Etha still had essence at least. As a result, the living ship seemed to have become a radiant comet, bathing the streets of the Eternal City in light as it moved through the canals. How pretty! Sunny himself was leaning on a pillar that formed one of the arched portals of the runic halls, one step away from plummeting from the great height of the mainmast pagoda to the deck far below. He had two tasks at the moment. One was to protect Etha, the other to operate the enchanted cannons. Before, he had manifested countless hands out of shadows to load and fire them. But now, that did not seem sufficient. So he manifested crude human figures instead, controlling them like golems to maintain a ceaseless barrage. At the moment, the 12 port cannons were firing at the mass of detestable flesh, pursuing the night garden along the edge of the nameless island to the north. The starboard cannons, meanwhile, were being moved. 6 of them would join the port cannons, while the remaining 6 would face forward, since they were needed to accomplish a different task. Soon enough, the devastating hail of charged cannonballs grew even more intense, causing bloody carnage among the dreadful immortals. The thunderous roaring of the cannonade fused into an echoing, deafening howl, traveling along the canal in both directions. The nightmare creatures torn apart by the bombardment rapidly mended their pulverized bodies, naturally, but they remained dead enough to slow the tide of monstrous flesh down. More importantly, they could not leap toward the night garden, since the cannons created an iron curtain around it. Well, it was more of a shadow curtain, really, since the cannonballs Sunny used to load the cannons were made out of manifested shadows. Surrounded by starlight and devastation, the night garden sailed through the canal. Soon enough, the bridge connecting the Park Island to the nameless one came into view. The 6 cannons moved to the bow of the living ship opened fire then, decimating the immortals trying to cross it. But that first salvo was merely to help Sunny adjust aim. By the time he reloaded the cannons, he could see the Shadow Legion assembled at the edge of the Park Island, as well. The vast sea of grotesque shades stood in neat rows, with huge figures of dead titans among them, the dark castle towering above it all, and the gigantic moth perched atop it. Nightwalker looked at the eerie sight with a stunned expression. What the hell is this? Leaning on the pillar with an aloof expression, Sonny smiled faintly. This is the rest of me. He turned his head and looked at Nightwalker. It's time to stop. The night garden slowed down. It continued moving forward due to inertia for a while, but eventually came to a halt near the formation of the Shadow Legion. The precision with which Nightwalker managed to park the Titanic ship was nothing short of stunning, actually. He stared at Sonny for a moment, then looked away and mumbled under his nose. The rest of me? What is that even supposed to mean? Sonny looked away and gazed at the great mass of his silent shades. He sighed. Death swallows all. With that, bridges made of shadows extended from the island, connecting it to the deck of the night garden. And the silent shades marched forward, crossing them to board the living ship. The shadows' wolves, the obsidian wasps, the usuras of condemnation, the black millipedes and their queen, the spawns of the chain of nightmares, the shadows of the human saints, Daron, Goliath, winter beast, defiled seeker, and countless more. Flooded the surface decks of the night garden like a dark tide, spreading along the great length of the living ship to defend it. Saint, slayer, fiend, and serpent were there. As well, a few seconds later, the absent incarnations of Sonny joined them, having returned from pillaging the conquered islands. Finally, the gigantic moth sitting atop the dark castle shifted subtly and then spread its vast wings. The puppeteer raised a hurricane when it flapped them and leaped off the tall tower, soaring through the air and finding a new perch atop the main mast of the night garden. It was as if a piece of the night sky itself had moved. All that was left was the dark castle. It crossed the gap between the edge of the island and the living ship last, settling in an open space near the bow of the night garden. The ancient vessel swayed lightly as it accommodated Mimic's weight. Nightwalker observed all that with a peculiar expression. I guess you really are a being of the same caliber as the Serpent King. Sonny suppressed a smile. He remained silent for a moment, and then said, Oh, I am. Actually, I killed the Serpent King once. He's here somewhere, by the way, among my shadows. Chapter 2668, Bridge Issue. With the vast sea of silent shadows scattered across the night garden, the ship looked almost crowded. Far more people lived here, of course, but people were human-sized, while many warriors of the Shadow Legion weren't. So, it seemed as if the main deck was drowning in darkness. The dark figures of the shades contrasted sharply against that stark silver starlight, and it almost seemed as if the night garden had become an eerie black-and-white gravure. The living ship looked like the boat of Karen, the sole guide, drifting on dark waters to deliver the shadows of the dead to hell. It was quite ironic, then, that what surrounded them instead were the sunken streets of the Eternal City, a place devoid of death, one that had been meant to be a paradise but became no different from hell instead. Hey, your lordship, why is there a giant moth sitting on my ship? Nightwalker's voice sounded a little subdued. Sonny gave him a long look. It's not your ship, it's Jet's ship. He was very happy to have found Nightwalker, a legendary figure among the fearsome awakened of the first generation. But he was not going to let Jet be displaced as a result. The House of Night had lost their citadel to Mordred, and Mordred lost it to Soul Reaper, so, as far as Sonny was concerned, it was hers for as long as she wanted it. Nightwalker had not shown signs of wanting to get his past citadel back. In fact, he seemed generally aloof and devoid of any strong desires, but it was better to set the record straight early on. Indeed, it was definitely not because Sonny was outraged and aghast at the fact that this deadbeat bum of an old mad had the audacity to flirt with Jet, who was so out of his league in all regards that it was not even funny. No, definitely not. Nightwalker cleared his throat. Right, of course. Sonny looked away with a satisfied smirk. And this moth is here because it's very helpful, no doubt about it. He looked ahead. Anyway, we should continue onward, unless we want for those abominations to catch up to us. Nightwalker stared at his back for a few moments, then shrugged. You'd better load those cannons, then. More and more immortals joined the frenzied torrent of hideous flesh that reached over the chasm of the canal toward the night garden. It was as if a disgusting red forest was growing on the edge of the island, twisting and slithering while individual nightmare creatures leaped across. Looking at that nightmarish sight, Sonny could not help but remember the labyrinth of crimson coral that had once covered the forgotten shore. Even though that deadly maze would offer little threat to him now, he still could not help but shiver as an unpleasant coldness grasped. His heart, that fear was ingrained into it. You don't have to worry about that. The fallen immortals were torn apart by the impacts of the cannonballs, erased from existence by the ranged attacks of the Shadow Legion, and cut to pieces by the slaying rays of silver starlight. A bloody haze permeated the air, and torrents of blood poured into the seething water below, where myriads of tiny abominations hungrily drank them. No enemy had reached the deck of the Night Garden yet, but if the swarm grew enough while the living ship remained static, the situation could change. The living ship was already moving, though. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the Night Garden moved forward through the narrow canal. Sadly, they were facing a peculiar problem. The canal was just wide enough for an incredibly skilled helmsman to navigate the Titanic ship through it, and the surface of the islands was almost level with its deck. However, the tall masts of the Night Garden extended far into the sky, just as tall as the distant spires. And therefore, the bridge connecting the two islands was in the way. "You have a minute." Nightwalker's voice was a little nervous. Not deigning the warning with an answer, Sunny looked forward coldly. Hidden from view by the colossal bulk of the dark castle, the 6 cannons installed on the bow of the living ship barked in quick succession and rolled back as they spat out 6 devastating cannonballs. This time, Sunny was not aiming at the abominations crossing the bridge, however. He was aiming at the bridge itself. The first cannonball impacted like a meteor, making the bridge ripple like a rope and sending a net of cracks running through its great mass. Enormous pieces of stone shot outward like shrapnel, raining down like hail. The bridge would have restored itself, of course, but just a split second later, the second cannonball hit the same place, exacerbating the grievous damage done to the structure of the bridge. And then another. All 6 cannonballs hit their mark with uncanny precision, striking the bridge consecutively, but in the span of a single second. The deafening thunderclaps of the 6 impacts fused into a single, terrifying boom. That was a level of coordination and accuracy that 6 cannon crews would have never been able to achieve. But since Sunny was operating the cannons personally, he could pull off the improbable firing sequence himself. Those first shots had not been wasted futilely, allowing him to correct his aim. Shattered and broken, the great bridge let out a low, rumbling groan. And collapsed. Countless tons of stone poured into the canal, taking dozens of fallen immortals with them. Before the sorcery of the Eternal City could reverse the destruction and pull the pieces back together, massive tendrils of shadow suddenly rose from the bow of the Night Garden and wrapped themselves around the largest chunks of shattered stone, holding them in place. It was as if the living ship was merely a shell hiding the body of a vast, formless, dark monster. Sunny grunted quietly. "Oh, that was far more difficult than he had expected." The power with which the Eternal City was pulling the fragments of the broken bridge back was truly horrifying. So, resisting it, even temporarily, felt similarly dreadful. The tendrils of shadows rooted themselves in the Night Garden, and as a result, the living ship actually rose a few meters higher above the water. Accelerate a little, damn it." Beads of cold sweat appeared on Sunny's face. He did not have to endure long, though. Soon enough, the Night Garden sailed beneath the shattered bridge, its masts passing freely between the suspended fragments. Dismissing the tendrils of shadows, Sunny let out a relieved sigh and leaned heavily on the pillar. Behind him, the bridge was already restoring itself, but it did not matter. Having passed it, the Night Garden rushed forward. Their daring voyage to the heart of the Eternal City had begun. Chapter 26:69 Coastal Pursuit. The Night Garden moved through the canals of the Eternal City, surrounded by starlight and enveloped by the thunderous roaring of its cannons. The mass of abominations pursuing it along the shore of the portside island was steadily growing, making Sunny frown and strain to load the cannons faster. Strengthened by the curse, all shades that could attack from range were helping the cannons slow down the pursuers and reap a dreadfully bloody harvest. The swarm of fallen immortals was continuously torn and decimated, but restored itself each time like a horrid, fierce, undying beast. The sight of it all was indescribable, ghastly, and uncanny. But then again, Sunny had long grown numb to all the horrors of the dream realm. Saint was among the shades, tossing one javelin after another into the seething mass of abominations. Funnily enough, the shadow of Goliath, whom she had slain with a javelin once, was nearby, unleashing its immolating gaze upon T. He swarm of corrupted immortals. Due to its rank, the damage it dealt was not deadly, but it served to wound and weaken the enemies. Slayer had mounted an obsidian wasp and flew to the very top of the main mast of the night garden, hiding there in the shadow of the puppeteer's wing. Her arrows fell like a fatal rain, unerringly felling the most appalling of the immortal swarm despite the great distance. Sunny had wrapped one of his shadows around her to enjoy the benefit of sharing her incredibly sharp senses. From the great height of Slayer's precarious position, most of the southern part of the Eternal City was like an open book. He did not like what he saw at all. The shadow of Daron had put aside the spear and took up a fearsome greatbow that had been salvaged in the armory of the Hippodrome. His arrows struck the fallen immortals like bolts of lightning, impaling their grotesque bodies. Strangely enough, Serpent had assumed the form of Daron and picked up a bow as well. However, its arrows were far more lethal and devastating than those of the dead Supreme. That was because Serpent was a shadow and possessed the will, while the shadow of the Serpent King did not. Quite ironic, isn't it? While its defenders repelled the pursuing abominations, the night garden slowly approached the edges of both islands. Sunny could already see the ice-covered building of the residential island in the distance. Nightwalker could see them as well. His expression turned somber. "This is pretty bad." Sunny turned and gave him a questioning gaze. "What exactly?" A pale smile appeared on Nightwalker's youthful face. "Don't you see this ship, Shadow?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Of course I do." Nightwalker nodded. "Then you should have noticed that it's very damn long." He let out a heavy sigh. "Navigating it through this narrow canal is already difficult enough, so how hard do you think making a turn will be?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. They were currently moving east, but to reach the palace they had to turn north. The quickest way would be to do that at the nearest junction of several canals and sail right toward their goal. If that was impossible, though, they would have to reach the edge of the city, escape into the open waters, circle the city counterclockwise, and enter the canals again from the east. Time was of the essence, though. Looking ahead, Nightwalker let out another sigh. His silver eyes suddenly seemed to glow brighter. "Don't worry too much, though. I have a tendency to always get to where I'm going. I do suggest you hold on to something, though. This is going to be rough." Sunny grimaced and looked away. "It always is." Nightwalker chuckled. "Indeed." The night garden was rapidly approaching the junction between canals separating 4 islands. The water was turbulent, and the stone walls of the isolated districts of the Eternal City seemed awfully close to each other. Even if the junction itself was much wider than the canals were, and shaped irregularly, Sunny could not help but feel like guiding the night garden through the turn was impossible. He winced. "Say, is it a bad time to tell you that I absolutely hate traveling by ship?" Nightwalker did not seem pleased by that question. "What, why?" Sunny scowled. "The first time I did, it was on a boat made from demon bones, sailing across an abomination-infested sea that was actually a great titan. Halfway through the journey, the boat was destroyed by a creepy depth dweller, and I almost died." His scowl deepened. "The second time was on an alloy battleship across the Indian Ocean, and wouldn't you know it? Halfway through the trip, we were attacked by some horrid sea monsters, the hull was breached, and I almost died." Nightwalker coughed. Sunny, meanwhile, continued. "The third time, gods, don't even get me started. I had to brave a river of an unholy titan's blood on anything and everything, starting from makeshift rafts and ending with the corpse of an enormous, grotesque turtle. And guess what? The raft was shattered, the corpse was eaten, and when I finally found a normal ship, that's when the really terrible part began. Almost died." It began as a joke, but now Sunny was really fuming. "Ah, damn it, curse it all. Why the hell did I think that this damn expedition would be any better?" Nightwalker gave him a look of pity. "No way, that's some awful luck. But it couldn't have all been bad, right? What, have you never had a good experience on a boat?" Sunny opened his mouth to offer an angry retort, but then closed it. A strange expression appeared on his face. Eventually, his frown was replaced by a faint, absent-minded smile. "Well, come to think of it, I did go boating on a date once. That was nice. He lingered for a moment and then nodded. I take it back, boats are great. Chapter 26:70 Broken Navigation. In the end, Nightwalker did manage to make the turn. Sonny had not been sure how he was going to, since it seemed physically impossible, but the founder of the House of Night was not considered to be the greatest and most daring seafarer in history without a reason. Pull more of your creepy shadows to the bow. The gigantic ship moved like a nimble gondola in his steady hands. The Night Garden turned slightly in the canal, its stern nearly scraping the Park Island, while its bow came mere meters away from the shore of the opposite one, and the frenzied mass of abhorrent nightmare creatures seething on its edge. Nightwalker's warning had been timely, but shades alone were not enough to prevent the fallen immortals from pouring onto the deck of the ship. Even the simultaneous discharge of the 6 cannons installed on the bow was not enough. So, Sonny sent Saint and Fiend there, augmenting each of them with one of his incarnations. Luckily, the fierce confrontation did not last long. Soon enough, the Night Garden reached the termination point of the island, escaping into the wider waters of the canal junction. There was one problem, though. There was still not quite enough space there to allow the Titanic ship to pass. How is he going to do it? Nightwalker remained calm, so Sonny assumed that he was confident. He was probably relying on some mystical quality of his aspect or his divine lineage, or so Sonny thought. He turned out to be wrong, though, since Nightwalker used a far more mundane solution to push the living ship through the impossibly tight turn. Grab something. Sonny took a few steps away from the pillar he had been leaning on and grabbed Etha. He was not afraid for himself, since even falling over the edge of the runic hall would not pose him any danger. Etha, however, could very well be hurt by the fall from the great height of the main pagoda, not to mention that his concentration could be broken, thus weakening the shield of starlight protecting the ship. In the next moment, the Night Garden rammed into the side of the island at great speed. The immense weight of the living ship was already astronomical, and with countless shades, including giants like Goliath and the Puppeteer, not to mention the great bulk of the Dark Castle, aboard, it had become simply frightening. The resulting impact was so violent and dire that an entire section of the island collapsed, crumbling into the foaming water. Colossal chunks of stone were sent barreling through the air like shells. Bastard. Sonny barely prevented Etha from being thrown over the edge of the runic hall. You lunatic. Nightwalker laughed loudly. Piercing through the cloud of dust and stone debris, the bow of the Night Garden emerged from it and entered the northward canal. Its port side scraped against the jagged surface of the shattered stone, leaving deep scars on the living hull, however. It did not slow down much, continuing to move forward. "Oh, that's better." The demented youth grinned brightly while steering the ship into the canal. Sonny looked forward and then cursed loudly, noticing the wall of another island quickly approaching the bow of the living ship at an angle. Soon enough, the Night Garden collided with it with its starboard side. This time, the impact was only glancing, sending cracks running through the ancient stone and helping the living ship complete its turn. Breathing heavily, Sonny glanced back. The edge of one island was entirely shattered, mending itself slowly, while the other was cracked. The hull of the Night Garden was damaged but not breached. The water flowing through the canals swayed and surged, climbing hundreds of meters higher than it was supposed to be. Nightwalker hummed. "What's up with that expression? We made the turn, didn't we?" He smiled brightly. "Actually, I've been feeling stifled ever since we set off from the lighthouse. These narrow canals are the worst. Open seas are where my heart lies, with no limits or boundaries in sight. But this was unexpectedly fun." Etha just stared at them both in shock. Sonny gritted his teeth. "Yes, we did make the turn, and that is why I have this expression." Nightwalker studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, anyway, I suggest you start loading your cannons quick." Sonny frowned. "What?" Nightwalker pointed forward. "Load your cannons, there's a bridge ahead." Cursing, Sonny spun around and glanced forward. The Night Garden was moving north now, and there was indeed another bridge barring their way north. Damnation! Controlling the manifested shadows, Sonny hurriedly reloaded the cannons. He needed to take apart an indestructible bridge again, and this time it was a moving target. Actually, it was the night garden that was moving, but that did not make the aiming easier. The torrent of abominations had made its way around the broken section of the island by then, continuing the pursuit. What's worse, it was not the Park Island starboard of the night garden now. Instead, it was another nameless island, complete with its own swarm of dreadful immortals. They were already rushing toward its edge, assembling into a second river of monstrous flesh. The living ship was going to be besieged on both sides soon. And it was only going to get worse. The deeper into the eternal city they went, the more islands they would pass. So the pursuing abominations from the previous ones would join those from the new ones, and their numbers would continuously swell. Until all fallen immortals left in the southern half of the eternal city were straining to get to the deck of the living ship, overwhelmed by a frenzied desire to consume Sunny, Jet, the Saints of Night, and the millions of people sheltered inside the night garden. But possibly, that was a good thing. Sunny's eyes glistened dangerously. I wonder if the Dutchman would like my present. Chapter 2671, Gregarious Gondolier. At some point, Sunny somehow became a person who had experienced and endured more than most people. So much so that bewildering people with honest retellings of his numerous misadventures was one of his favorite pastimes, in fact. In other words, he considered himself to be quite a veteran. Nothing really rattled him anymore, let alone scared him. However, as the night garden navigated the narrow maze of the Eternal City's canals, he had to admit that this was quite possibly the most harrowing situation he had ever found himself in. Godgrave, the burned forest, Ariel's game nothing could compete with the horrors of the sunken city of the Demon of Repose in scope and scale of their sheer dreadfulness. Perhaps only the tomb of Ariel could compare, not the endlessly flowing waters of the great river or its nebulous estuary, but the inner walls of the ancient pyramid, where a myriad of dark butterflies rested on the cold black stone. He had only glimpsed those detestable creatures from afar, though. The grotesque legion of corrupted immortals, on the contrary, the hosts of the flesh of Canacat, was right in his face. God admit that's a little bit too much. One of these damned things was already creepy and disgusting enough to make even Effie lose her appetite. But with thousands of them pursuing the night garden like two monstrous, slithering rivers of flesh, Sunny felt like he would never be able to enjoy a meal again. By now, the living ship was surrounded on both sides and besieged. The canals differed in width, but there was never more than a few hundred meters between its hull and the weathered foundations of the islands, a negligent distance for great nightmare creatures. The cannons roared without pause, and the barrier of slaying starlight still surrounded the night garden like a radiant shield. However, that alone was not enough to prevent the immortal abominations from invading its deck, and so most of the pressure fell on the Shadow Legion, which Sunny controlled. It had been fine at first, but as more and more immortals joined the pursuit, the terrifying battle had become frenetic and feverish. Sunny was barely keeping it together as he commanded the shades and manned the cannons to push the nightmare creatures back. On top of that, he also needed to destroy any bridge that appeared in the path of the living ship and prevent its pieces from fusing back together until the ship passed. His head was starting to ache. The noise of it all was unbearable, and the sight of it all was terrifying enough to give even the most seasoned veterans of the Dream Realm nightmares. All the shades of the Shadow Legion, all of his shadows, and most of his incarnations were engaged in the fierce battle against numerous undying great nightmare creatures. That was indeed a battle unlike any Sunny had fought before. Needless to say, its carnage and mayhem were peerless. The pristine expanse of the Eternal City shone with a gorgeous silver light, and the cold waters of the storm sea rolled above the besieged night garden like a dark sky. Damn Weaver, why couldn't that nasty demon just put pieces of themselves somewhere nice and easily accessible, huh? What are you mumbling about? Sunny glanced at Nightwalker and pursed his lips. Just cursing out a dead demon. The youthful founder of the House of Night stared at him silently for a moment, then nodded. Oh, I see, been there, done that. At that moment, the air of the runic hall suddenly turned cold, and Jet appeared out of torrents of mist. She looked around warily, then dismissed her scythe and found herself a chair to sit down. Despite the harrowing violence happening all around the living ship, she seemed entirely at ease. In fact, she languidly stretched her legs and leaned back in the chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Tired? Jet looked at him evenly. Dead tired. Then she chuckled and leaned her head back, closing her eyes. Sunny smiled as well and turned his attention back to the battle. Only Nightwalker seemed surprised. Aren't you going to help defend the ship? From what I see, it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. Jet sighed and spoke without opening her eyes. Nobody likes to fight an immortal nightmare creature, but in my case, they are simply the absolute worst kind of adversary. Sunny nodded quietly. Jet's soul could not generate essence, so she relied on her aspect to exist. That aspect allowed her to absorb a portion of soul essence of those she killed. The fallen immortals of the Eternal City never died, however, which meant that fighting them was harmful to her. Not only could she not replenish her broken soul, but she had to actively drain its reserves. Worse still, there were no other nightmare creatures in this part of the Eternal City, so she could not hunt at all. Jet looked at Nightwalker. Don't worry, though. I am simply saving my strength for the Dutchman. He studied her with interest. Oh? Jet nodded. Do you know why they call me Soul Reaper? It's because my aspect allows me to directly attack the soul. Among other things, that means that I am custom-made to slay spectral abominations and wraiths of all kinds. She smiled darkly. The last time we met the Dutchman, I sank a few of his ships. I never got to the flagship, though maybe I will this time. Looking away, Jet sighed. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. After all, no one knows a lot about the Dutchman, what it is, where it comes from, and what it's capable of. Nightwalker chuckled. Oh, really? He shook his head, and then said in an aloof tone, You're mistaken. I might not know a lot about most things, but I do know a thing or two about the Dutchman. After all, that thing had been hunting me down for decades. Nightwalker looked at Sunny and Jet with a smile. Do you want me to share? Chapter 2672, Cursed Wanderer. Sunny and Jet looked at each other. The Dutchman used to pursue you. They knew that the House of Night had a history with the ghostly ship and its wraith armada, but were under the impression that it mostly consisted of distant sightings. Then again, Nightwalker had not mentioned his clan, he only mentioned himself, as if the Dutchman had it out for him personally. He chuckled. Oh yes, it was quite troublesome early on, to be honest. Nightwalker glanced around and smiled. Luckily, there is no vessel in the Stormsea that can outrun the Night Garden, so that bastard never managed to get his hands on me. Sunny raised an eyebrow. But why would it be interested in you in particular? Wait. His expression changed subtly. Don't tell me that the Dutchman raced to the Eternal City because you were here. Nightwalker laughed and shook his head. No, you got it backward. He flinched when an especially loud thunderclap resounded above the Night Garden, followed by a dreadfully inhuman howl. Then, grimacing, he added, The Dutchman was hunting me down because I had the map to the Eternal City. He always wanted to come here, and I was the only one who knew the way. That is why he pursued me relentlessly for the better half of 3 decades, not that I ever let him get close. That is also why he did not attack the House of Night after I left. There was simply no reason to, because I took the map with me. Sunny stared at him in surprise. But why exactly did the Dutchman want to come to the Eternal City? Nightwalker shrugged. How should I know? Sadly, I am not in the habit of talking to sinister apparitions, so I didn't ask. He remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a concerned tone, First of all, you need to understand that the Dutchman is not an abomination. It is, in fact, 2 nightmare creatures who are bound to each other. Sunny and Jet could not help but look at each other again. Eventually, it was Jet who spoke first. 2 bound nightmare creatures. Do you mean the ship and its captain? Nightwalker glanced at her with a smile. Bingo, those 2 are entirely separate beings, but at the same time they can never escape each other. They are one and the same. Sunny frowned. I thought you did not talk to sinister apparitions. How do you know? Even Cassie had not been able to tell them much about the Dutchman. So how was it that Nightwalker seemed to know so much? It is because the Stormsea is my home. Nightwalker shrugged. And the Dutchman had been haunting these waters for thousands of years. You did not think that awakened of the waking world were the first ones to suffer his malice, did you? No, there are traces of him, and of stories about him, all over the ruins left behind by the Serpent King's people. To them, he was like a plague. His expression turned somber. In fact, numerous of those ruins became ruins precisely because of the Dutchman. Oh, but they did not call him the Dutchman, naturally. Instead, they called him, what was it? Ah, right. The Cursed Wanderer, a mortal captain who was cursed to wander the sea forever, and therefore became the curse upon the sea. Nightwalker glanced into the distance, then smiled saintly. Those ancient people believed that seeing the Cursed Wanderer was an ill omen. If you saw its silhouette sailing in the mist, even from afar, death would come for you soon, something like that. He paused for a moment, and then added in a neutral tone. According to legend, the Cursed Wanderer used to be a mortal captain who swore to find the eternal city and profess his undying love to the demon of repose. He sailed the twilight sea, searching endlessly, slowly growing weak and old. In the end, desperate to buy himself more time to fulfill his oath, he braved the heart of storms to claim a mythical treasure, the Well of Souls. Only that treasure turned out to be cursed and sealed for a reason, so it claimed him instead. Nightwalker grinned. That's how it goes with cursed treasure, usually. In any case, the captain became bound to the Well of Souls, but instead of becoming its prisoner, he subjugated it. The Well of Souls became a ship, and the captain became its helmsman. However, they never reached the eternal city and never found repose, cursed to wander the storm sea without reprieve forever. He shrugged and chuckled quietly. Well, that's the legend, at least. It is mostly nonsense, I think, but some parts of it are true. The Dutchman is a kind of Well of Souls, at least. It's like a nesting doll of horror. The ship consumes souls and enslaves them, then sends them out to slaughter the living and conquer more souls. His expression dimmed. You must have noticed that killing the wraiths does not destroy them. It just sends them back into the holds of the smaller ships. And destroying the ships simply returns them to the Dutchman. From what I know, once it gets you, there is no escape. The souls of a few of my friends are probably still there, among the ghost soldiers of that horrid duo. Sonny gave him a dubious look. You had friends? Nightwalker flashed him a menacing smile. Shut up. He paused and then added in a dark tone. This ship itself is merely a tool. Although its captain is one of the captured souls, I think, he is the true master of the Dutchman. He's the evil will behind the curse that has been plaguing the storm sea for thousands of years, as well, reaping many lives and bringing despair to all who see him. Nightwalker grimaced. It is our luck that the Dutchman almost never comes close to the coast. Otherwise, humanity would have had far fewer citadels. The battle still raged on, so Sonny did not really have the energy to ponder that peculiar story seriously. Still, it echoed in his mind, making him feel like there was a kernel of important information hidden in it. As he pondered, Jet said with a smile, I did not feel despair when I saw the captain of the Dutchman, though. Her smile widened a little. All I thought was, hey, that bastard is staring at me. I want to kill him so bad. Nightwalker chuckled. Well, y'all get a chance soon. Chapter 2673, Dreadful Race. Another bridge collapsed into an avalanche of debris, sending countless tons of jagged stone plummeting into the river. When the pieces of the broken bridge froze in the air and moved in reverse, huge tendrils of shadow rose again to hold them back. Standing in the runic hall of the night garden, Sonny grimaced and swayed faintly, his porcelain face turning even paler than usual. He was pushing against his limits. Directly controlling the Shadow Legion was already far more strenuous than what he was used to, and he was manipulating the shadow golems that fired the cannons as well. But it was actually the act of preventing the Eternal City from restoring the shattered bridges that was the most taxing. Creating a tentacle out of shadows was the simplest form of shadow manifestation. In fact, it was the first thing he had manifested after becoming a master. Sonny was capable of shaping shadows in infinitely more intricate and sophisticated ways now, but he had never used his ascended ability on quite that scale. Only the dome he had built around the night garden recently could compare, but that dome only needed to exist. The gigantic black tendrils extending from the bow of the living ship, however, had to move, accurately grasp the slabs of stone, and overcome the pull that the sorcery of the Eternal City exerted on them. The sheer size of the black tendrils was daunting. It was to the point that Sonny found his reserves of essence actually draining for the first time in a long while, an unexpected and unwelcome development that made him frown. Sunny was not the only one losing essence, either. Ether was quickly draining his own reserves to maintain the shield of starlight around the night garden, and unlike Sunny, he did not have 7 soul cores or a domain supplying him with a constant torrent of spirit essence. He was going to exhaust his reserves far sooner than Sunny would. They were quite short on time. Luckily, their harrowing race through the canal of the Eternal City was coming to an end. The night garden had not reached the finish line just yet, but the towering silhouette of the palace was already looming above the horizon like a dark mountain set against the radiant backdrop of silver light. The 2 swarms of the dreadful immortals besieging the living ship had grown immense and frightening as well. By now, it was as if 2 slithering walls of grotesque flesh surrounded the night garden on both sides, with a monstrous mass of limbs, tendrils, and appendages reaching toward it across the deep, dark chasms. The seething waters below were turning strange as well, having swallowed dozens, if not hundreds, of undying abominations. The flesh of Kanakhet was infecting new hosts there rapaciously, already subjugating and changing them to suit its goals, the main of which was to devour every living soul aboard the night garden. And worst of all, the Shadow Legion kept suffering casualties, far fewer shades than one would expect in such. An unimaginably harrowing battle were being vanquished, but the incremental losses added up. It was not to the point that Sunny had to start worrying just yet, but it wasn't negligible either. The defiled seeker of truth was already gone, torn apart by the lightning-quick tendrils of hungry flesh. So was the shadow of the winter beast, which had already been damaged on the residential island. Countless of the obsidian wasps had been caught and crushed by the fallen immortals, and several of the human saints were gone. But the silent shades knew neither fear nor hesitation. Despite the heavy losses, they continued to defend the living ship with a quiet and indomitable determination, and why would it be any different? The dead did not fear death. Sunny gritted his teeth. Come on a little more. The night garden passed through the cloud of debris left behind by the shattered bridge, and he released his hold on its pieces with a relieved sigh. Look alive, Shadow, starboard. Sunny gave Nightwalker a dark look and opened his mouth, wanting to point out that he was technically dead. But Jet beat him to the punch, chuckling quietly. In the next moment, he got too preoccupied to talk. An especially gigantic nightmare creature appeared portside of the night garden, and a swarm of fleshy tentacles shot across the canal, threatening to pierce the hull of the living ship. At the same time, the shield of starlight grew a little dimmer, betraying the fact that Ether was approaching his limit as well. Then again, maybe he had long passed it. The youngest of the Saints of Night was pale and covered in cold sweat. His face, which had been calm and composed before, was now twisted by a deep scowl. His hands clenched into fists. Damn it! The night garden veered right, creating as much distance between itself and the monstrous tendrils of flesh as possible. The cannons barked, and a rain of enchanted arrows descended upon the towering nightmare creature, tearing it apart. A moment later, the grotesque hill of slithering flesh exploded into a dreadful rain of blood and bleeding meat, painting the ground red. And in a few moments more, the night garden collided with the foundation of the opposite island, its hull scraping across the stone wall and sending cracks running through it. Cursing under his breath, Sunny sent his shadows and the strongest of the shades rushing toward the right side of the ship. For a few moments, there was no gap between the ship and its pursuers, and although the starlight cut and burned them, more than a few made their way onto the deck of the night garden. Curse it all! Saint, Fiend, and Serpent descended upon them almost immediately, followed by a coordinated attack of countless shades. The abominations were cut down and thrown into the water before they could do any real damage, but not before slaying several dozen of Sunny's silent warriors. Can you go faster? Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker smiled. His silver eyes glowed like stars in the night sky, and his youthful face seemed to drown in their nebulous light. That might be a little dangerous. Sunny scoffed. Does it seem like we're safe now? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Then his smile widened a little. You make a fair point. In that case, I suggest you put your seatbelt on. Chapter 26, 74, finish line. This is a little thrilling. The night garden flew through the canals of the Eternal City at a terrible speed, conquering their twisting perils with chilling recklessness. With each subtle turn it made, colossal waves crashed into the walls of the surrounding islands, and the thunderous roar of the firing cannons was almost drowned out by the howling winds. The manner in which the living ship navigated the treacherous expanse of setting water seemed almost suicidal, and yet it had not been shattered yet. Each turn was made just at the right time, at just the right angle, and just at the right speed. Inertia and acceleration fused into a smooth flow, and the night garden appeared light and nimble despite its terrifying mass. The living ship advanced through the maze of canals while leaving scars on them. Its helmsman wasn't shy about using the walls of weathered stone to guide his vessel in the right direction, leaving them cracked and crumbling. At times, he simply crashed through obstacles, making the entire city quake. Oh, a little thrilling. Sunny was forcefully preventing himself from clutching a nearby pillar. Jet was looking at Nightwalker with a strange expression. She almost seemed flustered, sheepishly contemplating her own skill as a helmsman, or if she even had the right to call herself that. Nightwalker himself, meanwhile, his beautiful face was illuminated by an easy smile. The runic circle blazed around him, shining with the same light as his silver eyes. His voice, meanwhile, had assumed an odd quality, sounding far more penetrating and vast than any human's voice had the right to be. It was as if the night garden itself was speaking through him. Sunny knew that those who were recognized by the runic circle shared their senses with the living ship, perceiving the world as it did. He did not know what it felt like exactly, but was starting to suspect that there were degrees to this ineffable state of unity. And Nightwalker was somehow able to delve into that state much deeper than anyone else. Which was why the ship was still in one piece. Well, mostly in one piece. There were deep scars covering the entire length of its hull, and its forward mast was tilted at an angle, standing only because Sunny had wrapped the broken section in a layer of manifested shadows. The palace was obscuring a vast swath of the sky by now, and the two rivers of abominable flesh had turned into two distressing seas. The battle had entered a cataclysmic stage, and the Shadow Legion could only hold its ground because there was not enough space for all of the immortal monstrosities to attack it at the same time. They stood in each other's way, burning with demented fury and slowing both swarms down. The dire speed of the living ship also helped it stay ahead of the great mass of abominations, forcing them to crawl over each other in an effort to keep up the pursuit. "I have something to say." Nightwalker glanced at Sunny and smiled with the corner of his mouth. "There is good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Sunny gave him a scathing glare. "Start with the damn it, I don't care." Nightwalker blinked a couple of times. "All right then. The good news is that we are one turn away from reaching the palace." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What's the bad news?" Nightwalker shrugged. "It's that we're not going to make it." Sunny stared at him with wide eyes. "What the hell do you mean, we're not going to make it?" At that moment, a gargantuan tendril of flesh swiped across the deck, crushing scores of shades and sending several obsidian cannons flying. They crashed down heavily and rolled, vanquishing even more warriors of the Shadow Legion. Saint's sword cut a black line in the fabric of reality, severing the gargantuan red tentacle. Fiend, meanwhile, grabbed it and tossed it into the slithering mass of abominations across the chasm. Nightwalker grinned. "I mean that there's no way to make that turn. We'll hit the wall of the island at an angle that will prevent us from bouncing off of it and continuing on our merry way. Instead, we'll lose all momentum and drift like a turtle, which means that we'll get buried under a mountain of abominations. So I will have to slow the ship down to a crawl, which will also get us buried." He shook his head and sighed. Unless, of course, there was a way to make the night garden turn sharper. Sunny stared at him some more, then gritted his teeth. "Don't slow down, I'll handle it." Nightwalker nodded. "Full steam ahead, then." Although it did not seem possible, the night garden accelerated even more. They were quickly approaching a junction of 3 canals. One of them continued in the same general direction the living ship was headed, while the other turned north at a steep angle. That was the canal they needed to enter. As they came closer and closer to the junction, the puppeteer shifted atop the main mast and opened its colossal wings. With each of them spanning several kilometers, they guided the wind like vast sails. The pressure of the wind would help the night garden turn, but it was not going to be enough. That was why the shadow of Goliath moved at the same time. Crossing the deck of the living ship with wide strides that made it tremble, the shade of the towering Titanic leaned forward and pressed its gargantuan palms against the foundation of the island. As the night garden began to turn, Goliath silently exerted all of his terrifying strength to push the ship away from the stone wall, thus making the turn sharper. A net of cracks opened in his arms, slowly growing deeper and wider. And as the Titan strained them in one final, dreadful push, his elbows exploded, tearing both of his forearms off. The bow of the night garden turned just enough to guide it into the canal, because of that, though. As tendrils of flesh enveloped Goliath and pulled him off the deck of the living ship, into the flowing mass of slithering flesh, the living ship escaped into the wide canal. The palace was straight ahead. Chapter 26, 75, Brief Respite. There was a vast expanse of open water between the various districts of the Eternal City and its heart, where the palace towered like a dark mass of sharp, interconnected spires. It was both radiant and ominous, tapering to a sharp point. The highest of the spires was like a narrow spearhead thrust into the black sky, its soaring form outlined by silver light. It glanced very much like the nexus of a celestial city that used to drift in the vacuous vastness of space. Now that the night garden had escaped into the circular lake surrounding the palace, its pursuers were falling behind. The Shadow Legion received a precious second of respite. Sunny, Jet, Nightwalker, and Etha spent a few moments beholding the dark majesty of the Eternal Palace in silence. TLL be damned. Nightwalker exhaled slowly. Well, more damned, I mean. Sunny could not help but smile. Have you been inside before? Nightwalker shook his head. Gods, no, I've never made it this far. The closer you come to the palace, the more of those bastards wander the streets, and the more powerful they are, and while I am just as immortal as they are, I still had to be careful. After all, wouldn't want to end up becoming a host to the flesh of Kanak myself. Sunny nodded slowly and glanced back at the dark edifice of the palace. He considered the situation for a moment. They were currently south of it, separated by its looming mass from the fierce battle between the Dutchmen and the detestable immortals in the north. Judging by the distant clamor, the night garden had reached the heart of the Eternal City first, but not by much. The Wraith army was most likely only an island or two away from making its way to the palace. And judging by the eerie silence in the east, the mysterious third contender was not too far away, either. Quite vexing. Sunny had to make a decision, and the decision he had to make was shrouded in peril and uncertainty. There were numerous things that he only vaguely understood, and some that he did not know at all. Therefore, any choice he made could only be partially sound at best. To start, he did not know the identity of the third contender. Sunny could commit significant forces to facing that enemy, but killing it was meaningless, since the Eternal City would just return the nightmare creature to life. So, it had to be restrained, just like the fallen immortals had been. Subduing those abhorrent fiends had already been difficult enough, though, and the thing approaching the palace from the east, whatever it was, seemed far more terrible than they were. Then there was the Dutchman and its Wraith army. Killing them was difficult as truly destroying his shades, which nothing had managed to achieve so far. Jet, at least, seemed to have the ability to slay the ghost instead of sending them back into the maw of the Well of Souls, or whatever that horror was truly called. But would they stay dead, or would they be revived by the Eternal City as well? Sunny did not know, but suspected that the Wraiths would not be affected by the sorcery of this sunken hell, staying destroyed forever. That was because they were not living things, to begin with. What about Sunny and Jet then? His expression stiffened. There were the corrupted immortals themselves to contend against, as well. In fact, at the moment, something unprecedented was happening in the Eternal City. Its dwellers, which had always been scattered across its vast expanse, were now all concentrated in the immediate area around the palace. Sunny had brought every abomination from the southern reaches of the cursed city here. The Dutchman had done the same with those who dwelled in the north, and the third contender had pulled all the fields from the east. Now, there were tens or even hundreds of thousands of them in the heart of the Eternal City. That number terrified even Sunny. He had to defeat the Dutchman, subdue the mysterious abomination in the east, deal with the immortal swarm, find the fragment of Weaver's lineage, and destroy the Eternal City somehow, while keeping the night garden safe. Sonny pursed his lips, considering his options for the 100th time. In the end, it all came down to the nature of the Eternal City. Everything was immortal here, which meant that nothing could be truly defeated. That was the cornerstone of all his problems. So, if that cornerstone was removed, the rest of the obstacles standing in Sonny's way would follow like dominoes, falling one after another. Which meant that his course of action was clear. He had to stall his enemies and enter the palace first to find Weaver's lineage. It would be even better if he found the source of the divine sorcery sustaining the Eternal City and destroyed it. If not, destroying the city itself would suffice. Sonny took a deep breath, then glanced at Nightwalker. Circle the palace from the west, and put us between it and the Dutchman's forces. The Wraith army seemed to be closer to reaching the heart of the Eternal City than the unknown horror in the east, so it had to be dealt with first. Nightwalker lingered for a moment, then nodded and guided the battered ship northwest. The sea of monstrous abominations followed from a distance, rushing across the islands surrounding the palace. The two vast swarms began to fuse, stretching into a long red line. As the living ship moved across the vast lake, the towering dark form of the palace obscured the battlefield where the army of ghosts fought the horde of deathless abominations. However, Sonny could already see wisps of mist drifting above the water and felt an eerie chill permeating the air. Soon enough, they were going to escape from the shadow of the towering structure that served as the beating heart of the Eternal City, and behold the scene of the harrowing battle. But before that happened, Etha suddenly let out a groan and fell to one knee. The shield of starlight illuminating the night garden flickered and was then snuffed out, plunging the living ship into a sudden darkness. The light of innumerable lanterns, which usually seemed bright and vibrant, felt dim and inadequate in the wake of the brilliant silver radiance. Etha covered his mouth with a hand, blood trickling between his fingers. I am sorry, I can't. He was suffering from symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sonny glanced at him with a concerned exhaustion, then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. It's all right, you got us this far. At that moment, Jet spoke from her chair. LL agree, I am pulling the plug, though. Her voice was even. We had our fun, Sonny, but the night garden has no business remaining in these waters anymore. Now, we need to think about the safety of our people and bring them away from this mess. Sonny looked at her with a frown and remained silent for a while. Finally, he grimaced and turned away. I see your point, I agree, I guess. His tone was bitter. A good strategist had to know how to adapt to the shifting circumstances, and sometimes being adaptable meant knowing when to cut your losses. So, as much as it pained him, Nightwalker looked at them with a surprised expression. Wait, that's it. You're giving up on this battle, on destroying the Eternal City and all that. That would mean that they were giving up on him as well, but his tone was aloof, betraying no anger or disappointment. Sonny and Jet both looked at him in confusion. After a few moments, Sonny scoffed. What? Who said anything about giving up? He shook his head and smiled faintly. No, of course not. We're just switching to Plan B. The Eternal City is still getting destroyed. If anything, my main concern now is to keep it in one piece long enough to get what I came here for. Chapter 2676, Palace Lake. Saying that, Sonny inhaled deeply and glanced at Jet. Jet. She nodded and rose to her feet, walking over to the edge of the runic hall. I am on it. I'll need some time to set everything up, though, if we want to do it properly. Below her, the surface decks of the night garden sprawled into the distance, with the silent shades slowly repairing their battered formations. The dark castle towered at the bow, and the colossal, eerily motionless form of the puppeteer loomed above it all like an eldritch deity. She glanced at the dark skies above the Eternal City, her icy blue eyes reflecting their unfathomable splendor. Nightwalker frowned. What exactly are you doing, though? Sonny shrugged. Calling in the cavalry. The breathtaking youth blinked a few times, then said in a hesitant tone. I thought you were the cavalry? Sonny smiled. I am more of a special reconnaissance and sabotage specialist. A commando, if you will. He scratched the back of his head. Actually, since we're on a ship, I guess I'm a Marine. A Marine shock trooper? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is, Lamb an ardent proponent of refined, elegant, and surgical warfare. Brute force, barbaric carnage, and total annihilation are someone else's forte. Nightwalker gave him a dubious look at the mention of elegance and refinement, but chose to remain silent. Sunny went to help Etha to a chair while the night garden circled the palace. Soon enough, they escaped from its vast shadow, and not long after that, Neve and Bloodwave joined them on the bridge. What a sight! Sunny glanced ahead with a concerned expression. Out there in front of them, a swirling veil of mist obscured the northern reaches of the Eternal City. The sight of the fierce battle raging under the cover of mist was obscured, but they could still feel its horrifying scope and sense the echoes of its dreadful violence. The tumultuous, billowing torrents of mist were suffused with a ghostly viridian glow that intensified from time to time in sudden flashes, illuminating them from within like bolts of lightning born of a ghostly storm. Rumbling thunderclaps rolled across the turbulent surface of the water, and ghastly dark silhouettes were revealed in the ethereal light, moving quickly in the fog. Those were the ghastly silhouettes of the immortal abominations. The wraiths were indistinguishable from the mist, so Sunny could not see them. He could infer their presence from the movements of the immortals, though. Where they rushed, where they were stopped, and there they fell, cut down by invisible blades. The wraith army had already reached the final island before the lake that surrounded the palace. Strangely enough, the bridges leading to the heart of the Eternal City were all destroyed, stretching above the water like the broken ribs of a colossal beast. The sorcery of the demon of repose seemed to have no effect on them for some reason, so they remained broken and shattered. Sunny wondered if that was the work of Daron, or if the broken bridges were ancient scars left on the Eternal City by Storm God, which even the power of the demon of repose could not erase. In any case, it did not matter. He doubted that the deadly waters of the lake would pose an obstacle for the Dutchman and his spectral armada. The malevolent ship itself was looming in the mist behind its army, half hidden from view by the deep chasms of the canal it was sailing. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but feel a sudden chill. He did not know what means the Dutchman was using to subdue the immortal abominations, but the wraiths seemed to be steadily pushing the enemy back. There was an ocean of them washing over the islands of the Eternal City, and the battlefront was stretched across multiple districts, slowly forming a crescent shape around the shores of the palace lake. The night garden moved across the water until it reached the northern face of the palace. There, it gradually slowed down and drifted forward at a crawl, standing like a fortress wall between the wraith army and the heart of the Eternal City. It was then that Sunny shivered, sensing a cold gaze piercing him. He glanced at the distant silhouette of the Dutchman, knowing that its captain was staring back. Forcing out a smile, Sunny gave the ancient nightmare creature a half-hearted bow. "Take a good look. I am the person who will send your sinister hide to the Shadow Realm." There was not much time left before the flood of wraiths reached them, though. "Jet, how much longer?" She looked at him evenly. "A bit longer. They are busy on their side as well, you know." Sunny sighed. This was not good. However, had he not promised to give the Dutchman a present? It was time to deliver the gift. Sunny smiled. The more the merrier, right? Just then, the Red River that had been following the night garden along the shores of the southern islands reached the billowing veil of mist and poured into it, full of demented frenzy. All the immortal abominations of the southern part of the Eternal City collided with the right flank of the Wraith army, joining the undying fiends that had already been fighting there. There were only a few of them at first, but as more and more arrived, the situation on the battlefield seemed to change. The forces of the Dutchman buckled and were pushed back, causing the entire wing of the ghostly armada to collapse. The mist swirled, and the viridian glow bleeding into it grew much brighter. Sunny's smile turned into a grin. "Deal with them before you come bother me, you bastard." The Dutchman surged forward, and at the same time its forces seemed to shift. More wraiths poured toward the collapsing flank, which in turn slowed down the advance of the rest of his forces. It did not stall the wraith army for long, but it did stall the wraiths just long enough, because at some point a cold wind blew across the lake, and a radiant line suddenly split the fabric of the world above it. Chapter 2677, Light in the Depths. In an instant, a thin white line seemed to cut the fabric of reality. Starting in the air above the highest spire of the palace, it plummeted down and plunged into the dark waters. A cold wind blew across the eternal city, and the lake rippled. For a moment, silence enveloped the world. Then the radiant line burst open, expanding into a vast, towering dream gate. For the first time in thousands of years, pure sunshine illuminated the vast expanse of the eternal city. Sunny grimaced, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker stared at the radiant rift in the fabric of reality with wide eyes. What kind of nightmare gate how is this? Just then, a dark silhouette revealed itself from the blinding radiance, and his eyes widened even more. Oh, a ship, it's a flying ship. His tone, which was usually aloof and oddly indifferent, sounded genuinely excited. In fact, it was almost enraptured. The chain breaker appeared high in the dark sky above the eternal city, the branches of the sacred tree growing on its deck swaying in the wind. A graceful figure stood on its bow, her silver hair fluttering as two white wings shone behind her with a radiant light. She turned her head calmly, looking down at the night garden. Nightwalker stared at her with wide eyes. Is that an angel? Looking up, Sunny smiled silently. That is the cavalry. Turning his head, he gave Nightwalker a scathing look. Meet the queen of humanity, old-timer. She is also my girlfriend, so pick up your jaw. Nightwalker blinked a few times. That's Immortal Flame's grandkid. Huh, such a lovely young lady. She does not seem like a complete lunatic, though. Sunny coughed, but wisely chose not to comment. Ignorance is bliss. It was probably better not to mention that her first step on the path of ascension had been to set herself on fire, and that thing only got progressively worse after that. In any case, their reinforcements had arrived. The night garden was battered, and the chain breaker seemed in dire need of repairs as well. After all, Nephis had been fighting her own battles in the death zones west of Bastion. That campaign had barely ended, allowing the Ivory Island to reach the basin of the River of Tears in time. The waters of the great river were now flowing into the cold expanse of the Palace Lake. Luckily, the abominations populating the Eternal City could not cross over, since they were imprisoned by its sorcery. The flesh of Kanakhet, meanwhile, was imprisoned by Daron's seal. The nightmare creatures could not escape their radiant, nightmarish prison, however. The night garden could. When embarking on the expedition to the Eternal City, the main reason why Sunny had dared to take the living ship and millions of people living aboard it with him was that they could be brought to safety at any moment. That was because the night garden belonged to Neph's domain, and because it granted her the ability to open her dream gate between 2 points in the same realm. So, if the expedition faced too dire a peril at any point during the voyage, the living ship could retreat to safer waters with relative ease. All they needed to do was coordinate their escape with Nephis, which was possible because Cassie connected the members of the cohort like a mental web. Now that the vast swarm of immortal abominations, the Dutchman, and the mysterious third contender were all closing in on the Palace Lake, the peril facing the night garden became dire enough to call the retreat, especially because the living ship had already received an infusion of vitality from the wharf, and because Etha could not protect it with starlight anymore. So, Jet was right to insist on bringing her people to safety. That said, the fact that the night garden was retreating did not mean that Sunny had to escape, too. Actually, he was determined to stay and finish the job. But since the dream gate was already open, why would he not call in reinforcements? Nightwalker had been staring at the graceful silhouette of the chain breaker with glowing eyes. Just then, however, his gaze shifted to the dream game, and a stunned expression appeared on his youthful face. Wait, what is that? Behind the flying ship, another, far greater silhouette appeared in the blinding radiance. Then, slowly, the majestic form of the Tower of Hope and the Ivory Island revealed itself from the light. It's a flying island. Nightwalker studied it for a while, then let out a sigh. Lance read a report about a lethal region of the Dream Realm that supposedly exists somewhere far north and is made up entirely of flying islands. I guess somebody reached it after all. The Chained Isles had only been conquered by humanity during the Crusades led by Anvil and Madoc, so he would have only heard rumors about them before vanishing in the Eternal City. Seeing the Ivory Island must have been a bitter reminder of how the time had passed him by. Nightwalker lingered for a few seconds, then asked, "So what powers does your girlfriend possess? No, let me guess. Considering whose granddaughter she is, she has to be a pyromaniac who goes around setting things on fire. Right. Sonny shook his head. No. Nightwalker let out a relieved sigh. He did not let Sonny finish the sentence, though. Actually, she mostly just blows things up. The youth paled. High above the palace lake, Nephis regarded the frightening vista of the sunken city and then turned her head slightly. Sonny could not see, but he somehow felt that she was looking directly at him. Nephis was indeed fond of solving problems with destructive explosions. Of course, she was also a powerful healer and someone who could instill her allies with profound strength. Her supreme power alone was not going to solve the particular problem facing Sonny and his companions, though at least not in a decisive way. Instead, Sonny put his hopes on something else. There was a moment of silence as the ivory island came to a halt, hanging directly above the central spire of the palace. And then the crushing descended upon the eternal city. Chapter 2678 Weight of Hope. The eternal city was truly vast, not losing in sheer size to sprawling human cities like NQSC, Bastion, or Ravenheart. It was like a region in and of itself, spanning myriad kilometers on the glassy black bottom of the storm sea. Yet there was no corner of the sunken city that the crushing did not reach, except for the palace lake, which was spared its fury by its master's design. And since the ivory island was flying closer to the ground than usual, the force exerted by the crushing was truly devastating. In an instant, every building in the eternal city was flattened, and every living being on its streets was turned into bloody pulp. Only the lighthouse seemed unaffected by the distressing pressure, standing as tall and proud as it used to. Somewhere in the distance, the clock tower collapsed once again. On the other side of the city, the wharf groaned, cracks slowly snaking up its towering walls. Innumerable immortal abominations were thrown to the ground and crushed. It was as if they all simultaneously exploded into repulsive puddles of blood and viscera. Painting the cracking stone, red their blood flowed slowly, pressed down by the same force that destroyed their bodies. An entire city full great nightmare creatures was obliterated in a heartbeat. Ironically enough, it was as if the unfathomable weight of the endless sea that had been held at bay by the invisible aegis protecting the sunken city caught up with it, after all. The Nightwalker, Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha paled, watching the scene of unimaginable devastation in awed silence. Jet remained nonchalant, while Sonny continued looking at the distant chain breaker with a smile. "That's my girl. What the hell?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little hoarse. He remained silent for a moment and then added slowly, "I guess you weren't kidding when you said that y'all destroy the eternal city." Sonny sighed. If only it were that easy. The ivory island continued to exert its tyrannical pressure upon the eternal city, but the eternal city was not going to just take it lying down. A few seconds after the crushing decimated it, the vast ruins stirred. The buildings had been crushed into stone dust, and now that dust was trembling and slowly rising into the air. Small pebbles fused into slabs of stone, and slabs of stone assembled into ornate walls. The harrowing mass of crushed flesh came alive as well. Muscles and bones were formed from its ghastly depths, slowly coalescing into human shapes. Still half complete, the bleeding bodies strained to rise from the ground, pressing against it with raw hands. But then it was as if another pulse of the crushing descended upon the city, breaking their bones and throwing them down again. A few seconds later, the abominable immortals were turned into a sea of bleeding flesh once more, and the half-restored buildings were turned into rubble, only to be repaired again. The crushing and the eternal city clashed in a harrowing cycle of destruction and restoration, with neither managing to gain the upper hand. It was as if this sunken hell that had denied death for eons got stuck in an endless loop of dying, unable to escape the dreadful agony of its cruel embrace. That was the sorcery of the hope, the demon of desire clashing against the sorcery of the demon of repose. By now, even Sonny could not help but feel a sense of awe. After all, it was not every day that one saw the powers of two demons collide. Standing at the bow of the chain breaker, Nephis raised a hand. In the next moment, a hurricane of flame descended upon the ruins surrounding the palace lake, burning the raging mist away. Shaking off his trance, Sonny glanced at what had been the battle between the dreadful immortals and the wraith army of the Dutchmen less than a minute ago. The immortals were a repugnant mess of undulating flesh, not destroyed, but incapable of becoming whole again either. The wraiths, meanwhile, myriad ethereal figures were standing amidst the ruins, looking back at him in eerie silence. The spectral soldiers of the Dutchmen seemed affected by the crushing, as well, but their ghostly bodies were not affected by it as much as the abominations were. A moment later, they moved, struggling against the crushing force to slowly, arduously march forward. Damnation! Nightwalker tore his gaze away from the distressing visage of the crushed city and glanced at him with a distant expression. Now what? Sonny remained silent for a moment, then said darkly, "Now we take the palace island and defend it as if our lives depend on it, while somebody enters the palace and searches for a way to truly unmake this cursed place. Then we kill all the immortals, slay the Dutchmen, and pat ourselves on the back for doing a good job." Oh, but before that he looked at Jet. She considered something for a bit, then turned her gaze to the Saints of Night. "Bloodwave, you have the bridge. Take the Night Garden and Etho into the Dream Gate. You should land safely in the River of Tears. Neve." He shook his head and looked briefly at Nightwalker. "I am staying." Jet studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Summon a memory that can slay wraiths, then." Sonny threw one last look at the marching army of ghosts and turned away. "Everyone who is staying should come with me, then. Bloodwave, Ether, it has been a pleasure. Come find me if you're ever in Raven Heat or Bastion or north of the Hollow Mountains, or if you want to purchase a luxury bicycle. Well, share a drink." He flashed them a smile. Ether smiled weakly, while Bloodwave looked at him with a scowl and grunted noncommittally before entering the runic circle. At the same time, Nightwalker stepped out of it. "How are we getting to the Palace Island without a ship, though?" "Son," Why grabbed him by the shoulder and grinned. With style, he used his other hand to grab Neve and pulled Jet closer with a tentacle made of shadows. Then he pulled them all into a shadow step. A moment later, they appeared on the walls of the dark castle. Below them, the sea of shades was vanishing without a trace, leaving the deck of the night garden empty. Sonny looked up at the distant silhouette of the chain breaker and took a deep breath. And then he pulled the entirety of the dark castle, with all its immense size and weight, into the shadows as well. Arg, how heavy! A moment later, a magnificent black castle suddenly appeared on the shores of the Palace Island. Despite its towering walls, it was easily dwarfed by the huge palace, looking like a guard post in front of its gates. In front of them, the night garden rushed across the cold waters of the vast lake amidst the harrowing devastation, approaching the radiant abyss of the Dream Gate. Chapter 2679, Abandoned Ship. The night garden glided across the rippling surface of the palace lake, rushing toward the Dream Gate. The detestable immortals were trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth and destruction born from the clash between the sorceries of desire and repose. The wraiths were burdened by the crushing and had not reached the lake yet. Nothing seemed able to threaten the living ship before it escaped to safety. Until a dark form suddenly escaped from the dark ruins in the east, where the third contender was still hidden in the darkness, and soared into the sky. Sonny turned just in time to see it fly above the decimated city. His eyes widened slightly. The dark form was not an abomination. Instead, it was a piece of a stone wall spanning more than 100 meters across that someone had tossed into the air. Spinning aimlessly, it flew across the districts of the Eternal City, rising higher and higher. Needless to say, one needed monstrous strength to send such an enormous projectile flying a great distance, in normal circumstances. Under the tyrannical strength of the crushing, though, that strength had to be simply unfathomable. Much more disturbingly, the piece of the wall had not turned to dust as it rose higher into the air. The only explanation Sonny could come up with was that the fragment of a building had somehow been infused with the will to at least partially deny the power of the crushing. It had been aimed quite well, too. Traveling dozens of kilometers, the giant projectile reached the crest of its trajectory and plummeted down toward the deck of the night garden. Before it could strike, however, Nephis pointed at it with her palm. A blinding white ray shot from it and pierced the enormous piece of debris, plunging into the lake a split second later. The makeshift projectile exploded into a cloud of stone, dust, and rubble. The lake boiled as well. Sonny looked east. It seemed that the third contender was still some distance away, and it wasn't happy about being late to the party. Troubling. He frowned, unleashing the Shadow Legion onto the shores of the Palace Island. That was where the Silent Shades were going to take their last stand, repelling the Dutchman and his army of sinister wraiths. The only things standing between the two dead armies now were the lake, the radiant Dream Gate, and the Night Garden. Saved from the giant projectile, the living ship breached the remaining distance to the Dream Gate and plunged into its radiant vastness, slowly disappearing from view. It was as if it dissolved into the light, and Sonny was glad that it did. He could not help but let out a relieved sigh. Sonny was happy to see the Night Garden escape. He hoped that the living ship could finish repairing itself somewhere far away, in safety. He hoped that nothing would disturb its peaceful sleep. Now that the civilians were gone, he did not need to feel so anxious either. Standing by his side, Jet scratched her head. You know, they say that a captain never abandons her ship. No one talks about the ship abandoning its captain, though, do they? Nightwalker chuckled. Didn't you send your ship away yourself, young lady? Instead of answering, Jet let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, it feels so nice to be called young again. Being the oldest is such a chore. Below them, the battered Shadow Legion was assembling into a formation. Many of the shades were gone, but plenty still remained. In fact, the losses were far below Sonny's expectations, since he had abandoned the plan of conquering the Eternal City district by district and simply rushed to the palace instead. The puppeteer returned to its perch atop the dark castle. Slayer commanded the defenders on the walls. Saint led the silent warriors on the ground. The Ivory Island hung above the highest spire of the palace, and the chain breaker was descending from the dark heights. Soon enough, it reached the battlements above the gates of the dark castle, where Sonny and his companion stood. Nephis jumped off, its bow landing near them and illuminating the space around her with her radiant light. She glanced at Sonny and smiled faintly. Fancy meeting you here, Lord of Shadows. Sonny could not help but smile, too. The pleasure is mine. Welcome to the Dark Castle, Lady Changing Star. The last time Nephis had visited the marvelous mimic, it had still been a cozy brick cottage. So, Sonny was a little pleased to show her his new abode, even if it had to be briefly. They looked at each other, their eyes igniting with a heated intensity. Before Sonny could take a step forward and betray his negative stance on public displays of affection, though, Jet patted him on the shoulder. All right, lovebirds, settle down. We have an undying army to kill and an indestructible city to destroy, so there is no time to waste. The chain breaker moored itself to the towers of the dark castle, and Cassie joined them on the battlements, flying over by holding to the hilt of the quiet dancer. She bowed quietly, greeting Neve and Nightwalker, and stood beside Nephis. Nightwalker gave the two of them a curious glance, then pointed to the blind seer. Is no one going to introduce me to this stunning beauty? His aloof tone was as obnoxious as ever, no, even more so. Sonny had to take a deep breath. The stunning beauty is called Cassia, Song of the Fallen. The last old goat who tried to bother her ended up banished to a remote citadel in a death zone. The bright youth gave him a sidelong glance. That's an interesting bit of information you decided to share without being asked. Cassie bowed her head. It is an honor to meet you, Saint Nightwalker. Just then, the mist Nephis had burned away rose from the rubble once again, pouring into the lake. The first of the wraiths reached its shore and froze there, looking across the dark expanse at the rows of silent shades on the other side. The sinister silhouette of the Dutchman advanced slowly through the canal, nearing the open waters of the lake. Sonny frowned. I guess there really is no time for a touching reunion. He sighed. What a pity. Chapter 26, 80 Last Stand. One of Sonny's incarnations had remained with Nephis in Bastion. However, Nephis left the city and led the Fire Keepers to a death zone in the west, where powerful abominations were stirring, driven into a frenzy by the scent of human souls. His avatar remained near the Mirror Lake, though both to protect the city from the shadows and to watch over Rain. After all, Nephis could protect herself, while Rain could not. There were members of the Shadow Clan guarding her, yes, but Sonny was too paranoid to feel confident just because of that. As far as he was concerned, there was no telling when an unholy titan would decide to suddenly appear in the middle of Bastion. In fact, judging by how the world usually operated, something like that was only a matter of time. Because of that, he and Nephis had spent these weeks apart. He had missed her a lot. How funny. Sonny used to spend years alone wandering the fatal reaches of the dream realm and getting himself into all kinds of trouble. But after becoming Neph's lover in Godgrave, he rapidly became domesticated. Now his body and soul longed for the familiar comfort of their shared life, and being away from her left him in a state of wistful melancholy. And now that they were finally together again, there was an army of undying wraiths standing in the way of their reunion, as well as a city full of immortal great nightmare creatures, some weird thing hiding in the east, and a fragment of Weaver's lineage he was yet to find. Damn it, it'd better deal with the Dutchman and destroy the Eternal City quick. As Nephis glanced at the spreading mist across the lake, her smile widened a little. Maybe it was because she felt his longing, even if he did not say anything. So what is the battle plan? Her voice sounded even. On the distant shore, the Wraith army had already reached the lake. The mist was once again suffused with viridian glow, and the ethereal silhouettes of ghostly ships appeared in it one by one. The colossal form of the Dutchman had almost reached the estuary of the canal, mere seconds away from escaping into the lake. The crushing was still restraining the dreadful immortals, but as time went on, there seemed to be something peculiar happening to the vast, repugnant mess of pulverized flesh they had turned into. Whatever it was, Sonny had a bad premonition about what the near future held. He inhaled deeply. Jet and Neve, join my legion and hold the Dutchman back as long as possible. Jet leaned on her scythe and nodded lazily. Sure, don't sell us short, though. I'm not planning on simply holding the Dutchman back. I am planning to kill him. Sonny studied her for a moment, then shrugged. Sure, go wild, oh, but not too wild. He gave Jet a poignant look, trying to relay a message. Do as I say, not as I do. With that, Sonny turned to Nephis. Neph, the creature in the east, whatever it is, need you to prevent it from reaching the palace. She simply summoned the blessing. It won't cross the lake. Finally, Sonny glanced at Cassie. Cass, you will have to be our eyes. We still don't know much about the Dutchman, its captain, the thing in the east, and the flesh of Canakhet. Try to glean as much about their powers and weaknesses as possible. Now that you are here in person, your powers might be able to tell you more. Cassie nodded. I'll try. Exhaling slowly, Sonny glanced at his companions and smiled darkly. I'll leave most of my incarnations to reinforce the Shadow Legion and send one inside the palace. Hopefully, I'll be able to dispel the sorcery of the Eternal City there. If not. Jet chuckled. Don't tell me, well die. Sonny glanced at her in confusion. What? No, of course not. I'll steal what I came here to steal and well run away as swift and as far from here as possible. She grinned. Oh, I like that plan better. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. All right, then good luck to us all. It was a solemn moment, sadly. The mood was ruined by Nightwalker, who cleared his throat loudly. Huh, and me, what about me? Sonny pulled him to follow and said, You're coming with me into the palace. Don't tell me that you're not dying to know what's inside after spending 2 decades in this godforsaken city. Nightwalker let out a quiet laugh. Dying to know, huh? Well, you aren't wrong. A few moments later, Sonny and his companions split up. Nephis pushed herself off the ground and flew toward the eastern shore of the palace island. Jet and Neve jumped down, joining the formation of the Shadow Legion. Cassie stayed in place, gripping the quiet dancer somberly. Sonny and Nigthwalker, meanwhile, rushed to reach the gates of the palace. As they did, the flesh of the crushed immortals all across the Eternal City stirred, and then moved, flowing forward like a viscous red river, slowly converging on the lake. Noticing that, Nightwalker shivered. What do you think it's doing? Sonny hesitated with the answer. I am not sure. It's definitely nothing good, though. As they descended from the battlements of the Dark Castle and stepped onto the soil of the palace island, Nightwalker sighed. Do you think he's going to be okay? Sonny raised an eyebrow. Who? The gorgeous youth lingered for a moment. Neve, my son. Sonny spared him a brief glance. Yes. He glanced up at the towering dark edifice of the palace and added in a somber tone, "Because he has someone to return to. Because Neve was bound to the world and to those precious to him by chains far more firm and inescapable than the strings of fate. Although perhaps the two were one and the same." Sonny gritted his teeth. Let's go. Chapter 26, 81 Palace Gates. The gate of the palace resembled the gate of the awakened academy more than it did that of the dark castle. It was a single, huge plate of a peculiar metal with no visible locking mechanism. However, while the academy gate was simply an unadorned plate of reinforced alloy, this one was decorated by innumerable engravings that made it seem like a work of art. A destroyed work of art, that was, considering that the titanic plate of metal had been viciously torn and bent, opening into the cold darkness of the palace island like a monstrous, jagged flower. Sonny and Nightwalker paused in front of it for a few moments, studying the sharp edges of torn metal with pensive expressions. Nightwalker glanced up somberly. The jagged expanse of the breached gate towered above them, dwarfing the distant silhouette of the dark castle. Why does it feel like? Sonny finished his sentence in a dark tone, like something broke through this enormous gate from the inside. Nightwalker nodded. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, if something did, it's good news for us, isn't it? After all, that would mean that it is not inside anymore. Nightwalker nodded again, then glanced around with a frown. Sure, but did you notice it? Sonny raised an eyebrow. Noticed what exactly? Nightwalker's frown deepened. There are no nightmare creatures on the palace island. It's eerily quiet. Sonny had indeed noted that odd discrepancy. Up until now, they had encountered immortal abominations on every island within the inner dome. So, he had expected to enter battle immediately after pulling the dark castle to the palace island. However, nothing attacked them once they arrived. Even now that the Shadow Legion spread across the entire northern shore of the island, the Shades had not encountered a single immortal. The only threat they faced was the approaching Wraith army. He hesitated for a moment. It is a bit weird, true, but then again, the bridges are broken. Nightwalker grimaced. Yeah, it makes sense that the immortals would not have been able to get here. At the same time, this damn silence makes you feel like something terrible will be waiting for us inside, doesn't it? Sonny sighed. We've already met something awful. He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. Gee, Jed, it is pretty obvious what broke this gate and where it went, is it not? Turning, he glanced at the vast expanse of crushed flesh flowing like a river in the distance. It was the flesh of Kanak. Kanak was cut into pieces, and each of the pieces was sealed. So to me, it seems like one of those pieces was sealed right here in the palace. In fact, it might have been the first prisoner of the Eternal City, but after the city fell, it escaped. His expression brightened a little. Which must have been a disaster for the immortals who lived here, but good news for us. Because it means that we already met the worst this place has to offer, and it was pretty damn awful. Pulling a black Odachi from the shadows, Sonny took a step forward. In any case, though, I am more terrible. So even if there's something hiding in the palace, it should be wary of me, not the other way around. The darkness of the palace swallowed him. A second later, Nightwalker followed with a quiet chuckle. While Sonny and Nightwalker delved into the palace, Jet was preparing to face the Dutchman and its Wraith army on the shore of the lake. The rows of Shades had assembled into a defensive formation, ready to repel the assault of the spectral warriors. It felt both eerie and reassuring to be among the silent soldiers of the Lord of Shadows. They were a little creepy, to be honest. There was something deeply unnerving about these creatures, who moved and acted like living beings, but lacked the spark of life. The Shades did not seem to possess the sense of self, and neither did they seem to possess a will of their own. But at the same time, there was hardly a more reliable army in the world. After all, the Shadow Warriors did not know fear, were indifferent to pain, and never failed to follow orders. So Jet could hardly imagine better battle companions. It was quite ironic that she felt at home in the company of the Shadows. A dead woman was going into battle with dead soldiers fighting against an army of ghosts in a city of immortals. There had to be some kind of poetry in that. Can we even withstand those wraiths? Neve's voice sounded somber. Jet smiled. Of course, any other army would have been wiped out in moments, but luckily for us, the main advantage of those bastards, their phantasmal nature, is meaningless when facing the Lord of Shadows. Each of these shadows is a kind of ghost itself, and on top of that, they carry his will. So the Dutchman could not have chosen a worse adversary. Oh, that includes me as well. She glanced ahead. A little more, and we can welcome them with ranged attacks. Neve inhaled deeply. You seem tense, though. Jet gave him a curious look. If there was one thing she was good at, it was appearing nonchalant. That was because, in most cases, she simply could not be bothered to worry about things. However, she and Neve had spent enough time together for him to learn how to read her expressions. Jet sighed. Indeed, I am a little nervous, not because of the wraiths, though. Even if there were a myriad of them, the Shadow Legion would withstand their assault for a while. Nephis was here as well, so if things went south, they would have reinforcements. There was something that made her anxious, though. It is the Dutchman and its captain themselves. That is what worries me. She looked at the looming silhouette of the cursed ship darkly. Once the Dutchman joins the battle, that was when the real trouble would begin. Jet was sure of it. She was also anticipating it. Chapter 26, 82 Fellow Slayers. The Wraith Armada advanced across the Palace Lake, followed by a swirling veil of mist. On the opposite shore, the Shades waited for their enemy in cold silence, aloof and indifferent to the eerie horror of the vast expanse of viridian glow converging upon them. Behind the ethereal fleet, covered by mist, rivers of mangled flesh were flowing and swelling like a sea on the eve of a terrible storm. The battle for the heart of the Eternal City was about to begin. Jet glanced back at the creepy silhouette of the titanic black moth sitting atop the magnificent castle. She could not see it, but felt the presence of countless strings connecting the dead deity to the silent warriors of the Shadow Army. From what she understood, Sunny was somehow using the moth to control his legion. Therefore, it was their true commander. Jet found herself playing the role of a simple foot soldier instead of a general. It felt a bit strange, after all these years of being in command, but also liberating. Finally, she could not worry about anything except wielding her blade and slaughtering her enemies. Like in the good old times. How nice. She smiled faintly, casting an icy gaze at the approaching armada. Her blue eyes seemed to glow chillingly in the darkness of the palace island as she beheld its dreadful visage. If it were me, I'd begin peppering them with arrows right about now. As if reading her mind, a black arrow suddenly streaked across the sky, coming from somewhere on the walls of the dark castle. It breached the distance to the Wraith Armada in an instant and bloomed into a blinding flash of a strange, radiant, silent explosion. The light swallowed multiple ships, erasing them from existence. Another one. Jet grinned. Even from a distance, she could feel that the ghosts were not merely vanquished and returned to the dreadful cargo hold of the Dutchman. They were truly and utterly obliterated, disappearing forever, just like those slain by her own hands had been before. She knew who the archer was as well. It was one of those few shadows that felt far more willful and sentient than the rest, the quiet, fearsome archer who was always surrounded by the dreadful scent of death. Jet had always sensed a kindred soul in her, and now she had confirmation. That one was a fellow slayer. The first arrow was like a trailblazer. As soon as the silent explosion of essence swallowed the vanguard ships, the entire Shadow Legion stirred. Soon, a dark cloud of projectiles rose into the air, raining down on the Wraith Armada from the black sky. Sadly, none of them was as lethal as Slayer's arrow. The silent legion of the Lord of Shadows mostly consisted of the Abomination Shadows, and while there were some of them capable of ranged attacks, most abominations only excelled in melee. So the Shadow Legion was most formidable in a direct clash. It was probably a good thing, too. It was not difficult to realize that all of these shadows belonged to beings whom the Lord of Shadows, Sunny, had killed. His domain was built on slaughter and death, so it was a relief to see that most of the shadows he subjugated belonged to nightmare creatures. There were some humans as well, but not many. Jet still remembered the chill she had felt when she saw the shadows of her former acquaintances standing among the silent shades, though. She had not been close to those people, but she knew them. Even if most belonged to the legacy clans, there had been too few powerful awakened before for them not to brush sides at least a few times over the years. watching the Wraith Armada shrug off the bombardment and continue its advance without ever slowing down. Jet glanced at the Shadow Legion with a complicated expression. In fact, the shadows of people were not the only ones she had recognized. There were others as well. There was Goliath. There was an eerie thing hidden in the veil of snow, too. Jet had never gotten the chance to witness what the winter beast looked like, but she was almost certain that it was now dead and a member of the Shadow Army. Too bad, I wanted to kill it myself. There were various abominations of the chain of nightmares, those who must have come from the tomb of Ariel, and numerous more. Which posed the question, how had the Lord of Shadows come to possess these shadows? He had been veiled in secrets and mystery from the very start. No one knew where he had come from or how he came to be as powerful as he was. Nephis and Cassie seemed to trust him, so Jet put his trust in him, too. Plus, the man was quite likable once he took off his mask. There was something about him that put Jet at ease, a hint of familiarity that made her feel a strange sense of comfort when he was around, as well as a subtle note of unexplainable wistfulness. Maybe it was because he was a fellow outskirt rat, or maybe it was simply because he was immensely powerful and on their side, possessing a down-to-earth and easygoing personality. Even if, deep down, Sonny was definitely completely and utterly mad. Still, the vexing mystery of his existence gnawed at Jet from time to time. But whenever she tried to think about it deeply, her thoughts seemed to wander in some other direction. Most of the time, she did not even realize that there was something amiss with her thought process. Actually, the very fact that she only wondered about his past occasionally was an abnormality. But there were plenty of anomalies in the world of the nightmare spell. There were all kinds of bizarre aspects, powers, and flaws. Take Effie's husband, for example. Not even Jet could remember his name, despite how close she was to their family. Maybe Sonny suffered from something similar. In any case, it was good to have the Lord of Shadows on their side. Jet had wanted to get to know him better for a while now, driven by an inexplicable impulse that was more than simply curiosity, so she jumped at the chance to participate in an expedition with him. Granted, she had not expected to find herself facing an undying army in the middle of a sunken hell. Well, no, that was not really true. Actually, she had expected something exactly like that to happen. Watching the first wisps of mist reach the Palace Island, Jet smiled darkly. I guess it's time to prove once, and for all which one of us is the more terrible wraith. Despite it all, the expedition to the Eternal City promised to be worth it. Chapter 26, 83 Master of her craft. Just before the wraith ships reached the shore of the Palace Island, Neve summoned a peculiar memory that looked like a mass of translucent fabric. Taking a step forward, he spun and tossed the fabric into the air in one smooth, practiced motion. The memory soared high, unfolding into a vast net woven out of thin opalescent strings as it did. It glimmered with a shimmering light and expanded like an effervescent spiderweb. The beautiful net was hundreds of meters across, but as Neve tensed, it grew even more, covering a vast swath of the sky. Then it fell on the ghostly ships and blazed with multicolored flames, dimming their ethereal glow. In an instant, the core of the advancing armada was suddenly swallowed by a radiant, iridescent inferno. The opaline flames burned above the water and reflected on its surface. It was as if an explosion of vibrant colors suddenly invaded the black and silver majesty of the Eternal City, brightening the somber expanse of the lake. Of course, what mattered most was not the beauty of the shimmering flames. It was the fact that the spectral ships and the phantoms caught under the net melted in the colorful blaze, dissolving into its radiance. Compared to the great size of the ghostly armada, these losses were minor. But the opaline net broke the momentum of the first assault wave, buying the Shadow Legion some time. Looking at the colorful wall of fire burning above the water, Neve winced and bent down to pick up his harpoon. His indigo eyes seemed to shine with a dark radiance for a moment. Jet smiled lazily. "Where have you been hiding that memory?" He sighed. "It's my mother's aspect legacy. It is a powerful memory and could be exponentially so, but it consumes too much essence. There's no point in being frugal anymore, though this is do or die after all." Jet chuckled. "Don't forget to thank your mother when we get out of this hellhole." Personally, she was in the exact opposite situation. Neve had been rationing his essence and was now prepared to burn it all in a final confrontation. However, she had exhausted most of hers and was now hoping to replenish her reserves in the battle against the Dutchman. Jet had even resorted to consuming the souls trapped in the mist blade in order to survive the horrors of the Eternal City. All but one, that was. The soul of the heart of Canak was too valuable to be wasted that way, so she had chosen to retreat and find safety on the bridge of the Night Garden in order to preserve it. So at the moment Jet felt, hungry, looking at the approaching ships, she grinned. "Stay alive, Neve." The mist blade assumed the form of a ghostly war scythe. In the next moment, the harrowing armada was upon them. Countless wraiths poured from the decks of the spectral ships, landing on the soil of the Palace Island. They seemed to be acting with some kind of strategy in mind, but whatever their goal was, the Shadow Legion did not give them a chance to implement it. The silent shades advanced, aiming to push the enemy back into the water, where myriads of hungry abominations awaited, even if they would never be able to satisfy their hunger by devouring ghosts. As it had happened before, the champions of the Shadow Legion led the assault, causing havoc and devastation among the ethereal wraiths. The beautiful statue of a female knight, the towering fiend forged from blackened M. Edel, the formless creature who constantly changed shapes, sometimes turning into a colossal serpent. I suppose I'm an honorary champion of the Shadow Legion too, today. Even if she was of a lower rank than most of these immensely powerful creatures. The thought was amusing. Taking a deep breath, Jet lunged herself into the fierce crucible of battle. Her aspect was not at all flashy, and her powers were quite simple. Jet could absorb the essence of those she killed, bypass flesh to attack one's soul directly, and enhance her body with more essence than an ordinary awakened could. She could also turn into mist or assume the form of a wraith, and her shattered soul core always continued to grow, one jagged fragment at a time. After decades of strife and slaughter, it had become quite imposing. Her enemies in this battle were phantoms, though, so her awakened ability, one that had made her the infamous Soul Reaper, was meaningless. So was the Transcendent one, meaning that Jet only had two things going for her. She was far more powerful than a Transcendent was supposed to be, almost reaching the level of physical prowess one would expect from a Supreme, and she would remain inexhaustible for as long as she kept killing her enemies. That is fine. People like to tell tall tales about combat and warfare. There was no end to sophisticated philosophies and profound musings dedicated to the supposed art of battle, making it all seem far more complicated than it truly was. That was because people liked to feel enlightened and elegant even while doing something as barbaric as perpetuating ruthless violence. But in fact, there was no art to battle. It was at best a craft, and a very simple one at that, fit for a butcher, not an artist. And Jet excelled in her craft. Her craftsmanship was beyond compare, even. Instantly overtaking the foremost shades, Jet descended upon the disembarking wraiths like a hurricane of ghostly steel. Her war scythe flashed, causing the mist to part before it. The curved blade pierced the chest of a spectral warrior, obliterating it, then slashed in a wide arc to cut another one apart. As the two wraiths dissolved into ethereal light, Jet used the inertia of the slash to raise the mist blade high and then brought it down. Instantly, her somber weapon changed form, turning from a war scythe into a mundane one. With its blade now extending perpendicular to the shaft, it easily bypassed the block that one of the phantoms tried to make with its weapon and plunged into his head. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Dutchman's wraiths were destroyed. Jet spun her scythe, deflecting several blows and forcing the enemies to retreat for a moment. Finally, a refreshing stream of essence flowed into her shattered soul. Inhaling deeply, Jet looked at the endless sea of eerie phantoms in front of her and smiled. Her icy blue eyes glowed with a chilling, killing intent. Goodness gracious, there's so many. It was a real feast. Chapter 26, 84 More Bad News. The Shadow Legion engaged the vanguard of the Wraith army on the Palace Island, making the ground quake and the lake swell with towering waves. The Dutchman loomed in the distance, drawing closer and closer. On the eastern shore, Nephis landed gently at the very edge of water and leaned on the blessing, looking across the lake at the ruined vista of the Eternal City. The mysterious being hiding somewhere among the rubble had not revealed itself yet, slowed down by the crushing, but it was going to arrive soon. Cassie stood on the wall above the gates of the dark castle, resting her head on the hilt of the quiet dancer. She had removed her blindfold and was now facing the battlefield, the dying light of Neve's flames reflecting in her gorgeous blue eyes. Far in the distance, beyond the lake, the repulsive rivers of crushed flesh were slowly converging on a single point. I don't like it." Standing in the dead darkness of the gateway of the palace, Sonny glanced around with a complicated expression. He had an ominous feeling that the flesh of Canaket had not shown them its worst, yet. "We should hurry." Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. "Hurry where?" The palace was immense, taking up most of the island. More than that, it was incredibly tall, with countless spires bound together by a complicated maze of aerial bridges. The spacious corridor they were currently in resembled an enormous metal tunnel, with no seams between its walls, floor, and ceiling. It was in a state of dire disrepair, with deep scratches covering every surface and an eerie dark mold growing in vast patches here and there. Ghastly black flowers bloomed in the mold, and the air was thick with dust and pollen. It was as if something enormous had made its way through the corridor once, smearing its walls with blood. The blood then dried up, and eventually gave birth to the sinister mold. If Sonny could unleash his shadow sense, he could how. V scouted the entirety of the palace in an instant. But just like everywhere else in the Eternal City, his senses were suppressed, more so here than outside. He could barely perceive what was 100 meters ahead of them and did not feel what was behind the walls at all. Giving the swirling wisps of pollen a wary look, Sonny ceased breathing and answered in an even tone. "You're the Nightwalker. Your people are known to be excellent guides, so why don't you guide us to the very heart of this damn place?" Nightwalker summoned a memory that resembled a square piece of deep blue fabric embroidered with silver thread, folded it once, and tied it around his neck. Pulling it to cover the lower part of his face, he inhaled deeply and shrugged. "No problem." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, really, I was joking." Nightwalker chuckled. "I think I mentioned that my aspect allows me to get to places." Sonny remained silent for a few moments. "Lead the way, then." He had almost expected Nightwalker to sit on the floor, meditate for a while, and then open some kind of mystical portal, but instead of that, the youth simply started walking. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then followed, careful not to step on the disturbingly thick mounds of mold growing on the floor. He was observing their surroundings with utmost caution, ready to repel any kind of attack. However, even after a few minutes, no abominations lunged at them from the darkness. Instead, he suddenly heard Cassie's voice in his ears. "Sonny," he frowned faintly, "did you learn something about the Dutchman?" There were a few moments of silence, and then she spoke again. "No, although I can perceive it clearer the closer it comes. It is about the flesh of Canaket." Sonny pursed his lips, suspecting that he was not going to like what she was about to say. "What is it?" Cassie's voice sounded glum. "It's evolving." Hearing that, Sonny almost stumbled. "It's what?" She seemed to sigh. "I think it has been on the precipice of evolution for a long while. Perhaps it gained something while battling the Dutchman, or perhaps resisting the crushing served as a catalyst. In any case, it's in the process of evolving from a great terror to a great titan, and the evolution is rapid. We don't have much time." Sonny cursed out loud, as if he had not already had enough on his plate. "A damn great titan, damn it." His expression darkened. Sonny had yet to battle a great titan, let alone kill one. He had spent a long time staring at the dark sea of the forgotten shore and planning to slay it one day, but that day still remained in the far future. "It's going to be fine. I killed a cursed tyrant once, surely a great titan won't be any worse, surely, even if it's immortal." His expression fell. Nightwalker glanced at him in confusion. "What are you cursing for?" Sonny exhaled slowly. He remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The flesh of Canaket, apparently it's evolving." Nightwalker stared at him for a bit, then glanced away. Makes sense." Sonny gaped. "Makes sense? How the hell does it make sense?" His guide coughed, then shrugged. "Well, it's how things go. There is usually a pattern to how nightmare creatures evolve, you know. A demon has to develop unnatural powers to become a devil. A devil has to gain authority over lesser creatures and claim a territory to become a tyrant. A tyrant." Nightwalker paused for a second and grimaced. You know how tyrants usually rule over minions, but abominations of higher ranks don't. That's because they don't need to exert their authority outward. Instead, they internalize it and become a complete being, a force in and of itself, self-contained and self-sufficient. Anyway, tyrants usually consume their minions to fuel their ascension to terrors. That's why terrors and titans rarely have servants. Sunny stared at him in puzzlement, wondering how this first-generation fossil had a better understanding of nightmare creatures than people of the third generation. In fact, those who had become awakened after the chain of nightmares were already being called the fourth generation, and they did not know any better either. In hindsight, what Nightwalker had said made a lot of sense, though. It also correlated with Sunny's own observations. Consume their minions, huh? What about terrors, then? How do they usually evolve into titans? Nightwalker grimaced. Terrors usually have only one goal: to spread, to grow. But once they spread and grow enough to reach critical mass, they must do the opposite. They must consolidate themselves and evolve. That is how they become titans, only naturally very few ever do. And they need to fuel the final stages of their evolution with an enormous amount of soul essence, so it's usually a massacre of harrowing proportions. Sunny tilted his head a little. Consolidate themselves. Strangely enough, it reminded him of how stars were born. Diffused clouds of gas and dust, of matter, had to reach a threshold of density to initiate gravity collapse. Then, in a terrible conflagration of heat and light, a star was formed by nuclear fusion. As Sunny pondered that, Nightwalker grimaced. The flesh of Kanak had spread to the entire population of the Eternal City thousands of years ago. I think it only lacked fuel to evolve, and the Dutchman delivered just that to this damn place. Sunny glanced down, fuming. That damn Dutchman. Taking a few more steps forward, he sighed. What the hell? That's cheating. I had to literally descend into the shadow realm and kill a dead god to become a titan. Nightwalker chuckled. Ha, you're a funny one. Sunny smiled bitterly. I'm not joking, though. I wish I were. Chapter 26, 85 Simple Choices. On the shores of the Palace Island, a legion of shadows was drowning in the sea of wraiths. The lake had become covered by billowing mist, glowing with ethereal light as an endless armada of ghastly ships glided across its waters. There were so countless of them that one could travel from shore to shore by jumping from deck to deck. Each ghostly vessel carried scores of imprisoned souls in its hold, and as soon as they reached the Palace Island, those souls were sent forth to join the battle. The island was being swallowed by mist, and the Shadow Legion was being besieged by the dreadful tide of wraiths. Jet had found herself plunging into the familiar heightened state of battle focus. The world had become both simple and profoundly intricate, void of emotions but full of calculated intent. There was no past or future in that world, only the present moment, only action and reaction, cause and effect, happening so rapidly that they were almost one and the same. Combat was simple. It was really the simplest thing in existence, both in principle and by definition. That was because combat only had two components: choice and execution. Execution was a foregone issue of matching action to its intent, while choices were easy to make by always striving for optimal efficiency. Efficiency of movement, efficiency of emotion, efficiency of thought. The most efficient move was always the most economical, the least wasteful, and therefore it was always the simplest. Made up of these simplest choices, combat was simplicity itself. Perhaps such an approach was not very elegant. But then again, the same people who critiqued Jet for lacking refinement were the first ones to tremble at the sight of her blade. So who cared? She definitely couldn't give less of a damn. The only thing that mattered was slaying the adversary and staying alive. Well, alive adjacent, at least. Jet felt very alive at the moment. That was because the mist blade had reaped countless lives, or whatever the wraiths possessed instead of lives, and raging torrents of essence were pouring into her starved soul. With every phantom she destroyed, more jagged fragments were added to her shattered core as well. Jet was a veteran of countless battlefields, but she had never reaped such a bountiful harvest of powerful souls. It would have been exhilarating if it weren't so daunting. If she had the capacity to feel exhilaration while chillingly making an endless amount of optimal choices. Time flowed slowly, each moment encompassing countless actions. Jet, meanwhile, moved with the speed of lightning, or maybe with the speed of the last electric impulse that traveled through the nerves of the dying before they were embraced by darkness. There were wraiths all around her. Their ghostly bodies were ethereal and insubstantial, but that did not mean that their weapons could not cut her, could not bring her down. So she had to stay ahead of an endless avalanche of deadly blows, either by staying on her toes and being faster than death, or by killing those who aimed at her faster than they could kill her. The mist blade was like a vicious and mercurial predator, sometimes biting like a stinger, sometimes cutting like a scalpel, sometimes turning into a shimmering sphere of slaying steel around her. Scores of wraiths had already fallen to her blade, and scores more would follow soon. A startling massacre even by her standards, especially considering how powerful these sinister phantoms were. And yet it was a drop in the ocean. The champions of the Shadow Legion, the living statue, the steel demon, the serpentine shadow, were in similar situations. The silent shades were holding ground against the tide of ghosts, but their number was slowly diminishing, while the army of the Dutchman seemed endless. The murderous archer was still raining down death and destruction from the walls of the dark castle. Nephis was still alive and even doing well. He had found himself fighting side by side with a shade of a tall warrior who was clad in splendid armor and wielding a fearsome spear, displaying worthy of a supreme. They made for a lethal and peculiarly harmonious duo, thriving in the chaos of battle. But there were simply too many enemies for them to slay. Just how deep is the Dutchman's hold? How countless souls had that fiend swallowed and subjugated over the ages? And where had it come from? Jet did not really believe the story about a lovesick captain and a cursed treasure he had found. The demon of repose was not someone who inspired love. She was someone who inspired terror. She was the very definition of the saying that there were worse things than death. Similarly, the captain of the Dutchman did not seem like someone who had been blinded by affection. He seemed like someone who had been blinded by a callous, malignant hunger for power. Someone who had sacrificed his soul in pursuit of a clear and sinister intent. Jet knew people well, all too well, really, and she especially knew those who lusted for the corruption of power. She had only looked the captain of the Dutchman in the eye once, but it was enough to recognize what kind of being he was. What is that bastard doing anyway? He should be halfway across the lake by now. Jet leaped back to create some distance between her and the nearest wraiths for a brief moment, then looked into the distance. There, hidden in the mist. Her eyes narrowed. Just then the looming silhouette of the Dutchman vanished. No, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into an eerie cutlass and fell into its captain's hand. Jet knew that because the captain of the Dutchman soared into the air in a breathtaking leap, breaching the remaining distance to the palace island and plummeting down in a whirlwind of viridian glow. A moment later, he landed in the shallows, rising a plume of foaming water, and cast the indifferent gaze of his distressing, sea-colored eyes at the struggling shadows. Jet pursed her lips. Crap. Chapter 26, 86, Twisted Truth. Crap. Sonny stumbled and leaned on the metal wall of the vast corridor to keep his balance. Sadly, there was mold growing on that wall, and as soon as his hand touched that mold, it started growing through his skin, too. Sonny stared at his hand, which was rapidly becoming something horrifying, then grimaced as he felt blood weave attacking the rapidly spreading mold with ferocious hunger. Not wishing to suffer the agony much longer, he turned his entire arm into a shadow, watched the disgusting black growths fall to the floor and stomped them. Then he made his arm tangible again, surreptitiously summoned the mantle, and encased himself in a carapace of black jade. The handy bracelet was still whispering into his ear by the time he did. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been. Sonny's expression turned somber for a moment. So it finally happened. He had finally met a being who could irrevocably obliterate his shades. The immortals of the Eternal City and the spectral warriors of the Wraith army had failed to truly vanquish even one. But as soon as the captain of the Dutchman descended upon the Shadow Legion in person, wielding his ghostly viridian cutlass with practiced skill, a dozen of them were destroyed in an instant. The bastard was strong. In fact, he was terrifying. And that was not even Sonny's greatest problem at the moment. Nightwalker turned around to look at him questioningly. What happened? Sonny lingered for a few seconds. It's the captain of the Dutchman. He joined the fray, and he's a familiar face. Of course, Sonny had recognized the sinister fiend instantly. He changed a lot from the last time he had seen him, being a wraith and a nightmare creature on top of that, but it was difficult to mistake him for anyone else. The captain of the Dutchman was. "Sonny, I know what the Dutchman is." Cassie's urgent voice made him sigh. So Sonny had recognized the captain of the cursed ship, while Cassie had gleaned what the ship itself was. How convenient. He inhaled deeply, a dark expression twisting his face. The helmsman of the Dutchman was none other than the bronze-skinned sea captain who had been one of the nine. The nine again. He frowned. Their malignant traces seemed to be everywhere in the dream realm, often turning into obstacles standing in Sonny's way. Was the ill-fated relationship between them and Weaver still pursuing Sonny, even after he became fateless? Or was it simply that anyone who sought the heights of power had no choice but to stumble onto the echoes of their unspeakable sins? Regardless, he would have been happier to learn that the captain of the Dutchman had turned out to be some abomination than a corrupted ghost of one of the nine. Having faced Slayer in battle, Sonny could not help but feel phantom pain at the prospect of facing another. He let out another sigh. "What the Dutchman is? Well, go on, tell me." Cassie answered in a moment. "The well of souls, it's the soul of Kanakit." Sonny's eyes widened a little. Suddenly a few pieces of knowledge clicked together, giving meaning to numerous of the mysteries of recent days. It was not a confirmed theory exactly, but he had a strong feeling that he was on the right path. The soul of Kanakit, the flesh of Kanakit. Nightwalker told them that the Dutchman had been hunting him for decades, because the map to the Eternal City was in his possession. And that old legend about the Well of Souls told the tale of a lovesick captain who had spent a lifetime searching for the Eternal City out of one-sided love for the demon of repose, only to be damned instead. But what if the truth had been twisted? Yuris of the Nine had been sent to infiltrate the Empire of War. Alethea had been sent to uncover the lies of the gods. Oro had received a mysterious mission that was supposedly the most distressing of them all. But what about the other six? Orphan had been sent to kill Weaver. Emedin had been sent to Nether so that Nether could rally his siblings and start the Doom War. Omer had been sent to convince Mirage to join. Those were three of the nine, receiving tasks having to do with three of the demons. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the nine had plans for the rest of the demons as well? Dread, desire, and repose. No, wait, am I forgetting one? Sonny frowned, then shook his head. If the captain was not in love with repose, but instead needed to get close to her to accomplish his mission, then the quaint legend gained a far more sinister meaning. And as to why he would out the soul of Kanakit, sacrifice himself to it, and then subjugate it instead. Why, Sonny could come up with any number of explanations. The simplest of them was a desperate need to gain power. After all, the nine had been meant to help the demons win the Doom War, and for that, they needed to walk far on the path of ascension. And while they were all fated, not all of them were orphan, who had become someone who managed to kill the demon of fate twice out of sheer grit and determination. Some would have needed to asterisk out shortcuts to might and power. Fusing with the soul of a supreme cursed to immortality by Shadow God would have been one such shortcut. It had worked so well, in fact, that the Dutchman and its captain survived the Doom War, while neither the gods nor the demons did. However, they had not survived it unscathed. They had both fallen into the vile depths of corruption. Sonny scowled. How much of that man is even left by now, after thousands of years of being corrupted? It wouldn't be much. Which posed the question of why that fiend was still so obsessed with the Eternal City. The answer to that question was quite obvious, though. It was because the flesh of Kanakit was here. He had already subjugated the soul of Kanakit, but once one tasted power, no amount of it was ever enough. So, perhaps the captain of the Dutchman had grown dissatisfied with being a harrowing wraith. Perhaps he wanted to gain a dreadful body, too. Ah, damn it all. Sonny cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. No, wait, no way. The flesh of Kanakit and the soul of Kanakit were currently here, in the Eternal City. But wasn't the heart of Kanakit here as well? Slain and trapped within Jet's mist blade, and if three of the ancient fiend's parts were here. Then Sunny had a suspicion about what the mysterious nightmare creature in the east was, as well. Chapter 26, 87 Mist Front. The captain of the Dutchman cleaved the formation of the Shadow Legion apart in an instant. The silent shades, which had seemed indomitable before, fell to his ghostly blade like autumn leaves. A moment later, the wraiths followed their commander into the breach, causing the dark phalanx to buckle. Not good. Ordinary shades had no chance in a clash against the sinister apparition. The champions of the Shadow Legion, meanwhile, were either too far away or preventing other sections of the formation from falling. Jet was the closest. Cassie was already whispering into her ear, relaying the new information about the Dutchman and its captain. Much stranger, though, was the fact that she heard the voice of the Lord of Shadows resounding in her other ear at the same time. He said, "You need to buy me time." Jet regarded the captain of the Dutchman for a split second. Gods. Somehow, it felt like he was coming directly for her. Sure, no problem. Her voice was even. Hearing its nonchalant tone, the Lord of Shadows let out a nervous laugh. At least one of us is calm, I guess. In any case, 4 of my incarnations are spread out around the battlefield. They are augmenting my warriors while suppressing the adversary. The Shadow Legion might be wiped out without them, but if you need me, I'll manifest them as avatars and come after the bastard myself. Jet smiled darkly. So he was offering his help. How caring. No need. She paused for a moment and then added in something that almost resembled hurry. I mean, no need for now. Let's see how things go fist. If you see me getting absolutely destroyed by that thing, do come rescue me post-haste. She could not see Sunny, whose voice seemed to be resounding from the shadows, but suspected that there was a grin on his needlessly handsome face at that moment. Deal. Cassie had finished talking as well, which meant there was no more time to waste. To hell with it. Jet tuned into mist. Flowing between the silent shades like a torrent, she enveloped the battlefield and surrounded the great wraith from all sides. His cutlass glowed in the fog like an ethereal beacon, drowning the world with its ghostly chill. Then 2 icy blue lights ignited in the mist. That was Jet assuming her human form. Taking a step forward, she lowered her war scythe and looked the cursed wanderer directly in the eye. She smiled faintly. I am the captain of the Night Garden's Soul Reaper, Jet. I was told to hold you off. The captain of the Soul of Kanak had looked quite like a man up close, well, a ghost of a man at least. He wore the tattered remnants of a lavish robe and a spectral chainmail underneath. His long hair was swept back and tied into a careless knot, revealing a narrow forehead. His skin would have been bronze if it weren't ethereal and translucent, suffused with a pale glow. No one would have mistaken him for a human, though, because of the monstrous madness burning in the depths of his cold, inhuman eyes. Jet's smile widened a little. But where's the fun in that? I think I'll just kill you instead. With that, she lunged forward. The captain of the Dutchman, the cursed wanderer, was not particularly powerful. In fact, he was a mere corrupted devil, or so Cassie had told. However, he had conquered and subjugated the great tyrant, Soul of Kanaket, and stole its power. It was a strange situation, where a minion of a powerful tyrant had come to rule his master. Stranger things have happened. Jet was a saint who rivaled supremes in terms of physical prowess, while the cursed wanderer was a devil who had taken the power of a great one for his own. They were supposed to be, if not equal, then at least existing in the same realm. However, practice was woefully different from theory. As soon as Jet attacked, she could feel a distressing wrongness to it all. The timing felt off and the space seemed twisted subtly. Her body was not responding to her commands as flawlessly as it should have, and her aim was slightly off. She was moving slower than she had expected. Her attack was weaker. It was as if the world itself was resisting her and aiding the nightmare creature. That felt suffocating. Jet could only compare it to how it had felt to be in the presence of powerful saints as a mere awakened. Their mystical presence had been like a physical pressure, threatening to send her falling to the ground. Similarly, the great wraith before her was exerting pressure. She knew what that pressure was as well. It was the will, the mysterious yet palpable force that those of the higher ranks knew how to wield. Sadly, although Jet was as strong as a supreme, she was not a sovereign. She could not even begin to imagine how to harness her own nascent will, let alone how to use it to suppress the influence of a far more ancient horror. But that was all right. Corruption must have rotted his brain. Having the will was neat, but the captain of the Dutchman seemed to have forgotten a simple fact, the simplest fact, really. In a battle between two skilled warriors, the one wielding a longer weapon usually won. Who asked you to turn the soul of Kanakat into a cutlass, idiot? Despite the world itself working against Jet, her war scythe reached the sinister apparition long before his sword could get anywhere near her. Granted, she was slower than she had hoped, and her aim was slightly off, but it still forced the cursed wanderer to block her attack with the blade of his ethereal cutlass. Jet had seen how easily that horrid blade cut down the shades, severing their inky black bodies as if meeting no resistance. After all, it was the soul of Kanak, a being far more ancient and powerful than they were, a remnant of a frightening fiend who was almost as old as existence itself. But when the soul of Kanak met the mist blade, a crack appeared on its surface, and the cursed wanderer reeled back. Finally, his mask of indifferent malice was lifted, revealing a rare moment of confusion and shock. Jet grinned. She was the Soul Reaper, after all. Her aspect allowed her to deliver tangible attacks to intangible souls. So why would anyone try to block her attacks, with the soul of Kanak? Chapter 26, 88 Third Contender. The cursed wanderer had not remained rattled for long. In fact, his shock only lasted a split second, then. He coldly pulled his cutlass away and moved forward, aiming to slip past the mist blade. He was so swift that time seemed to slow down to a crawl, with wisps of mist suspended in the air and unmoving. Of course, Jet was just as quick. She retreated at the same pace as he advanced, coldly calculating the odds. The shaft of her war scythe was long, so if she could just keep him at an optimal distance, the advantage would be hers. Conversely, if the sinister apparition got too close, she would die. So there was no way that she would allow him to move past the blade of her scythe. It is a bit funny, really. Here she was, fighting an eldritch horror in the heart of an eternal hell. And yet, the same principles that she had learned during her clumsy training spars at the academy could still decide the outcome of this fight. A thorough mastery of the basics had never let her down. The mist blade moved with swift and lethal precision, aiming to behead the great wraith. Usually, an adversary would have been able to easily deflect or block such an unsophisticated attack, but the cursed wanderer was wary of letting the soul of Kanak touch the ghostly scythe, so he had to dodge instead. And to do that, he had to give up on his attempt to get closer. Jet smiled. "Why are you running away, though?" This time, it was the sinister apparition who retreated a step, and it was she who advanced. For a few seconds, the two of them turned into a whirlwind of mist and cold steel, both aiming to cut the other down. The ground of the palace island cracked under the strain of their clash, and the surrounding shades had to retreat lest they be destroyed. The advance of the Wraith army stalled and then halted. The broken formation of the Shadow Legion received a chance to repair itself. But before it could, the whole island suddenly shook, and a blinding flash of white light illuminated the sky behind the palace. Jet briefly glanced east. Nephis. It seemed that the third contender had finally arrived. Shortly before, Nephis stood on the eastern shore of the island, leaning on the blessing. The turbulent expanse of the palace lake stretched before her, and on its other side, the ruins of the eternal city were locked in a constant cycle of destruction and restoration. The rubble was obscured by billowing clouds of black dust, and something was moving there under its veil. Getting closer. What could it be? Nephis did not know, but she felt something that she had not experienced in a long while. It was a hint of fear. The cold, insidious tendrils of fear crawled from under the wary apprehension that was familiar to her, making her heart ache. How strange. Was there still something in the world capable of frightening her? Even if there was, she saw no reason to assign that meaning to the unknown nightmare creature hiding in the black dust. So why was she afraid? Am I under some kind of mental attack? Nephis frowned. Surely that had to be it. She wouldn't experience fear otherwise. Let's see what that abomination is, then. She raised the blessing, intending to channel her flames and burn the dust away. but just before she could, a vague silhouette finally appeared from the dust. It was the thing Nephis feared. A man wearing a tattered spacesuit walked across the ruins while holding his hands behind his back. His face was obscured by the visor of the round helmet, but she could glean desiccated flesh through its cracks. The man halted for a moment at the edge of the water, then stepped on it lightly and walked leisurely across the surface of the lake. Neph's eyes narrowed. She remained motionless for a bit too, then quietly rose into the air. Flying to the middle of the lake, Nephis hovered just above the water, holding the blessing pointed down. The strange man continued to walk until he was only a few dozen meters away from her, then stooped, looking at her from beneath the cracked visor of his helmet. There was silence between them for a while, and then a low, croaking laugh resounded from the tattered helmet. "Little Nephis, my lovely girl, you're all grown up." Nephis did not answer. Then man studied her for a bit, then raised a hand tentatively as if wanting to touch her. His hand fell powerlessly back a moment later, though. "Won't you say hello to your Uncle Astor?" His voice almost sounded hurt. Neph stared at him silently, then a faint smile twisted her lips. "Is this what you think I fear?" The man shrugged slowly. "Love, hatred, fear, courage. Aren't they all human emotions? But we are not humans, you and I, we have never been human, and we certainly never will." Nephis chuckled joylessly. "Ah, I see. I guess that is what I fear as well." With that, she took a deep breath and stared at the man chillingly, white flames igniting in her eyes. "It was a good attempt, but you are not Asterian." She tilted her head a little, and then Ed in an aloof tone. "Although now that his name has been invoked, I guess he will be watching." Raising the blessing once again, she pointed it at the man in a tattered spacesuit and said evenly, "Let him see then. So what are you really? The mind of Kanakit, the thoughts of Kanakit, the folly of Kanakit, possibly." The man laughed. "Ah, a Nephilim. Of all the creatures in the world, why did I have to meet one of your vile kind?" Taking a step forward, he suddenly seemed to lose form, becoming vast and unfathomable. "What am I? Oh, the madness of Kanakit, that's what they called me." Nephis nodded somberly. "I see, well then." The blade of the blessing shone with a blinding radiance, and the water of the lake boiled under the immolating heat. "Get the hell out of my head." In the next moment, the world exploded into a distressing, pure, merciless white inferno. Chapter 26, 89 Eternal Engine. The palace was an eerie and inhospitable place. The smooth metal corridors stretched endlessly, filled with nothing but destruction, eerie black growths of mold and spores. Nightwalker seemed quite confident as he navigated their complicated maze, but it almost felt like he was choosing directions at random. Sometimes they would go up and sometimes they would go down. Some corridors were angled at a steep incline, some opened into bottomless wells. Some were filled with unrecognizable debris, some were empty. In any case, the longer they spent inside the palace, the less Sunny was convinced that it was a place where a demon had lived. The unidentifiable debris could have been furniture, true, but it looked more like broken pieces of esoteric machinery. There were no spaces fit for mundane activities. The layout was inexplicable. It felt like they were traveling the metal bowels of a giant, dead beast. Sunny had been to several strongholds that belonged to the demons. They were all subtly strange, as if built for someone who was similar in shape to a human, but not quite the same, except for the Tower of Hope, whose master had lived among humans and favored them. The Ebony Tower, the Jade Palace, the Mirror Castle, and the Night Garden all shared that trait, though. The Palace of the Eternal City was entirely different. It seemed more like a complicated mechanism than a home. Perhaps it was. After all, the Eternal City was basically a colossal space station. It had been created to exist in the vacuum of space, so it would make sense that there was a sorcerous engine at its heart. Sunny could just imagine how the palace had looked when the Eternal City drifted among the stars. It would have shone brightly with silver light, powerful torrents of stellar flame and soul essence rushing through these corridors. The palace was dark and lifeless now, though. Still, that did not mean that its sorcery was gone. "What is happening out there?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little glum. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then allowed himself to take a breath and used the air he inhaled to answer. The wraiths are pushing my shadows back. Jet is fighting the Dutchman and its captor. Oh, the Dutchman is the soul of Kanakhet, as it turns out. Nephis is fighting the madness of Kanakhet. Nightwalker stared at him silently, which prompted Sunny to add, Neve is still in one piece. His guide turned away and grunted quietly. Well, everything seems to be under control. Sunny sighed and shook his head. Does it? I guess it is for now. Sadly, one guest is yet to arrive. The Shadow Legion was holding back the wraiths, Jet was holding back the soul of Kanakhet, and Nephis was holding back his madness. All three battles were precarious, hanging in a delicate balance, but that was fine. What was not fine, however, was that the flesh of Kanakhet continued its evolution as they spoke, and once it became a titan, the fragile balance would be instantly shattered. Not to mention if the pieces of Kanakhet somehow merge. That'd probably be an unmitigated disaster. Body, soul, mind, and spirit. Those were all the parts of a living being Sunny knew of, except for the final one, Shadow. The flesh of Kanak, the soul of Kanakhet, and the madness of Kanakhet constituted the first free. The fourth one, the spirit, was with Jet in the form of the heart of Kanakhet. A part of that devil was bound by the mist blade, while some of it had been fused with her shattered soul core. The shadow of Kanakhet was missing, but then again it was not supposed to exist. After all, Kanakhet had been cursed by Shadow God. A person's shadow was their death, so would a deathless being possess one. Yuri's did have a shadow, but it had felt like a hollow and lifeless thing, like a shadow of an object, not of a living being. What was going to happen if the other parts of Kanakhet merged? Would that ancient fiend be reborn? That'd be suboptimal. Sunny did not even know how to deal with the flesh of Kanakhet aft, or its evolution, let alone the entirety of that undying bastard. So, it was in their best interest to prevent all parts of Kanakhet from coming anywhere near each other. It's a bit funny, though, isn't it? Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. What is? Sunny shrugged. That we went on this expedition to find the wharf, the lineage of Storm God, the trace left behind by a nebulous demon, and some treasure, of course. There are so many things to be gained in the Eternal City, but the other two forces that reached it actually came for the monsters guarding the treasure instead. The captain of the Dutchman and the madness of Kanakhet did not care about all the things that Sunny had wanted to take. All they cared about was the flesh of Kanakhet, which was why they had entered the deadly race to the Eternal City. Time was of the essence. How far are we from our destination, anyway? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. We're here. Before Sunny could feel surprised, they stepped into a vast hall. It was unlike any of the intersections they had passed before, circular in shape and grandiose in size. A deep pit took most of its expanse, surrounded by giant shards of a violently torn metal plate, almost like a bowl with a broken lid. Or a prison with a broken seal. The hall was dark and empty, like the rest of the palace. The mold was much thicker here, and wisps of gray fog drifted above the floor. Just before Nightwalker stepped into the fog, Sunny grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Don't touch that fog if you want to live, Nightwalker frowned. Why, what is it? Sunny looked around and answered in a distant tone. It's nothing. Ignoring Nightwalker's confusion, he studied the heart of the palace with a dark expression. Eventually, a pale smile appeared on his face. I guess we found the cage where the flesh of Kanakhet had been locked. Chapter 26, 90 Empty K. The demon of repose had once helped overthrow a being that was as old and eldritch as her. Kanakhet, one of the original humans born from the sparks of the flame of desire, bearer of the Shadow God's curse, and the king of the first human kingdom. The first human domain. She was most likely the one who had separated him into pieces and sealed each piece away, as well. The Eternal City had held one such seal, in fact, containing the flesh of Kanakhet might have been its original purpose. Now the Eternal City had fallen from the black skies, and the seal was broken. Sunny was looking at the torn fragments of its lid right now. Nightwalker blinked a few times. Nothing, what do you mean by nothing? Sunny sighed. Well, demons were never above stealing. Nether in particular felt comfortable lifting any useful idea that had been carelessly left laying around, be it by his siblings or the gods. It seemed that the demon of repose took a page out of the divine book as well. Carefully avoiding a wisp of gray fog, he added, "Nothing is what the gods used to seal the void. It is like a layer of insulation between the void and the bars of its cage, a state of absolute non-existence. Touch it, and you'll be erased from existence as well." He looked at Nightwalker and smiled. "Unless you're someone amazing like me, of course. I once spent close to a year enduring nothing. It was a terrible experience, so I do not recommend." Walking to the edge of the vast pit where the flesh of Kanak had been kept, he looked inside and grimaced. The mounds of repulsive mold growing inside resembled eerie black hills, with peculiar flowers opening their meaty petals at the sound of his steps. A deep frown slowly settled onto his face. Nightwalker remained silent for a while, then asked, Now what?" Sunny looked at him darkly. "Are you sure that this is the heart of the palace?" His youthful guide nodded. "Quite sure." Sunny looked away and scratched his head. "Then I have no idea, yet." The battle was raging outside. Jet was barely staying alive, and Nephis was fighting an ancient fiend proficient in mind attacks. No matter how formidable her mental defenses were, that made Sunny nervous. He had to solve this puzzle quickly. Nightwalker stared at him with disbelief. "That's it, you had no plan." Sunny frowned. How was I supposed to concoct a plan without knowing anything about what sorcery repose used to create the Eternal City? I had reasons to believe that I'll be able to dismantle it, okay. He paused for a moment and then added, "A long time ago I taught myself Weaver's sorcery to interfere with the sorcery of hope. I was merely an awakened back then, knew close to nothing, and was sitting alone in a cage. Needless to say, I am vastly more powerful now. I know far more, can do far more, and have become a far better sorcerer. I also have the others like me. So I should be able to at least break whatever sorcery the Demon of Repose left behind." Sunny threw another look into the pit and sighed heavily. "The problem is that I need to lay my eyes on the inner workings of that sorcery first. Do you see the problem?" Nightwalker hesitated a little, then looked around. "There's nothing here. Everywhere we've been inside the palace is the same, dead and empty." Sunny smiled faintly. Yes, quite ironic, to find nothing but death and emptiness in the heart of an immortal city. He remained silent for a while, then closed his eyes. His shadow sense was still being suppressed, but he cast it as wide as he could, which wasn't very wide, really. There has to be something. The palace was obviously a structure created to channel a powerful sorcery. Sunny had been confident of that fact even before entering these walls, but after walking between them, he was sure. The Demon of Repose had built the Eternal City around the palace. Every canal led to the lake surrounding it. The dome was highest above its spires. "Cassie, what is your intuition telling you?" Sunny used to have a supernatural intuition as well, but now that he was untethered from fate, it had become completely mundane. Cassie, meanwhile, had lost the ability to see the future, and yet she was still innately attuned to the great tapestry. She could sense the underlying connections between things, the intricate intersections of the strings of fate, the meaning hidden in them. So she was handy to have around, and since she practically lived in Sunny's head now, there was no need for her to be around even. Cassie did not answer immediately, then sent him a simple message. "Downed." Sunny sighed heavily. "Aw, damnation, I knew you'd say that." He looked at Nightwalker and summoned the helmet of the Jade Mantle. "Wish me luck." Nightwalker opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Sunny took a step forward and jumped into the pit. He landed into the mold, feeling it squelch and part under his weight. A black cloud of spores rose into the air, obscuring everything in sight, and the repulsive flowers moved, trying to envelop him with their petals. Sharp thorns scraped against his armor, leaving shallow scratches on it. Arg! It was disgusting. Breaking free of their hold, Sunny waded through the slithering mold, slowly making his way to the bottom of the pit. It was as if he was diving into an abhorrent mire. He had hoped to find what he was looking for there, buried under the mold. But to his disappointment, the bottom of the pit where the flesh of Kanak had been sealed was no different from the rest of the palace. There was nothing there. No runes etched into the metal, no diamond strings, no streams of essence, no strings plucked from the tapestry of fate and twisting onto each other. Just a vast expanse of bent, corroded metal. However, Sunny's eyes widened a little. There was something beneath the pit. Out there, on the very edge of his shadow sense. What the hell? He could sense shadows. Thousands of them motionless, still, silent. They were shadows that belonged to living beings. Chapter 26, 91, Red Lake. Lord of Shadows, Sunny, how much longer do you need? Jet's voice sounded strained. The battle was still raging around her, and the Shadow Legion was slowly losing ground. The silent shades had already vanquished myriad wraiths, but no matter how numerous enemies they destroyed, more and more revealed themselves from the mist. What was worse, torrents of ethereal light sometimes escaped from the cursed wanderer's ghostly cutlass, infusing the mist with viridian glow. That meant that there were more wraiths still contained within the soul of Canact, possibly of them, and that the ranks of the undying army were constantly being replenished. Jet herself was barely holding on. Her battle with the captain of the Dutchman was furious, but at the same time strange. The great wraith was dodging and evading all of her attacks instead of facing them directly, while she did everything in her power to keep him at a distance. Despite the harrowing forces unleashed by their clash, neither had received a single wound yet. That was because one strike of the Viridian cutlass was all it would take to kill Jet. The cursed wanderer, meanwhile, was simply too powerful and diabolical to allow her scythe to touch him. Jet had managed to build a solid defense through arduous effort. However, she could not mount an effective offense no matter how hard she tried. And she was trying truly hard, fighting both against the world itself and against her own limits. On the surface, this state of things was beneficial to her. After all, she did not really need to kill the sinister apparition. Her task was merely to hold him back. But in reality, the future looked more and more bleak with each passing moment. That was because battles of such intensity usually did not last this long. When a transcendent poured so much of themselves into the battle, going above and beyond to match the power of a superior adverse. The outcome was more likely than not decided in a matter of seconds. Jet, however, had been locked in a furious melee with the cursed wanderer for gods, she did not even know how long. The body and soul might have been unscathed, but her reserves of essence were slowly diminishing. Worse than that, she was growing tired. The encroaching exhaustion was not of the physical kind, but rather a mental one. It took a lot to maintain her mind in a state of utmost focus, and by now her intense concentration was showing signs of decay. She had not made a mistake yet, but at this rate, one was inevitable. And one mistake was all it took to lose one's life in the world of the nightmare spell, which was why Jay was trying to find out how much longer she needed to hold. This time, Sunny's voice did not resound from the shadows around her. Instead, Cassie whispered softly into her ear. He found a thread. Now he just needs to pull on it. There's no telling how long that will take, though. Keep fighting for a little more. Jet gritted her teeth. That's what she said the last time. At that moment, the cursed wanderer finally managed to get past her defenses. The mist blade was just a split second late, but that allowed the great wraith to evade it and lunged forward with chilling malice. Jet barely managed to position the shaft of her weapon in a way that prevented her adversary from impaling her with his sword. He did not try, though. Instead, the captain of the Dutchman took a rapid step and reached for Jet with his hand. The moment his palm touched the black leather of her armor, Jet screamed. No, it was her body that opened her mouth, threw her head back, and let out a terrifying wail. She had no say in it. In the next moment, it was as if an invisible wall slammed into her. Jet was tossed far back, collided with the silent shades, and fell to the ground. She spat a mouthful of blood and weakly rose to her feet. As she looked in the direction of the cursed wanderer, her expression darkened. What the hell is this thing? Out there on the other side of the palace lake, something colossal and terrifying was rising in the mist. Jet cursed quietly. I guess we've run out of luck after all. The rivers of mangled flesh that had been converging from all across the eternal city under the awful weight of the crushing finally fused together, forming a second lake, a viscous, red lake of blood and pulverized tissue. The red lake was made up from the obliterated bodies of all the corrupted immortals. It swallowed an entire island, drowning the ruins. Its surface seethed and rippled, enduring the pressure of the crushing. And then it began to swell. An enormous lump grew in its middle, rising high into the air. From afar, it looked as if a red mountain was growing in the heart of the eternal city. Then the mountain burst, and a colossal arm rose into the dark sky of this sunken hell. Jet paled. The bones were formed first, growing at a startling speed. Bloody marrow seeped down, escaping through rapidly disappearing seams. Then tendons wrapped themselves around the bones, followed by huge ropes of firm muscle. Patches of skin grew atop the muscles, but then something went wrong. Instead of covering the huge arm entirely, the patches of skin blackened and shrank instead. The muscles contorted and spasmed in a revolting display of deformation, and the bones were twisted. In the end, the colossal arm remained incomplete, or possibly simply different, towering above the ruins like a profane monument. Blood flowed down its immense length, and a rot was spreading through its tissue. The huge arm resembled that of someone who had recently been flayed. Then, it fell, allowing its palm to press against the ruins. And another one was unleashed. Together, they began to pull the body of the flesh of Kanakhet out of the red lake slowly. Chapter 26, 92, Birth of a Titan. An enormous being slowly rose from the red lake, absorbing it. After the two gigantic arms, a back with a bent spine showed itself next. Then, the top of a bloody skill, uneven shoulders, and an endlessly stretching torso. Finally, two towering legs were formed from the last remains of the lake, ending in stumped feet. The being crawled across the ruins, pressed into them by the crushing, then opened its maw and let out a dreadful, deafening, tortured wail. The twitching muscles on the creature's gigantic arms contracted once again, and it slowly pushed itself off the ground. Hell! In the next moment, Jet had no more time to study the titanic figure of the newly evolved flesh of Kanakhet. The captain of the Dutchman appeared from the mist, and a split second later, his cutlass was already flying through the air to cut off her head. Jet felt like she was drowning in her own blood, but she still managed to evade, mumbling curses as she struggled to draw a breath. She had to dedicate her entire focus to Bat, tealing the great wraith once more. And yet the image of the newborn Titan remained in her mind, as if burned into it. That thing looked like a huge human, or rather, like a failed attempt to create a human. Its titanic body was horrid and misshapen and covered in patches of disgusting rot. The creature's skin was entirely missing, revealing contorting muscles that were constantly seeping blood. Its deformed skull was half buried in slithering flesh, with a lower jaw that hung askew, barely attached to the rest of its face with rotting cartilage. There was no intelligence in the deep dark pits of its missing eyes, just bestial and hungry lights. Jet did not know whether the ghastly state of the flesh of Kanakhet was due to the crushing or simply due to the rot of corruption that permeated it. What she did know, however, was that the abhorrent thing was, without a doubt, a Titan. As she fought the cursed wanderer, the flesh of Kanakhet slowly rose to its feet and straightened. Its size was so enormous that its head almost reached the roof of the invisible dome, the same size as the monumental edifice of the palace. Damn it! Things were not looking good for them. Out there across the lake, the flesh of Kanakhet let out another groan of agony and took an earth-shattering step forward. At the same time, the cursed wanderer landed another blow, sending Jet flying back. She fell on the ground and rolled, feeling blood streaming down her face. Her vision turned blurry as the blood got into one of her eyes, burning it. Not too far away, Neve's harpoon shattered, leaving him unarmed. The dark castle warily moved back as the Wraith army advanced up the shore of the palace island. The Shadow Legion was dwindling, and with every shade it lost, its eventual defeat seemed more and more cemented. In the east, hidden from view by the soaring mass of the palace, flashes of blinding white light were getting closer and closer to the shore. Nephis was being pushed back as well. Jet winced and spat out blood, turning into a wraith and shifting away to avoid the deadly blow of the Viridian cutlass. Assuming her human form again, she raised the mist blade and pointed it at the cursed wanderer tiredly. She wasn't feeling too well. "Sonny, are you perhaps about done?" There was a second of silence, and then Cassie's voice resounded in her head once again. "He needs a few more minutes." Jet sighed. At this rate, they'll all be dead in a few more minutes. The expedition and its reinforcements could face the madness of Kanakhet, the flesh of Kanakhet, or the soul of Kanakhet and its master, but not all of them at the same time. If they wanted to last several minutes in this hell, one of their enemies had to die. Looking at the cursed wanderer, Jet grinned and slowly lowered the mist blade. As she did, The long war scythe changed form, turning into a black khopesh and robbing her of her reach advantage. The mist turned frigidly cold, and a layer of ice formed on the shattered ground. She grasped her sickle sword and lowered her stance a little, looking at her adversary with a dark intensity. "Your heart once told me to surrender and succumb, you know." Her grin widened a little. Guess who succumbed in the end? As the flesh of Canak took another step, approaching the palace lake, the cursed wanderer lunged forward. Jet did as well. In the depths of the palace, Sunny had stepped through the shadows and moved past the floor of the vast circular pit. There was nothing but solid metal beneath it, stretching for about 100 meters down. The reach of his suppressed shadow sense just barely allowed him to perceive a hollow space below, appearing under its ceiling. He cursed and prepared to plummet down. There was another great hall hidden under the sealed chamber, this one entirely circular in shape, with no doors leading into its vast expanse. Sunny expected to fall down, but to his surprise, he didn't. In fact, he felt oddly weightless, drifting in the air. Well, not exactly air. There was no air in the spherical hall to speak of, only the cold void of vacuum. There was no gravity, either, so Sunny found himself in a peculiar state of falling endlessly while standing in place. Summoning a tentacle out of shadows, he pulled himself to the roof of the hall or its floor, depending on perspective, and manifested another shadow in a thin layer on the sole of his boot, instilling an adhesive quality to its composition. Stepping onto the cold metal, he found himself sticking to it. He looked around. How is this possible? All around him there stood shadows. They were the shadows of the immortals of the Eternal City. Chapter 26, 93 Void Chamber. Cold. The vacuous chamber was filled with nothing but stark light, shadows, and unbearable cold. Even Sunny, whose supreme body was encased in the soulbound carapace of the jade mantle, could feel all warmth swiftly draining from his body. At the same time, he raised a hand. His palm was drowning in impenetrable darkness, while the back of his hand was shining with radiant light. It had turned luminous in the fierce torrents of blinding radiance that poured between the shadows, on the verge of turning to ash. Feeling his skin starting to blister beneath the sublime jade, Sunny grimaced and hid his hand in the shadows. The vast spherical chamber was drowned in the radiance of a fierce silver conflagration that burned in its center, suspended in the vacuum like a miniature star. In fact, perhaps it was a star, just like the one imprisoned inside the lighthouse. If so, this one was even smaller, so much so that Sunny could easily grasp it with his hands. Of course, he would be incinerated long before reaching its radiant halo. The vast emptiness of the chamber, the deep shadows, the luminous flame burning in the center of the dark void like a beating heart. It was like a miniature model of the void, and the flame of desire almost. The shadows of the immortals stood silently on the concave walls of the chamber, bathed in starlight, lonesome and lost. Most of them belonged to humans, but some resembled beasts. Some were small, others were vast. Some Sunny recognized, the rest of them were unfamiliar. He wanted to chuckle, but no sound escaped from his lips. After all, there was no air in the chamber, so nothing could carry his voice. So the old man was right, after all. Back at the lighthouse, Nightwalker joked that the demon of repose drew inspiration from the curse Shadow God had placed upon Canak when designing the Eternal City. He turned out to be more right than any of them had imagined. This is her sorcery. Canak had been denied death, cursed to exist forever devoid of its final embrace. Therefore, he did not have a shadow. Shadow God had taken it away. So this was how the demon of repose had created her immortals as well. She had separated them from their shadows and then sealed the shadows in the heart of the palace, preventing them from both returning to their owners and making the journey to the shadow realm. That was why the prisoners of the Eternal City were immortal. They could not die because their deaths existed somewhere else. Their deaths were in front of Sunny. Of course, he had no idea how the demon of repose had managed to sever living beings from their shadows without killing them. Neither did he know how she had been able to trap the orphaned shadows and overcome the pull of the shadow realm. Apart from that, Sunny could only guess why the buildings of the Eternal City endlessly restored themselves as well. What was sustaining the dome above the city? How was the destructive heat of the imprisoned stars contained? Was it harvested? And what means had the demon of repose used to realize her sorcery? Sunny did not know any of these details. However, he did not need to know all the answers to make a mess of things. Destroying something was far easier than creating it, after all. Especially because Sunny was uniquely suited to destroy this particular manifestation of divine sorcery. Before that, though, he had to solve another problem. A very serious problem. Ah, damn it all. The void chamber had been created to trap shadows. And Sunny was a shadow. His shadow sense was flawlessly contained within the sphere of starlight and darkness, so he could not use shadow step. He could not travel to the waking world either. He could not summon his shadows or call upon his shades. In fact, he could not do anything to leave this empty place at all. The void chamber had been created to cut off a part of the world from the universal laws of existence, after all. It was a place that barred passages to the shadow realm, so how was a mere supreme supposed to escape it? Sunny remained motionless for a short while, then walked across the metal surface of the chamber's wall by alternating the adhesive nature between the soles of his boots. Reaching the nearest shadow, he reached out to it. Nothing happened when he touched it. Nothing happened when he commanded it to enter his soul and submit to him, either. However, when he cajoled and soothed it quietly, it hesitantly turned to him and then vanished without a trace. A new shade was added to his legion. That was promising enough. Sadly, it was also not going to help him make the dreadful immortals mortal once again quick enough, simply because there was a myriad of them in the void chamber, and he could not afford himself the luxury of convincing each one to submit individually. Sunny walked among the orphaned shadows, looking around intently and absorbing them into his soul one after another. He was searching for something, but at the same time he was thinking fiercely about how to escape this place. Eventually, Sunny stopped and lowered his head for a moment. Then he glanced up with a dark smile. All right then. It was not a problem. He figured out how to destroy the sorcery of the demon of repose, and the solution was simple. Since the orphaned shadows could not travel to the shadow realm, he was going to bring the shadow realm to them. As the light of the star burning in the center of the void chamber grew a little dimmer, Sunny raised a hand and summoned a particular memory. Of course, it was the shadow lantern. Thus spoke Weaver, they will open the gates. Grasping the shadow lantern in his hand, he opened its gate. The gate of shadow drew his arm back, and then tossed the lantern toward the center of the chamber. As soon as the gate of shadow opened, it was as if an invisible ripple spread through the vast, vacuous expanse, as if a cold wind blew across the space that had no air. A powerful pull descended upon the spherical chamber like a reverse crushing. Of course, it only affected the shadows. All of them turned to the delicate stone lantern simultaneously. And then the first of them was suddenly sucked into its open gate. Chapter 26, 94 Call of Shad. Oh, crap. The shadow lantern was a divine memory, but it had always been subtle and understated. Usually, nothing flashy really happened when Sunny opened its gate. In fact, nothing happened at all. It was on him to either command or coax shadows into entering or call them back from the other side. That was not what was transpiring at the moment, though. As soon as the gate of shadow opened, a strange ripple spread through the void chamber, and the blinding radiance of the immolating star imprisoned in its center seemed to dim a little. A powerful pull descended upon the shadows, drawing them toward the shadow lantern, which drifted away from Sunny in the weightlessness while spinning slowly. Then, the shadow lantern suddenly froze in place, rooting itself into the world like a pillar of existence. That was when the trouble began. Everything seemed to stand still for a moment, and then the world shook. What the... Sunny lost his balance and fell to his knees. Raising his head, he glanced at the distant shadow lantern with wide eyes. Its small gate suddenly seemed vast and boundless like the realm of death itself, and the subtle pull it was exerting on the orphaned shadows turned annihilating. More than that, it was growing more overwhelming with each moment. Even Sunny was dragged into the air, only managing to hold himself in place by sinking the claws of his armored gauntlet into the metal floor. All around him, the shadows of the immortals, hundreds of thousands of them, were slowly floating upward, pulled toward the boundless darkness of the gate of shadow. It was like a dark, twisted version of the rapture. The laws of existence had been defied by the stubborn will of the demon of repose for untold eons, and now the universe seemed to be zealously correcting itself, using the shadow lantern as its conduit. At least that was what it felt like to Sonny, who found himself caught in that violent process. The fierce white star was still burning in the heart of the void chamber, but now there was an opposite singularity mirroring it, a flawlessly dark dot that was pulling everything toward itself. Shadows were pouring into the maw of the shadow lantern, and it seemed as if it was consuming the torrents of blinding stellar light with them. With every shadow that passed through the gate of shadow, the radiant light of the imprisoned star was growing a little dimmer. And not good. Sonny had thought that the shadow lantern was only exerting its pull on the shadows, but when the metal floor he was clinging to deformed and bent upward, he realized that he was wrong. The entire place seemed to be slowly imploding. Outside the palace, Cassie was standing on the walls of the dark castle. The harrowing battle between the allied forces of the Flame and Shadow domains and the dreadful union of the remnants of Canachet was raging all around her, but she was suddenly distracted by something else. A drop of something cold had just landed on her head. Raising a hand, Cassie brushed her fingers across her forehead and then brought them to her lips. She tasted salt, not blood, water. Raising her head as if wishing to gaze at the dark sky, she frowned. She had to wait for one of her marks to do the same before she could see anything. Drops of water were falling down on the vast ruins of the Eternal City, splashing against the rubble here and there, as if it was about to rain. Naturally, it was impossible for rain clouds to gather above the sunken city, which could only mean one thing. Sonny, what the hell did you do? It could only mean that the dome above the Eternal City was failing. His voice resounded in her head a moment later. Well, about that, do you remember how I promised to unravel the sorcery of repose, I think? Far away in the heart of the palace, Sonny's avatar rippled and turned int. Oh, the four-armed devil, using all his claws and even his tail to hold onto the bending floor. I think I succeeded a little bit too hard. Sonny cursed under his breath and rushed across the imploding void chamber, looking around frenetically. The luminous star was slowly losing its radiance, while the black gate facing it seemed to be becoming darker and darker. It was like a spherical rift in the fabric of existence by now, surrounded by a flowing halo of light that disappeared into its vast darkness. The void chamber was gradually growing smaller as it collapsed on itself. Where are you? Where the hell are you? Sonny's gaze was jumping between the floating shadows. His other senses were searching as well. He had almost made a full circle around the imploding chamber by the time he finally found what he was looking for. Found you! Sonny wanted to shout, but there was no air in his lungs, and none for him to inhale anywhere around. Hesitating for a moment, he let go of the deformed metal floor and launched himself into the air. The gate of shadow pulled him toward it with frightening force, but he had accounted for its draw already. Flying across the maelstrom of stellar radiance and deep darkness, he reached a particular shadow and grabbed it. Grabbing a shadow seemed like an impossible feat, but he willed his hand to do just that against all reason. Sorry, buddy, it's not time for you to find peace yet. The shadow he grabbed belonged to Nightwalker. Twisting in the air, Sonny manifested a heavy kunai linked to a black chain in his hands and threw it back toward the caving floor. The kunai pierced deep into the weakened metal, and Sonny held to the chain for his dear life, relying on it to keep him from falling into the frightening black hole of the Gate of Shadow. It was not time to leave the chamber yet. Hold on tight. He did not say those words aloud, and the shadow of Nightwalker would not have heard him anyway. But it seemed to grow still in his grasp. The void chamber was slowly coming undone around them. And around the chamber, the palace was coming undone as well. Chapter 2695, A Castle Built on Fog. A grotesque laughter surrounded Nephis as she flew above the lake, illuminating its turbulent surface with her radiance. She had long assumed the form of the spirit of flame, wielding the blessing to battle the madness of Canachet. The ancient nightmare creature was like a vast cloud of smoke and black dust that constantly changed and shifted, obscuring hundreds of twisted forms that seemed to be hidden in its dark depths. It had no claws, no fangs, and no hands to wield deadly weapons. However, it had no blood to be spilled, no heart to be pierced, and no head to be severed either. Its form was whatever madness consumed its enemies, and its power was whatever obsession made them weak. The delusions given form by the black dust wielded monstrous strength, capable of shattering mountains and ripping titans apart. What truly made the madness of Canak frightening, however, was the terrifying onslaught of insidious mental attacks it unleashed upon its victim. Nephis could feel it as she invoked the name of destruction and channeled her flames through the blessing, summoning a fierce firestorm, a malevolent presence invading her mind to infest it with a ghastly delirium. Tormented by unbearable pain and dazed by the encroaching delusion, she chillingly commanded the storm of flames to swallow the billowing expanse of black smoke. The madness of Canak laughed louder as it burned. "More, burn me more, hurt me more, more." The vast cloud was incinerated, turning into a maelstrom of ash. However, a second later, the ash turned into smoke and black dust again, flowing forward like a flood to swallow her. That was the worst of it. No matter how many times Nephis destroyed the madness of Canak, it never seemed to die. Did you know, Nephilim? An avalanche of devastating blows rained on her from all sides, forcing Nephis to dance in the air with her sword to defend herself. "I've never met anyone as mad as you." Nephis cut the world with her will, creating Arift in the boundless expanse of the madness of Canak. She escaped its dark vastness and spun to deliver another strike. A torrent of white flame spanning hundreds of meters fell from above, severing the black cloud in two. As soon as it touched the water, a deafening explosion rang, and everything became enveloped in steam. "I draw power from madness and your mind. Ah, what a delicacy! What a feast!" A moment later, the madness of Canak was already mended and rushed forward to push her closer to the shore. Nephis suppressed a groan, disoriented by the blinding pain of her flaw. She was usually better at enduring it, but her mind was weakened by the constant assault of the vile delirium. Ugh. They had assumed that the delirium consuming her mind was strictly an attack meant to infect and debilitate her, but as it turned out, its main purpose was the opposite. It used her own mind to strengthen the madness of Canak. Nephis knew that she was not the most normal person. Her desires had always bordered on obsession, and her resolve had always been far more extreme than that of most people. All people, really, as far as she could tell. On top of that, she was supreme, and all supremes had to be a little mad to sustain the heavy weight of their unreasonable defiance. So if the madness of Canak drew power from the derangement of its victims, it could gain quite a lot from her. But Nephis had invoked the name of passion at the start of their battle, adding fuel to her already scathing desires. That was a way to strengthen her will, but it had also inadvertently granted her enemy a far greater boon. No wonder the fiend was so dreadfully strong. It is strange, though. The madness of Canak descended upon her like a swarm of horrors, making the lake boil. "There is so much of you missing. Your mind is a ruin already through no effort of my own. Who maimed you that way?" Nephis measured the remaining distance to the palace island and frowned. How was she going to win this battle? "What do you mean?" Despite her torment and mental anguish, her voice remained even. A sinister growl resounded from within the harrowing black cloud, washing over her like a wave. "There are holes everywhere here. There are things missing. It is as if someone tore out half of your heart and replaced it with fog. How can a castle stand on fog? Ah, I've never seen such a strange creature before." Nephis hesitated for a split second. Was he talking about the gaps left in her memory after the tomb of Ariel? How did it know? And what did it know? No, what had that thing said? It had seemed important. That split second of hesitation was enough for a crushing blow to land on her radiant body, infecting the white flames with swirls of darkness. She let out a scream, which drowned in the grotesque laughter of the madness of Canak. "You and I are not that different, are we?" Burning the infection out of herself, Nephis allowed the pain to cleanse her mind and unfolded her wings. The black dust around her melted, and the smoke was immolated. Air itself combusted, causing a destructive chain reaction and creating a bubble of cold vacuum. Embraced by the deadly cold, Nephis raised the blessing. At this point, the wisest choice was to release the name of passion and rob her enemy of some of its power. Her radiant figure blazed with merciless light as the air, the smoke, and the black dust rushed into the vacuum. "You feed on madness." She smiled. Let's see how much you can eat then. With that, she invoked the names. The name of hatred, the name of love, the name of despair, the name of courage, the name of wrath. She called upon every passion and its every shade, drowning herself in unbearable, overwhelming emotions. She let herself be consumed by madness. The madness of Kanakhet reeled. Chapter 26, 96 Cog in the Machine. What the hell, why is it raining? A heavy downpour was descending on the ruins of the Eternal City. The drops of water seemed to move slowly as Jet staggered back, barely keeping her balance. Her face was smeared with blood, and her body was broken, and yet she was still full of fight. Now that the mist blade had assumed the form of a khopesh, she did not have the advantage of reach anymore. The cursed wanderer was still avoiding letting their blades cross, which held him back, but he had managed to land far more attacks with his fists and feet now, as well as his elbows, knees, shoulders, and forehead. The bastard really knew his hand-to-hand combat. It was as if he had spent thousands of years doing nothing but participating in fistfights. How come? Groaning quietly, Jet turned her torso to avoid the ghostly cutlass and counterattacked, trying to sink her sword into the ethereal body of the great wraith. The rain made it harder to see. In front of her, the flesh of Kanakhet had already reached the palace lake and stepped into it. The water barely reached its knees, and the enormous monstrosity waded through it, painting the lake red. Now that it was not slowed down by the crushing anymore, it was advancing faster. Around Jet, the Shadow Legion was being pushed back by the endless tide of wraiths. Worse than that, the army of silent shadows was also shrinking. There were barely half of them left by now. Behind Jet, meanwhile, was she imagining things, or were the walls of the palace faintly bending inward? What did he do? She could not be sure, but was pretty much convinced that the Lord of Shadows had done something insane. Not that it mattered to her at the moment. All that mattered was defeating the soul of Kanakhet and its master. Jet forced out a smile as she dove under the whistling cutlass and tried to strike it with the mist blade from below. The cursed wanderer pulled his sword back with impossible speed, easily avoiding her trap, and slammed his palm into her abdomen. Arg! This time, something vital ruptured inside of her. A torrent of blood flowed from her mouth, and Jet staggered back once again. Can you give me a moment? She grinned through the pain. The sinister apparition did not wait until she recovered naturally. He moved forward, intending to use her wounded state and finish her off. If one thought about it, getting beaten that badly but somehow failing to die was quite an achievement. Then again, she had been dead this whole time. The cursed wanderer was making a mistake if he thought he could cut her down that easily, though. He must have made a judgment about the power of his enemies based on what the silent shadows and the champions of the Shadow Legion could do. But Jet was neither. Jet was a proud subject of the human domain. So just as her body was about to fail her, a soft glow suffused her skin, and a pleasant warmth permeated her body. Embraced by Neph's purifying flames, Jet was healed and mended, restored to flawless health. That was the blessing of the human domain and its radiant, distant ruler. That was the power of the immortal flame, of the unquenchable longing. Of course, Neph's power was not absolute. She had to be paying attention to heal those who served her, and even her boundless supply of soul essence was not really inexhaustible. However, Jet was one of the special few who always enjoyed her attention. That was her privilege as a former member of Changing Stars' cohort and an irreplaceable cog in the great machine of humanity. The cursed wanderer did not expect his enemy to suddenly be healed, so he fell into a momentary disadvantage. That was Jet's chance to end this fight, or at least lay the foundation of his defeat. Sadly, she failed. No matter how unexpected her recovery was, the great wraith was simply too powerful to be taken down. He easily avoided the mist blade, then unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Jet. Deadly attacks rained on her from all sides, as if the bastard was in several places at the same time. By the time severed drops of rain fell to the ground, Jet was bruised and battered once again, and white radiance enveloped her figure once more. Damn it! She threw a calculating gaze at the approaching colossus of mangled flesh. Time was running out. In fact, there was almost no time left at all. Which meant that she had to do something drastic. The hilt of the black khopesh lay comfortably in her hand. This was the form of the mist blade that contained the soul of the heart of Kanakit, the most powerful soul in her possession. Because of that one soul, the mist blade was akin to a supreme weapon of the fourth tier, instead of being equal to Jet's own rank and class. It also infused the mist blade with a special ability. All souls it bound did, but the heart of Kanakit granted Jet an especially potent one. It was the ability to stop the flow of time for everyone except herself for one heartbeat. Needless to say, such an ability was incredibly deadly. However, it was not without drawbacks, the main being that it consumed pretty much all of her essence. For somebody else, that might have been merely inconvenient, but for Jet, it was fatally perilous. It meant that she had to be certain that she would be able to kill something in that single heartbeat. If she did, their death would nourish her arid soul. If not, she would die instead. The risk was real and palpable. The situation, however, was similarly desperate, and since Jet had known that it would become desperate, she transformed the mist blade into a kopish in advance. Can kill that fiend instantly. Jet wasn't sure, but she was willing to find out. Chapter 2697, Wraith Gambit. Cassie, that thing is getting closer. Out there beyond the calamitous battle, the flesh of Kanakit had already reached the middle of the lake. The dream gate had long vanished, and nothing stood between it and the shattered shore. The titanic horror gazed down, an eerie malice emanating from the dark, bleeding chasms of its empty eye sockets. Its dislocated jaw swayed, putting strain on the elastic bands of muscle holding it in place. What the hell, damn, why is this thing so creepy? Jet retreated from the ghostly blade of the cursed wanderer, knowing that she could not escape it much longer. The dwindling formation of the Shadow Legion had been pushed back, retreating all the way to the walls of the dark castle. If she took another step back, their defeat would become inevitable. Don't worry about the Titan, Jet. You have enough on your plate. Jet smiled. Cassie was undoubtedly right. Torrential rain was falling onto the ruins of the Eternal City. The Ivory Island was frozen in the dark sky above the palace, surrounded by cascading waterfalls. The Pal. Ace itself was slowly collapsing in on itself, its metal walls groaning as they bent inward. Just then, another blinding white flash illuminated the world. This time, however, it did not dim, only growing brighter. It was as if a sun was rising from behind the crumbling palace. The Eternal City was welcoming day for the first time since it sank to the bottom of the storm sea. It seemed like Nephis was getting serious. It's now or never, I suppose. Jet glanced at the cursed wanderer with cold, calculating malevolence. Could she do it, could she not? The bound soul of the heart of Kanakit granted her the ability to freeze time for a single heartbeat. At least that was how the spell described it. A heartbeat was an unreliable measure of time, though. Different hearts beat at different rates depending on the circumstances, after all. Jet's heart, for example, did not beat at all at times. So it would be more accurate to say that she would be able to move in the frozen time for a single moment. Could Jet slay the sinister apparition in a single moment? She did not know. Worse than that, she did not know if the cursed wanderer would remain still when she froze time. He had usurped the power of the soul of Kanakit, which meant that he had also usurped its will. And those who wielded the will could often resist the powers of those who did not. As Jet looked at the cursed wanderer, her gaze kept being drawn to the ghostly cutlass glowing with an ethereal viridian glow in his hand. The soul of Kanakit. Just then it flashed with a cold halo of viridian light. The light drowned in the mist, and countless spectral figures suddenly became visible in it, ready to join the Wraith army's assault. Ah, to hell with this. She lunged forward. What's the worst that can happen? I'll die. Jet could not help but smile at her own joke as she delivered a recklessly powerful downward cut with the mist blade. The great Wraith avoided it easily by taking a step back. A moment later, he would regain solid footing and use the opening created by her reckless attack to launch his own, probably delivering her a deadly blow. But Jet reached into the mist blade and activated the ability granted to it by the heart of Kanakit. That deadly blow would have to come in 2 seconds, no one. The flow of time around her came to an abrupt halt. The gigantic, monstrous figure of the flesh of Kanakit stopped mid-step. Drops of rain froze in the air. The mist ceased its swirling advance, suffused with ethereal light. The flood of eerie wraiths became a motionless canvas. The crumbling phalanx of black shades became a still painting drawn against its background with ink. The soul of Kanakit was slowly swelling with another flash of viridian light. In the frozen time, only one thing moved, Jet. She pulled her sword back up, aiming to pierce the cursed wanderer's chest. But then the sinister apparition suddenly moved as well. Slowly, he shifted his gaze and stared directly at Jet. His torso began to turn, and the hand holding the ghostly cutlass started to move forward. Bastard! Jet tried to calculate if she would be able to strike him still. Would one strike be enough? The cursed wanderer was a corrupted devil, which meant that he had 4 soul cores. Souls usually collapsed long before all of their cores were destroyed. But would the same hold true for a wraith, a naked soul infused with malevolent will? Can I cut him 4 times in one heartbeat? Jet felt that she could, even if she was not entirely confident. But her gaze kept turning to the soul of Kanakit. In the end, she wasted her heartbeat to consider it silently, and then turned into a wraith herself. Time resumed its flow. The flesh of Kanak took a step. Drops of rain fell to the ground. The mist swirled as it washed over the ferocious violence of the battle between the Shadow Legion and the Wraith army. The ghostly cutlass shot toward Jet's heart, however it never pierced it. Because as soon as time resumed its flow, the mist blade slashed across the cursed wanderer's wrist, severing it. The sinister apparition's hand, as well as the soul of Kanakite grasped in it, soared into the air. Reaching forward, Jet grabbed the hilt of the ghostly cutlass. As soon as it was in her grasp, she dashed back while holding both swords in her hands. The mist blade in one, the soul of Kanakit in the other. Jet created some distance between herself and the cursed wanderer, then landed on the ground and glanced at him with a dark smile. "You did not like that, did you?" The great wraith silently lunged forward. He was a little bit late, though. Jet glanced down at the hand that held the soul of Kanakit. Somehow her hand looked even less substantial than usual. It was rapidly growing blurred, like a wisp of mist being dispelled by the wind, and drawn into the ominous viridian cutlass. Jet's smile dimmed a little. Crap. In the next moment, she vanished in a flash of ethereal light. The ghostly cutlass clattered to the broken ground. Chapter 26, 98 Metal Coffin. In the void chamber of the palace. What used to be the void chamber, Sonny let out a silent scream as the vast space around him was slowly turning into a narrow metal coffin. It felt like the fabric of reality itself was coming undone around him as the shadows, the light, and the world itself were being drawn into the impenetrable black maw of the Gate of Shadow. The star that used to burn in the center of the chamber was barely giving off any light by now, having turned into a luminous sphere of liquid flame. With every moment, it was growing dimmer and dimmer. The chamber itself, meanwhile, had long lost its spherical shape. Its walls bent inward in jagged mounds of folded metal, coming closer and closer together. He was still clinging to a black chain, holding to it with all his supreme strength. However, the smaller the void chamber grew, the closer he came to the halo of flowing light that surrounded the shadow lantern. Sonny had no faith in the strength of the chain, either, even though he had manifested it himself. Damnation. Throwing a tense look at the terrifying black rift of the Gate of Shadow, Sonny gritted his teeth. In truth, he did not have to fear the shadow lantern. He could simply let go of the chain and fall into its gate, traveling to the shadow realm with the rest of the shadows. In fact, that would even be beneficial to him. It was going to take a bit of time for the shadow realm to destroy all these orphaned shadows. So in the meantime, he could draw more of them into his soul and establish a new contingent within the Shadow Legion. But there were 2 reasons why Sonny was stubbornly refusing to let go. One of them was the shadow of Nightwalker that he was holding in one of his 4 hands. He was still hellbent on bringing the legendary hero of the first generation back from the dead, and the shadow was most likely Nightwalker's ticket home. So, Sonny refused to sacrifice him to the final mercy of the Shadow Realm. The second reason was the subtle, but familiar sensations he started to feel once the walls of the void chamber started to cave. It was the feeling of his blood responding to something that was hidden nearby. Sonny could not be sure, but he was quite confident that the fragment of Weaver's lineage was somewhere here, in the crumbling chamber. The problem was that he could see no obvious place where the fragment would be hidden. After all, the void chamber was simply a hollow sphere of metal with smooth walls. Unless Weaver had placed a piece of his lineage into one of the shadows, there was seemingly nowhere here to hide it. Damn demon, that damn demon! Struggling against the irresistible pull of the Gate of Shadow, Sonny strained his muscles and grasped the black chain with two more of his found hands. Then, muttering silent curses, he arduously pulled him up its length. The walls continued to collapse as he did. Hold there, buddy. The shadow of Nightwalker dangled from his fourth hand, seemingly indifferent to what was happening around it. The Gate of Shadow was drawing it into the darkness nonetheless, so Sonny had to endure twice the attraction. Sonny climbed the chain slowly, reached the deformed mess of metal that used to be smooth once, and sank all his claws into it. The shadow spawn form was perfect for hanging from the ceiling, so he managed to brace himself against it and hold on. Must hold. The void chamber used to be vast, but now the formless chaos of its bent walls was drawing close to each other. The ancient metal seemed to be rippling and flowing like a current as it was drawn closer and closer to the shadow lantern, losing integrity in the process. Sonny could already feel weaknesses in the metal, jagged rifts that led into the depths of the palace, away from the collapsing chamber. He was not ready to try to escape into one of those rifts yet. It was growing darker around him. Soon enough, the entire palace was quaking. Feeling its death throes and observing the deluge of rain outside its breaking walls, Sonny came to a curious conclusion. He realized that the shadows imprisoned in the void chamber were not only how the demon of repose had made living beings immortal, but also the source of power that fueled the sorcery of the eternal city. The shadows fueled the star somehow, and the star powered the sorcery of repose. Now that the shadows were escaping into the realm of death, though, the star was weakening. And as it weakened, so did the eternal city. All parts of it, including the protective dome that kept the storm sea at bay. That's problematic. There was no telling what kind of dreadful devastation would befell the eternal city once at least a small part of its dome failed completely. The fierce star burning in its heart seemed on the verge of bane. Extinguished by then. Its radiant radiance dimmed so much that Sonny could actually look at it without being blinded. Which he did, searching for something with fervent intensity. Don't tell me. And there, previously obscured by the blinding light and currents of incinerating stellar flame, Sonny saw a black dot that was not supposed to exist. He stared at it for a few seconds, stunned. Weaver, that bastard. Had the nebulous demon hidden a part of the forbidden lineage in the heart of a damn star? Sonny knew that he was probably not supposed to be surprised, let alone appalled, but nevertheless he was. He was certain that the small object hovering in the very heart of the dying star was the fragment of Weaver's lineage. So, now, all he had to do was grab it without turning to ash and escape this place in one piece. Chapter 26, 99 Event Horizon. What to do, what to do? Clinging to the crumbling shell of the void chamber, Sonny peered at the vaguely noticeable item hidden in the heart of the dying star. The world was coming undone around him as the hungry maw of the shadow realm devoured it. The integrity of the imploding chamber had been compromised a long time ago, allowing air to rush in. Because of that, he could hear once more. What surrounded him was a deafening, penetrating, dreadful hiss that was low and loud enough to sound like a fierce roar. It was as if he heard the otherworldly voice of the shadow realm itself. And since the shadow realm was the corpse of the god of death, Sonny wondered if that was what his voice had sounded like as well. The metal was groaning as it was torn and pulled apart. What Sonny remembered while looking at the dying star of the eternal city was not the shadow realm and its cold expanse, though. He remembered the conflagration of divine flames burning in the endless expanse of the sky below, and the pain he had suffered after being burned by them. Was he going to burn once more today? Even if I am. Let's do it, I guess. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a pair of black wings and then let go of the chain. Immediately, the pull of the Gate of Shadow grasped him like an inescapable vice. Sonny found himself plummeting down, or perhaps up with awful speed, barely able to control the direction of his fall, or ascension. As he drew closer to the dying star, terrible heat washed over him. Then the heat became unbearable. And then it became impossible. Arg! Sonny regretted inhaling, because his lungs were instantly seared. His wings caught fire first, black feathers igniting and turning to ash a moment later. The jade mantle withstood the stellar radiance for a while, but then incandescent cracks slowly spread across its surface. The outward layers of the stone-like metal began to melt. The shadow of Nightwalker grew smaller, shielded from the blinding light by the towering figure of the shadow spawn. And it all hurt like hell naturally. Ah, damn it, I miss Antarctica. Sonny wanted to be buried in ice. He wanted to go on a snowy expedition with Silent Stalker again. Instead, nearing the ferocious white orb of the dying star, he gritted his teeth and spread his burning wings to fight the pull of the Gate of Shadow. His fall slowed, even if only for a moment. But that moment was enough for Sonny to steel himself and plunge his arm into the stellar flame. The stone-like metal of the jade mantle finally melted. His flesh melted, too. However, even with his bones showing through the blackened flesh, Sonny still willed himself to grasp the fragment of Weaver's lineage hidden in the core of the dying star. He tore it out and wasted a split second to look at what it was. A scroll. It was an elegant scroll made of fine spider silk. There was no time to study it yet, though. Sonny only needed to confirm that this was, indeed, the fragment of Weaver's lineage he had come here to find. And judging by how his blood responded to it, it was. I'll read it later. He would unfold the scroll when the palace was not crumbling around him, when a great titan was not breathing down his neck, and when an army of wraiths was not besieging his shadow legion. Even if a small, irrational, and exceedingly curious part of him kept screaming to read the scroll right now. That's all the initial goals of the expedition achieved. Sonny allowed himself to feel a brief moment of satisfaction. He had come to the Eternal City to repair the Night Garden, recover Storm God's lineage, find the sixth piece of Weaver's lineage, and loot some treasure. He had done all that. Now, only one goal remained, one he had discovered after arriving at his destination. Get Nightwalker out of the Eternal City. About that, Sonny released his form, tuning into a vast and shapeless shadow. That made him more susceptible to the pull of the Gate of Shadow, but it also made him far greater, size-wise, so much so that he brushed against the collapsing walls of the void chamber. Powerful tendrils of darkness pierced the jagged metal near one of the rifts in it and pulled him toward it. Sonny had to exert all of his titanic strength, but that helped him avoid the event horizon of the Gate of Shadow and reach the distant wall. There he built the onyx serpent shell around himself and the shadow of Nightwalker. Pushing his prodigious body into the rift in the wall of the void chamber, Sonny slithered away from its crumbling expanse and burrowed into the maze of tears created in the frame of the palace like a worm burrowing into an apple. The twisting, irregular tunnels moved and changed form, closing and opening as he rushed through them. The molten surface, the jade mantle sent rivers of sparks flying as it scraped against the jagged edges of torn metal. It only took him a dozen moments to reach what had been the sealed chamber of the collapsing palace, once the great hall where the flesh of Kanak had been imprisoned. It had changed a lot since Sonny left it. The floor of the vast chamber caved, and the pit was oddly deformed. Nightwalk One was hanging from its edge, trying to get away from the hills of mold below. Black clouds of spores made the air hazy, and something that seemed like sunlight was pouring from somewhere, illuminating the nightmarish scene with pale light. When Nightwalker saw the head of a giant serpent rise from the darkness of the pit, his eyes widened. What the... He did not finish the sentence, though, because Sonny opened his maw without ever slowing down. And swallowed him. Chapter 2700 Starbeast. Ah, what the hell? Relax. In the cavernous darkness of the giant snake's maw, Nightwalker rolled on something slick and hard, then jumped to his feet. Then, as a nonchalant voice resounded from the shadows around him, he lost his balance and fell again. That was because the dark cave he had found himself in was swaying. That voice, though, why did it sound familiar? Sunless. Slithering through the crumbling corridors of the palace with astonishing speed, Sonny chuckled inwardly. Junctions and intersections flashed past him in a blur, and the walls that groaned and bent threatened to suffocate his shell in a crushing embrace. "Yeah, it's me. I just assumed a different form. Welcome to Sunny Express, Lord Nightwalker." Somewhere in his maw, Nightwalker carefully sat up and glanced around with a resentful expression. "You could have, it's a metamorphosis ability, I get it." Sunny was confused for a moment. People usually call it the transformation ability, actually, or one's transcendent form. But how would Nightwalker know? He had been stuck in the Eternal City for decades. There had been no saints during his glory days, let alone colloquial terms to describe things that had to do with transcendence. So he would have had to come up with his own terminology. Technically, the onyx serpent shell was not Sunny's transcendent ability, but since Nightwalker had not posed his comment as a question, he was under no obligation to explain the difference. Speaking of transcendent abilities, though, as Sunny reached a seemingly bottomless stairwell and sent his serpentine body down its vertical expanse, he realized that he actually knew very little about Nightwalker, aspect, and abilities. There had been little time to ask, and it was a sensitive subject anyway. Asking another awakened about their flaw was considered exceedingly rude, while asking them about their aspect could go either way. Colleagues had to share what they could with each other, naturally, but it was always a little awkward. After all, everything you revealed could be used against you. Then again, Cassie definitely knew what Nightwalker was capable of already, so Sunny could simply ask her. But why would he when the man was right there? "By the way, what is your own transcendent form? Actually, what can your aspect do?" Nightwalker hesitated a little, prompting Sunny to add. "It's just that we're about to fight a great titan, so I thought I'd be nice to know." His youthful guide sighed. "Well, I guess it's only fair. You showed me yours, I show you mine." Sunny almost spat the bastard out. He did not like that phrasing at all. Nightwalker chuckled. "My aspect is on the stranger's side, though. It's a bit difficult to wrap your head around. My dormant ability is a form of divination, I suppose. I have this feeling that tells me where to go to get to where I want to go, or where to find what I am searching for, like intuition." Sunny nodded mentally. That made sense. It was an understated but unquestionably powerful ability. In fact, it might just be the most potent dormant ability he had ever heard of, considering what kind of challenges Awakened usually faced in the dream realm and in the nightmares. Cassie possessed a similar kind of supernatural intuition, albeit hers was far less specific, and or not as powerful. There were benefits to her more vague but general sense, though, because while it did not clearly tell her where to go in any given situation, it did tell her where not to go from time to time. Nightwalker's ability did not, which was a fatal flaw. The man, meanwhile, continued. "My awakened ability is, how do I explain it? It's like a magical containment suit. Only there's no suit, it's just that my body becomes isolated from the environment. So I can be impervious to all hazards for as long as I have essence, cold, heat, radiation, contaminants, pressure, and so on. At the same time, my body becomes self-sufficient, producing its own oxygen and nutrients. Something like that. Basically, I can go pretty much anywhere without dying. Anywhere reasonable or only faintly unreasonable, at least." "What the—" Sunny vividly imagined Nightwalker just comfortably floating in space in comfortable pajamas, stargazing. For a moment, he felt a hint of envy. That was basically any explorer's dream ability. "Lucky bastard." "What about your ascended ability?" Nightwalker smiled. "I can fold space." If Sunny had eyelids at the moment, he would have blinked. "Huh." Nightwalker shrugged. "Simply put, I can fold it to make something long short, or unfold it to make something short long. It's a bit tricky and there's a lot of applications, an infinite amount, really, but with some practice you can get amazing results. Taking one step and walking 100 meters, for example. That was how we reached the center of the palace so quick, by the way. I folded space to make each of our steps count for a dozen." Sunny felt a strong desire to scowl. "No, but how does it even work?" And he had not even felt anything peculiar. That's a cheat ability, not fair. If anyone heard his thoughts at the moment, they would have probably commented that hypocrisy had a name. Nightwalker, meanwhile, added with a hint of malice in his voice. "Or, I can fold the space that my adversary occupies, or a body part of theirs, so it's quite useful in combat as well," Sunny sighed. No kidding. There was indeed an infinite number of ways that ability could be used. from traversal to fighting to even things like creating hidden storage spaces. If Nightwalker had not been the founder of a great clan, he would have made for a peerless smuggler. So, you transformation. Nightwalker scratched his nose. Well, I call it the Starbeast. Sunny was a little confused. What is that? Nightwalker shrugged. Just like it sounds, a strange beast made of starlight. You know, light is both a particle and a wave. Similarly, my transcendent form can be both tangible and intangible, or shift seamlessly between the two. It's a bit silly, but if there were animals grazing or cosmic radiation and gravity waves while drifting from star to star through the endless dark void, that is what I imagine they would look like. Sunny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said in a disgruntled tone, "And you were surprised when I turned into a big snake." Nightwalker blinked a few times. Hey, it's not every day that I am swallowed by giant snakes, okay? He paused for a moment, and then raised 3 fingers in indignation. In fact, if one remember correctly, this is at best my 3rd time. Which was 3 times too numerous, as far as he was concerned.